Well, he's a player. We're trying to win the ball game. I mean, we were still down 10. We're trying to get extra points and kick another onside kick. It just happened. With Mike going down, we didn't have that many receivers left as it was, so we play what we got.
Isn't that even more, perhaps, important to preserve Chris for the Falcons, and Mike's possibly not going to play?
Well, you can say that because he got hurt. We don't second guess. We got our guys. We're playing everybody we got. It's unfortunate he got hurt. We feel bad about that, but he's a football player and he wanted to be in the game just like Baker and everybody else wanted to be in the game.
Don't you have an obligation, though, to protect your players from themselves?
I do protect my players all the time. That has nothing to do with why we left them in the ball game. We still had a shot to score some points and win the ball game. It happened. It happens in football.
All right, that's Todd Bowles from yesterday. And look, I want to get to the Aaron Gordon news because it's the local stuff and it's great news as we are just a couple of days away from the Nuggets opener against Oklahoma City. But that is a fascinating development from last night. Like crazy. So that's Todd Bowles talking about a 41-31 loss. And if you guys didn't watch Monday Night Football last night, here's the situation. It is a 10-point game with little time to go. The Bucs roared out of the gates to start Monday Night Football, took a 10-0 lead, looked like they were going to dominate, and then it was all Baltimore for the next two quarters. So after the third, it was 34-10. So you're just trying to play the rest of the game out. Tampa, early in that game in the first quarter, loses Mike Evans. He goes down in the end zone. He's clutching his hamstring area. But Tampa's just trying to put something together in the fourth. So they score a touchdown with 11 and a half minutes left. All right, you cut it down to 34-18. Baltimore answers with a TD. Now it's 41-18. And this is with, 6.5 minutes left. The game is done. But you get a pretty quick touchdown score. You get the onside. You get another touchdown score. And now, with 1:58 left in the game, it's 41-31. You hold the Ravens to a 3-and-out, and you have 1.5 minutes to score twice with getting an onside in between because you're out of timeouts. And during that final drive, they're around midfield at the time. Chris Godwin goes down, and I don't know what the official diagnosis was. Was it a dislocated ankle? It was pretty gruesome. His foot was looking the other direction. It was one of those that was so bad they didn't show the replay. But here's what I couldn't understand. Is it highly, highly, highly unlikely that you come back and win that game? Yes. Was it an impossibility? No. You're down 10. It felt worse because of what the score was like 6 minutes before that, but ultimately, you're down 10 with 1.5 minutes left. You got a shot to win. Why is Todd Bowles an idiot? Can somebody explain that to me? Last I checked, you play for 60 minutes. If they're down 17 at that time, fine. That is an impossibility. You are not going to make up 17 points, 3 scores, and 1.5 minutes with no timeouts. Just not happening. Call the dogs off, take a knee, whatever. But what are people suggesting he should have done? Take the knee? Say the game's over? Because the same people saying that would be ripping him if he did that. What, put the backups in and see if they can make a play? Like, I really don't know what people wanted from him. And Nelly, I don't know where you're at on this thing, but I'm watching this live and I'm looking on Twitter as Chris Godwin is getting, carted off in an air cast. And I'm like, that sucks, but did you guys really just want them to stop trying to win the football game?
Yeah, I don't know if revisionist history is the right word to use here, but I agree that in the words of ASU legend Herm Edwards, you play to win the game. Hello?
Well,
I understand why they had Godwin out there. You're right. They already recovered one onside kick. Clearly, they were having some late game luck. And so if you have a chance to keep mounting this thrilling comeback, you keep him out there. And also, what if they keep him in there and then they score another touchdown and recover another onside kick? And now you're down 3. Or maybe they went for it. Maybe they went for 2. So now you're only down 2 points.
Or you get to the 35-yard line, the 30-yard line, something, you kick a field goal with 45 seconds left, and then you get an onside and you got a chance for a Hail Mary. Like, who knows what could happen?
And also, there's maybe there's a scenario where Todd Bowles is talking with him on the sideline and says, "Hey man, we already lost one receiver. We're not going to lose you. We have a 1% chance of winning this game. Why don't we just sit you down?" Maybe Godwin says, "No, I want to play." Maybe he wouldn't even go for that.
I don't even think that's a discussion. It's just, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to try and win.
And look, this is neither here nor there, but for some reason, something about the way Todd Bowles talks.
Side kick again, bro. Yes, they can. I don't know who is saying that online. There's no rules to when you're down in the fourth quarter to how many onsides you can kick. That is not a rule. It's not a thing. All you have to do if you're down in the fourth quarter is declare you're going to onside kick, and then you get to onside kick. So don't take whatever moron on Twitter started that conversation yesterday. That's not a thing. If you're down in the fourth, you can onside. That's the rule. So yes, it was not impossible. It was very highly improbable. I will give you that. If I had to put a percentage chance on winning, I'd put it at 1. But when you have a chance to win, you take the opportunity and try to win. Now, Monday Night Football, the second game, I hate these. That one was exclusively on ESPN Plus, by the way. And I honestly don't know why I still have an ESPN Plus account. I think it's because I will order like a UFC fight once a year, and you need to have that in order to get that. But I'm watching the other game. If you didn't see how that finished because you didn't have ESPN Plus, look, good for the Broncos because the Chargers end up losing. But in that, it's late in the game. The Chargers just kicked a field goal to take the lead late. The Cardinals have one drive left. Marvin Harrison Jr. is trying to make a tiptoe catch down the sideline in between a safety and a corner. Forget who it was for the Chargers. He comes in to try and make a hit on Marvin Harrison Jr. And I mean, Nelly, he grazed the helmet, grazed it. Throw the flag, 15 yards. Next play, this is where it's kind of on the Chargers. Because they still weren't in field goal range, but it's a big 15-yard penalty that gives them an automatic move the chains. Little dump-off pass to James Conner, and he just takes off downfield to about at a 20-yard line, something like that. And at that time, it's just like, okay, let's take some knees, kick the field goal, get the hell out of here. So the Chargers end up losing, which, again, good for the Broncos, because I was saying yesterday they're currently in a playoff spot. I guess that wasn't technically true because the Chargers had to play, but because of the Chargers' loss, the Broncos are back in the 7th seed in the AFC. But man, those couple of games last night, I didn't understand why people were ripping Bulls. It's like, sorry, your coach was trying to win. You know what happened last year, by the way? You know what Bulls got ripped for? This is actually funny now I'm thinking about it. Do you remember the playoff game that they had in the divisional round between the Lions and the Bucks? And the Bucks lost that game. And the Lions made a stupid mistake. They started taking knees when Tampa Bay had a timeout left, and they could have stopped the clock. And Tampa didn't. Now, the odds of them winning that game, very, very slim. But they could have taken the timeout, got the ball back with a few seconds left, and who knows, maybe a wild play happens. And people rip Bulls apart because he just didn't call the timeout and let the clock tick off. I don't know what people wanted from him last night. You're down 10. You just got an onside. The odds of you getting onsides back-to-back are very bad. But you could have. You could have. Don't get it. I want to dive deep into this Aaron Gordon extension because it is it's a no-brainer first, but secondly, it is a big decision because this has shown a commitment for people who want big sort of changes to this roster. Now, Aaron Gordon was never part of that discussion. I think that outside of your superstar players, as far as really good role players, I think Aaron Gordon is going to go down in Nuggets history as one of, if not the favorite ever. He's certainly mine. I've only been here a short amount of time. I don't know the full history of the Nuggets, or I wasn't ingrained in it for my entire life, but I will say anybody else who exists for the rest of my lifetime is going to have a really, really difficult time trying to push above the Aaron Gordon love that I have. Now, you're going to have your Jokers and your Jamals and your star players on the team that may be more talented, stuff the stat sheet more, but as far as do it all kind of guys, Aaron Gordon is, I think, literally as good as it gets. You know, the Nuggets have found a really, really good niche of finding guys who literally will do whatever it takes and can take that attitude on any team in the league. You know, KCP was certainly one of those guys. Aaron Gordon's another. But this is just another version of them pushing their chips to the middle of the table, okay? They pushed him in, and they're waiting for that John Malkovich scene where you get to the end of the season and they say, pay him, pay that man his money. That's what they want to hear. And that the payment in the version of another championship. So we'll break that down.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
Pay that man his money. I'm a big Malkovich guy, by the way. You want to talk about a guy who talks funny? John Malkovich, everything he says, I think, is interesting just by the way he speaks. Everybody has that guy. You know who's number one for me, by the way? Now, this is more in a comedic sense. I think Norm Macdonald could have said anything, and I would have howled laughing.
The way he just would, this O.J. Simpson. Like, he had such a weird cadence.
But no matter what he said, I thought it was hilarious. And my wife never thought he was funny, and I'm like, how are we even together? If we're this separate on this.
Right. For me, that guy was always Mitch Hedberg.
Mitch Hedberg, same way. Yeah. Because quick one-liners.
Oh, yeah, because a lot of the jokes that Mitch Hedberg said weren't funny, but because of the way he said them, they were funny. It was all in the delivery. What a legend.
One of the best things I heard from Mitch Hedberg was he said, I never got a hole-in-one in golf, but I did hit a guy. And they said, you're supposed to yell 4. I was too busy muttering, there ain't no way that's going to hit him. Which always put a smile on my face. All right. To Aaron Gordon next in this contract because it's huge and it's got big implications in the future. I'll explain next. Now we just have our Safeway Twitch feed littered with Mitch Hedberg jokes. I was at the Subway the other day and a duck walked in. The guy gave him some bread. I asked for some bread and he said it'd be $1. I didn't know ducks ate for free at Subway.
But
listen.
you see, you have to do his delivery of the. I saw a duck at the Subway. The one that I say all the time is so my girlfriend is a chronic mumbler. She'll say things under her breath all the time, and I'll go, "What?" And then she'll just mumble it again, and it makes me think all the time of the one where Mitch Hedberg he talks about the same thing, and he says, "I will be walking with a friend, and I says something, and he will ask me what I said, and then I will say it again, and he will not hear me, so he will ask me again what I said, and now I am yelling, that tree is far away."
His favorite one, I say this to my buddy all the time on the golf course. Whenever we get a birdie, we do a shot, right? And it's his joke of, I used to do drugs. I still do, but I also used to.
I used to too. So good.
All right, the AG extension. So here's sort of the breakdown. This isn't shocking. We knew this was coming. If you listen to Calvin Booth at the media day earlier, it's very clear that they were working on it. But it's a 4-year, $133 million contract extension. But here's how it kind of breaks down. So the new deal, this is from Shams. It comes via him opting in on his $23 million salary for next season. And then the 3 additional years are at a max salary plus bonuses. So that ends up being a grand total of 133. But next year, they still have that flexibility of him only making $23 million a year, which I think is an important detail. But more than that, you have Michael Porter Jr., Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, and Nikola Jokic all under contract until the end of the 2027 season. So that is, at minimum, a 2-year longer window after this. This is them going all in on this group. And I would like to remind people of something. We got greedy this offseason. We spent a lot of time talking about the things that failed towards the end of the postseason run. And with that, this is what I was uncomfortable with this entire offseason. Do you know who a lot of us sounded like when we talked about the Nuggets? We sounded like Lakers fans. Last season didn't work. Well, let's start shoving out some big pieces and completely remake the team. And that sounded ridiculous at the start. It sounds ridiculous now. Because I'll give you a couple of separations between why you and Lakers fans sounding alike would be a really poor move. You know what the Lakers are always capable of? If they shed salary, they use salary to acquire a very good player. You cannot guarantee me at all that the Nuggets are in that territory. You could convince me that they should be. I would totally agree with that. The Nuggets with Nikola Jokic should be a team that players are beating down the doors of their agents to say, get me over there. But they aren't. It always takes convincing. You know, you can convince a guy whose salary's $5 million in Dario Saric. You can convince him. You know, you can convince is a 35-year-old player at the end of his career who wants a championship and will take the vet minimum in Russell Westbrook. You can convince him. Can you convince somebody that is due to make a $50 to $60 million salary per year? That I have no idea. I doubt it. But here's the bigger reminder. You won a championship with this group 2 years ago when they were healthy. They weren't healthy last year, and you were 20 minutes away from doing that. Well, maybe not winning, but getting right back in the thick of things again. And I think the most foolhardy move they could have made was say, wow, we lost last year. We need massive changes. Let's see what the market is for Murray. Let's see what we can get for MPJ. Why? Why? You have a team that is completely and utterly feared by everybody in the league. Guess what? Minnesota, who beat you in Game 7 last year, does not want to face you in the postseason again. They don't. If they had a pathway in the Western Conference that avoided the Denver Nuggets, they would take it like that.
How much more we got to lose? Yeah.
Immediately, they would. And so the way that people discussed the Nuggets all offseason felt weird to me. The way that people talked about Jamal felt weird to me. Like, here's the situation. We're all concerned with depth. I think it's a fair discussion to have. I will still put this starting five, even with the unknown of who's the fifth guy, whether that's going to be Christian Braun, Julian Strawther. It looks like Christian Braun. But let's take that. I'll put that starting five up against almost anybody in the league. But part of the reason why it works, with Jokic, you're always going to have a chance. You could surround Jokic with a bunch of G-Leaguers, and you will make a play-in game, okay? That's how good this guy is. But they've built this team surrounding the skill sets of these players, and they have honed and crafted that for years under stability and consistency. They could have made massive moves earlier, before a championship, and they didn't. Because this is the way that you have to build when you're in a place like Denver. Do we all want to see the quick fix Flex Seal move? Oh, you know, the Nuggets got this offseason? Paul George. Like, would you like to have that at least in your back pocket? Sure, but they don't. Like, I have big belief in this team. And guess what? I don't think the record's going to be as good as last year. But I know when the postseason hits, they're going to pose an issue that I think only the Nuggets can throw out there at teams. I still have 1,000% trust that the way their offense runs within the Jokic-Murray two-man game is the most lethal thing that the league has to offer. Do they have some concerns? Of course. Do you have some concerns about three-point shooting? Yeah. Is depth still an issue? Yeah. I will say, like, I'm actually higher on the depth pieces than I was a year ago. You know what I at least know that you have right now? I know that you have two veteran players who you pretty much know what they bring to the table every night. You know, Westbrook in the efficiency part is going to vary night in, night out, but not the effort, not the defensive presence. Now, Dario Saric is a pretty big model of consistency. Doesn't blow you away with anything, but you know what you get. If Peyton Watson can take a minor step from last year, I think that'll be huge. Julian Strawther surely shows some promise as a guy who can knock down some threes. And by the way, you still have guys on the bench like your DeAndre Jordans and Vladkos who, yeah, they aren't going to be amazing bench pieces. But again, it's you know what you're getting every night out of those guys. And I think that stuff matters. Now, here's where it gets really interesting, though. Once that Aaron Gordon max kicks in, I believe that's the final year of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract. And depending what happens in between now and then, perhaps that's when you'll see finally one of these sort of core pieces, some sort of change. But I'm excited. Like, they're still really, really good. Hey, what if they get hurt? Yeah, you say that about any team in the league. Any one of them. But there was a long point during this offseason where I think we got a little bit greedy. And we started thinking about, well, what if you did make a big move? And the idea of winning a championship with a core and then losing in a Game 7 in the second round the following year, when a lot of people think that had you won and just held on the last few minutes of that game, that you could have been in the finals again, that would be a pretty drastic change from where your mindset was to where it got to. But I think there's a few pieces in this that are incredibly key. But making sure you lock down Aaron Gordon for another 4 years is massive. Just huge. Looking up at the TVs right now, they're showing MVP odds in the NBA. Jokic is second right now behind Luka. Luka plus 375. Jokic is at plus 400. I'm going to do the thing that I do every year. I don't think he's winning again. I just don't know how. With all the belly aching that happens every time that Jokic wins an MVP, I should say, that for the fourth time in 5 years, they're going to let him do that. And when I say let him, you guys know what I'm talking about here. It would not be that he's not deserving of it if he has another year like he's had any of the last 4. But if you win, 3 MVPs in 4 years is something only, I think, what's the number? Like 6 people in NBA history have done? I don't know if anybody's done 4 and 5. And it would take something astronomical for Jokic to get there that his game just won't allow him to get to. Like, it would take Jokic scoring 38, getting 14 boards and 10 assists a game. And he's just never going to shoot enough to get to that point total. Like, for my money, plus 400 on Jokic to win MVP is maybe the least valuable bet in all of sports right now. Not kidding. And he's going to be close. He's going to make you feel like he's going to finish top 5. But I don't think there's any way you can make that happen again. No way. 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So, as the NBA, it's going to tip off tonight, despite the fact that the Nuggets do not play until Thursday. But tonight on TNT, you're going to have a doubleheader. It's going to be New York in Boston. And then the late game's going to be Minnesota and the Lakers. So you got a couple of those to look forward to tonight. The Avs playing as well, which you can hear right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 as they take on Seattle with puck drop at 6:30, I believe.
Yep, it'll be 6 p.m. pregame with Berto, 6:30 puck drop.
So got that to look forward to. Going to get to college football stock up, stock down in just a second. But just quickly, here's some news from yesterday. It looks like the Dolphins are going to designate Tua to return. And I know that everybody has an overarching feeling about what they would do if they were Tua or what they would do if they were Mike McDaniel. But here's what Tua said at the press conference yesterday.
Well, how much risk do we take when we get up in the morning to go drive to work? Get into a car crash, maybe. I don't know. Everything, I think, takes risk. So to answer that question, every time we all suit up, we're all taking a risk that we could potentially get hurt, whether it's a concussion, a broken bone, anything. You get up off of the bed the wrong way, you potentially could risk you spraining your ankle. There's just risk in any and everything. And I'm willing to play the odds. That's it.
Okay, so a couple things in here. First of all, Tua, there's a difference between getting in your car and going to work and risking getting in a car accident and then being Evel Knievel. Okay? You're in the Evel Knievel sport where those things are far more likely than a car wreck on the way to work. But also, it's to his life. He gets to choose how he lives it. And I know we all got a thought on what we think is the best route for him to take. I will say there's something about football that in another sport I could compare it to. Like, we're super concerned about concussions, right, Nelly? I watch UFC fights. Guys get concussed a lot in those. And we kind of just go, oh, wow, what a knockout. Okay, when's his next fight? You know, there's risk involved in these types of sports. He's well aware of them. Everybody on that field knows the risk. And you know what? If he wants to go out and do it, then who the hell are we to say that he can't? You guys watch football over the weekend? Did you guys see somebody get concussed? I did. I know it's different with the amount in the way it looks with him. It does give me a lot of pause knowing that he's going back out there to play. But again, there's nothing that anybody can do. If Tua says he wants to play, then he's going to play. I'm sure he's talked to everybody for hours over the last, month and a half, however long it's been for him since he's left the lineup. I just don't see the point in us walking up to somebody and saying, hey, got an idea here, buddy. I know best because I was on Twitter last night and I saw the video of you getting a concussion. I don't think you should play anymore. Okay. He's going to tell you I've talked to neurologists and I've spoke with my family and they're cool with me playing. And I think that trumps the opinion that I have. I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't be nervous every time he took a hit because I don't want to see that happen to him. But he gets to choose what he wants to do. So 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. College football stock up, stock down next. Do it every Tuesday following the NFL weekend. It is college football stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. Seen this Indiana quarterback, Curtis Rourke. So he played 5 years at Ohio. He was a 3-year starter. He transfers over to Indiana. They got a new coach in Indiana named Kurt Cignetti. This guy's got a little attitude to him, too. This is Kurt post-game after a huge win over Nebraska on Indiana's culture.
When it comes to that culture, you were just talking about, meshing the recruits you're getting and some of the guys you kept. Where does that process start? I mean,
What do you mean? I don't get the question.
well, when you recruit them, how do you sell your vision of your culture? I mean, what's the
Who are you talking about? The high school guys, the transfers? Who?
all of the above? I mean, how do you? Is there?
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Google me, he says. Gotta love that. But this kid, Curtis Rourke, 17 of 21, 189 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. It's not like his numbers were eye-popping over the weekend, but a 56-7 win over Nebraska was. He's got 15 touchdowns and 3 picks on the year. Here's the situation with Indiana. They're unbeaten so far. They have scored at least 40 points in every game except their opener this year, in which they scored 31. So they have trended upward. Their offense is amazing. They got a great running game. And the only good team they play in the Big Ten is a Week 11 matchup against Ohio State, but no more ranked teams before or after that. They got a good shot to win like at least 10, maybe 11, maybe go unbeaten. Who knows? But Curtis Rourke's a good quarterback. Got a little bit injured in that game, banged up his hand, but looks like he's going to be all right. He was just really, really impressive and has been impressive. If there's one good thing about the transfer portal is that you found some gems at some smaller schools that maybe wouldn't have the opportunity they're getting now, and he's a good example of it. So Curtis Rourke gets the stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. Quinn Ewers, 25 of 43, 211 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. But Texas got pasted by Georgia, 30-15. He just hasn't been the same since his injury early in the year. He's now thrown a pick in at least 4 or 5 starts. And what's unfortunate for him is that Arch looks better. Not that he's not a good quarterback, but Texas was seen as a behemoth that was borderline unbeatable. And unless he plays at an elite level, who knows? Like, they got hurt again in that game. They might just go to Arch and say, all right, you roll for the rest of the year, and let's see what we can do with it. But Quinn Ewers, who was seen as one of these Heisman candidates to start the year, injuries and just a couple of mistakes have maybe led to a not ideal situation at a little past the midway point of the college football season. So Quinn Ewers stock down. Let's go Big 12 team stock up. Could go with a few different options here, but I think I'm going to stick with CU. That was a dominant win against Arizona on the road. They're running the football a lot better. They can win out the rest of their schedule. They still have a chance to make the Big 12 title game, and they're getting better every week. Now, a lot of this is going to depend on the health of Travis Hunter. They still have some tough games coming up against 2 teams in the next 2 weeks that are above them in the Big 12 conference standings. But if they can get through that, they got a really good opportunity to make a case for the Big 12 title game. And in that, you're making a case to be in the college football playoff. So a lot of season left, but I just like the way the arrow's pointing with CU. They dropped that game in Folsom to Kansas State late, which they shouldn't have. Got a late lead and gave it up immediately. It's what happens when you play good teams sometimes. But the rest of their schedule doesn't face any team that feels like an, oh my God, what are we going to do here? In fact, they'll be favored in most, if not all of them, including the game this weekend against the team that's going to get the stock down, Nelly.
The Big 12!
Which is Texas Tech. Texas Tech was off to a good start. I just didn't buy that their defense would be able to hang on. They're doing that, like, run and shoot type of offense, spread the offense out, and they put up points, but they can't stop anybody. And they lost by 24 at home to a Baylor team that had 2 wins heading into that game. And if their defense can't play better than this, they aren't going to be able to keep up like against CU. CU's offense will tear them apart. And CU's defense will be good enough to hold them in check. Like, I think that sort of Cinderella slipper they had on where it was a fun start to the year is going to come crashing down here pretty quick. If you have to play catch-up constantly, well, playing catch-up means that you need to get stops. I just don't buy it. And I don't know, man. You can't ask your offense to be doing that every single game. Like, you're asking them, hey, offense, go be perfect today, and then we'll win. Not a proper strategy to have, especially in a conference where a lot of teams can put up points, and especially some of the teams at the top of the conference, your Kansas States, Iowa States, teams like that, they can dominate you physically. Just not going to work. So they get the stock down. Let's go national team stock up. I gave this team a lot of grief to start the year, but I think Oregon with a 35-0 win over Purdue, they've won by 30 points in every game since week 2, with the exception of the 1-point win over Ohio State, which best win of the year for them anyway. Dylan Gabriel is a consistent problem. And what I mean by that is the consistency that he brings week in, week out as a veteran. I think this is his 7th year as a starter in college football. You aren't going to rattle this guy. You aren't going to trick him into making mistakes. And Oregon is good enough where if they don't make mistakes, they're going to beat a lot of people. In the Big Ten, you cannot make him uncomfortable. They have 1 game left against a ranked team, and that comes this week against Illinois. If they beat them, they could run the table, go 12-0, and take the entire conference. Oregon, who after their first couple of weeks, I forgot who they played in week 1, but it was a close win against a nothing team. Week 2 was a 3-point win in which Boise State had the chance to beat them. But since then, that bad start, they've put things together. They're the number 1 team in the country right now. It was Idaho. That's right. 10-point win over Idaho in week 1. But they crushed Oregon State on the road. They crushed UCLA on the road. They've crushed Michigan at home. They beat Ohio State at home. Now they had a 35-0 win over Purdue. They're a good football team. And I'm starting to come around to buying into them again. So Oregon, they get the stock up. Let's go national team stock down. Bama lost 24-17 to Tennessee. They could have lost 4 weeks in a row. The win over Georgia was great, but weird in the way that game finished with a hell of a play by Ryan Williams. Then they lost to Vanderbilt. They could have lost to South Carolina the week before last week, as South Carolina recovered an onside kick when Bama was only up 2 with just a few seconds left, but South Carolina couldn't capitalize. And now this loss against Tennessee, and what makes it even worse for them, they have a game against Missouri and then at LSU coming up in the next 2 weeks, 2 more ranked teams. I think that's at least 1 more loss. And if that's the case, you can kiss college football playoff hopes goodbye. Like, in a year that expands to 12, who could have imagined Bama not in one of those 12 spots? But I think it's almost likely now because of the way that they've been playing over the last 4 weeks, and I don't see it getting better. By the way, Jalen Milroe doesn't look healthy. He looks uncomfortable. So they get the stock down. Let's go Heisman stock up. Yeah, I'm going to throw this name out there. How about a little Bryson Daly action for you, the Army quarterback? So just beat East Carolina. He had 147 pass yards and a touchdown in that game. He also ran for 171 and 5 touchdowns. So his touchdown-interception ratio through the air is 7-0 over the course of the year. He's got 19 rushing touchdowns. They're undefeated. They keep this up and they keep running the ball like that. Who knows? Maybe you could get a Army quarterback somewhere in the finalist category by the end of the year. I hope so. I'm a big Bryson Daly fan, so shout out to him. Heisman stock down. Remember, beginning of the season, Nebraska had that hot start, and they did so behind this true freshman quarterback, Dylan Raiola. Well, he has fallen off a cliff here the last few weeks. Doesn't look nearly as comfortable. He threw 3 picks in that 56-7 loss to Indiana. If Nebraska won 10 or 11 games, then he might be in that discussion, but not after last week and not after his last few weeks of that performance. He's turned the ball over a lot, and they've looked like they've had a complete lack of urgency over the past couple of weeks in trying to win these games, especially on offense. So he gets the stock down. Then upset of the week.
Are you sure?
I know Georgia over Texas is not a huge upset, that Georgia was, it was almost a pick'em game, but it was the way that it looked. Texas only scored in one quarter, but they went on the road. Georgia left no doubt, and they'll get the category for this week. So there you go. College football, stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the the college football weekend. NFL stock up, stock downs tomorrow, and Moshe Lombardi and Kane comes next.
Murray backs up behind the three-point line. Bucket here, you tie the ball game up. Murray has it in the paint. Jokic alley-oop, dunk behind his head. Aaron Gordon. Nuggets look like a completely different team to start the second half. They are playing with some life here.
Good news, not totally unexpected yesterday, but last night comes down that Aaron Gordon will sign or has signed a 4-year, $133 million extension. Now, some details on this that I think are interesting is that part of this deal for Aaron Gordon is that in signing this, he opts into his $23 million salary for next season, and then the rest of that, the last 3 years, becomes a max contract. But bottom line is, Vic, we knew this was coming. We heard Calvin Booth say something to this at Media Day that they were working on getting that done, and it's for, look, outside of your superstars, I think that Aaron Gordon is going to be the most beloved role player, or one of them, in Nuggets history. He does everything that you want for this team, but they have now committed to your core 4 players here. Jamal, Joker, AG, Michael Porter Jr., all under contract until the end of the 2027 season. So the runway for at least 3 more years is open.
Two ways to look at this, because I think the bulk of fans don't care about the financial aspect. They want to see the product on the court. Show me that you can play. They don't care about the finances. All I could tell you is the finances, the long-term finances, played a huge role in this. Huge. The role. Because of the second apron, the dreaded second apron that we've talked so much about on this show, and the repeater taxes that come with it. By Aaron Gordon agreeing to opt into his current deal for next season, and then the ascending, escalating salary that comes with it. The money goes up after next season. Doing so will save the Denver Nuggets as an organization about $60 million in repeater taxes, which is a big deal for second apron stuff, because it would have prohibited them from doing certain things they want to do moving forward. So not only do they keep the core of this team intact, the 4 champions, that's what I call them, 4 champions. They won a championship, these 4 together. They've got the 4 champions together for the time being, and they're under the second apron. This is a win-win. And the fact that Aaron Gordon was able to see it that way tells you the quality of the individual and the quality of the character. Moj?
I just hate it's 6 a.m. I hate the
Actually,
fact that you have to talk.
It's 7 a.m. here in Denver, Colorado, where the show
good
originates.
for you.
The show is in Denver, not where you are. So when you speak in the time zone, it is 7 a.m. Shortly thereafter for those people driving around Denver.
I've been doing this for an hour already, bro.
So let's start that again.
Since
Go ahead.
Since
Start
5
that
a.m.,
again.
yeah. What really pisses me off is that I got to be here. See, the NBA is so dumb, and the financials are so stupid.
There's nothing.
I got to be here.
Fix your face. Fix your attitude. This is great news.
Yeah, what is happening with you?
Fix your face. Let's start over. Turn your camera off. Start over. Wake up. Wake the hell up. Shake it off. For you to actually bark at this deal, which is a win-win, is ridiculous. You're in a sour mood this morning. I could see it clearly because you had to wake up early on the West Coast. So let's start over. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Mosier joins us now from Seattle. Moj, your thoughts on the deal?
I love the deal. I hate that you're talking about repeater taxes and aprons. That doesn't. The NBA makes it so difficult to understand what the hell is going on that you've got to use lawyer language to talk to me at friggin' 6 a.m. The deal itself is awesome, and I love Aaron Gordon. In fact, I told you guys already, man, I hope he's a Nugget forever and ever and ever and ever. It's a great deal. When I saw it come down, I was very excited. I'm like, this guy's going to be around. He's an unsung hero in many things that he does on the floor. But listen, do you hear yourself? Repeater taxes. See, if the repeater tax falls into the burgeoning second apron,
you're right.
Then you can.
All he was saying,
You're
though,
right. Let's talk about something a little more simplified and dignified.
And we're sitting
Let's
here
talk about LTIR.
again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Let's talk LTIR and the effects it has on the NHL. You're so right, Moj, because the finances have nothing to do with the quality on the field.
No,
on the ice.
it does. It does. It absolutely does. It's just I don't understand second aprons and repeater taxes. I just say, hey, listen, man, they're paying the salary tax a little bit, and but this is going to save them some bread. It's going to be awesome.
Okay,
That's
let's do
perfect.
something real quick. Hang on a second. I'm going to hit a reset button here.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the tone that has happened in the first few minutes of Aaron Gordon, who I consider, like, if Jokic is the brain, Murray's the soul, AG's the heart of this team. I don't like the tone on this.
News, Brett.
Yeah,
this is
I
good
know.
news.
So let's keep the tone in a good news tone.
Moj, here's the deal. Nobody likes you this morning. That's the truth. And look at the text line. Look at it. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes your attitude, your backdrop, whatever the hell that is over your right shoulder. What is that? What the hell is that? Princess Leia's hair? What is that? What is over your right shoulder?
Like it. It does look like it.
What is that?
Honestly, it is. It's a. I'm assuming a woman's hair up in a bun. Just the hair. No face.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to help us, okay? I'm going to take this another direction. Here's the good thing. Everybody asks of their teams if their teams are good. Go all in. The Nuggets have pushed their chips in. Like, they've taken their chips, pushed them to the middle of the table, and they're waiting for John Malkovich to say, what, Nelly? Pay that man his money. They're waiting for that, the equivalent of that, in being another championship. And I'm going to say two things here. Number
Pay
one.
him. Pay that man his money.
Number one. The Nuggets, to their credit, as they always have done with this unit, have exercised patience and consistency. We talked a lot of this offseason about, well, what can the Nuggets do as far as maybe a bigger move? And I thought from Jump Street, like, guys, you won a championship 2 years ago. You were 20 minutes away from potentially doing that again. If you don't think this team is still championship level as constituted for the most part, with a few little tweaks here and there, then ask Jason Tatum what he thought last year. He saw the Nuggets eliminated, and he said at that time, we're winning. That's what he said. Now, I'll also mention this. Mention the guys under contract for the number of years. Porter's to the end of 27. Everybody else is 28 or later. I think this is a 2-year window, not 3. And I'll explain why. If they don't get a championship in the next 2 years, I don't think Porter's sticking around for that final year. I don't think so.
Is that a player option or a team option?
Well, I just think, Vic, that they wouldn't give Porter another extension and be in this situation that they're going to be in with what you were talking about financially unless they got something big out of it, which would be in a championship. I think that would constitute a bigger move is all I'm saying.
Well, see, they're taking on the thing called time, all right? So you want to make the most of the Nikola Jokic window, right? So some people might suggest, blow it up. It didn't work last year. Let's trade one of those max contracts. And for those of you who suggest trading one of those max contracts, I don't entirely disagree. The problem is this. Then you have to take time to build it back up again, right? You have to take time to build it back to where you think it's championship material. Well, when you're dealing with a Hall of Famer, sometimes you don't have that time.
Exactly. And I'll say this to just piggyback on that, Vic. Here's what I said in the appetizer hour. Agree or disagree with this? I felt like some fans, and I will say it's a vocal minority, that watched the way that the season ended with the way Jamal played, then that's extended into the Olympics, and then they started asking a whole bunch of questions. Is he worth a max contract? And maybe we should trade MPJ and get all this money. And I was like, all right, let's say that happens, that you acquire all of this cash by moving some pieces. Do you really feel, and this is where I think people got greedy, do you really feel, let's say you had all that money, what would you do with it? Could you guarantee me that you found somebody that was as good or better than the pieces already on this team? Because you know who is capable of that and who you sound like when you say something like that? You sound like a Lakers fan. Well, last year didn't end with a championship, so let's get rid of 5 players and bring in some new ones, and just LeBron will make it all work. But Here's the difference. Moj, if the Lakers have money, are they almost guaranteed to get a really, really good player that offseason? Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, for sure.
Can you
Yep,
say that
yep.
about the Nuggets?
No,
you would
can't say that.
think that players would be beating down the doors of their agent's office saying, get me on a team with Nikola Jokic. But I don't know if that's the case. I don't.
The only guy to really do it, I mean, so far is now Russell Westbrook. I mean,
for a minimum contract as a 35-year-old man, not a player in his prime making $60 million.
And that's what I'm telling you is that it just doesn't happen. He feels, look, my biological clock is ticking here, and I want to get someplace where I can win, and he chose Denver. It just doesn't happen. And my biggest fear is once the big fella's gone, that it won't happen at all. And I don't know why that is. I don't know why big guys don't want to choose Denver. We're a big market. Things are going well. Now you have an established pedigree. I guess I just don't get it.
I can't impact that. I can tell you this, though. For those who barked at why the Nuggets let KCP walk on that contract, they wanted KCP back, but they weren't going to match Orlando's deal. This is why. Today, the news today.
Yep.
If I gave you a choice, Aaron Gordon or KCP, who do you choose?
Well, I'm choosing
Aaron Gordon.
AG, but
yeah.
I'll always say this, though, Vic. I know what you're getting at. You could have kept both. You could have.
And then you're in the second apron.
Well, yeah, then you wouldn't have Saric. You could still get Russell. You wouldn't have had Saric.
You would not be able to build the depth of your team. Any depth.
Well, I'm saying,
You're hogtied.
in this offseason, that would have been Saric.
Should we go through the second apron rules and regulations again?
But Vic,
you want me to do that to you again?
No, but Vic, I think what I'm saying is factually correct.
Sure.
They could have had the same team minus Saric this year.
You could have, and then you'd be top-heavy again.
Sure.
You'd be top-heavy to the point where you don't have a bench.
So it's not. All I'm saying is it wasn't AG or KCP. It was more like KCP and Saric with some flexibility. That's all. That's the discussion.
Yeah. The thought going forward, though, who is more valuable to this team, KCP or Aaron Gordon? Who's more valuable?
It's AG, and that's not close. Yeah, it's not close. For a multitude of reasons. KCP is getting older. And
that's where they put their money.
Yeah.
And I don't have any issues with that whatsoever. Listen, man, Aaron Gordon is an NBA champion. I've read a lot. Oh, my God, he can't shoot. He can't do this. What are they doing? That's a lot of money for a guy who can't shoot. He's an NBA champion. Michael Porter Jr. is an NBA champion. Jamal Murray's an NBA champion. So is Nikola Jokic. You've got 4 NBA champion starters coming back to your fold. 4. Plus Christian Brown, who is an NBA champion.
Yeah.
You can't have enough NBA champions. Remember that. Respect that name.
So with this, again, I think he's the heart of the team. You must have players, and this is where the Nuggets are really good. They found, and I know KCP is now gone, but they've done a good job at finding players that literally, Vic, could fit on any team. Gordon could fit on any team in the NBA. He would play a role. KCP would fit on any team in the NBA. He'd play a role. But AG is just your do-it-all guy, who, by the way, has no ego and does not care what his numbers look like. Just go out and do my job. It's
he's very much Brett, I'd say he's very much the perfect teammate.
Yep.
I mean, he really is the perfect teammate. He's an awesome teammate. He's a very, very good player. He gets it. He pulls the rope, every single time you need the rope pulled. I love it. Again, I love the guy as a dude and as a player. I think it's a great, great, great deal. I just hate it when Vic in his lawyer shirt at 6 a.m. comes in and starts talking about second aprons and what something other tax. What do you say? Oh, repeat.
I actually, you know what,
tax.
Moshe? I kind of get it. It's because you are dressed in a very lawyerly outfit today, and I think it does hit different when it comes to you start talking about aprons.
Unbutton a few buttons.
Yeah, take a couple buttons down. Give me a little Travolta.
Are you meeting with Capitalists today to talk about joining the firm?
No, today at
Vic's
11
about
a.m.,
to sing Greased Lightning right now, by the way.
I am emceeing a big press conference down at Ball Arena that is going to literally and figuratively change the landscape of downtown Denver as we know it. It's been approved by City Council. If you missed it last night, the expansion of Ball Arena, the parking lots around it, they've been approved to build skyscrapers and development. The big redevelopment that, to be totally blunt and honest, by the time they're done with it, I'll be dead. But they're beginning the changes that we've planned for several years in the downtown area, that Platte River area.
By the way, as we get to break, it's a great text from Katie. Another reminder for why this is a good thing for the Nuggets. She says, and gosh, he's pretty, talking about AG. Totally correct on that. Totally correct.
Turn me on.
303-504-0925. So last night, 2 Monday Night Football games, and I couldn't, for the life of me, understand what people were getting at. It caused a Twitter uproar, at least, for the ending of one game we'll get to next.
Hey guys, listen, it's 2024, you know the year, and the time of being embarrassed and the time of putting it off are way, way done. Let's get serious about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're dealing with any form of erectile dysfunction, you need the right treatment specifically for your situation because every case is absolutely different. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the leader in treating men's sexual health issues here in Colorado. So if you've got some form of ED, don't be embarrassed by it and don't put it off. Get back in the game. It's important physically, there's no doubt about that, but mentally it's going to change everything for you. And they've treated so many tens of thousands of men here in the Front Range and the Denver area. They have treatment success over 90%, and they've served the Front Range for over a decade. Staff totally expert, and your initial visit, just $99. You'll get a test dose right there in the office. If it doesn't work, the entire blood work and all the appointment totally free, but you know that it's going to work. So call today. It's 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations here in Colorado to serve you. You're going to be happy. Your partner's going to be happy. It's a total win-win. Get it done today.
Well, he's a player. We're trying to win the ball game. I mean, we were still down 10. We're trying to get extra points and kick another onside kick. It just happened. With Mike going down, we didn't have that many receivers left as it was, so we play what we got.
Isn't that even more, perhaps, important to preserve Chris for the Falcons and Mike's possibly not going to play?
Well, you can say that because he got hurt. We don't second guess. We got our guys. We're playing everybody we got. It's unfortunate he got hurt. We feel bad about that, but he's a football player and he wanted to be in the game just like Baker and everybody else wanted to be in the game.
Don't you have an obligation to protect your players from themselves?
I do protect my players all the time. That has nothing to do with why we left them in the ball game. We still had a shot to score some points and win the ball game. It happened. It happens in football.
All right, this one weirded me out yesterday. I know that the game was, I mean, look, man, it was a 41-18 game with 6.5 minutes left between the Ravens and the Bucs last night. But the Bucs come back and they turn it into a 10-point game with 1.5 minutes left. They just recovered an onside kick, their previous opportunity. So they lose Mike Evans earlier in the game, and they're trying to go down and win. And in that, Chris Godwin, the other really good wide receiver on that team after Mike Evans already left, gets rolled up on and just a gruesome injury. I still don't know if it's a dislocation or a broken ankle, but his foot was facing the wrong direction. Shouldn't look that way. And everybody started ripping Todd Bowles apart, saying, what the hell are they still doing in the game? And my response was, they're down 2 scores with 1.5 minutes left. They still have a chance to win. Am I oversimplifying this? Am I missing something here? Look, highly improbable that you even get back and tie that game, but not impossible. And I thought that you signed up to play 60 minutes. I don't know what the issue is. Why are people tearing Todd Bowles apart today?
Why are they tearing him apart?
They're saying
confused.
It's stupid that he left his starters in the game because somebody got hurt.
No, they're stupid.
That's what I think.
Yeah, they're stupid.
Like, I really don't get what the big issue was.
They're saying he's stupid. I'm saying they're stupid. So who's stupid?
I don't think you are. I don't think so. Again, highly improbable that you come back and win that game. But look, we saw what Sean Payton did. Was it 2 weeks ago where you're down 2 scores, you get in a field goal range, kick a field goal, try and get an onside, leave a Hail Mary attempt, that sort of thing? Like, I don't understand what you're supposed to do here. Because let me ask you this, Moj. If Todd Bowles, with 1.5 minutes left, down 10, told Baker to take a knee, would you rip him apart for that? Yeah, I think you would.
100%. Yeah, it's one of those.
Now Mosier's stupid.
Now Mosier's gone.
Yeah, he's stupid. Who else wants to be stupid this morning? We've all had a level of stupid. Let's just keep it coming.
Well, it was also stupid for Monday Night Football to run 2 different games last night and have one of them on streaming only on ESPN Plus. Didn't enjoy that very much.
Got me to watch.
Really?
Yeah. You didn't watch the second game?
No, I did watch the second game. I just was like, why? You could have just put one on ABC, the other one on ESPN.
They want you to buy the stream. I mean,
yeah.
You see how television works, right? They want you to pay for the stream.
No, I had it already. I had it already. Which the end of that game was a little wonky too, but just the last couple things on this. Yeah, if Sean Payton's in the same position, and God forbid that happens to a player that you really like on offense, Cortland Sutton, whatever, I'm not going to blame Sean Payton for trying to win a football game.
You know, we had a similar debate. Remember when Jamal ripped his knee and people blame Malone? Yep. I mean, come on. Guys get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Guys get hurt. Now, there are instances where starters have no business being out there.
Sure.
I get it.
That wasn't one of them, though, last night.
Exactly. You're showing comeback opportunity. You actually are coming back.
I mean, what would you compare that to in basketball? You're down 10 with 1.5 minutes left, no timeouts. Is that like being down
20?
Being down 20 with 3 minutes left or something?
Yeah. More than that.
Yeah.
More than that. We've seen ridiculous comebacks before.
Right.
The 3-ball changes things.
But I'm just like, yeah, you try to win. And it sucks that your guy got hurt, and especially on top of the Mike Evans injury, like, not ideal.
God, the Mike Evans one, did you watch that in real time?
So I did. What happened exactly? Because he had the ball, came down, and just started grabbing his hamstring.
Ripped his hamstring. You could see that last stride that he took. He contacted the DB. They sort of slammed into each other, and then he reached for his right hamstring as soon as he dropped the ball.
He had something going into that game,
Hamstring.
too. Was it a hammy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it sucks.
Oh, he
Had that-
ripped it
sucks.
right off the bone.
Hey, man, you're going to go with a couple of minutes to go in that game and say, hey, Chris, you're going to sit down. They'd be like, what are you talking about? No, man, listen, we're not going to win this game anyway. Why don't you come over here and just stand by me on the sideline and we'll play tickle fight. Are you kidding me? That wide receiver would lose his mind. Everybody would be losing their mind. He's a football player. You play football. It's a rough game. Guys are going to get injured. I can't understand why that would be any sort of controversy whatsoever to anybody in the league. Anybody. Now, again, if it's 50-3, even then, you play. You're professionals. You play.
I would say
it's
this
a tough
Moshe.
game.
If they're
it's a
down,
tough game.
If they're down 3 scores, if that's a 17-point game and there's a minute and a half left, then yeah, probably shut it down. Okay, you aren't going to get 2 onside kicks in the span and 3 scores in the span of a minute and a half. Fine.
I'll tell you what. How about the Avs are down 5-1 with 5 minutes to go in the third, and you tell Nathan McKinnon he's not getting another shift.
Good luck with that.
I mean,
You play to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, you tell him that, hey, man, now you just sit here by me. I don't want you to get hurt. He probably break his stick, and these
Over
guys
your
want
face.
to play. Yeah, listen, Bowles is correct. Todd Bowles is absolutely right. He shouldn't be questioned about this whatsoever. It sucks big time.
Let me address something real quick because I've seen people text this in. I saw this last night. This whole myth, I don't know who the moron was on Twitter that said this last night. They couldn't attempt another onside kick. Guys, if you're down in the fourth quarter, you can kick an onside whenever you want to. There's no limit to this. As long as you're down in the fourth quarter, you can kick an onside.
It's not a conversation if a guy doesn't get hurt. We're having a conversation because a guy got hurt. But you know what? Guys get hurt when you're up by 20 and down by 20. Guys get hurt. That's football.
By the way, the beginning of that game looked like the Bucs were going to boat race the Ravens. They sacked like Lamar 3 times in the first couple of drives. They had that quick touchdown drive, another scoring drive, and then it was just nothing for 3 quarters.
Then King Henry got it going, Lamar got it going, and it was over.
You know what? When Derrick Henry, he's a 30-year-old behemoth. When he catches a seam, how is he still the fastest person on the field at that size and that age?
I don't know.
How does he break? You never see running backs break away from people on a huge run. And he does that still.
But listen to you, man. And I know that he has mileage on his body. I know it's the NFL. But the dude's 30 years old. And you're acting like he should be put out to pasture. I mean, maybe because he's been around forever and because we've seen him throw guys into the crust of the earth for what is seemingly, 2 decades. He's only 30, man.
Okay. All right. Let's play the game, Moshe. Give me another 30-year-old running back right now, off the top of your head. Go.
Another 30-year-old running back?
30-year-old running back right now.
Your mom.
Ezekiel Elliott.
How does he look?
Yeah.
Old as hell, doesn't he?
Washed.
Yeah, he looks like crap. You're right.
How
but
about
Derrick
Austin
Henry's
Eckler? Old
Henry's
as hell.
Derrick Henry's a special specimen, man. He's a special unit. I mean, the guy had 170 yards rushing last night on what? How many carries did he have? Like 15, 16?
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, the guy's a special player. Again, I know that Tennessee, they're in a rebuild mode, but how you ever got rid of him blows my mind.
I did
Absolutely
enjoy
blows me away.
watching the Cardinals beat the Chargers in the nightcap.
That's big for the Broncos.
I
by the
enjoyed
way.
it. I enjoyed watching that transpire.
What did you think about the end of that game?
The no call flag they picked up.
I was thinking more the helmet-to-helmet call on Marvin Harrison that gave him 15 towards the end. Felt a really ticky-tack for the moment.
For the most part, because we couldn't see it until they showed it again. It was stupid of the defender to do that. There was no reason to do that.
Yeah.
So it was ill-advised. It was ticky-tack. So was the flag on the non-catchable ball. Here's 2 ways to look at that non-catchable ball. It's non-catchable because the defensive back held him.
Yeah. Non-catchable to me is you threw that thing like 3 rows up in the stands.
Yeah, it's non-catchable because the dude wasn't able to do his start and stop, his turn and go.
Right.
So I see both sides of it. That's what Harbaugh was all ticked off about. But overall, great result for the Broncos because the Chargers lose a game.
Yeah, I said that yesterday the Broncos were in a playoff spot. That actually wasn't true because the Chargers had the spot ahead of them. But with the loss, now they're back in that 7th seed in the AFC. It was a huge win because, hey, Cardinals win. Anybody in the NFC? Good. Good. Continue. Keep that up. But, yeah, that loss for the Chargers thrust them a spot higher.
You know what? We complain so often here about, well, Bo doesn't have anything to work with. There's no talent, right? Chargers, offensively?
Yeah.
Oh, my
rough.
God.
That's rough.
I mean, even the announcers last night said it. Dan Orlovsky said it. They got to go get somebody.
They got a good rushing game for the most part. But, yeah, nothing on the outside.
I mean, outside of Ladd McConkey, who's a rookie, what do they have?
He does look pretty good,
He does
though.
look great.
Yeah, but here's the problem with him. His parents named him Ladd.
Yeah, that is a problem.
2
I
Ds.
agree.
You know, Ladd with 2 Ds. L-A-D-D.
100% agree
I'm
with you on that.
Ladd.
I'm not sure
I'm
what we're
Ladd.
doing there.
I am Ladd McConkey.
Where are we going
Okay,
with that?
well,
Have you ever
good
heard
for
anybody
you.
named
Yeah.
Ladd? Has that name ever come up before?
No.
Hey, Ladd.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're in England, you say, what a good little lad, right? Anyway, but number 2, Herbert throws for 350, but no touches. And he would have had a touch if Rager hangs on to the football at the 1
That was a crazy
yard
play.
line.
Crazy play. There was some crazy plays in that game.
Can
He
somebody
caught
explain that, by the way?
He caught that pass. He caught that pass. It gets punched out at the 1, goes into the end zone, fine. He never caught another pass the rest of the night. Never, ever, ever, ever.
Herbert finally has a Herbert game. 300-plus yards, ripping the ball everywhere. And they can't score. Herbert throws for 150 yards, and they win football games. I can't figure that out at all.
Ball control.
I can't figure it out.
You know, that play that we're referencing, though, Rager fumbled the ball. Do you understand how close, how razor thin that was from just going out of bounds?
Yeah.
And the Chargers have the ball on the 5 or 3 yard line. Instead, he stays in bounds. The ball bounces off his foot through the end zone. The defender catches it, falls out of the end zone, touchback.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was crazy.
It was crazy.
Wait, Nelly, we don't got to play it, but isn't Rager the guy that Paul Allen had the that YouTube cut up with from that one game where he just kept yelling, "Get him off the field" when he was in Minnesota? It's like, what is he still doing on the field? Get him off. He's terrible.
Yes, that was him. That was Jalen Rager's punt fumble. Wow, easy for me to say punt fumble when he said it was freaking unacceptable. And then that was just the tip of the iceberg with PA.
So just a couple more minutes here. I read this story yesterday, and I'm trying to figure out what this is. This sounds like a job from 150 years ago. And I'm sure people are doing this now, but I want to know what goes into this. So, speaking of Minnesota, they lose to Detroit on a last-second field goal. The kicker for Detroit was a guy who played in the, what is it called now? The XFL league, the USFL, right?
UFL.
UFL.
United
Yes.
Football League, right? Yeah.
So he played in that league before this NFL season. So they did an interview with him after the game, and he said, "I just can't believe I'm here. A year and a half ago, I thought my career was done. I was working as a brick salesman," he said.
What?
What is a brick salesman?
You know, there aren't enough good brick homes anymore. Let me start
I do
there.
like some good brick.
Good brick homes. If you want
Yeah.
to see good brick homes, go to North Denver.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure Fetty Wap's in jail for being a brick salesman.
Yeah, those are different kinds of bricks.
Oh, not those bricks. Yeah, Rick Ross is a brick salesman, I think.
I like a nice little exposed brick wall in a house. Looks nice. But what does that mean, a brick sales? Are you selling different types of bricks? Are you trying to get people just to buy bricks, period? What is this?
You want this brick of Coke?
No, I know what that brick salesman is. I don't think that's what he was doing. He certainly did not have the body type for the intimidation factor. But do you go door to door trying to sell bricks to people?
I don't know how
do
that
you
works.
do this?
I'm not sure exactly how that works anymore. I think you're selling to developers, to construction foreman to architecture. I don't know. Like if somebody came to my door and said, "Do you want to buy this brick?" I'm not sure. What do you want me to do with it?
Like, Moj, I understand wood. There's different. This is oak. This is ash. I understand that. To my knowledge, there's only one brick, right? Might be different colors.
Yeah, not all bricks are created equal, Kaner. I mean, I think when this is why some of these brick buildings, stand for, 100 years or more, that kind of thing.
Because you can't huff and puff and blow them down.
I think they used to make them different. Now they feel like pumice stone. They feel like all light and airy and all that kind of crap. It doesn't feel like a good, solid brick anymore. Maybe that's just my perception. And you know what else we're missing nowadays? I miss a good chimney sweep, to be honest with you.
Yeah?
I miss
Just a guy covered in soot?
Yeah, I miss me a good chimney sweep because the fireplace in my house, you know what it is? Just gas, bro. Just a fake log in there, right? You turn it on, it's just a fake flame. You might as well just turn your stove on in your kitchen and go, hoo, there's no real chimney. It just goes out a little hole in the wall. So I miss a good chimney. Yeah, I miss a good Mary Poppins type dude. He's got the brush and he's going up and down that chimney, man, cleaning that son of a gun out. Yeah, I like that.
Hey, you want to buy this brick?
Texture says, you guys are ridiculous. When a builder goes to build a house with the brick, he calls a brick salesman. Also, tons of sizes and colors and textures to a brick. Okay.
Yeah, he sells them to home builders, again, developers, people who are developing. He doesn't go door to door. He doesn't go to Brett Kane's house with a yellow and red brick.
I don't know. I didn't know what the job was. That's why I was asking. I just thought if you were a builder and you were making something out of brick, you just said, all right, let's go get what do you need to sell me on? I need bricks. Do you have bricks? There's no need to sell me.
Can I ask you a fundamental question? Mojin, this applies to you too. And I think every kid should do this at some point in your life. You ever sold anything? You ever been a salesman? I think it's fundamental for anyone moving forward on just life, business. You ever sold anything in your life?
Do we kind of sell our show every day?
No, sold something. Door to door. Door to door.
I used to, when I was a kid, I used to do the magazine stuff for my school fundraiser, whatever.
So you have to have a shtick. You had to sell something.
Yep.
Did you find that constructive?
No,
Did you learn anything?
I hated it. I felt like I was imposing on people.
Okay, did you ever sell anything? Maybe like sit in front of the grocery store. People come by, you sell something. Sit in front of a Safeway.
No.
I think everybody should do that. I think you should sell something. See how hard it really is.
Oh, I know it's hard.
It's hard. It's difficult.
Ask our salespeople here.
They have to sell you?
All right. You know what, Vic? I'll take your advice. I'll go sell some bricks today. I'm going to go to the Home Depot. I'm going to buy 2 bricks. I'm going to try and sell them to people in the parking lot.
$100 each.
You know what I also miss is a good, brick in a comedy. Remember in, Home Alone, you throw the brick from the top of the house. It hits Marv right in the forehead. Need more of those.
Well, it's easy to throw a brick. You can't throw, a piece of hardwood or side panel. What are you going to throw?
You asked Kevin McAllister. He found a whole bunch of things to throw at those people. Invaded his house. 303-504-0925. Back after this. That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero. And Tulatero is the favorite lottery app of many. You can play all of your favorite Colorado Lotto games right there on the app, whether it's Powerball, Mega Millions, Lucky for Life. They're all available. And if you download the app, use my code MAGIC at checkout, you get a free credit to play in your first lottery game. And today is the Mega Millions, $205 million up for grabs. So download the Tulatero app, use my code MAGIC, and try and get your hands on some of that $205 million with that free credit if you use the code MAGIC. So download the Tulatero app, Tulotero. Use that code MAGIC and enter into the Mega Millions drawing tonight. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Rick Ross selling them bricks. Version of bricks. What'd you tell me, by the way, in the break, Vic? You told me an existential question or something like that?
I have a great question to ask each of our listeners listening today on Altitude 92.5, also online. How the hell do you listen online anymore?
You can just go to the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
The NBA tips off tonight in earnest. National games aplenty, 2 back-to-back. The first one will feature a game. What's the first game? I know the second game. The first game is
New York and
the Knicks and the Celtics.
Yeah.
The new look Knicks and the Celtics trying to repeat. All right, whatever. Great game. The second game, Minnesota Timberwolves at L.A. You know our thoughts on the Lakers. Don't need to tell you anything else there. You also know our thoughts about the T-Wolves and what they did to Denver in Game 7. Who are you pulling for tonight? T-Wolves or Lakers?
Don't care. Is that an answer? Vic, you can't. You know what? Ask me tomorrow when I'm in the middle of the game. I literally cannot root for either team.
I'm not going to ask you. I'll ask our loyal texters, twitchers, those of you who are honest out there. See, you people are more honest than my co-hosts. Who are you pulling for tonight? The Lakers or the T-Wolves? I'm just curious. Does the long-running hate for the Lakers, does that qualify as more hate than the newfound hate of the T-Wolves? Because I hate both.
Getting nailed by the king.
Moshe, I'll let you answer the question. Who are you pulling for tonight, Lakers or T-Wolves?
I'm going to pull for the Lakers because I don't worry about them as much. I'd rather deal the Minnesota Timberwolves inside the division a loss.
Good answer. Good answer.
Now let me say this.
You know, it's funny you said that. I felt funny feeling the same way. I was like, wait a minute, what am I doing? What's wrong with my body? And then you put it so perfectly. Yeah, you pull for the team that you know at the end of the day, you own them anyway. You own them. Yeah. What do you care?
I won't like it. But I'll do it. At the same time, hey, man, I'm watching ESPN, and, of course, they're all Lakered out and everything, and they show LeBron and they show Bronny, and it says heir to the throne. And I'm like, man, more I think about it, when I watch Gillespie tear him up in preseason, talking about Bronny James, and I hate it, I think his old man has put him in such a terrible, terrible position. The guy is not an NBA player at all. This is all about LeBron's ego and nepotism, and I think Bronny knows it. I think everybody knows it.
Well, who's
it's
the
really
dummy
sad.
who wrote that headline? It's the headline writer. Who wrote the headline, heir to the throne?
Somebody at ESPN.
Do you watch basketball?
It's just sad. It really is, man. I cannot believe that he put his kid in this kind of situation. To me, this is he probably thinks he's being a good parent. I think he's being a bad parent. I think that this is unfair to the kid because he's not going to play, and if he does, he's going to be exposed with where he is right now.
You know how some dudes have trophy wives? He's got a trophy kid. He's using his kid as a trophy. He is.
Yeah.
You may think I'm talking out of my you know what, but he is. This is his trophy, his personal medallion that he's going to show the world. And then
Brett, it may sound harsh to say that because everything I've seen about Bronny, I like him. All of his interviews and everything, he's a well-put-together young man.
Given the circumstances, yes.
Absolutely. He's a well-put-together kid, I think anyway. But he's not ready for the NBA, and he shouldn't be in the NBA. What he should be doing is playing in the G League and getting experience. Yeah. That's what he should be doing. But his old man's ego will not allow that to happen.
He's treating his kid like one of his exotic cars or something. Hey, check this out.
Exactly.
That's what he's doing. He may not think he's doing that. He may think this is born out of love. It's not. It's born out of ego. I see you pondering. Well, but trust me, I have a boy of similar age. And I'm trying to think. That would be like me bringing my kid who's not ready to do talk radio and saying, let's go. You're on tonight.
No, you're right. No, the only thing I was going to say was, I've mentioned this before about him in particular. Look, when you grow up in a castle, there's a lot worse things that you could be than some sort of trophy for your dad to hang around the NBA. Like, I don't think anybody would bat an eyelash if this guy's doing coke on the Amalfi Coast with, some hookers, right? Given how his lifestyle.
Jesus.
I'm just saying, Moj, like, you want to talk about a trust fund kid. His dad's a billionaire.
Understood, but my goodness gracious, you went.
You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Like, he very easily could have been a kid who didn't aspire to do anything other than just live off of what was given to him. And you know what? He's worked hard. There's no doubt about that. He's just, he doesn't seem very good. But I will say this. I will think tonight, don't care how you guys receive this information. It's how I feel. I will think tonight, I bet you he gets at least a couple of minutes. He's going to step on the floor with his dad, and I think it's going to be a really cool moment.
It will be cool.
And then he's going to be bad, and then people will make fun of him, which is also fair.
It will
totally
be cool.
fine.
Listen, we're not taking away from the moment. It is cool, especially when you see the old photos of the kid in his arms and he's an infant. Yeah, great. Then what?
Well, then basketball
yeah,
starts.
Then what?
Then basketball
all right, so
starts.
LeBron, what happens when you retire? Then what? Where's this kid go?
And it's really like, you guys, you can't really say there's anything similar to, well, for the people who are like, oh, yeah, well, Griffey played with his dad. Well, Griffey Jr. was better than his dad
Griffey was better than his dad.
Yeah.
Barry Bonds was better than Bobby Bonds.
Right. Yes.
Okay? These guys are better.
Now,
and what didn't happen, Ken Griffey, what he didn't do is he didn't manipulate the Seattle Mariners into drafting his kid and forcing his kid into the lineup. His kid worked his way into the lineup and then hit bombs is what happened.
Can I ask something? Hang on, Moshe.
It's just very distasteful to me. I feel bad for him. I just think he's going to face a lot of abuse, and because he can't play at this level, and it doesn't have to be that way.
Which one?
I mean, listen, if he wants it, that's fine. If he wants it, great. Good for the family. But I think it's wrong.
Which one of these is a worse example of? I'll put them both in the realm of nepotism. Okay. And as we know, Vic, you watched the whatever that show's called, the basketball show on
Starting
Netflix.
Five.
You watched it.
Yeah.
Rich Paul made it clear LeBron does not have decision-making power within the Lakers.
Sure.
I mean, of course not.
Of course not.
Which one of these is a worse example of nepotism? Is it LeBron playing with his son, whose son is still he's a talented player, probably not NBA caliber?
Uh-huh.
Or is it hiring of his friend who's never coached before to be the coach of the most prestigious basketball team in the world?
No, we've seen that before. We've seen guys come off the street and coach, especially the guys that were in broadcasting. Hell, Steve Kerr did it. We've seen that before. That's not new.
Okay, how about this? You have to call it right now without seeing a lot of Bronny James play. Will Bronny James's career be better than Thanasis Antetokounmpo?
No.
Because he can't play.
No, he cannot.
Thanasis is like a joke.
Yeah, nor can his other brother.
Yeah.
At one point they had both brothers on the team.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about nepotism.
Yes.
But I want to ask, though, how will it look tonight with Bronny and Bron? Will they start the game with both of them?
No, they aren't going to put him in the starting lineup. Come on, dude. They can't do that.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
They can't do that.
Well,
no.
how will it look?
I bet you it gets maybe the last couple of minutes of the first half, Bronny comes in, or midway through the second quarter. Maybe end of the game, that sort of thing.
I only wish the Nuggets were involved, because if you go back to last year, every time the Lakers had some milestone achievement night, remember, Kobe night, the Nuggets were there, ruined the party. LeBron eclipsing 40,000 points, the Nuggets were there, beat them. Every time the Lakers celebrated something, the Nuggets beat them. It was hilarious.
Picture says Thanasis is a brick seller. Yeah, he is. Quite a few of those getting tossed up.
But I'm curious. I'm curious to see how it looks tonight, how they sell it, where it goes from here, and who you want to win. And I agree with most of our texters. I am pulling for the LA Lakers because the Lakers are not a threat.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Vic. You can pull for the Lakers. If the Lakers are getting smoked by 30 points, you're going to laugh at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. No matter what, I get to take some joy out of somebody in pain tonight. Texture says, what if Joker had a son? I bet we'd accept him all day.
Joker wouldn't do this.
Wouldn't do this.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm being honest.
Joker wouldn't do this.
I'm being honest, though. I know he wouldn't, Vic. But if Joker did, and he said, the only way that I continue to play basketball is if you put my son on the team, I'd be like, okay, then put him at the end of the bench. Put him at the end of the bench and keep him on there. Don't care.
Joker wouldn't do it.
Of course not. What if he asked for his daughter? His daughter to come in and do it.
One of his horses on the team.
Yes, exactly. Oh, you know what? Set a good pick. Probably a moving violation, but good pick.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, you want the Lakers to win.
Can you imagine this pick, by the way, one of these? Just one of those horse kicks? Come on, man.
Hey, Moj, thanks for sending me that piece of video that we're going to play when we come back. because I immediately posted it on X when you sent it to the group chat last night.
I realized that. Lee said it to me.
Yeah.
And I said, and then I thought, okay, I talked about it during the show.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you guys. And then you immediately post it without any authorization whatsoever.
None. I think I did that because I think it's one of the funniest. It was like a Three's
What do you mean
Company.
no authorization? That was on the air.
Yeah, you talked about it on the air, and you put it on the air. This wasn't like a private conversation. I could have easily gone back to my DVR and done it.
Yeah.
You just saved me the time. You can't. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't need to get your approval to post that.
Of something that was aired?
Something you did and said. If you don't know what we're talking about, we'll talk about it next.
What I just said about Bronny, by the way, you're not allowed to post that. How's that sound?
Oh, really?
Yeah, not allowed.
Sorry.
Back after this. All right, before we get to this audio that you want to play, Vic, just some news here from Ian Rappaport. So that if you watched what happened to Chris Godwin at the end of that Tampa Bay game, there's one quick shot. They said they weren't going to show the replay. The reason why is because one foot was facing down, the other foot was facing up.
That
It's
ain't
pretty
good.
nasty. So it's a dislocated ankle. He had surgery, and he's going to be out for the rest of the year. They expect him to make a full recovery heading into next season. The issue for him is he's a free agent after this year.
Bro, that happened to my kid. We were playing basketball at the old Coliseum. They had a pickup game before the grade 8, and we play every year. He goes up for a shot, comes down. One foot is hanging this way. The other one's going that way. And it was disgusting. You know what happened? They just twisted it back into place.
I guess that can't happen with this one.
This seems a little bit more egregious than that.
I still remember when Tony Finau had that hole-in-one. He backpedaled down the
remember
tee
that?
box, knocked it out, and with the next step, popped it back in.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to my kid. Just, snapped it back in.
And then he finished the round, right? That's crazy.
Do you remember Robin Ventura?
Yes.
When his foot went the wrong way?
Yes. Jason Kendall?
That's not a pop it back in situation.
You know,
that's a hey, let's cut it open and put it back together.
Hey, that's one of the boys in my game. You give me a good Jason Kendall reference.
Mm-hmm.
Who didn't love Jason Kendall? All defense behind the plate.
You ever,
good player.
You ever
Good
knocked
catcher.
your finger out of place?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just
Still
pulled
is.
pulled it back in?
Yep.
This finger right here is still bent from football. It's still not straight.
That's been in some weird places. Anyway.
So some audio here.
How would you know where that finger's been?
2 knuckles deep, right up here, dude. Right up in that
Sicko.
nasal
Hey, what's
cavity.
with quarterbacks picking their noses on national television?
It's a lot now. It's getting pretty crazy. Because it started with Gardner Minshew. Then it was
Aaron
Aaron
Rodgers did it.
Yeah, it's got to stop. So, Mose, you brought up a story about you said there was a video of a woman in an Avs shirt at the end of that game a couple days ago.
Why don't you describe to the fans what I sent to you?
All right.
I am.
So there's a couple Avalanche fans. One of the young ladies. One of the young ladies goes to the Zin. Pulls out a can of Zin. Do you have a can of Zin to reference here? Show the crowd. Zin.
What is Zin?
What is
little
Zin?
zip. Yeah.
What's that?
What is Zin?
It's a nicotine pouch.
Yeah, it's like a little lip pillow.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
It's a little lip
That's what
pillow.
it is. Yep.
Prominent among young men and especially golfers.
Mm-hmm.
So this young lady pulls out a lip pillow, a Zin, and Moj, during the course of the game, references the Zin. Mark Rycroft obviously did not see it, wasn't paying attention. He was probably drinking Mosier's backflow at the time. I don't know. Rycroft was not paying attention. He thought he said zit instead of Zin.
Yes.
And the conversation
Z-I-T.
went completely south. Listen to this as
we get the video too
Watch
if you're
this.
watching on Safeway on the Safeway Twitch feed or on Altitude Television. Go ahead, Nelly.
Avalanche bench still diagramming what he wants his team to do. Fresh bodies on the ice, and you see some Avalanche fans here in the building tonight.
Of course, and on that last shift, did you notice the fourth line was out there? Coach Bednar giving them a little, hey, nice work. You've earned a little extra ice tonight.
Did that gal just pop Baczynski?
I took my eyeballs off.
I think so.
Only her and Kyle Keefe got zits to pop. Kiefer had 2 huge ones on his neck recently, and he was struggling.
No. Little zin. That too for Kiefer, I suppose.
Well, okay, stop right
Here
there.
is
What
Nathan
was
McKinnon.
funny about it is that Rycroft didn't know what the hell was going on. He just starts laughing.
Yes. Does he knows what a Zin is, correct?
Did you go
He
back?
knows. Yes, he knows what a Zin is.
All right, so did you go back in commercial break and say, dude, I wasn't talking about zits?
Well, after the game, I did because that was right toward the end of the game, and I had to get downstairs to the dressing room. But yes, I went back and said, "Dude, do you even know what I said?" He's like, "What?" I'm like, "No," because he was not looking at. Yesterday, I speculated. We talked about it yesterday as well. He was not looking at his monitor. He was looking. He was in his papers over here to the right. He's doing something.
Sure.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
He's not seeing what you're seeing.
That is correct. He had no idea what I was referencing. He's just like.
Did that gal
That's
just
it.
pop Baczynski?
Well, now I need to know.
I took my eyeballs off.
I think so.
Only her and Kyle Keefe got zits to pop. Kiefer had 2 huge ones on his neck recently.
I mean, hold on a second. Think about this. Does Riker think that Mark Mosier would isolate a poor young girl in the crowd and say, "Hey, look
Just
at those
popping
zits."
zits. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the truth is, Kiefer he had one right here, and the problem was he wouldn't put makeup on it because it was going to touch his collar and rub the makeup off on his collar because it was like Mount Krakatoa. It was that big. Then the other problem is, another one came up right next to it, and it's like he had this big boil. Almost like a boil on his neck. I mean, they were pronounced.
You know what really bothers me about that clip? Can you go to like the last 10 seconds, please, Nelly? 10 seconds, that clip, please, one more time.
Why?
I think so.
Only her and Kyle Keefe got zits to pop. Kiefer had 2 huge ones on his neck recently.
Wait for
and he was
it.
struggling.
I'm not. No. Little zit. Not 2 for Kiefer, I suppose. Here is Nathan McKinnon.
All right, Moj, that was the span of 10 seconds, okay? I want you to understand something. How is it possible that you were able to exit that story and transition right back to business that quickly during your TV job?
You can never
but
do it
it's
here.
When I have to do that to you, I can't get you off a topic for like 3 minutes. Like somehow you're playing the Brett Kane role to Mark Rycroft's Mosier role, and you move on that quickly. But whenever I try and do that to you, it takes forever for us to leave something.
You got in and got out like a pro.
Why is that? Explain that to me.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's a very good, like, internal question, right?
A bigger question now for me. We need to know
it's interesting there.
We need to know if Keefe popped both zits.
Get him on the phone.
Nelly, can we get Keefe on the phone?
Call him up. Find out. Yeah, I mean, you have his number, right, Nelly?
Yeah. I mean,
give him a call.
I feel bad that the poor
He's probably listening. I mean, he usually listens to the program.
Poor guy
so
was
we'll see.
dragged into a conversation during a game that had nothing to do with
humiliated your friend for no reason.
All
I
over
didn't.
Zin.
I didn't. By the way, Kiefer, I think Kiefer's on Zin as well. So, I mean, both applied. I think he's a Zin dude and a Zit dude. I think he does both.
Zin and Zit.
Yeah, he's got a little twofer going on.
What is this deal, by the way?
Let's hope he doesn't answer the phone like Riker does with a MF immediately. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. I mean, Riker did do that once, which is an insane move. Hey, can you hear me is what he said. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, Kiefer, you're on the air. How's your zits?
Oh, God.
You're on the air.
I'm going to kill him.
Let me ask you.
Do you know what it's like to be sitting there as a professional and a man and watching TV and hear, well, yeah, I think I saw Zen too, but did you see Kiefer's zits? He had 2 big zits that he couldn't even squeeze. I mean, there's human beings around the country watching this and go, who's Kiefer and what? These must have been big zits in a 2-1 hockey game for them to be talking about this.
Kiefer, you are a professional man, and I respect the fact that you are a professional man. But a bigger question is, you are over the age of 50, I believe, or nearing the age of 50. How do you still acquire such large zits?
I had a bad razor. It was a razor. They're hairs. They're not zits. And if I didn't work with a 9-year-old, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. The guy that he has the moon on the back of his head because he's pulling his hair over like Spiegel from Lord of the Rings is making fun of my 2 little baby ingrown hairs that men get when they don't change their razor.
Now, Moshe isn't innocent in this. He actually just said you had a borderline boil on the side of your neck. That's what Mosher just said.
When, now?
Yeah, right now.
Mosher's there?
Yes. Yeah.
Moj?
Yeah, buddy, I'm just chilling out. I'm just listening. I'm here in Seattle in the hotel just chilling out.
Why don't you tell him about some of the pictures you sent me last night?
Okay. Now we're on to something.
What happened there?
Oh, Reichs. No, Reichs was in one. Absolute piece of work. Kiefer, but you saw what I saw. I mean, the gal, she's sitting there in the middle, right? And she's got her lip pillow going on. She's stuffing it in there. I'm like, right on. That's little Zinski. And then he just goes off. He goes off the deep end on the other side.
I will say this. Riker called me and he was like, "Look, is that too crazy?" Da da da. I said, first of all, I don't take offense to it. I don't care. I go, this is what makes us different. I love the stories from Moj. I love the stories from you guys. It just makes it different. So I don't care. You can make fun of any part of my body. I love it.
Well, we often do. Let me ask you from a sports standpoint, how relieved are you to see the Avs get off the proverbial schneid, win 2 in a row, and win the way? Now we feel normal again. And I know it hurt you deeply the first few games of that season. How do you feel now?
Quincy said to me, "It seems like something's changed with Dad." That's what she said to Dana. Like, I can breathe now. I can be a normal human being. I'm not going to lie. I was considering taking up track and field and just running off the end of the earth after the first 4 games.
Yeah.
Not good. So, yeah, we're back, baby.
Do you partake in the Zins?
I have one in right now.
Of course he does.
Okay. Do you partake while you're on the air?
You're breaking up.
Yeah, he does. Are you a 3?
I got one in right now, Kiefer. It's fine.
No, here's the better question for Zin users, because I'm a Zinner. Are you 3, 6, or 9?
3.
Yeah,
no,
me
that's
too.
the only way to go. 3.
I don't know how these guys do multiple 6s and 9s. You guys are freaking insane.
Well, it's heartburn, it's diarrhea. You can't have anything more than 3. Did you see Baker? Have you guys talked about Baker? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
No, what did he do?
Yeah, Baker threw one in the middle of the game last night.
He did?
On the sideline, yeah.
Of course.
I don't know. Now, I don't know if he went out on the field with it, but he certainly put one in on the bench.
Oh, yeah, he did. Do you know how many times I've woken up at 8 a.m. and gone, why does my mouth taste so minty?
I've been guilty.
You know, there is medical proof that excessive Zin use leads to zits, especially on the neck. So take care of that, please.
Okay, well, now I'm going to turn on the radio and listen to you guys. I forgot how wonderful I need to start my mornings.
Goodbye.
Bye, Keith. There you go. Kiefer joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident needing Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com.
I mean, poor guy. He's an innocent bystander. He's just catching strays for no reason.
You still get zits? I'll occasionally get a zit, and I'll go, what is going on? I'm 55 years old.
Occasionally I will, yeah. You know what? Honestly, like on my head, like when I wear a hat too much, like golfing, like right there.
Right in the back? Yeah.
Dude, down like at the hairline.
Yeah,
what
right there.
are those?
Yeah.
I get those.
What is that? I thought I had a tumor.
What?
I know exactly
seriously,
what you speak
what
of.
are those, though? Because
Well,
that
it's
is bothersome.
It's dirty, sweaty hat head on the golf course, and it clogs your pores. It's gross. It really is disgusting.
The ones that cause the most pain are the ones in the nostril.
Oh, yeah. Those are – I don't get those very often, but every once in a while you get those like tucked in here.
Oh, my God.
Yep. By the way, Vic, where do you find 9 milligram Zins at?
From Sweden. My buddy brought back 9s, said try these. I tried one, almost died.
Yeah,
They have
it'll
9s
knock
in
you.
Sweden?
It'll
Oh, God,
knock.
yeah.
It'll knock you. It'll knock. Dude, Sweden.
They start at 9 in Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden, dude, they are off the rails. I mean, it's heavy duty. There was one time I was riding my motorcycle in France, and I ran out of Chusky, and I had to stop and get this stuff, and it was from Sweden, and it was more like a little paste, and I put just a little bit in, and I swear to God, I thought I was going to crash. I mean, it was hardcore. It will nick you out, dude. It's
Shout
the
out.
Swedes
Gabe
don't mess.
Landeskog.
The Swedes do not mess around. They don't.
303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. So tonight, Avs and Kraken, 6:30 puck drop, 6 o'clock pregame. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Got the opener to the NBA season. A lot to get to. Stick around.
Here's where you want to go, sthmotors.com. That's Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, sthmotors.com. Why? They've got over 1,000 cars and trucks right now, including new, certified pre-owned, and used cars. Listen, here's what you're going to do. You're going to get there, and you're going to get yourself a new rig before the snow flies, because you don't want to be caught this winter in that old broken-down rig. Not at all. And right now, on the year-end clearance, you've got all trade allowance, top dollar, or at above KBB. That's the Kelly Blue Book value. They're going to hook you up, and they're going to take care of you. So get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth and Broomfield, or go online at sthmotors.com and see their unbelievable selection. Family owned. That's important to me. It should be important to you. They do it right. Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Winter is coming. Your old cars should go out the door, and the new ones should be there.
So another big story yesterday. It was not approved, but a move was made for the Miami Dolphins. They took Tua off IR, designated to return. Tua had a press conference yesterday talking about that, and he said,
Well, how much risk did we take when we get up in the morning to go drive to work? Get into a car crash maybe? I don't know. Everything, I think, takes risk. So to answer that question, every time we all suit up, we're all taking a risk that we could potentially get hurt, whether it's a concussion, a broken bone, anything. You get up off of the bed the wrong way, you potentially could risk you spraining your ankle. There's just risk in any and everything, and I'm willing to play the odds. That's it.
So a couple things in that. First of all, I would say this in response to Tua. There's a difference between getting in your car and going to work and then being Evel Knievel for a living, which is what football is. Like, there's a much higher inherent risk in that. But here's the overall thought that I have. It's his life. He gets to choose what he wants, and I don't really understand the people that are saying, what are they doing? They can't let him do this. It's like, well, look, man, UFC guys get knocked out 20 times in their career, and we have no problem with them jumping back in the octagon, 3 months later. It's the same sort of deal. If he knows the risks, he knows what's involved, then who are we to tell him he can't?
Astronauts face risk every time they get in one of those rockets, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You want to be an astronaut or not? I mean, listen, man. You know my thoughts on this subject matter. We've talked about this before.
Yeah.
The assault on football in this country. It's heavy. It's heavy. Guy wants to play football. Now, if he were my kid, would we have a conversation? Sure. But ultimately, it's his decision to play football.
He's also had, I think, about 1,000 conversations with 1,000
Sure.
different people over the last month where his response is still, yep, I want to play. So
I'm telling you right now, for everybody that wants to kill off this sport because it's dangerous, the players want to play.
Absolutely they do, Vic.
And the players will play, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, but it's also, listen, man, if you were a skydiver and, your parachute partially failed, 4 times in a row, and you hit the ground pretty damn hard, eventually you'd say, you know what, maybe this ain't for me, man. Maybe I should just chill out a little bit. Look, he can do whatever he wants. It's his life. It's his career. Understood. But when I watched him on the field with his arms sticking out straight, it was scary to me, dude. And, he's got more bread than he'll ever need, hopefully. So, I don't know. I mean, let him do what he wants to do. But next time he gets concussed, man, there's going to be the same conversation again. And believe me, I think he's going to get concussed again because the susceptibility after the first one is even greater than it was before.
It's hard to watch as a fan when the frozen hands occur.
Yeah.
Right? Guy gets concussed, his hands freeze. It's scary. It's freaking scary to watch.
Here's the other thing, too, and I know this is a much smaller aspect of the story and less important part of the story, but if I'm part of the Dolphins front office, I don't know how to handle this. Because you really don't know. Okay, he's coming back now. Here's the thing. When I think this last month, guys, has made it very clear. The Dolphins without Tua are a really, really bad team. The Dolphins
not good at
with
all.
Tua are a pretty damn good football team. And you would think, hey, man, with the weapons they have, a couple of those running backs, A-Chain, Mostert, you got Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, you should be able to survive with a backup quarterback. They look like they can't move the football 5 yards without Tua in there. But to the football part of it, think about what you've seen over the last month. Knowing what the team is with Tua and without him, and not knowing if Tua is capable of staying in a football uniform for more than like 3 weeks at a time now. How the hell do you plan for that?
Let me ask you a question that is pure speculation, and there's no way to possibly answer this. And maybe they've had polls taken in NFL locker rooms. College players, different story. NFL players. If you polled every NFL player and said this, you have a 50-50 chance of developing CTE after your career. 50-50. You still want to play?
I think almost all of them would say yes.
Moshe, what do you think the results of that poll would be?
I think they would absolutely play every day. I think that the vast majority would continue to play, yes.
And that goes for all the guys that work for this radio station, that have played professional football. Ask them.
There's incredibly high-risk jobs in the world that pay a lot of money that people do because they want to make the money. I mean, I've seen those shows about the deadliest catch, okay? Pretty dangerous job you got out there. But you make a boatload of cash doing it, and so they're willing to take the risk. It's the same thing.
Those guys who, you remember our old building, and we'd just be sitting there, and all of a sudden, here comes a dude from like the 12th floor, and he's just
the window washer guy.
And those guys will do it, 50 stories up. And I'm like, that seems like a pretty scary job, man. That seems like a pretty high-risk situation, even with a harness, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. Look, he can do whatever he wants. What would I do? I probably would play. I mean, it's built into these guys. And if I was a professional football player, it'd be hard to walk away from the game if I knew I could still play the game. It'd be hard to walk away.
This is something, though, that a texter says, do the doctors who clear Tua hold any liability of what happens if he returns and gets concussed again?
Mm-hmm.
No. No.
Why would they? Why would they? They could even recommend, hey, listen, don't play the game anymore. And he's, okay, well, it's my choice. It's my decision to make, not yours.
How do you think football will look in 50 years? I don't think it's going to look nearly the same as it looks today. I think it's starting to erode at a Pop Warner youth level, and it's eroding faster than people think. Programs are folding. The old police athletic league, I used to play in that growing up, gone.
Well, those are probably out. The NFL is going to look, I think, pretty similar still.
But
or if it doesn't, Vic, then it's not going to exist. People are not going to watch flag football at the same rate.
Somebody just sent this text in, 970, says, Vic, how do you feel about Battle Mountain High School? I don't know if this is true. Somebody verify this. How do you feel about Battle Mountain High School canceling football season because 70 kids went out for golf instead? Good for golf. They better have a damn good golf team. I did not hear that story. That seems like an excessive amount of kids going out for golf. But if that's the case, that's the case. That's where we are, where we're going. I told you I played, that inter-hall football that I played in college? That got canceled. Yeah. They're not doing that anymore. It's gone. It's gone. It was a tradition for more than 50 years. It's gone.
So the Chasser rules mean the Huskies won't have this Battle Mountain. Junior varsity or varsity teams next year either, just from a numbers perspective, so they have joined with Eagle Valley.
The old Catholic League, when I was a kid, Holy Family had a team, presentation, gone. It's gone. Doesn't exist anymore. And this has all happened in the last 20 years. 50 years from now, where is football?
I mean, it's one of two options, Vic. It either looks similar to what it is now, or it doesn't exist anymore. There's no in between. You can look, man. If they said
but
today,
I'm giving you exact cases of leagues going away, not replaced.
No,
Done.
I understand. I still think because
you won't have a feeder system. You won't have any way to make one. How? What? Club football at the age of 10?
I don't think. I'm just telling you. I don't think that a sport that is worth billions and billions of dollars is just going to fold, and people won't want to slice the pie. I don't think that exists. It doesn't mean to your point, Vic. Maybe people will be less honed in their skills. Mm-hmm. It's still going to exist, though. It has to. It makes too much money. And somebody is going to be willing to say, yeah, I know the risks, but are you offering me a $40 million contract? Sure. I just think that's what's going to happen. By the way, Sean Payton was at the podium yesterday. And remember, on Friday, a lot of people were angry with me in particular in my tone surrounding Bo Nix because I thought the Broncos, despite beating the snot out of the Saints on Thursday, I didn't like that Bo Nix was missing open receivers. And I thought that footwork was a big issue as to why. Just some happy feet in the pocket. Sean Payton was asked about that, about Bo Nix's footwork.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful. You're not overcoaching it. There are some things he does very well out of the pocket or climbing up in the pocket. And so I think we start with the focus on timing of the route, the depth of the route, in the gun or under center, is it a 3, 5, or 7? And we work on the rhythm of the play so that his feet marry up to the depth of the route. And then, the times where he's climbing the pocket or moving in the pocket, we're pretty smart about how much we say or how much we try to fix.
So I heard that, and a couple of things hit me. Number one, I think it's pretty smart, actually. Like, you don't for a guy who can do a lot of things kind of on the move, really talented with his legs, you don't want to just drill into him every time. Hey, stay in the pocket. Do this, do this, do this.
Yeah.
He's got to be his own type of player because everybody has their own flair of what makes them good.
Yeah, whatever you do, what you don't want to do as a coach is if a guy throws the ball to the end zone in whatever formation he comes up with and the receiver drops it, you don't want to go on national television and yell at him because of some formation he mishandled earlier in that drive. You don't want to do that. You don't want to overcoach in that situation.
One thing you could say. The other one that I was
You're
thinking
being sarcastic.
about. Well, yeah, duh. The other one I was thinking about though was, did it feel like he kind of overcoached Russell last year?
Again, you don't want to yell at players for not lining up in the right formation. I mean, overcoaching is overcoaching.
Can we
Did
say
Russell
this, though?
look anything like the quarterback he was in Seattle when he was with Sean Payton, or did that look like he was coaching him into you have to do this thing?
Yeah, well, he also didn't the year before either. So let's not pretend that Russ came here as this awesome product, okay? But
well, he did come here as an awesome product. He just didn't look like that same product here. He was pretty
That's
awesome
correct.
in Seattle.
Yeah, but toward the tail end there, he wasn't. But that's beside the point. He's gone. What I'm saying, though, is when Sean Payton is talking about this, and it might not be a problem, but he recognizes that for his young quarterback, it is an issue. So for all you sycophants out there who are like, oh, he's just a rookie, you're picking on him, and all this kind of thing, let's acknowledge what the coach just acknowledged, that it's something that does have to be dealt with, okay? It may not be that big of a deal. It may not be crazy. It may not be, the end of the world or career burster or anything of that nature. But right now, I think everybody can recognize that the footwork is an issue and he needs to work on it. The coach just acknowledged it. It's not all his fault. It's also route running. It's also getting him comfortable and getting these guys to run their routes precisely and getting that timing down and the rhythm down. But it's something that the coach wants to work on and will work on, this young man, as the season goes on. Can we acknowledge that? Is that fair to say? Yeah. Okay, then let's not pretend like this is a quarterback you need to put under glass in the Smithsonian Institution so that people can pay $50 to walk by and look at him. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Let him continue to grow and let him continue to learn, and we'll see what the product is at the end of the season.
I just think it's the whole concept of coaching and overcoaching, that's a very relative term used for different reasons. That's why I sort of bristle at that notion that they don't want to overcoach, because they do overcoach in a lot of different areas.
Sure.
And in some they don't. But whatever. Hey, Dom on the text line writes in, Dom, I'm a physician. I'm about to have my first son. I will never allow my son to play football. I will put a set of clubs in his hands ASAP. But if he wants to play football, I'll tell him no. That's your choice, Dom. Listen, it's up to you. I have a couple questions for you. Did you play football, Dom? Do you watch football? Do you enjoy football? If you played football, what issues did you have with it? I grew up playing football since the age of 6. My son played football since the age of 7. He's fine. That's my choice. That's your you all have choices to make about your kids. My kid played tackle football from the age of 7. Loved it. Every game. Every time. Now, you say no. I'm just curious. Is it because you played or you enjoyed the game? I'm just curious as to why.
I played since I was 8, and I'm fine. Wouldn't you agree, Moj?
Dom, you have every right as a parent, because I understand. Listen, when my kid, we got scared. Not when he was 7, 8. They bounce off each other at that age. They really do. But once kids get to about 12, 13, and they hit puberty, and some kids grow faster than others, that's when it can get dangerous. That's when you're like, whoa, my kid's tiny. Should they be hitting the bigger kid?
Yeah.
That's when it gets dangerous.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind when a kid is big for his age and they put him with older kids in the same weight class, because I was a skinny
Malcolm
kid.
Roach, right?
Malcolm Roach played high school football as a 5th grader. Chew on that.
God. Oh, my God, that's crazy.
Chew on that.
I used to, I was a skinny kid, so I don't know that I made
You
business
were?
decisions playing.
Wait, you were?
Why?
You seem like that kid. You know what you?
Why do you do this to
You're
me?
that kid.
Why?
You're the Vanderbilt quarterback whose face is all mushed up in the helmet. That would be you.
Oh, Diego Pavia.
That's you.
And I'm not saying that I made business decisions as a kid playing tackle football.
Coward.
There were some kids who were just gigantic, right? And if I'm and I was a corner and I'd play safety and
I would have taken you out, dude.
You got
Let me read this text.
You got these kids pulling around the corner and they'd blow me up, man. And it was
Oklahoma
not fun.
drill. You and me,
They
Moj,
were gigantic.
Just torched.
Let me read this one. 7685. The sport at all levels needs to be more proactive in how it protects players. Everything we've seen at this point, equipment moving forward, has been reactive. How far are we from a death on the field? Well, I disagree. It's not been reactive because there's only so much you can do. It's a violent sport. Listen to me. To the author of that text, or put your name. You're trying to take a sport that is violent by nature and make it nonviolent and make it injury friendly. It's impossible. It's impossible. I'm moving my body as fast as I can. And a man coming toward me, moving as fast as he can, wants to put me on the ground. You're going to get injured no matter what at some point. No matter what. It's a violent game that will lead to injury no matter what. And when you decide to play football, no matter how old you are, you're going to get hurt.
Why?
Not if. You're going to get hurt.
Why do people not talk about the combat sports the same way? I'm serious. Like boxing's been around forever. And Moj, we've seen the best, the world's greatest ever boxing legends and what they look like late in career. And people don't seem to care as much as they do with football, and I don't get the difference between the two. Both sports have inherent violent risks to them that everybody understands, especially now when they get into it. I don't get
boxing is starting to. I mean, boxing has gone away from where it used to be.
People don't watch boxing because boxing has lost a little organization of boxing, right? The fact that there's too many different belts.
But that's not because of the violent nature of the sport. You'll watch somebody in a UFC octagon get head kicked into oblivion.
My question goes back to Dom. My question goes back to him. With all due respect, Dom, you're not going to let your kid play, but does that mean you're not going to let your kid watch? Are you going to watch? I'm just wondering what happens to football moving forward. Are you so disgusted by the sport, you're not going to let your kid play? So does that mean you're not interested in the sport or you're not interested in your kid playing the sport? What is it? Maybe both.
303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to. Yes, Mosier. Quickly.
As we roll on, the Rockies are in a tough spot, and they're going to be shedding some payroll. But do you know why? Do you know why they're going to be shedding payroll, even with Charlie Blackmon coming off the books?
We'll get to it in just a couple of minutes. Stick around. Hey, guess what, guys? You know what blows my mind right now? I'm looking at the Circus Sportsbook. Take a guess, just in your head. What's the odds for this weekend's game between the Broncos and the Panthers at Mile High? What is it? Did you ever think the Broncos would be a 7.5-point favorite in a football game this year? Because that's what's happening on the Circus Sportsbook right now. Over under 43.5. One of the higher totals it's been in a long time as well. You can get an early look at the NFL weekend lines on the Circus Sportsbook. College football lines, we have the World Series starting off on Friday, where you can get a look at the MLB Series prices, where the Dodgers are a slight favorite to beat the Yankees, but it's that and so much more. All available on the Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now. No better odds in the game than Circus Sports. Get on it, download the app, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Why are you dressed like you're trying to sell me bricks today?
First of all, those of you who claim that I'm promoting flag football over regular football, you couldn't be more wrong. I am the opposite of that. The opposite. I think football is dying a slow death, and I want to stop that death from happening. Things can be worked on. I think it's coached at the youth level poorly. There's some youth coaches that don't know what the hell they're doing, but hell no. I am pro-football, pro-physicality in football all the way. Number one. Number two, I'm dressed like a cafeteria worker because I'm going to put a jacket over this shirt here momentarily. I'm going to drive down to Ball Arena at 11 a.m. There's a press conference featuring the mayor, featuring some city council folks. They're going to address the new Ball Arena redevelopment plan. That entire section of Denver around Ball Arena, those parking lots.
It looks cool.
Spear Bridge comes down. There's a new plan, and it's going to take some years. And, man, when you see this thing go, it's going to be awesome.
So how quickly are they expecting, because isn't there a practice facility going in there?
A lot of things going in there.
Is that going to be one of the first things that are going to get done?
I don't know the order of business. I could just tell you it's been approved now. The skyscrapers have been approved, the bridges, all of this stuff. The zoning committees.
At the skyscraper.
Can you call them the skyscrapers when you're doing the press conference today?
We're going to have these skyscrapers today. Well, let me tell you, Moj, I just want to tell you, and I'm happy to be there emceeing this because I saw the fruition of this project from when I was a little kid. This same area where I'm going to be standing today, 40 years ago, was nothing but empty fields and train tracks. Ball Arena did not exist. That whole area did not exist. Elitch's was still in North Denver.
Are they taking out Elitch's, by the way?
Oh, I don't know the overall plans. I'm speaking out of ignorance.
Well,
there.
when I look at the footprint of what's going to be going down, Elitch's is gone.
How do you take down a theme park?
Pretty easy, really. You just take those damn rides and move them. It doesn't belong there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I never liked Elitch's where it's located from the get-go. Elitch's was a special park when it was in North Denver. It was a park. It wasn't just a grounds for rides. It was a park. So get the hell out of there.
It looks pretty awesome, and it looks like again. What I'm looking at here is like Brooklyn's is going to be gone. The old Thirsties, it's going to to be gone. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of new stuff.
Take it easy.
Easy.
Some things they should not mess with. And that was part of my appeal for
Well, you
being
know what?
there.
Maybe I'm wrong, Vic. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm looking here on the corner of Auraria Parkway. It's right there, and that's.
Yeah, do you have this,
man,
Nelly, do you have this new projected development, what it's going to look like in years?
It looks pretty badass,
listen,
though.
when it's all said and done.
It looks pretty awesome.
When it's all said and done, you and I will be dead.
Well, here's the thing, man. I was thinking, I'm looking at all these different buildings. How long is it going to take to do all this? Because I don't want to be dead. I want to see it.
If it goes on the same calendar as the interchange on Harlan and I-70, it's going to take 75 years.
Yeah.
If they go, if they go on the CDOT calendar, if it takes as long as it fixes that, it's going to be another lifetime. Now,
because this looks freaking awesome, but I want to be around to be able to see it. I want to be able to enjoy it. You know what I mean?
You'll see, look. I don't know how long the
I don't know
finished
if
product
Elitch's
is going to take.
I don't know if Elitch's is going away, but it looks like at least all their parking lot is going away.
Now,
so I don't know.
Moj, Elitch's is part of a separate development. This is the Ball Arena development. Okay, I'm talking.
I know, but I'm looking.
The Ball
I'm
Arena
looking
footprint with the parking lots. You're speaking of the River Mile development.
But I'm looking across the train tracks, and there's a bunch of buildings across the train tracks over.
You're looking at the wrong way, dude.
Elitch's.
You're looking from that vantage point. You're looking northeast.
Yeah, exactly. And look behind Ball Arena.
There you go. There's
back
a
behind Ball Arena.
Big picture that Nelly just pulled up on the Safeway Twitch feed.
I can see Mile High, and back behind Ball Arena.
Okay.
Where Elitch's parking lot is, that's all big buildings and everything. See, so tell me what I'm missing.
That whole footprint is going to. Boy, that looks really. Look at that. That looks like something out of the Jetsons, the movie.
It does actually.
Yeah, it really does.
Awesome.
It's a big
it looks
common
awesome.
area.
Again, like that picture right there, I will be so dead.
Before the grass even gets laid.
I mean, I'm looking at
man.
that. I'm frothing at the mouth. It looks so beautiful. But, I mean, what are the chances I'm around to
Scroll
see that?
back up now. Let me see that overhead picture. Yeah. So it's just, it's going to be
beautiful.
surrounded by a whole bunch of really cool stuff.
It's almost like a new downtown.
Yeah, that's
it's
the
another
feel.
arm to downtown. It's like the downtown shifting to the main downtown now there around Ball Arena.
I'm actually, you know what this got me thinking of? I thought this was going, or I don't know if this is true or not, but whenever the Walton Penner Group, as we assume, builds a new stadium,
Yeah, where's that going?
are they taking it to a place where they can do that?
Leave that photo up. Leave that photo up, if you don't mind. In fact, if you have a chance, Nelly.
Because it shows Mile High still there in the background.
I want to give you a little
You
history.
can see it.
But you couldn't get the view in the same way that you would right now from Ball Arena. Like, it looks like it would be obstructed.
I want to show you how fast things are happening in Denver and how fast they have happened. Okay, so where Ball Arena is presently located, 40 years ago, hell, 30 years ago, when I was a kid, there was nothing but factories, train tracks. There was nothing there. There was no
nothing there.
development. That whole
Nope.
area was not developed. Thirsties was there, and that's it. So here's the beauty of sports. Here comes Ball Arena. Here comes Coors Field. Coors Field sparked Lodo and a development that we've never seen before.
Big
Coors
time.
Field helped build downtown. Now Ball Arena is helping build the other side of downtown. Isn't it remarkable what sports can do, not only to sports fans, but to the development and
yes.
function of a city?
Yep.
So this area, train tracks, and nothingness is now a major arm, a major vein in our city. It's crazy to see.
By the way,
But that being
Texter
said,
says, what I don't see in this model is where you're going to park 18,000 people. I think they thought of
Underground.
that. I think they've thought of that,
Underground.
guys. I don't think they did all this and like, oh, no, the parking. I think
No,
they got it.
they're going to dig, man. Hopefully they find some dinosaurs when they do too. That's going to be pretty cool.
Well,
I think they're going underground, man.
Well, we don't utilize underground enough in the city. Mose, you've been to New York. See how deep underground they build in New York?
Everything's
How deep they
everything's
go?
underground. It's weird to get like in the Lincoln Tunnel and realize you're going under the river. It's pretty crazy,
In fact,
right?
it goes back to my idea I've had from the get-go. Underground highway systems with car washes every 5 miles free.
Okay. You're losing it now.
Sure.
Vic, what I'm trying to tell you is this. I'm very excited about this.
It's a free
I think
Starbucks,
it's really
too.
I think it's really, really cool. But you can't say, hey, we're going to do this, and then I'm going to die and not be able to see it. You see what I'm saying? I mean,
no, I mean,
I
listen,
think-
this is called the future. This is the future.
Well, but how long? Like 40 years to get all these buildings? I mean, no, man. Because I can't envision something this big. There should be some questions.
Moj,
today.
they're just
what do you want,
going
next
to
week?
3D print them. It's fine.
I mean, but what do you honestly think the projection is of something like this? It's a beautiful. First of all, it has taken. I want people to understand the red tape that's involved here. All right, the red tape. Do you know how many years it's taken just to get this through city council?
Why do they call it
forever.
the red tape?
Dude, because there's tape all over the place and it's red. Do you know how much bureaucracy they had to go through just to get it approved? Just to get it on the table? Before shovels in the ground?
The phrase comes from the practice of using red tape to bind important documents in the early 16th century. And the phrase cutting through the red tape refers to the act of gaining access to a document by cutting through the red tape that secured it.
Yeah, the other selling point here, beyond just the development of real estate and buildings, is that part of this deal is the Avs and Nuggets and Ball Arena, they're here through 2050, guaranteed.
Yeah.
So any notion of moving, they're here through 2050, 25 more years,
Wait,
guaranteed.
so you're telling me this whole thing is going to take 25 years to get done?
Oh, I don't know about how long it takes to get done. I'm just saying that's part of the deal. Part of the deal is
Well, they're not leaving. They're not leaving anyway, dude. I mean, okay, good, but they're not going anywhere anyway.
Moshe, I'm just looking at my lifespan. What did John
My
Gruden
life
say?
is running out of lifespan.
Will my lifespan run parallel to this project? I don't know. I hope it does.
The real question is, if this does take like 2 decades to build, is Ball Arena going to have to be torn down and rebuilt?
Oh, I'm sure they'll make them. Listen, the Ball Arena, for as old as it is in pretty damn good shape.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Shape.
I'm just saying, but when people build new arenas, it's kind of like every 30 years is kind of what people do now.
But you look around some of the buildings in our league and in the NBA that were built around the same time as Ball Arena, like Boston, Washington, Anaheim. Man, Ball Arena kicks their butt.
Storch, you
Really
asked a
does.
great question. Is this going to go like DIA? Here's the big difference between DIA and this project. This project is private.
Private.
That means you go at your own pace. DIA is government, and it takes forever.
I
That's
cannot
the difference.
believe what a mess DIA is after all these years. What a joke. What a joke that is. I can't believe it.
303-504-0925, 9 o'clock hour next. All right, want to get to a couple things. Speaking of this song, we'll get to the Rockies in a second. But before that, we didn't discuss this at all yesterday, and I wanted to. But there was a lot going on. So there was Moshe, when you're on the road, you're delayed, and so it's offbeat.
I'm so sorry I'm delayed tonight.
World Series is Yankees-Dodgers, and we can all pull the card of like, duh. Well, it wasn't that last year because that was Rangers and D-backs. But this year, you get the two of the highest
Vomiting and all
payrolls.
that.
Two of the highest payrolls in baseball. Both of them, by the way, their payrolls are more than double the MLB average, which was $150 million this year. But I will say this. If you saw the way the Yankees game ended that got them the clincher for the ALCS, that at-bat by Juan Soto is about as good of an at-bat as you can have. It was a 10-pitch at-bat in which he finished that with a ball 450 feet to right field to take the lead.
That's patient and powerful at the same time.
And yes, it is really great to have a guy like that in a situation that you can just go out and pay for in the middle of a season. I understand, but still doesn't take away from how good that was.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, does this make it more watchable to you? Are you more interested in this World Series, or is it the same as what you felt Rangers D-backs?
Doesn't change a thing for me.
I think it's the same for
Doesn't
now. I'm a
change.
baseball guy, so it's the
Yeah.
same for me. But I'm just wondering for other people.
I will still watch because it's a sport at the highest level, a championship series. Now, will I watch with as much interest as I would if there was a Colorado team involved?
Yeah.
Of course not. But
Yeah.
no, it doesn't change. It doesn't change. It's still, this number just blew me away. This is the 42nd World Series appearance for the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
They've been to more World Series than the Rockies have been alive.
Mm-hmm. Well, Vic, and how about this? It's been 15 years since they've been there. Throw that on top of it.
The Dodgers are second most with 21, I believe. 21 appearances in the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So we're talking about two bastions of history, baseball history, arriving in the championship together. Last time they did it, when was it, Moshe? Like 1981?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Rick Monday?
Yeah, right around
Was it
there.
way,
Rick
way
Monday,
back then?
Ron Guidry.
Yeah.
all them dudes. Yeah, all them dudes.
81,
Look,
yeah.
Here's the thing, man. I am going to try, and I always do. I give it the old college try. I'm going to try to watch the World Series and get into it. I'm going to try to find some compelling stories. What I see is the two biggest markets with the two of the biggest payrolls going at it. And I'm not here to complain about the Rockies. That's a different story, and they've got their own problems. But I just think, baseball thinks it's good for baseball. I think it's bad for baseball, personally. The lack of you have smaller payroll teams that get in there and win. That's good. Yeah. But the teams that spend the most are always going to be at an advantage, and they can spend their way out of any trouble that they fall.
At the end of the day, though, Moshe, baseball cares about the numbers and the ratings, and this will.
They're going to get a lot.
Bolster
they're going to get
ratings.
a lot of ratings. Yeah, they're going to get a lot of eyeballs on this series.
I mean, the answer to this is pretty simple. You have a salary cap, you have a salary floor, and baseball could fix a lot of things very quickly by just instituting those two things. But speaking of, this from Patrick Saunders of the Denver Post. He said multiple sources confirmed to him that the Rockies will be shedding payroll this offseason because of that TV deal that they couldn't get done or had to get done through the help of the MLB and that sort of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't their own regional network. It was something put on through the league itself. Part of me understands this. Another part of me says this. Shed payroll, okay, fine. This is where, and we've said this before, the Rockies have spent money. They just haven't done it wisely. Like, they've been middle of the league in payroll for, I think, ever since I've been here, they've been middle of the league.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the problem. The problem is where you spend it. They probably wouldn't need to shed salary had somebody like a Chris Bryant albatross of a contract been on their books right now. I don't know what shedding salary means. I don't know how much cash they're talking about here that they want to get rid of, but I pretty sure a contract like that being off the books would really help, right? Especially with Charlie Blackmon's last year. He had $13 million left in the final year of his contract, but he retired, so you get that money back. That seems like plenty if you're trying to shed some salary. But here becomes a bigger sort of talking point. What happens when they get good, if they get good? What happens if 2 years from now you're talking about Brenton Doyle's in All-Star, and so is Tovar, and so is Rymack, and so is Brendan Rodgers, and Nolan Jones, and pitching staff looks good, and all that different stuff. Those guys are that caliber. And they're doing the Baltimore Orioles thing or the Kansas City Royals thing. Then what? Is this just going to be a constant reshuffling through? Because I don't see a TV contract getting put in place anytime soon.
Do you see what baseball's trying to engage in? It's actually wise, in my opinion, what they're trying to do. I don't know if you saw this, Moj. I pay close attention to this television practice, but their commissioners hoping to nationalize their television package. When I say nationalize, remove all blackouts.
That was obvious 10 years ago.
Well, why hasn't it happened then?
I don't know.
Across all sports.
I don't know.
You're protecting teams. You're protecting markets. You're protecting a lot of revenue. And until this whole RSN shift, there's a lot of teams losing a lot of money because they don't have the money that's usually flowing in from these RSNs, right? And it's going to cause short-term distress. Long-term, it'll get fixed. Long-term, in 20 years, I'm telling you, it's going to be great. 10 years, whatever. It's going to be great. But right now, the short-term, the Rockies are seeing it.
Can I ask what the issue is, why they just don't put all of this into a pot and distribute it evenly?
Revenue share it?
Yeah. Why don't they do that?
Because the Lakers make more money on their local television deal than the entire Northwest Division combined, and they don't want to share.
That is true.
Okay.
That is absolutely
That's
true.
why.
Fine. I'm pretty sure the Cowboys would do better than the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
But they make equal money off TV.
Yeah, the NFL shares.
Yeah, but and it's because they only have 17 games a year, and it's a completely different model. Completely different.
The Los Angeles Dodgers make more money on their television deal than the entire division combined.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And listen, this whole RSN thing that essentially started with us, and it was obviously it's been very, very difficult. And with the Rockies, they don't even have. They lost like what, $60 million, Vic? Was that what it is? 57, $60 million bucks. What did Patrick say?
It was a big number, and it's the kind of number that affects the way you pay players. It's going to. Now, the Rockies lessening payroll next year, does that really bother you? I mean, I embrace the youth movement. Let's go.
But what is the shedding revenue, or what is the shedding payroll? What is that? That's where I don't know yet, so I'm going to reserve judgment. But yeah, Vic, if they got rid of the Chris Bryant contract somehow, I think everybody's on board. I don't know how you would even begin to do that. But if you start saying like, yeah, we're going to shed salary because we just signed Tovar to a 7-year deal on a team-friendly deal, and we're going to get rid of him, that's where I'd be pissed.
Agreed.
That's a problem.
Agreed. But what's crazy about baseball is you have these outlier stories. You have like the Detroit Tigers with a payroll of their, what was it,
18.8.
I mean,
for the entire playoff roster.
I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Like,
You'd
I
like
think
that, wouldn't you?
The easiest solution you can do. All right, you don't want a revenue share because some teams make more money, a lot more money than others. Okay, fine. It would be healthier for the sport, but fine. Just make it a cap and a floor. I don't know what that issue would be. It doesn't mean you have to spend. Let's just cap it at $300 million. It's plenty
Players
of money.
Players union won't accept it. It's the strongest union in all of sports.
But I don't know why they wouldn't. Why wouldn't they?
Pay us less money? Sure. Let's vote on that.
I don't know if they would make less money because it would force the other teams to pay guys more. It might force like Shohei to take, I don't know, $30 million less on his overall deal. But it would certainly help the guys in the Tigers that are in the postseason, or were in the postseason, making 18.8.
I don't know how to explain it to you. You remember when the National Hockey League lost an entire season?
Mm-hmm.
It was bad, but the thing is you're going if you want to go this route in baseball, and Vic is correct, it's the strongest union in all of sports.
But hang on, Moj. When you compare it to hockey, you were talking about they were being upset. The best hockey players in the world make like $12 to $13 million a year. Shohei's getting 70.
Brett, with all due respect.
It's about not the guys at the top. What about all the guys who play for the Royals and the Tigers?
But it's also about the
entire
overall
rosters
revenue.
of players.
You're right. What I'm trying to tell you, though, dude, is that it's the strongest union. If you want to fix baseball, dude, then Rob Manfred is going to have to go scorched earth. You're going to have to.
You're going to have a protest. You're going to have a season that's lost. You're going to have it.
You're going to have to shut down. If you want a salary cap, you're going to have to shut down the league. Shut it down.
Let me try and explain this again.
And I hope you're okay with that.
What I am proposing would benefit about 80% of the players in the league.
Right.
And they're supposed to represent everybody, not just Clayton Kershaw.
Yeah. Brett, with all due respect.
That's what I don't get. What am I missing?
With all due respect.
I love you with all due respect. I'm not going to take financial advice from a guy who doesn't understand what his insurance premium is because he doesn't pay it.
What am I missing in what I'm saying? You guys haven't explained that to me yet. Is that you're negotiating with the entire CBA that includes every player in the league. I'm making a deal that would benefit most players in the league. What am I missing?
Because the short-term players, the powerful players, the ones making the big money are never going to vote for it, and they're the ones who they flex their muscle on the union.
They would get outvoted.
It's not the way it works, man. That's if your plan was so easy, it would have happened already.
I actually think the MLB likes it this way. I honestly do. I think they want Dodgers-Yankees World Series every year. I think they think it benefits them. I argue against it, but I bet you don't think Rob Manfred is psyched that this is the result he got as opposed to Rangers and D-backs? That's why I don't think he wants to do it.
He's absolutely thrilled with it.
It's getting crazy in basketball, too. The amount of top-heavy contracts in the NBA is ridiculous.
Sure.
You're either going to get paid 30, 40, 50 million a year, or you're going to make $5 million.
But do you know what the NBA also gets and why it works? Because for every, Jason Tatum that makes 60 a year, Zeke's getting 8, and he doesn't play. Like, that benefits him, too. Everybody gets to participate in that. In baseball, they don't. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's curious in baseball how many baseball players, especially at the minor league level, are just getting by.
That's what I'm saying.
Crazy to me.
And that's how I don't. And the only solution I have is that Manfred and the people in charge want the league this way, so it's Dodgers and Yankees and Cubs and Red Sox every year. I think they want it like that.
Well, I mean, if you look at the makeup of the Yankees, look at where they got most of their players. They're basically feeder markets for the Yankees. Where'd Soto come from?
A couple different places. He was with the Padres.
Where'd Giancarlo Stanton come from? When he was Mike Stanton, he played for the Marlins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at their best pitchers. Where they come? They come from feeder markets. That's what they are. That's what they've always been.
But if you have to spend a certain amount of money for a cap floor, then you have to spend that money on somebody, which would include, you would think, good players. Call me crazy. I don't know. 303-504-0925.
More importantly, do you know how much you pay for car insurance?
It's a bundle between me and my wife. Yeah, it's a bundle. So,
I
don't got the answer.
I mean, give me a ballpark. How much do you think you pay? How much do you think you pay? You have no idea.
$120 a month.
Just for your own car or for both cars?
Mine.
That's your ballpark estimate.
That's my ballpark.
It's probably more than that.
I'm a good driver.
So
Clean record. 303-504-0925. Back after this. Caller, hello.
The Vic Lombardi, Mark Mosher, and Brett Kane show?
Yes, this is.
To Vic Lombardi, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're speaking to Vic.
Yes. This is Vic.
I just have one question for you. How does it taste, buddy? How does losing your season in week 2 taste?
Who is this? Is this the guy we fired?
This is NIU alum Marty O.
Oh wait, is this guy we fired a few months ago? Right?
Uh-huh.
What did we fire you for someone?
Actually, been on the phone for more than 5 minutes before you have legal action against me. But yes, this is Marty O.
Hey Marty, say hi to Mom for me.
Oh, hey.
That was coming. That wasn't even a good one. It doesn't even count.
I saw, obviously, when Vic...
Conference. Your school is a joke. It's so unserious. I can't even take it.
And of course, I forgot what that was about. I forgot it was Marty talking trash about Notre Dame losing to NIU. I mean,
God, if they don't lose that game, they're probably top 5 right now.
How's NIU season going, by the way?
You know, I haven't checked in on them since that week.
Hey, it's Marty!
My son is back.
Hi, Dad.
Welcome back, son.
Hi, Marty.
Hi, guys. How are you?
You know, it's almost a cruel irony that on this day, I'm going to be at a press conference where we're going to announce the redevelopment of a project that surrounds Thirsties. That my guys here, my son is rejoined the show.
Where exactly was that building?
The Brooklands.
Oh, okay.
That's Thirsties. That's where all the magic happens.
That's where the magic happened.
Yeah.
Wow. That's where your plaque is.
So here's what's funny, Marty. You used to say TikTok to these guys about their impending death when it was coming. This new development thing is definitely going to be done. They're long gone by the time that thing's done.
2026.
Hey.
What's the timeline?
Why are you here?
My wife has some conference in town, and I said, hey, I'm just going to join you. So she's at work, and I'm just goofing around all day.
Did you run?
I ran yesterday.
Where'd you run?
North Table Mountain.
How many miles? Just runs for the sake of running.
Did you join your old running buddies?
I run alone, Brett.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There's no running buddy. Just run.
I know,
dude.
geez.
He said you said people who he ran with. I don't know.
Kaner, this is a guy who didn't have any friends growing up.
Remember?
You think he's got
hey,
friends
Mark,
now?
how you doing?
Come on. It's funny. He texted me. He goes, "You're going to be there Monday?" I said, "Dude, we talked about this weeks and weeks ago." I said, "I'm going to be."
I'm sorry. I thought you'd change your plans around a little bit to see
dumb.
me.
Marty, catch that game over the weekend?
How much? Seriously, how much do you miss the tomfoolery of the show?
I miss the tomfoolery of making fun of two old guys with Brett. That was really fun.
You people don't call you Marty at your new job.
I haven't been called Marty in months. Nobody calls me
What do they
Marty.
call you?
Martin.
No, we're not.
Well, did you know
That's
that
so stupid.
Marty told us what he did during he works at a nuclear bunker. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm. They call him Martin. How could you live among people that actually refer to you by your real name?
The ones that respect me, you know what? It's actually kind of nice. I like it.
Hey, I just got one thing to say to you, man. Buckets. I'll catch you on the flip.
Yeah, how's the basketball game been going? You guys still
Dude,
playing?
We kind of gave up on it.
We play a little. We play a little bit. It's hard.
Listen.
We're busy.
Mosier, Vic's never going to play, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Mosier.
I don't watch cartoons.
Yeah, you play dunk hoops. Got it.
We'll play during a break, and then Mosier has to get a coffee. I have to pee.
Got a
I have
phone
to,
call.
Yeah, and then he's calling somebody at 7:15 in the morning. He's like, "Who are you talking to?"
Screaming
it's like that
at
all the
someone.
time.
Yeah.
I've just given up.
Your man bun's looking really nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Looking really good.
Was that your zinger?
No.
Was that the one?
I mean, you grew it back.
How much do you watch Nuggets and Avs and Broncos and stuff still?
Well, if you remember, the Nuggets season ended the day.
I'm saying, like, it's coming up, though.
Yeah, I will watch the Nuggets. Yeah. The Broncos aren't telecast in the Midwest. They're never going to be the national game on CBS. So I only get them on Red Zone whenever there's highlights. If Bo Nix throws for 27 yards in the first half, I get to see all those.
That's a serious question. Now that you move back to the homeland, who are your teams?
Oh,
like,
man.
who are you passionate
I will
about?
still be a Nuggets fan with this core as long as they're still here.
So you're happy about the Aaron Gordon contract?
Absolutely, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, Avs
You
too.
get it.
I mean, Broncos are there, and Rockies are in existence too. That's fun.
They exist. They still exist. That's still a thing. So Mosier's in Seattle today for the game that you could have watched in Chicago. By the way, it's on ESPN.
Oh.
Could have watched it then. But
isn't that where the seagull got you, Moshe?
No, Siegel got me in Vancouver,
Oh.
but there are dudes. But their brothers are down here. I mean, Vancouver's not far from Seattle, and these dudes yesterday were all over my bacon outside the window. They were back and forth, but they're chilling out today.
Very important question. How long has it been since you left the show, by the way?
It was like May 20th.
Okay, since May. Has anybody been added to your list in the meantime?
Oh, I'm glad you asked.
Wait, you're still keeping
still
a running
got it,
list?
yeah. Let's see.
Some new additions in the last few months.
I still have Kevin Hart on there.
What did Kevin Hart do?
Remember he said that Jokic shouldn't be the MVP
that's right,
and Embiid,
yeah.
but that was a while ago. No, there haven't really been any. Travis Kelce went up just because he's bad now, and
You're still screwing the order.
Yeah. You can't be bad and be on every advertisement on my TV, so he's on the list now. But it's largely remained the same. Are you guys doing the list here?
Yeah, is the second
we got
still
a
on
new
your
list.
list?
Nelly, pull up your list. We got a new list, by the way. We had to start a new one since you left.
We had to start a new list.
Is it called the same thing? Is it the list of highly dislike? Or the not kill list? What do you call it?
Nope, it's new hate
just,
list.
Just hate list. Okay.
Yep.
Evan Turner's been on there for who the hell?
Evan Turner?
Who's Jim Schlossnagel? Who is that?
Okay, all right. So Evan Turner said something bad about Jokic. I don't remember what it was, but he stays. Schlossnagel, it's almost too inside baseball, but remember, he was the coach, I think, for Texas A&M that lost in the College World
that's right.
Series.
Yes.
And at the press conference, they go, there's rumors that you're taking the Texas job. He goes, I would never.
Yeah.
And the
then
next
he
day, he
off.
went to Texas.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, we got to keep tabs on him.
CU Honks, that's a Vic thing.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Have you been here since the CU Honk fandom? The crazy thing went crazy, off the charts.
When Dion came? Or?
No.
Okay.
Just
No,
This
there was an
is
intensity.
recent.
Oh.
Yeah, over the course of the end of the summer, into the season, it's gotten kind of bad.
Okay.
So Kevin Durant was put on the list because he said during the Olympics when Serbia played U.S. close and Nuggets fans were happy about it.
I saw all that.
He said
he got on our bacon
Yeah.
about
He said
he
bad
was a
things.
jerk about it. Yeah.
Noah Lyles, I get that one. Totally.
champion of what?
Yeah, that one's rough.
Yeah, that guy can stay there
Who's
forever.
Irvin Charles?
That's a great question, Nelly. I have no idea
is
who
that
that
a
is.
band leader?
He was the player on, I can't remember which team, but he was the guy that blew up Marvin Mims on a
that's
fair
right.
catch.
That's right. He can leave though. He apologized for that. He can leave the list.
Do you not have a two-tiered list? It's just a one-tier hate list.
Yeah. They're all kind of in the same boat. And then Mark Stone's face, the LTIR, and Vegas's PA volume is very hateable.
Well, a
So
couple
all those.
things. I don't see campaign on here, so can we go ahead and fix that?
No.
Where does Campaign play? Where does he play now? Who does he play
Is he
for?
in Chicago?
Is he Bull?
No.
Look up
No.
Campaign. He's been around the
He's
league the
been
last
on,
couple
like,
of years.
every team.
Where's Cameron Payne? Who
Oh, he's
feigned-
with the
he's
Knicks
playing
now.
for the Knicks.
He's with the Knicks now. Yeah.
He's with the Knicks.
You'll see him tonight. Knicks and Celtics.
And we still have
Tip off the
Texter
season.
7872. Is that Jim Schlosinger?
No.
Who's that? Who is this?
Oh, it's Jerry Ross.
jeez.
Me and him are fine now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're cool. He's fine.
What, you just let the old man retire?
I
now
let the
it's
old
okay?
man retire. Let him live his life.
What do you
That's
think
fine.
about the Broncos? They've got a winning record.
They've got a winning record. I don't know. I haven't really been able to watch them. I just see the highlights of Bo Nix. I know that he's terrible in the first half and better in the second half. I only see running highlights of him. Don't really see him passing too much.
Pretty much what they've been
It
so
is,
far.
it is
that pretty
good to
much it?
get a national perspective, right? Like, what do you think? We see it so closely. Sometimes we're lost in what we see.
Yeah, the national guy who works at a cubicle perspective, if you can give us some insight
Yeah, I'm
on
out
that.
of sports, so I don't watch those anymore.
Yeah.
I've taken up knitting and sewing, so if you guys need any
Hey, would you
pointers.
explain to our listeners with the story you told us about your office mates and their bear honks and what you don't want to do is you don't want to engage with those guys. Take it over.
They're
please.
just like the CU honks. They're Bears honks. They never want to be happy. Even if the Bears win, they'll be like, barely. It's like you'll never be satisfied with anything. So I can't engage with them. It's terrible.
Some would accuse us of being that way with the Broncos, right? Like we're
It
still
might just
critical,
be an
we're
NFL
ultra
thing.
critical.
I don't know. But I can't engage with them. I don't even really tell them.
Tell everybody what you say when they ask you.
I say I took up knitting and sewing. That's what I do. I don't watch sports on Sundays. Sorry.
He's
Caleb
like, yeah,
Williams? I don't know. I don't know that person.
What do you think about that, Martin? And he'll say, Yeah, I really don't follow sports at all. I'm not into sports.
All right, so listen. You enjoyed a massive pay increase. We get it because now you're making big time money. But quality of life, does life suck? Does it? Is it?
No, it's nice. I see my family all the time. See my wife's family all the time. So
that sucks.
Oh, that's great. Oh, yeah.
I enjoy
That's
that.
a real friggin' joy. Oh, my God.
I see you less. It's been real nice.
I love that. I see my family. I see my wife.
Cool, Carl.
It's terrible. Goodness.
I did. You know what's funny, Vic? If you look back at our texts, when I first moved out, you're like, if you need anything, let me know.
Yeah.
And I said, do you know anybody in the advertising industry? And you didn't respond to me for 3 months.
Well, that should tell you. I don't know anybody. I mean, what do you think?
Perhaps no. But the previous message was, if you need anything, let me know.
I was researching.
Well, what do you got?
I got
It
nothing.
came back empty. Got it.
That's perfect.
Anything,
I
let me
wish.
know. Can you help me with this?
All people want from me, they want things from me. You took half of my belongings when you left. You took half my house with you. Let's not forget that. Did you sell the bike I gave
that's
you?
true.
You sold it, didn't you?
What did I do with that? It didn't make the move with me, so no. I got rid of it. I'm sorry. It was too small for me anyway.
I gotta know, how's my boy Rocky doing?
He's great. He's very
good.
he's adapted
Good.
very well.
Go ahead, ask the follow-up, Moj.
Summer? How about summer?
Summer's fine. Nobody cares about summer.
You'll enjoy this news, guys. Just came down, according to Shams. The Sixers open the season tonight against Boston. Both Joel Embiid and Paul George are out for the opener.
Wow, bro.
George hurt himself in the preseason, so that was a given. Why is Joel Embiid not playing in the opening game of the season?
Well, here's what Garnett said on the All the Smoke podcast a couple days ago.
What do you think is a good number of games he played?
82 games, man. This is what the job calls for. You're not practicing. You're not even playing a whole. You don't play in the summer.
Right.
I can see if you playing in the summer, you on the playground, you went to the Olympics, then it's training camp. Y'all do 30 days of tour days. Okay, that's when you get rest. Man, I don't want to hear this, man. I don't want to hear none of this. Mother can sit out a back-to-back.
That means 81
He would
games,
off.
KG. 81 now is the number.
I wish you guys could talk.
I'll tell you what, KG has got a colorful tongue, man. I watched that whole thing. He was genuinely mad about it. Why would Embiid miss the season opener, man? What? I mean, they're putting him on opening night because he's a former MVP and he's not even going to play. That's
He said,
crazy.
According to the Sixers,
That's crazy.
he's not going to play in any game this week.
What's his problem? Does it
don't know.
say?
I mean, was anybody aware of a Joel Embiid issue?
Do you know how funny this
That's
is,
just,
though?
it's just crazy to me.
It's like opener to the season. I'm psyched, dude. We got Paul George. We're going to have such a fun year. But you have to wait at least a week until Joel Embiid plays a game. Like, what a miserable sports existence
Not
that
playing
would be.
today. Why not? Not feeling it.
I mean,
catch
literally.
me next week.
Is that a back-to-back next week? Yeah. Might have to
So is that
chill
enough
out.
to be on the list? Because he's on mine.
Marty, you're really trying to impose your list onto this new hate
It used to
fest
be
here.
our list.
Yeah, but listen, when you left, you took your list with you. We all know that. So just you keep your list.
Hang on. What if Marty opened up his phone for his hate list and it just said David from accounting?
Yeah.
Now?
Yeah, who are you allowed to hate in an office job? Like, how does
Nobody
that work?
makes fun of me at work anymore. Everybody's nice. It's I don't know.
Really?
You
you
it's a
hate
big
it, though.
change.
You hate it, don't you?
It's a big change. You try and make fun of other people, and it's like, where's the line? You never want to cross
It's not
it.
worth living in a world where you can't make fun of each other.
Cardio celeb shot. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you, Steve. Appreciate
Joel
it.
Embiid is now on the list with in parentheses, Marty O celeb shot, which I can appreciate.
I'm not talking about your current job. I'm very curious about this. Has anybody ever called you the things that we've called you in your entire lifetime?
What's the first thing I said to you, Marty?
Nobody's
ever.
called me that before. That was
Let me tell you how to. I'm
Old
gonna
CB over here.
I'm gonna help you turn your office environment into a more fraternal, fun environment. Give me a couple names. Who are the people surrounding you in the desk?
Oh,
area?
we got Tom, Christian, and Rita.
All right, we're not going Christian. We're gonna go Chris. Tommy.
Okay.
Tommy's the name. From now on.
T-bone. I tried dropping a T-bone on him. He stared right at me.
Wait, your internal Mosher came out?
Yeah. It's like, hey, Tebow, what's up, man? Sorry, Tom. Sorry.
And I want you to call Rita Moreno from now on. What's up, Rita Moreno?
Well,
or just drop a B
fun.
on her.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. See how it works.
How to Make Your Workplace Fun by Vic Lombardi. Yeah. Hey, I saw you guys got some rings recently.
Oh, you mean the Nuggets rings?
Yes, I was wondering, is mine in here or somebody else's
Here,
room?
I'll give you my wedding ring. Here, take it. You can have my wedding ring.
Okay, fine.
You don't get a Nuggets
told
ring,
you
but
that?
get my wedding ring. You have my son anyway, so.
That's
Wow.
tiny finger there.
Yep. Keeps on going with the joke.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that you've been out of it. We asked you, are you following these teams still? Have you gotten back into your Chicago sports? Are you like,
it's pretty rough out there.
yay the Bulls? Or
No,
what?
that team stinks. The Hawks are terrible.
Blackhawks,
But what does that mean? If they get
right
good,
now.
then you're going to turn into it again?
I'm a nomad. I'm like you from Omaha. I can choose and root whoever I want to now.
Well, that's Vic always says this. So he's like, when you move to a town, you have to love the teams at the town, or like.
Yeah,
What's
what's
what do you
my
think
case?
about Marty now? Can he still
What
be
should
a
I
Nuggets
do?
fan in Chicago?
He's a gypsy. It doesn't count for gypsies, nomads like him. He's a gypsy.
I can do whatever I want.
He's more. You know what? I would argue he's a beer drinking runner who drives a Subaru and kayaks. He's more Colorado than I am. So you'll always be Colorado. You are much more Colorado than I will ever be.
How come you never told me that when I lived here?
Because I didn't like you.
the
And some
softest
things
thing
never
I've ever
change,
heard.
by
That
the way.
is very
I
soft.
know this. You're back for the first time in a while. Some things never change. I have to miss the next segment because I have to leave early for this press conference.
I'm just shocked you're here. I texted you. I was like, can you please come in? Please, please, please. I don't want to just stare at your
The
face
only
on a
reason I
screen.
came to the studio, just so you know, is because Marty was here today.
That's very nice.
It's very
And
nice
now I
to
have
say
to
while
leave.
you're staring at me, and I'm like your coworker who's here. every
Hey,
day.
have
That's
you
fine.
have you driven by the old place yet and kind of checked it out and see what they're doing with it at all?
The old
what?
The old what?
Your old house. Your old house. Have you driven by your old house yet?
Oh, yeah.
And?
It's the house. It's still staying. They knocked it down. They turned it into an office building. No, it's
Okay,
just
cool.
the house.
Perfect. They,
Are
they
you still
should have.
driving
Yeah.
that Honda?
What did you?
What- hold on,
like
you-
he shows up to his old house.
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
Can I take a tour?
That's
No,
such
just
a
you
Moshe
cruise
thing.
by,
He
you
would
take a
do that.
look.
What's that?
Moshe
Yeah,
would do that.
absolutely.
You totally would do that, Moj.
Absolutely. What I'd do is I'd also knock on the door and I'd say, "Hey, how's that shelf that I put up?" there?
Ah,
How-
yeah,
is
that
it-
shelf is still
that-
there. That one stayed.
It is?
Mhm.
Okay, good.
Great
Good, good, good.
craftsmanship.
I do need help
Yeah,
moving
thank you.
some televisions.
Great. I'm free the rest of the afternoon. Let's do it.
All right. 303-504-0925. Always good to hear from Marty. Got fact checker next. Good to see Marty. As nobody at his new place calls him Marty, he's Martin there, which is offensive to me. Very offensive. Secondly, Vic had to dip out for this press conference, the new development around Ball Arena. It's going to take place over next quite a few years, but really cool plan coming up.
It's really, really cool, but it's like this. You know, hey, man, I got a 12-pack of beer, but you can't have one. I don't know how long it's going to take. Hopefully they get thousands and thousands of workers to build this thing fast, man, because it looks really awesome. I mean, it feels like a place that I'd like to visit. When somebody said, hey, McGregor Square only took a couple of years, I'm like, well, that's
square.
Small. Yeah, that's small compared. Well, I mean, they put up buildings and
I understand,
condos and high rises and all that kind of stuff. But it was, it wasn't like this project. This project is huge, man. It looks really, really awesome. Really awesome.
So I'm going to be fully honest here, Moj, because I always try as best as I can to be consistent, but honesty is what takes precedence over consistency. And sometimes I can be totally hypocritical. I get it. Like, you know what? I love the arrogance of Zlatan. I hate the arrogance of Anthony Edwards. I don't know why. They hit me differently, okay? This is an example of arrogance that I love. Indiana won by almost 50 points over Nebraska last weekend. 56-7. Indiana's a good football team, by the way.
Their defense, I watched that game. Their defense was awesome. I couldn't believe it.
They got a good
Couldn't
defense.
believe it.
They run the football well. They got this quarterback, Curtis Rourke, who's a transfer from Ohio. And I did want to say this just quickly while we're on the subject. Examples like Curtis Rourke or there's been a few different guys around college football this year that came from really smaller end schools, Moj, that maybe went into a more, well, certainly Power 5 program, but more oomph to the program. I think it's cool to see those guys get a little bit of shine. Like a Diego Pavia or this Curtis Rourke kid or the kid from Illinois. I can't remember his name right now, but he's having a good year too. I think it's cool to see that. Like, they're getting some shine, and they're a ranked football team in a power conference, and I think it's really neat. But Indiana's coach, Curt Cignetti, has done this turnaround. Indiana is 7-0 right now. They have one ranked opponent left in their schedule. It's Ohio State, which is obviously going to be a tough game. But, Moj, Indiana could finish this season with 10, 11 wins. Who knows?
I started to think to myself, is it possible that Indiana could play in the Big Ten title game? Is that possible?
It is possible.
I think the answer is yes, which I cannot believe, because when people talk about, it's a basketball school. Is it a basketball school only because your football team has just sucked forever? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you get good, can it be both? I mean, look, I know Bob Knight built up Indiana basketball, and it was big before that. I get that. But man, if you get a good football team, there's no doubt in my mind that everybody in Bloomington's probably going insane right now. Because this Cignetti guy, and I don't even know really his background at all, he's done a phenomenal job. Phenomenal.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Moj, because the question is, Brett, why do you care about Indiana football? This is why. After that game, he was asked about changing the culture of Indiana and said this.
When it comes to that culture, you were just talking about, meshing the recruits you're getting and some of the guys you kept. Where does that process start? I mean,
What do you mean? I don't get the question.
Well, when you recruit them, how do you sell your vision of your culture? I mean, what's the...
Who are you talking about? The high school guys, the transfers? Who?
All of the above. I mean, how do you... Is there
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
Honestly, he does. The more I read about him, the more that I heard about him, I checked him out. He was at some really crappy places. James Madison is a fine football program. Don't get me wrong, and that's where he came from most recently. Correct?
Yes.
Or was it IUP? Yeah. But he was at Elon, and he was at IUPUI. I mean, he was at a couple places that are not football at all. And he's done a great job. He turned a lot of programs around. He's not lying about that.
Pop quiz. What does IUPUI stand for?
Indiana University,
Indiana
Purdue University of Indianapolis.
Purdue University, Indianapolis.
2 for 2. Way to go, boys.
Yeah. Hey.
We used to call that, we played against them a couple of times when I was playing baseball. That is Ooey Pooey is what we called them.
Ooey Pooey. James Madison, they were actually pretty damn good at James Madison, but to have a Big Ten school say, okay, we'll come get you, right, out of James Madison, not a coordinator someplace else in the SEC or whatever, it's a pretty big deal, and he's kicking some major butt, dude. I mean, I'm impressed. I really am. And this guy, he's no spring chicken either.
The guy is 38, and well, God, I can do the math farther back than that, but 38-6 in his last 4 years of coaching. Like, when he says Google me, it's like, well, you got the numbers to back it up. A texture says, what a tool, enjoy your 5 minutes, guy. Whatever, dude. I'd bask in it if I were him. Indiana's an undefeated football team over halfway through the year in college football. You know what else they do, by the way?
I'm going
to be done with Indiana, but they're fun. They score over 40 points a game. They're a fun team.
Yeah, for anybody who watched that game on Saturday, I mean, all you had to do was watch Indiana play a game of football. All of his dudes are bought in. All of his dudes are giving it their all. They've got a linebacking core that just stuffs people at the line of scrimmage. It's pretty impressive, man. And all of a sudden, Indiana out of nowhere. And by the way, Illinois is also having a good season. Maybe we're seeing a bit of a change in the Big Ten. Perhaps that's the case.
By the way, tonight the NBA season opens up. We'll get to the Avs in a second, Moj, but the NBA season opens up. Bronny's going to play tonight. He's going to. Windhorst,
how much?
Windhorst said early this morning, I would tune in at the start of the second quarter.
Okay, so he's going to get some playing time. Where is he on their bench, do you suppose, Bronny James? Where do you suppose he is in the rotation?
It's going to be different between this and I think as the year progresses. I think they're just going to get this out there now, kind of get it out of the way, and then like a month from now, Moj, he's on the
floor with his old.
Yeah,
he's on the floor with his old man. It's history. I get all of that. I just can't help but think that, Brett, from what I've seen in the preseason, he's just not ready for prime time yet, man. He's just not. He's just not an NBA player at this point at all.
That's not the point tonight. The point is you put him on the floor with his dad. They have their moment,
right,
and then
you get it
play
out of
basketball.
The way.
Yeah,
correct. And that's fine. I just feel bad. You know, I mean, I hope he improves. I hope he becomes a viable NBA player. But we all know why he's there right now. That's it. It's his old man.
And then
end of story.
quickly, Moj, big game tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Puck drop at 6:30. Pregame at 6:00. Seattle.
Yeah, this game's on ESPN, and the reason it is, today's one of those days, Brett, where every single team in the National Hockey League is playing. Every single team. So it's a triple header on ESPN. We're the middle game, which is why the game is early. I mean, it's like, why would the puck drop, so early here in Seattle? Well, it's because it's the middle game, right?
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock here, 8 o'clock East, and then they got the Kings game on as their nightcap coming up tonight. But that's why, I mean, rarely ever do you see, except a holiday, a game at 5 o'clock, in any given market, right? We never drop the puck at 5 o'clock in Denver. You never drop the puck at 5 o'clock Pacific time here in Seattle. But it's part of I think it happens once a year where every single team is playing on the same night. This is one of those nights.
Yep. And look, it's a chance for you to continue to erase that distasteful 0-4 to open up the year. A couple of wins, but this one will be different. This is a team that I know Seattle wasn't great last year, Moj, but they're always tough. They're always tough to play.
Yeah, they are, and there is no morning skate today for either club. Yesterday's practice for the Avalanche was an optional practice. A lot of guys hit the ice, including the new goalies here, Kaapo Kähkönen. I met him for the first time in San Jose the other night after the game, had a chat with him, and he's excited about his opportunity here and so on. Took him forever to get here because he's a European trying to get in from Canada. It took a week to get all of his paperwork done. For God knows what reason. But he is with the Avs. He did practice yesterday. I'm curious, as to if and when he'll get a start. I have no idea. I'm pretty damn confident it's going to be Alexander Georgiev tonight, back between the pipes, despite the juice with a good performance the other night. He's their number one, Brett.
Yep.
And Georgie's going to be back in there. I'm virtually positive about it. We'll talk to Coach about it tomorrow morning.
So I was told we have a fruitful fact checker, so go for it, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yeah, I don't know what's in the air, but today's show was pretty silly, and I've actually put together a highlight reel from. This was only about 75 minutes worth of the show. This wasn't even the whole thing. So let me set the mood here.
I don't think anybody would bat an eyelash if this guy's doing coke on the Amalfi Coast with, some hookers, right? A year and a half ago, I thought my career was done. I was working as a brick salesman, he said.
What?
What is a brick salesman?
There aren't enough good brick homes anymore.
I'm pretty sure Fetty Wap's in jail for being a brick salesman.
Yeah, those are different kinds of bricks.
Oh, not those bricks. Yeah, Rick Ross is a brick salesman, I think.
I miss a good chimney sweep, to be honest with you.
Yeah?
I miss
Just a
me
guy
a
covered in
good.
soot?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey,
Hey,
Kiefer, you're on the air. How's your zits?
Oh God.
This finger right here is still bent from football. It's still not straight.
That's been in some weird places. Anyway,
how would you know where that finger's been?
That was just over an hour's worth of the show today. I have no idea what's going on,
It
man.
sounded like we crushed it. You ask me. No doubt about it. You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane.
My light just died. My light died. It's gone.
I think your light died long ago, Moj.
I reckon it did, brother.
Great. Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. So, again, tonight, we have Avs and tonight. Avs, I was about to say Seahawks. Goodness. Kraken at 6:30 is the estimated puck drop time with 6 o'clock pregame that you can hear right here. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. A lot to break down from that game tomorrow.
Tonight.
We'll also talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you missed any of the show.
8:35 a.m. with Coach tomorrow.
8:35 a.m. tomorrow. Any of the show, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you all very much. Goodbye.
A 4-year, $133 million extension for Aaron Gordon and the Denver Nuggets. The core is locked up through 2027. The chips are in the middle of the table. It is win now or forever hold your peace mode for the Nuggets as we welcome you into the morning sprint with Coach Sanford and myself, Alex Ryanemi, KJ Granderson behind the glass today. If you guys want to join the program, please do so at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, but let's dive right into it. Coach, big deal. We had a feeling this was in the offing. I didn't think it was going to happen this quickly, and the official press release just came down like 45 seconds ago. But this has been agreement dating back to yesterday afternoon. This is a key cog to this team. I heard Brett saying it. He is the heart of this Nuggets roster. I think if you make the trade 1-for-1, and it wasn't really a 1-for-1 trade, KCP or Aaron Gordon, I think the answer was very clear. AG is more instrumental to this team's success than a KCP was.
I agree 100%. I love KCP. I like all the acronyms. I'm a big fan of acronyms here. MPJ, I like him too. I like his new and improved look. He's tatted up, looks a lot more Colorado-like than he did when he got here. More yats on the arm. But this AG deal to me tells me that Aaron Gordon is about business this year. This is not going to be looming over the head of this franchise. This is not going to be any type of distraction. You got the Jamal Murray deal, whether you like it or not, it got done. And the AG deal is done. Locked in, the core is here, and AG maybe gives the team a bit of a team-friendly deal, but it's going to be okay for AG on the back end.
It is a team-friendly deal, although it is a max contract. Those feel like they shouldn't be equal statements right there, but he had a player option in his current contract that would have given him a shot to be a free agent next offseason, right? That's what you're saying about looming over you the entire regular season. That's what the Avs have as of right now with Mikko Rantanen, and we'll get into that with this whole conversation about locking up cores for the here and now. The new extension includes the opt-in on the $22 million salary for next season, right? And it gives them a huge tax savings in terms of like not having to get into that second apron, right? You'll allow yourself like $7 million underneath that apron next year to try and go out and get more of the Dario Saric's, the Russell Westbrooks, so that when you have this core locked in, you can then supplement it with non-drafted rostered players, right? Guys from outside the organization, the type of veteran mercenaries that you're hoping Saric and Westbrook can be to your team this year. So while it's not like the craziest hometown discount in the world, it does help them in the here and now.
And I just love that it gives you some flexibility instead of locking in when the new cap numbers come out. And that's the big thing, right? Because then all of a sudden you're gonna be broaching on that new cap number. This cap number for the future, it's a great number in the now for Aaron Gordon, but it might not be that great of a deal in 2-3 years when this team is going to have to make some big acquisitions.
Well, it depends, like how much more of a step is Aaron Gordon going to make? Are we watching him in an active peak right now? I think the answer to that question is yes. I don't know if Aaron's still on the climb to becoming a different version of himself. I think that we have seen him get to the peak of his powers. However, it's not like that peak is just a little point right here. I think that peak has a little bit of a plateau with it until it starts to go down when he gets into his mid and late 30s, right? I don't know if there's another evolution to his game. Like, can he add a consistent outside shot? Can he become a reliable mid-range jump shooter? I don't know, but I also don't think that this team is going to rely upon him to do that.
He is such an aerial threat. He's a vertical threat where he is the dunker for this team. He's the guy that is lingering over the basket about his chest or even waist. And that there's going to be an expiration date on that, to your point, Raj. And so when you think about this, it is important to lock him up now because I do believe his style of play isn't going to have an expiration date of being at least efficient, but he is in, I would say, the peak of how he plays. He is in that moment right now. And from the Shop Mazda text line, somebody throwing a little shade at you. I disagree with the shade. I thought it was going to be it's right here, excuse me. from the 4753. Didn't think it was going to happen this soon. They had till last night to get it done. Ha ha. Well, you can let this linger.
I thought this was a next offseason type of deal, which is what I'm hoping that it's not for the Avalanche, right? Because you're able to negotiate those contract extensions during the year with National Hockey League players, and certainly with the Rantanen contract. So I thought the Aaron Gordon thing, after Jamal Murray got extended this offseason, how long that took to get done. I looked at Aaron Gordon going, this might be a bet on AG year. And then you get to hold everyone for ransom at the end of the season, hoping that you get back to the mountaintop. And if the Nuggets do, AG is going to be a huge part of why they hoist another Larry O'Brien trophy. I thought this was a next offseason thing. I'm happy that it's not. As a result, you get a bunch of tax savings in terms of the aprons in the NBA. It's a good deal from Calvin Booth. But now you've made your bed, right? It is... I know the Nuggets only have one championship in their history, but I think they're in the same situation as the Avalanche. Is like, you have your one with this court, right? With generational talent. Nikola Jokic, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar. You have to get a second. Both of those organizations must get a second. And now your chips are in the middle of the table. And if you don't do it, I wonder, do you look back at this era and go, what if? Was it good enough? You got to win. Vic called it a 2-year window, this year or next year.
I would agree with that. It's exactly what it is. And we all know that the main storyline with this core is it's the shape and form of Jamal Murray in the postseason. Because this core is going to get you to the postseason. The additions of Saric and Westbrook at least help you stabilize to get to the postseason. Jamal Murray is the differentiator. And it's him in the postseason. That's gonna be the entire pendulum. But having Aaron Gordon back, he does so many things that nobody else does. He's the guy that does the dirty work, the heavy lifting. And to secure that, it's not only a positive for the franchise because he's a really good player, but it also upholds the message of Michael Malone in the locker room that you have the guy that is willing to play defense every possession, is willing to dive for loose balls, is willing to trade out any time that he needs to switch out defensively, and he does it, whether it's a point guard or a big, and he can do it.
It matters, too, that, like, you lost a guy who wholeheartedly bought into the state of Colorado in Bruce Brown. You lost him, and that dude loved being here. Absolutely ate the city up. KCP was great, don't get me wrong, but far less or far more reserved, rather, in terms of like his outward passion for the city and the fan base than a guy like Bruce Brown was. And certainly more reserved than a player like Aaron Gordon. And I think it matters that, like, that's not the reason why you chose AG over KCP. The reason was you have to lock down your number 4. You have to lock down a guy who's going to be a miserable player to deal with in the block, and someone who works really well with both Jamal and Nikola, and a guy who's younger. But I think it does matter that you look at this guy and he has embodied the state.
Yeah,
and he has embodied that fan base. And to let him go, I think that would have been a slap too big to the fan base to accept.
It's almost like Mr. Nugget AG himself.
Yeah.
He is Mr. Nugget right now. And in this championship run, this championship window, he is that guy. I almost understand him from the standpoint of I'm a native Californian, kind of. I've moved 75 times, but that's where I spent, I guess, a third of my life, an eighth of, I don't know, a part of my life. He is from the Bay Area. And he came to Colorado after being in Orlando, a weird place. Like, Orlando doesn't really have an identity. There's a lot of guys known as the Florida man running around. He came to Colorado. He came to Denver. And he's like, this has Bay Area vibes. This has West Coast vibes, but it's better. Like, I love this place. And he's leaned so far into this whole, like, he is an approachable superstar for this Nuggets franchise.
The dude walked the streets without his shirt on after winning a championship, with no security detail within a mile of him.
And then he just did like a neighborhood
That's the
pop-up.
coolest thing ever.
He did a neighborhood pop-up autograph signing.
That's
Just
the
in a
coolest thing
random
I've ever
neighborhood.
seen.
Just recently, like in the offseason.
Who was the dude for the Avs in the late 90s who wore his gear for like 24 hours at the bars? Sean Podine, if my memory serves correctly. Like, that's the coolest thing a player has done since Sean Podine wore his gear for a full day.
Well, and I have friends that work in the restaurant industry in downtown, a very famous steakhouse in downtown Denver, and all the Nuggets go to this place. He's a shift manager there. And he just said, hey, all of them are great, such great dudes. When AG walks into our establishment, he is dapping up every random customer, just having conversations. Like he is an Enneagram 7. He is a complete extrovert, embraces the culture here. This is the right guy to bring back. It's the right guy to lock up. I know this. My two boys, their favorite player is Aaron Gordon.
You got to buy a new jersey. Switched his number this year to honor his brother.
I'm lucky I didn't buy his old one. I just had a T-shirt. They had AG T-shirts.
Big jersey guy.
Yeah, big jersey guy. I'm always kind of cognizant of what could happen. You
Those
know,
get
about the
pricey,
ship.
Coach.
They do. They are a little bit pricey, especially when you have a couple Russell Wilson jerseys hanging around right now and Broncos Russell Wilson jerseys. Yeah, didn't make very wise investments on the front end.
And again, who knows if this deal is... I'm not... Me saying that I think we're watching him at his peak is not a dig on Aaron Gordon. I just don't think many players who play his position, right? Like, that is a physical position, and he plays a ton of games, right? He started 73 games last season, 68 the year prior, 75 the year before that in terms of like 32-minute games, right? Like, that's a lot of miles on a physical position. Going into his age, he's 29, right? Just turned 29. Going into his soon-to-be age 30 year, I don't know if there's much more escalation in his game. I don't think there's any signs of him diminishing in the near future. Like, I think that peak/plateau, which again, that's a positive that I'm saying right now, can last for maybe the entirety of this contract. I just don't know what else he has to improve upon. Like, I don't see him becoming a better three-point shooter or like a more consistent three-point shooter. He shot 29% from the field last year from beyond the arc. Do you need more than that? Are you going to rely on him to do that? Or are you going to lean on young guys? Like, is Julian Strawther your dude? He looked like it in the preseason. You have to rely on those types of players. You have to hope that Christian Brown as a 2 guard can actually be consistent from 3. You have to hope that a guy in Peyton Watson can not only just be a guy who drives the baseline and dunks and plays really solid defense. Like, maybe that's not what you're hoping that Aaron Gordon can improve upon. Maybe this is just a deal that's like, continue to be the guy you've been for us for the past 3 seasons. And honestly, that's okay. That's worth the money to me.
I agree wholeheartedly with the fact that we might be seeing Aaron Gordon at his physical peak, but I don't believe he's a player on the decline at all.
No.
And I also think that he's not going to, I think it's going to be a slow decline because of how obsessed he is with taking care of his body. The guy actually lives in a gym. He built a gym for his establishment in Denver. I mean, that's where his parade led him to after the championship was won, was to his gym. And this is also a player, and I go back to the famous Bill McCartney quote that I heard so often around the CU football program, is that mental is to physical as 2 is to 1. Is that the mental part of his game will continue to evolve as he plays with the supercomputer that is Nikola Jokic. And that's going to continue to help him be a very efficient and very relevant player well into the slow decline of his career.
Right, and that's the immeasurable part of their future success. That's the most interesting part of this, is like, how can the greatness and the genius of Nikola Jokic extend the primes of Aaron Gordon and Jamal Murray? And if he can do that, which again, it's unquantifiable. You can't put a percentage on that. You can't put a usage rate on something like that. How far can he extend it? And that'll be the answer to the question is, were you a one and done, or did you confirm your championship status? And that's where both the Nuggets and the Avalanche are right now. On the other side, heard Brett talking about it. Happy Feet with Bo Nix. Is that a real thing? We'll get into it.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful. You're not overcoaching it. There are some things he does very well out of the pocket or climbing up in the pocket. And so I think we start with the focus on timing of the route, the depth of the route, in the gun or under center, is it a 3, 5, or 7? And we work on the rhythm of the play so that his feet marry up to the depth of the route. And then, the times where he's climbing the pocket or moving in the pocket, we're pretty smart about how much we say or how much we try to fix.
The words from Sean Payton on the feet of his young quarterback, Bo Nix. It's a 2K Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj. You guys can take us wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. The footwork and the legs are two vastly different things when you talk about a football player and certainly a quarterback, Coach Sanford. A bone to pick with Coach Payton there.
Well, first off, this is not a bone to pick with the legs versus feet discussion is not a Sean Payton bone to pick. It is a bone to pick with a lot of people that I do listen to on all of the Denver sports airwaves is when people say that Bo Nix has tremendous feet. I would say over the last 3 games, he's had bad feet, but he does have tremendous legs. Legs are when you take off and run the football. Feet are what you do within the pocket to deliver the football accurately. Now, there are some quarterbacks, I've coached a few of them, that their feet can be terrible, but they have so much arm talent that they get throws where they need to be, down the field, intermediate spaces. Bo Nix is not one of those players.
How many of those quarterbacks have enough legs to get past bad feet? Or is that something that's not as easily...
Well, okay, so legs we're defining as quarterback running.
Correct.
Tim Tebow. Right now, at times, Bo Nix. Behind a great defense.
Mike.
Behind a great defense.
Mike.
Yes, Alex. Have you ever been called Alex on the air?
Not often,
That was
man.
fun. I'm
Not
going to lean
often.
into Alex. Hey, Alex. Alexander, stop that.
Not often.
dogs.
The bone I do have to
you
pick
watch
was...
it. He's better than Tebow.
Well, I'm not saying that. You asked me where legs, really good legs, help you over, you can compensate for bad feet, bad arm. Because right now, that's what 4 out of the last 5 wins. I would say since the New York Jets, that game, the rain almost kind of messed with Bo Nix's brain and his processing. He did not look confident. And I believe as a quarterback, a guy who's trained quarterbacks for a living and still do, I still work with quarterbacks from time to time. I'm not going to be a quarterback guru that charges people $250 an hour. As awesome as that sounds, I hate that space. I won't do it. I refuse, Raj. So if you're listening and you want to pay me $250 an hour to train your son, I'm not going to do it because that's called thief. That's called being a thief. What I will say about this, though, Raj, is we got to go to the board a little bit, right? Sean Payton said that
bring me into the room.
we're going to the grease board. We're going to throw some chalk. And here's what I say is that Sean Payton said that you can't overcoach it. And while I do agree with the fact that Bo does some spectacular things outside the pocket, don't overcoach that. He's doing fine. He throws it really well on the run. And that's different than throwing off platform, meaning your feet aren't set inside the pocket. Right. And that's where a lot of the inaccuracies have been inside the pocket, quote unquote, on time, but his feet are they're happy. They're moving. He's not trusting what his eyes are seeing. And while I do think from the time of the New York Jets game into the game against the Chargers, and then even in the massive blowout victory over a terrible New Orleans Saints team, his feet have looked like they are not confident in what his eyes and his brain are telling him. How do you fix this?
Right. How do you marry telling a quarterback to stay, and granted, I'm not saying stay grounded, don't move your feet in the pocket, but grounding your feet in the pocket. How do you marry that with not taking away his ability to utilize his legs to get out and throw on the run and also gain those vital 3 first downs that we talked about yesterday with your legs?
The answer is extremely simple, and it fits perfectly with Sean Payton's West Coast offense that comes from Bill Walsh, an offense that I coached in, the one that it was a direct descendant of Bill Walsh at Stanford with David Shaw and Jim Harbaugh, those guys that Bill Walsh was hanging around the facility. is that you go back to pure progressions. What pure progressions are, it's very simple. You take a drop, and it is all based off the timing of the first route. So say it's from shotgun. What used to be under center 5-step drop would be a shotgun 3. You just take 2 steps off of it to time it up. You get to number 1 and you set your feet, set your platform to number 1 in the progression. Simple as this. If it's open, throw it on time from a grounded position. If one's not open, you get to number 2. And usually that's like a shallow cross, which would be, think Marvin Mims or Troy Franklin running on a shallow cross. Your feet slightly reset and that are grounded, and you hit number 2. Number 3 typically is either a basic cross, which is a 12-yard in cut by a tight end typically. That's another slight shift of your feet to number 3. And then 4 is your check down. That's how most of the West Coast offensive system, that's how it plays out. How do you fix the feet moving all over the place? Every single special teams period where the quarterbacks typically are either throwing into a net, or we've been at training camp, we've seen it. Just emulate that pure progression and do it over and over and over. And you build up muscle memory with your footwork. You build up muscle memory that you are going from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And then guess what you tell Bo Nix? If you don't like what you see or you feel pressure, go do what you do great. Break contain. Make a throw down the field because you throw it phenomenally on the run. He does. He's amazing throwing on the run. I said that coming out of Oregon. It's just inside the pocket. We've got to get 1 to 2 to 3.
But haven't we been told that, if a quarterback breaks out of the pocket because he doesn't get through his entire progression, that's a sign of a quarterback panicking? Like, I always get that feeling is that like when a young quarterback sees like 1 and 2, gets through those 2 first progressions and doesn't get to 3 and 4, but then utilizes his legs to gain 6 or 7 yards, while it's great in the here and now, it's not great for his overall growth as a quarterback.
One of my favorite Shop Mazda Twitchers, Beer Guy 85.
Love Beer Guy.
He is.
Big Beer Guy.
He hates me and he loves Bo Nix. But I agree with this coaching point. Trust your top 5 O-line. You do have a really good offensive line that is giving you a top 2 or 3 time to throw right now in the National Football League. Trust those guys. They're really good. And when you're running the football like they have been since the second half of the Jets game, you do have more ability to run play action, get a little bit of a show fake in the run game, and that creates more time in the pocket. Trust those guys. And then trust your progressions. And I do believe that this is going to be fixed. And I think it's going to get, this is the best byproduct of playing an absolute cheeks Panthers team, is that you're going to be able to work on some of these fundamentals in a game.
You can work on it, but that brings me to my next question. I think it's a larger one in talking about this Broncos team as they go into they should be 5-3 at the end of this, right? Like they are in a playoff position right now. If the playoffs started today, the Broncos the 7 seed in the AFC. They are right there. They're going to be 5-3. Which they will then still be in a playoff spot at that time. But then you go up against a terrifying rushing attack. If you guys watched Monday Night Football last night with Baltimore.
Yeah, King Henry's in first place in every statistical category involving running the football.
Now you know why I was so scared yesterday about that game. That terrifies the living crap out of me.
Does Tampa's defense, we saw it firsthand, does that scare you that much? They're bad on defense, man. They're a bad defense.
The Broncos beat them early on in the season with a rookie quarterback.
Baby.
They were fine.
They're rolling.
How much are you actually going to be able to learn from that game, right? Like you can utilize that as a platform to work on these progressions. You should win the game barring catastrophe. Are you really learning anything from your quarterback if he gets through that, or are you just looking at it as this is it's almost a preseason game where you're trying to work on a few things, and if it works, it's good. If it doesn't, whatever.
The very name of this program is the opposite of what you look at in the development of a quarterback. This is not a morning sprint. This is a marathon. And a quarterback's trajectory, it really does go week to week, and you still are playing an NFL team. This is not CU playing a FCS team that they should obliterate. And North Dakota State would not be an FCS team you should obliterate. They're very good, and they have beaten a lot of Power 5 teams. But
this is when I'm playing NCAA football. This is like Ohio State versus FCS Northwest.
Yes, Yes, exactly. This is not that.
The generic made-up team.
These are still highly paid professional athletes that have coaches that are intelligent, and so I do believe that we're going to see a positive tick in the development of Bo Nix as a pocket passer. It's going to be better, and we'll come out on Monday on our show, Raj, and we'll say, yeah, that was a step in the right direction, and you'll take it because any confidence is good confidence for a quarterback, especially a young one.
5-3, hopefully, after 8 weeks, you will be in possibly the 6th spot in the AFC. I don't think I had them there at the beginning of the season. And this has been with, I kind of expected Bo to look like this at the beginning of the year.
Agreed.
Right? Like, this is kind of what 5 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, he's accounted for, just over 1,000 yards. He's utilized his legs way more than I think that anyone expected him to. But this is kind of what I expected out of Bo. For them to be 5-3 and exceed my expectations as a team, I think speaks so highly to the reestablishment of Javonte Williams is everything for them.
It is.
And I thought he was, I sat here talking probably 3 weeks into the season. Like, I think I'm done. Like, I don't need to re-sign him in the offseason. I don't need to see him play.
I was done too.
Play Audric Estime when he comes back from IR. Give Jaleel McLaughlin a bunch of touches. I don't need to see this dude play anymore. And the last 3 games, he has looked like the rookie version of Javonte Williams out of North Carolina that we all needed.
The Chargers game was a bit, wasn't the best. He fumbled the football, but 2 out of the last 3, especially the second half of the Jets game, was fantastic. I love how Javonte Williams is playing into this season. He's doing a much better job with his reads and his footwork tying into his reads. It's a lot of the similar things that I'm talking about with Bo Nix. Is the running back position is a very intensive footwork position. And if you are aimed at the right places and your eyes are in the right spots, then you're going to see the success because this offensive line has proven that they can move people from point A to point B against their will. And that's a beautiful thing to see. Audric Estime, on the other hand, he's got to learn, and I'll go acronym on you. You put the B on the G, you're going to be looking for a new J, a new job, because he's putting the ball on the ground, and he can't do it. Sean Payton will not have the patience if he puts it on the ground again.
Well, Sean didn't have patience for him after the first week when he tried to hurdle a guy. It was 4 touches for Audric, and Sean was already throwing him under the bus. He has no problem going after his rookies whatsoever, other than Bo. He doesn't really go after Bo.
Yeah, when you see fumblers for your NFL franchise team, just remember that quote. You put the B on the G, you're going to be looking for a new J.
Is he ever gonna dig into Bo Nix? Are we ever gonna get like a man? He was terrible today. He can't be. Are we going to get that right? Because again, he eviscerated Audric Estime after week 1. Eviscerated him. Are we ever going to see that for his dude Bo?
I think it happened during the Raiders game.
Really?
I mean, it did. It happened in real time, and Bo puffed his chest, and I loved it. That made me more of a Bo Nix guy than I was the week before. And I do think that there is a level of understanding. Sean Payton understands what is coming ahead and the road challenges of playing at Baltimore, at Kansas City, correct?
At Baltimore, at Kansas City.
And then home against Falcons.
Home against the Falcons. We don't know who's going to be starting in that game. It's still probably Cousins at that point. It's probably Cousins at that point, yeah. At Baltimore, at Kansas City, home against the Falcons, at the Raiders, home against the Browns are your 5 games after the Panthers week.
The texter brings up a very interesting point here. Two good games out of 7 isn't good for Bo Nix. 2 good games would be, in my opinion, Tampa and Raiders. Would you agree with that? And would you put the game in against the Saints as a good game from Bo Nix?
I think it was fine. It was fine. It could have been way better.
Uneven, but there were positives.
But expected. Like that's the game against the game against the Saints is kind of what I expect week in and week out of that rookie quarterback.
What I didn't expect is
and I'm fine with it.
You mentioned earlier that what we're seeing right now of Bo Nix is what you expected.
Yes.
Through the first 3 weeks of the season, I saw more of Bo Nix looking pretty comfortable in the pocket, stepping up in the pocket, not taking sacks, and throwing actually with some really good fundamentals in the pocket. But I thought his decision making, especially in the first 2 games, was lacking. It was a rookie quarterback. It was more of a decision-making issue. Since the Jets game, it's been more of the fundamentals within the pocket that I'm starting to see a bit of a decline from what I saw in the first 4 or 5 weeks.
So I guess now this brings me back to a coaching standpoint. Because you're seeing some of that start to break down, and it happens with rookies of all positions. You try to rely upon your athleticism to bring you out of positions that you don't necessarily think you can thrive in. Is Sean taking away some of those decisions that Bo has to make in the pocket by giving him more freedom in the ground game? Not only freedom, but also designed runs in the ground game. You're seeing that. It's like, hey, we're gonna continue to work on those decisions. But since we are now 4-3, hopefully 5-3 after the Panthers game, and we are very much within the playoff picture, can we teach those during the week, remove some of those decisions on the weekend, and utilize your athleticism without breaking that like that educational ladder?
The thing that I've been impressed with Sean Payton about is that he has shown play calling and play design malleability. He is willing to change as the season evolves. A year ago, it was the 1-5 start, and it was bad. It was, Russ, you need to run my offense, which is on time from the pocket, and if you can't do it, I'm just going to let you suck out there. And that's what happened. Russ sucks from the pocket. I hate Russ in the pocket. I hate him in, pure 7-step timing, 5 from the gun now because nobody really plays from under center, certainly in the drop back game. But he changed it. The 5-game win streak was lean into the ground game, lean into the play action in the bootleg game, get Russ outside the pocket, and they won 5 games in a row. Now, at the end of the season, you could say, did he stick to it? Because I think it was self-fulfilling prophecy to get rid of Russ. I really do believe that. Now, this year, there was an experimental phase with Bo Nix. Have him play from the pocket. He's an on-time guy. He threw on time. See
what he can do.
He's accurate in the underneath space. Well, they were throwing underneath, but they were throwing against a lot of man coverage, and it wasn't very good. It was yards per attempt was not what you want it to be. And now you're starting to see the Saints game is like, hey, I want to beat the brakes off these guys. I want my quarterback to come out knowing that he did something very well. And it was a quarterback-driven run game that hadn't shown up through 5-6 games of the season. I believe that that's going to continue to grow as Sean Payton realizes that the playoffs are within reach. They're extremely within reach.
You're in a spot today.
So do everything you can to optimize the physical attributes of your rookie quarterback. I think we're going to see even more of that, especially on this roadie. That's why I think they're going to win 3 of 4 after they beat the Panthers.
That's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. This is the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, we'll take a hot lap around the NHL.
McKinnon gets it from Mikko Rantanen. 45 seconds to go in OT. McKinnon, far side circle, cuts to the middle. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack! His 188th goal in this building ties Milan Hajduk for the most ever.
You can hear Connor McGahey tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let me try that again. Tonight!
Yes!
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Bertinoli on the pregame show starting at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 6:30 as the Avs look for 3 straight, this time against Philip Grubauer and the Seattle Kraken. Looking to get back to 3-4. They've got 4 points. Still kind of like cellar dwellers right now in the Central Division, but you had to get 4 points against 2 bad hockey clubs. Seattle's not a bad hockey club. They are just not a very good hockey club.
Philip Grubauer.
Philip Grubauer.
Was he a villain on a Die Hard movie?
He sounds like the dude who's the Alan Rickman, the late great Alan Rickman. He does sound like he should have been that guy, right? Right? Gruby, he's been in Seattle for 3 years now and has not posted a season north of a 900 save percentage. Like the Avs got out in good time on Grubauer. Same thing with Darcy Kemper. Like he signs the big ticket deal with the Washington Capitals the year after they win the cup. And then they salary dumped him to Los Angeles the year later because he was so bad that last season. They've done a really good job of getting out on goaltenders before they hit their wall. Until Alexander Georgiev started the season this year.
Raj, this is going to go complete squirrel here. Where are you at right now with the Kraken as a mascot, as a team name?
Love it.
Oh,
I'm not so.
It is
funny.
awful.
It's funny. I'm not a huge fan of the. It's not singular name because like the Kraken can be both a singular and a plural. I think right. It's not like Krakens. Oh, I have no idea. What do you nerds out there tell me? Is it Krakens? Kraken?
The crack eye?
The crack eye? Feels that doesn't taste good coming out of my mouth.
No, it doesn't taste good either.
I didn't like that at all.
When you get in there, it ain't good, man.
All right, based on the old Google machine, is Krakens.
Krakens. All right, it's cool. I love it. I'm not a huge fan of like the team names that don't end in S, which is funny because I heavily cover a team that doesn't end in an S in the Avalanche. But I like it because the colors that they have, those jerseys are phenomenal.
I love the logos. The Stussy S. Incredibly, so creative.
The S is, but what else were they going to be?
I'll never forget, man, being in grade school back in the 90s and just doing the 3 lines twice and creating the Stussy S. I thought I was just such an artist.
I was like cleaning out my parents' attic a couple of days ago, just trying to move, stuff around. And like most mothers, she just has like boxes and boxes of, 10th grade English lit notebooks, and I've got those dumb little 6 line S's that are crossed up. Yeah. If you were a dude, right? If you were a dude between the ages of like 12 and 15, doodling in a notebook in high school between the years of 1996 and 2012.
It was the Stussy S or it was the male anatomy. That's all it was. Really all it was.
He's got a whole lunchbox of the things.
Oh, yeah.
Just a big me. Oh, we were supposed to be going on a hot lap around the NHL, Coach.
Okay, sorry. I told you it was going to be a squirrel moment. Squirrel!
My guy. They'll take on the Kraken tonight. 6:30 puck drop, looking for 3 straight. I just have a few stories to keep your eye on to start the season here with the Avalanche and the rest of the NHL. By the way, tonight is a frozen frenzy. All 32 National Hockey League teams are in action starting at 4 p.m. Mountain all the way through 9 p.m. Mountain. You'll have staggered puck drops like 15 minutes away from each other the entire evening. The Avs are at 6:30, smack dab right in the middle of it. And you can find all these games on like ESPN and ESPN Plus. The Avs game is on ESPN this evening against the Kraken. You can watch it there on a national level. You can listen to Connor McGahey on 92.5 and worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio
Raj,
app
so
tonight.
you're telling me that it's a terrible day to be a Labette Blue. It is an awful day to be a Molson.
Awful day to be a Molson. You ever had a Kokanee? Talking about Canadian
Let's talk
beers,
Northwest
man.
Canada. I love me a Kokanee.
A Labatt Blue Light is damn near unbeatable. A Kokanee is really good. It's not a Canadian beer. And not a lot of people in Denver know about this, but Michelob Ultra does something called the Michelob Golden Light.
Oh, Minnesota.
That they only sell in Minnesota, Wisconsin, North Dakota. And it's the most crushable light beer on the planet.
And also the greatest bottle design because it has the ridges still from the original design in the 80s.
It's the most stackable can in the world. You want to make a beer pyramid?
2 years in Minnesota, it's all that was all the top
We
that
just
was
became
getting
best
popped.
friends. We just became best friends.
I love a Mick Golden, man.
Mickey Golden Light out of this
A Mickey
world.
G, baby. Let's go.
6 minutes into the segment, I haven't talked about hockey once, and I actually don't
But
care
we
about
really
it.
have. We've talked about hockey culture.
You're talking about hockey beers, right?
Hockey beers and Krakens and Stussy S's. We're in it.
We have a text coming in from Jared. The kids are still using the Stussy S. My third grader has it on every single worksheet that he brings home from school. Connor French, Labatt Blue Light, absolute best summer beer that there is. My guy. Loveland Pete, did I just hear that the Kraken are adding the male anatomy to the logo? That would be a heck of a move. It kind of looked like the Homestar Runner Trogdor dragon is what it would look like. All right. Avs have three players, McKinnon, Rantanen, Makar, who have accounted for at least 50% or more of their team's goals in terms of goals, primaries, or secondary assists. There is no other team in the National Hockey League right now that has three such players accounting for half of the team's goals. And that's the one positive to take out of the Avs not having anybody available to them is, well, if no one's available to you, the guys who are making the most money have to overperform. They're overperforming. I had one of my bold predictions of the year is that Cale Makar is going to score over 100 points this year. He is well on his way to doing that, leading the league with 12 points in just 6 games played as a defenseman. And Cale's not really scoring right now. Like, he's not putting the puck in the net. He's got 2 goals, and one of them was an empty netter from 185 feet away. Imagine what happens when he starts potting a couple power play goals every other night. Like, it's going to be really scary. McKinnon is on a torrid pace. He's not doing it by scoring either. He is assisting. He has a 6-game point streak in terms of assists. And Mikko Rantanen, it's kind of feeling like Mikko's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. And I don't know whether or not it's because he's heard a little bit of the criticism that came in the playoffs last year of his overall game, or if it's, well, I'm kind of in a contract year. I haven't signed my Aaron Gordon extension. Why don't I put up another 100-point season for the 3rd year in a row? The Avs, if you're looking for a silver lining, that's one of them. The other one that I think that you have to look for, the 3 teams that are on a crazy hot pace to start the Central Division this year are the Dallas Stars, the Winnipeg Jets, and the Minnesota Wild, who have yet to lose a game in regulation, Minnesota. All 3 of those teams currently have 10 points, 10 points, and 8 points. However, they are riding unimaginably hot goaltending to start the year. Connor Hellebuck, greatest regular season goalie in like the league's recent history, can't play in the playoffs.
$5
Has a has a 1.25 goals against average right now. Jake Ottinger, who just signed an 8-year, $8.5 million average annual extension, is riding a 1.48 goals against average. Philip Gustafsson is riding a 1.49. All 3 of those numbers, much like Georgiev's crazy inflated 870 save percentage and 4.9 goals against average or whatever it is right now, all of those numbers they're going to come back to the mean at some point. So if you're looking for positives, the Avs are trying to keep their head above water and the numbers should come back to the mean.
So you're saying that Georgiev is absolutely netminder 1.
No. That's so far from the case. So far from I have no idea. They don't have a true number 1 right now.
Okay.
I think.
But you did say that those numbers are going to come back.
They'll come back to it because they're so crazy inflated.
Who's in goal tonight?
I don't know who it is right now, but I hope it's Onanen. I would like to see Onanen get another shot. Why not?
So would I.
Why not? There's no reason not to. He won a game. Sure, it was against a bad team, but it's not like you have Carey Price to go back on as a true number 1 right now. So what's it going to hurt? If Onanen shows up and he doesn't have a good game against Seattle, bummer. You go back to Grubauer on Thursday against Utah. I'm cool with that. I haven't seen who they're starting yet today. If anyone has seen it on Twitter, let me know, all right? 303-504-0925. That's your quick lap around the National Hockey League. On the other side, I want to get back into the Aaron Gordon extension, open up whether or not the Mikko Rantanen deal is going to get done. So much more to come on hour 2. We'll go through the week recap in the NFL coming up at 11:15 as well. It's 2K Tuesday. Get those requests in, 303-504-0925. 2K Tuesday, morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi, he's Coach Mike Sanford. Yeah, don't play games with my heart, Michelob Ultra. Just like bring the Mickey Golden Light out to Colorado, and I'll never drink another beer ever again for the rest of my life.
I know there's a derelict out there on either the Shop Mazda text line or the Safeway Twitch feed that knows the absolute closest place that we could get our hands on some Mick Golden Light. And I'm willing to say, even if you're in the Dakotas or Minnesota and you're going to do a little road trip in a vehicle, if you come back with three, I'd say it's got to be bottles. But if you come back with 324
I'm okay with
bangers,
the cans.
I'm willing to go big money. Like I will give up buying a jersey for a month so that I can pay you, and I'll give you a tremendous tip.
I'm in with you. Yep. All right. So if anyone knows how to smuggle Michelob Golden Lights to the studio, Mike and I will not only pay for them, but we will pay you for your services. I'm in. I hope my wife's not listening to this.
I'll flip the majority of the bill.
504-0925 is where you can reach us. Aaron Gordon, 4-year extension, giving the Nuggets a little bit of space in terms of luxury tax and getting into the second apron. Yeah, congratulations, AG. Congratulations. We're happy to have you here for the next 4 seasons. The core is locked up. When we were talking about Aaron Gordon is 29, just turned 29. He'll be 30 by the time, obviously, next season rolls around. And I was wondering whether or not we are witnessing what is an extended peak of Aaron Gordon's career, right? Not to say that like this plateau means he's not good anymore. It's that like maybe peaks just aren't super pointy and then you fall off the other side. Like you hit it and then you're done. I think you can hit your peak for a number of seasons. You had a really good question when we started off the show at 10. His pairing with a criminal basketball mastermind in Nikola Jokic. How much does that extend his current peak and current prime? Because my thing with Aaron Gordon is like, how much better of a basketball player is he truly going to be in terms of like a shooter, right? Very, very good defender. He's an excellent player underneath the rim. Certainly one of the better drivers of the basketball. But is he going to be like a reliable mid-range shooter? Is he going to turn into a guy who can shoot like 38% from 3 after having a down year at 29% last year? I would think that the answer is no, but are there different aspects of his game that Nikola Jokic, just playing with Nikola Jokic, can amplify over the course of this extension? I think the answer is yes. And if that's the case, you must capitalize on another championship. And I think the Avs are in a similar situation with Makar and McKinnon. Like if you're going to extend Rantanen, is Mikko going to become a 60-goal scorer one day? I think the answer is no. Is he going to become a 140-point scorer one day? I think the answer is likely no. Maybe he could get there. But I still think you're watching the active peak of Mikko Rantanen. However, pairing him with a psychopath like Nathan McKinnon, what else can you get out of him? Can you finally get that edge that it feels like we've been missing from that type of player?
Superstar players that have next level intellectual capabilities on the ice or on the floor or on a field. They do elevate the players that are willing to lean into absorbing as much information, as much knowledge as possible. And I know we're talking about Moose right now and about Rantanen. If he's capable of getting to those levels, I wouldn't put any cap on it. He's an incredibly talented hockey player that's around an absolute mastermind of the game. And Nathan McKinnon. And, you know, you get Gabe Landeskog back, who, by the way, threw some awesome Instagram shade today.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys see this? So the Avs put out a video. It was either late last night or early this morning. I saw it like when I woke up and I was scrolling on Instagram this morning. From Media Day, they were playing the game Guess Who? Right? Remember the old game? You flip up all the pictures, and then you ask questions. You know, is this person a man? Does this person have brown eyes? And then process of elimination, you get to your guy, and whoever gets there first wins. Nate and Landy were playing against each other, and someone on the video commented, "Time to retire, Landy." And the captain clapped back and went, "Is it? Is it?" I like the fact that we're getting, when Gabe comes back, I don't know what he's going to be. But I do know he's going to be motivated. And I do know that it's very active, and they showed it in so the NHL has this like behind the scenes documentary that they've been showing on Amazon Prime recently, and Gabe is one of the players that they profile despite not playing. And they opened it up with Gabe listening to like a podcast of people questioning whether or not he's ever going to play again. And you can see the gears turning in his head of like, how dare you doubt me? You're going to get a fiery version of the captain back.
I'm excited to see that version. I'm excited to see because frankly, since I haven't had a chance to see really any Gabe Landeskog as somebody who was coaching a football team in 2022, was figuring out what my life's next move was when they were winning a Stanley Cup. This is going to be extremely fun for me. And I'm excited to see it. And I love when athletes that are coming back from hardships take that path. But back to the original discussion about that veteran star player that can make people around them better. I think that Nikola Jokic is going to make Russell Westbrook better. And I think that's not the only, I don't think that Russell Westbrook going for a ring is the only reason he chose Denver. I think he did it because of Nikola Jokic. And I think it's because of his respect for his ability to create opportunities for others around him, get into his basketball mind, and extend my career. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. When Jamal Murray is getting his time off the floor and Russell Westbrook is in those minutes with Nikola Jokic, I believe that this season is going to take a very positive turn because of what Westbrook can do as a slasher playing off the two-man game with Nikola Jokic.
When we were talking about this earlier, and my question of whether or not Aaron Gordon can continue this level of play throughout the remainder of this contract extension, which will see him turn 34 at the end of it. I want to say it was Rob on the text line. I apologize if it wasn't Rob. He said, well, Russell Westbrook's 35. AG is going to be fine. Russ hasn't been Russ since he was about 31 years old, guys. Like the last time Russell Westbrook was truly Russ was his final year in Houston. You could argue that it did bleed over into the season with Washington, but his final year in Houston was that last dominant year of Russ when he was turning 31 years old. Russ is a bona fide first ballot Hall of Famer. Aaron, while I love the player he is not the same guy. So I don't think it is a crazy leap for me to question what he's going to be at the end of this contract when I can look at elite athlete, Hall of Famer Russell Westbrook and how he started to peter off by the time he hit 31, 32, 33. It's a really interesting conversation, whether or not it is a ring chase for Russ or if his inner drive, which you have seen at practices and you have seen in the preseason, like this dude is a ball of energy. If that inner drive is not only just for a championship, but for, I want to be the dude I was when I was 30. And this is the only team that I can do it on.
One of the things that happened to me in my coaching career, early on, I was just trying to find value, right? I was just trying to be somebody that could bring something to the table. Then you become an offensive coordinator or a head coach, and you get to a different point in your career where you want to be around people that you can learn from, that can make you better. Because you get to a spot where, like, I know this offense inside and out, but is there something else out there? Is there another way to look at things? I think that Russell Westbrook is that type of growth-minded individual that's thinking about the next thing for him. And I think he's getting it in Nikola Jokic. And I think it's a great thing. And I also think that he is so excited to be away from drama environments. He's been in them. Clippers, so many superstars. There's so many different drama environments. And then the Lakers, like
Houston with James Harden.
There's no question. It's been since OKC for him where it wasn't necessarily full drama early on when they were all a bunch of young players coming up together. And I think it's something that's going to help the Nuggets tremendously. And we're 2 days away.
Nikola Jokic, for a guy that we all think is probably going to leave the NBA when he was like 34, right? Because we're all expecting him to just fly off to Serbia and never return one day, which is a really sad thought to have to put into everyone's head. But that's what everyone's thinking about, right? Like, tell me I'm wrong. Nikola Jokic, the career extender. Because that's who Peyton Manning was when he first came here to Denver, right? When Peyton came here in 2012, do you think, no shade to Stoke, do you think Brandon Stokely was getting better as a football player at 36 years old? The answer is no. But he did have one of his best seasons dating back to when he was like in his early 30s in 2012 when he put up 540 yards receiving and 5 touchdowns. He hadn't put up numbers like that since he was 30.
The ultimate career extender was Tom Brady. It was the lifeline to people, to players that were in football purgatory for either off-field actions. They were washed. They were old. Think about Randy Moss.
Wes Welker.
I mean, there's so many different people that the Patriots took on and became a band of misfits with Tom Brady just elevating the play of those around him. There are those types of players to me are not just the best in the MVP type of players and the championship players. They're generational and transformative type of players because they make people around them so much better. We have 2 of those in our own town right now. And that's Nikola Jokic and Nathan McKinnon. And it is so fun.
Again, if you can do what Peyton did for other players that were on the downswing of their career, but still had something to give, and then showed a resurgence, right? Because that 1 year in 2012 for Stokely was excellent. It was a resurgence because of playing with Peyton Manning. And I thought the same thing from Welker, although Welker was coming off of like back-to-back 1,400-yard seasons with New England, and then he goes to Denver in 2013, 2014 to replace what the Broncos lost in Stokely that year. And while it did feel as though he had just lost it, in 13 games, the guy threw up 780 yards receiving and 10 touchdowns. And it was very clear that Wes Welker's career was going down the drain, but you squeezed one more, I wouldn't say elite, but well above average year from him. If Nikola and Mac can do that from the other guys around them, I think you're looking at 2 or 3 championships each. And I know it feels so far away because of what happened with the Nuggets last year in Game 7 of the second round. It feels so far away because of what's happened in the postseason the last 2 years for the Avalanche. But if those 2 things happen, and if you have career extenders like Peyton Manning was for his teammates, if McKinnon and Jokic are those guys, you're in for a wild ride. And not just for the dudes that are on the roster right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to watch. It's gonna be fun to watch. I think that we're gonna probably see on Thursday night against OKC, we're gonna see the first bit of how everybody's gonna be playing off of Nikola Jokic. How's Darius Saric gonna be playing off of Jokic? That's gonna be interesting because there's gonna be some new dynamics to this team that, while you didn't make any like wow offseason acquisitions that just blow your mind that are players in their prime. These are a bit of the orphan dog type players between Russell Westbrook and Dario Saric.
Orphan dogs.
That guy right there.
Isn't it funny though? When you think of those 2 players, because of having Nikola here, do you have any doubt that it's going to work? Like it's just going to fit like a glove?
Zero doubt.
And there should be some sort of doubt in the back of your mind. Like more often than not, just going to a new spot takes some time to mold. Like, take some time to gel.
With Jokic, the only thing that would get in the way of it working or to elevate the play of players that are really talented that have just kind of fallen on lean years is if it's ego. If it's your own pride that's getting in the way of just, hey man, what do I need to learn? What do I need to do? Where do I need to be on this cut? And Nikola Jokic has just proven that he'll do it time and again.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. This is the Morning Sprint. We will sprint through the last week of the National Football League, get you all caught up on what happened over the weekend, on what happened on the 2 Monday night games, where the Broncos stand. They're in a playoff spot. Can you believe it? After 7 weeks, it's Altitude 92.5. All right, every single day here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, we'll go through the biggest stories around the National Football League. And today, on all Tuesdays actually, we're going to go through a recap of what happened in the previous week in the NFL. The Broncos currently sitting as the number 7 seed in the AFC in a playoff spot with the rookie quarterback. Can you believe it? We had 2 Monday night games. One came down to the wire. The other one was largely a blowout, although people were getting pissed off because there was an onside kick and you could still actually be in the game, and then they got rid of it. Just nonsense that happened at the end of the Ravens and Buccaneers games. But we start with the Cardinals and the Chargers that ended on a walk-off field goal.
Clutch. Right down the middle. And Arizona grinds out a hard-earned physical victory over LA.
A team that we thought was just going to run the ball with the Harbaugh offense. Well, 39 pass attempts, 349 yards. How do you throw for 350 yards and no touchdowns, Coach?
It makes no sense, but it does a little bit when you start looking at the receiver skill position for the Chargers. They're just not good.
Will Dissly doesn't do it for you?
A young lad is not finding the end zone. He can find a nice little soft spot in zone coverage, but he can't find the end zone.
I heard the guys talking about 30-year-old running backs, and we will get to another 30-year-old running back in the very next game. James Conner is knocking on the door at 30. He's 29.
Yeah, and he's incredible. I love James Conner. Love his story. Love everything about him. It's awesome. The Cardinals are not for real. Kyler Murray is still not the guy that the Cardinals franchise hopes he's going to be. Did you see how open Marvin Harrison Jr. was on the double move? Kyler Murray just doesn't see it consistently well enough to be an elite quarterback in the National Football League.
Hey, but you know what? They get it done. They beat the Chargers, and now the Broncos are tied for second in the AFC West. That was the late night Monday game. Derrick Henry's a freak. 170 yards. The score's 41-31. This is what it sounded like on Monday Night Football.
Here's Henry, left side. Yep, it can change in a blink. There he goes. McCollum, the only man that can catch him, and he does. Ricard delivered a great block, and Derrick Henry goes 81 yards, his second longest carry of the year.
Derrick Henry, 169 yards on the ground yesterday. They combined for 500 yards on the ground, man. 500 yards, not just on the ground, but between him and Lamar Jackson. It was unbelievable what we saw out of that Baltimore offense last night. Derrick Henry, I don't know when the road's going to stop, but it's not this year, man.
All I know is that this was the wrong night to have the Baltimore Ravens defense on my fantasy team, but it was the right night to have Lamar Jackson. 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, only 5 incompletions. I thought Lamar Jackson was solely an athlete that runs the football.
I keep thinking that, and I keep feeling that way because they haven't gotten it done in the playoffs, and then every year he continues to progress as a passer, man. That Baltimore team's not going anywhere. The rushing attack is terrifying. Like, you used to just really have to worry about Lamar, and then like maybe J.K. Dobbins would get you. But now that like Derrick Henry is going to run all over you, and you have to worry about him, that rushing attack becomes damn near unstoppable. I thought it was unstoppable week 1 of the season, and it's continued to get better.
This is the scariest double-headed monster of a backfield in the history of the National Football League. And it's because of the athleticism and passing ability of Lamar Jackson, plus the freak show in Derrick Henry. I really believe there's never been a backfield in NFL history that scares defensive coordinators like this backfield.
Steelers get a 37-15 win over the Jets. Rodgers, 276 yards and a touchdown in that game, but just 3 receptions for Devontae Adams. The Steelers get a win in Russell Wilson's first game at the helm. Najee Harris, 100 yards on the ground. The Commanders hammer the Panthers 40-7. And no, it wasn't Jaden Daniels going for it. He gets injured on a scramble, goes out early in that game, and Marcus Mariota with 205 yards and 2 touchdowns. Well, this is the reason. We were talking about how they're not, it's not like a college team was coming to play the Broncos next week. Coach, it's pretty close.
Yeah, no, it really is. Cliff Kingsbury's done a phenomenal job of taking college concepts that a lot of old school NFL guys kind of frown at. Well, you have a quarterback in Jaden Daniels that does all the college-y type things, and then you also have Marcus Mariota, who only had success in a college-y offense at Oregon and has had little to no success. Kingsbury's doing a very good job.
Chiefs get a 28-18 win over the Niners. Brock Purdy, 212 yards. Kareem Hunt, 78 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. The Niners 3-4 now.
4th and goal. Mahomes gonna walk in. Touchdown.
Still felt like another week where Patrick Mahomes was playing with his food, and it happened to be the Niners, who everyone thinks is always going to be in the Super Bowl every single year. Playing with his food, 2 interceptions, and it never felt like the game was out of hand. How?
Have you seen the misleading stat comparison right now of Patrick Mahomes and Bo Nix that are being thrown out there?
They're the same guy.
Yeah, except for
quarterback A versus quarterback B.
Right, except for Patrick Mahomes, they're not putting on those stat comparisons, has played one less game and is 6-0. So they're not the same guy. He plays with his food during the regular season and he wins championships.
The offense feels sloggy, though.
It is.
Like, is it just, should I be, if I was a Kansas City fan, should I be worried about that?
Who do you have to take away right now that is a known superstar that Patrick Mahomes loves throwing the ball to? It's Travis Kelce. Outside of that, who else is there? Xavier Worthy's still a rookie. But they're finding ways to win games. That's all that matters, Josh.
That's the scariest part about this, man, is that, like, they just continue to win and they don't look particularly good. I don't get it. I wish I could tell you he's human because he had 2 interceptions and barely played well on offense last night, but he's not.
That's like saying the Mona Lisa has a booger in her nose. They'll be just fine.
She's an NFL quarterback. She doesn't have any. Those guys are picking left, right, and
I'll
center.
tell you, he does have some bugs and likes eating them. That's my man, Aaron Rodgers.
Rams beat the Raiders 20-15. Raiders fall to 2-5. Rams improve to 2-4. Rams still have a bunch of injuries. Is Cooper Kupp actually going to be traded this year?
I think he may, but I know the Rams want to get him back. They certainly want to get Puka Nacua back as well, and that will happen. And I've been watching that very closely. Also a member of my non-paid fantasy football team. It's a free league.
The Eagles 28-3 over the Giants. Saquon Barkley had a chance to break career bests. Nick Sirianni went to him on the sideline, said, "Hey, I'm taking all the starters out, but you can stay in if you just want to get an extra 10 yards." And Saquon goes, "Nah, man, I want to see the other guys cook." 28-3, they dominate.
Yeah, you saw the respect from the Giants organization for Saquon Barkley, even though it didn't end well. Those guys love Saquon, and you can see why. He's more about the greater good of the team.
Saquon's been awesome this season. He has been worth every single dime that Philadelphia has paid for that back. 176 yards and a touchdown on the ground. He's taking so much of the burden off of like having to lean on Jalen Hurts. And I think what it's doing, it's saving Nick Sirianni's job.
I think it's also saving the market value of running backs. Look at the 49ers minus Christian McCaffrey. They stink. Look at teams that went out and invested, like Derrick Henry in Baltimore. And we talked about Saquon Barkley. It's a big deal. You want an elite runner. And it's starting to play out. I think that the numbers are going to drive back up in the salaries of running backs.
All right. We'll have to see if it ends up continuing to move on. 2 5-1 teams now. The Lions get it done last second.
For the lead. Bates has delivered. Detroit is on top with 15 seconds left.
Last second field goal, 31-29 is the final. Jared Goff continues to impress, 280 yards, but that two-headed rushing attack, was it Sonic and Knuckles? They're being called out there in Detroit. Jahmyr Gibbs, 116 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground to go along with an 8-reception, 100-plus yard game from Amon-Ra St. Brown. The rushing attack from Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery is the reason why the Detroit Lions are going to win the NFC.
I still like the Packers. Good young team. I think they're trending in the right direction.
There's too many interceptions, Coach.
No, not if you're throwing twice or 3 times as many touchdowns in every game. This is the NFC North is ridiculous. Right now, if you look at the teams with a plus 30 differential on the season, the NFC North has 4 teams with a plus 30 differential. Also in that list, the Denver Broncos have a plus 30.
Let's keep it rolling in that division. Another game winner, this time from a familiar name to Broncos fans.
Got this to win it. Low snap, the kick. It is good.
Brandon McManus wins the game at the buzzer for the Packers, 24-22 over the Texans. Both teams now 5-2. Jordan Love, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and Brandon McManus, his first game as a Packer, wins it on a walk-off.
He did. Brandon McManus, familiar name, the third starting kicker for the Green Bay Packers just 7 weeks into their season. It's wild. I just love where Jordan Love's at in terms of trusting what he's seeing. He's playing with his food a little bit right now, Raj. He's wanting to see how much he can push the envelope. His first touchdown pass was the play, the throw of the National Football League season.
So Brandon McManus said in the post game that they're already trying to call him Unc or Dad because he's the oldest guy on the team already. I'm like, Unc? Brandon McManus?
Unc.
Stop.
Unc. Well, he was always a really loved dude in the locker room. Like, I'm sure he...
Oh, yeah.
Just don't follow in the footsteps of another Unc. Make sure that you know where your Instagram live button is because you don't want to go down that path.
Oh, man. Oh, moving on. Bengals improved to 3-4. They beat the hapless Browns, and this was the Deshaun Watson game, right? Goes out after snapping his Achilles tendon. To cheers from the home Browns fans. Jameis Winston was waxing poetic about him, and Myles Garrett came to his defense. It was obviously a big story that we talked about yesterday, but Deshaun Watson out for the season. Joe Burrow, however, 181 yards, 2 touchdowns for the Bengals, who, while they started off lost, here come the Bengals.
Slowly but surely.
Here
and
come the Bengals.
They're coming. You got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins starting to feel themselves a little bit. That is a dynamic duo of pass catchers
Now,
for Joe Burrow.
The issue is, can they overcome the absence of Joe Mixon this year? Is Chase Brown good enough to get it done? Is Zach Moss a good enough number 2 to complement Chase Brown? They had a really solid rushing attack the past few years in Mixon out of Oklahoma, right? He was because of his off-field issues, that's the reason why he fell to Cincinnati in the draft. I don't know if that's going to come back to kill them. It's a really tough division this year. I thought they were just going to have to deal with Baltimore this season, but the emergence of the Pittsburgh Steelers as a true bona fide playoff team, regardless of who's at quarterback, that's a tough road for Cincinnati to overcome.
Is it ever a surprise when it's the emergence of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
No, because it's Mike
just
Tomlin.
every single year.
Every year. It's inevitable, right? They're Thanos of the AFC. They just find a way to be there every single season. The Bills, Amari Cooper, first touchdown as a Bill.
Second down and 10. Allen looking for Cooper. Touchdown! His first catch as a Bill goes for 6, and Buffalo pulls ahead.
4 receptions, 66 yards, and that touchdown reception, which if you saw the play, he didn't know what route he was running. Keon Coleman had to draw the route for him on his hand, and he still ran it perfectly. No one within 5 yards of him.
Highly eccentric rookie wide receiver Keon Coleman, who just said, "Yeah, you're running a short bender route right here.
You're running
That's
a 12-yard
right there.
post.
Go score a touchdown, guy."
That's the one thing they were missing. That was the one thing they were missing. They love James Cook. They love Ray Davis. So I talk about a two-headed attack. It's not Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. But that's what they had been missing in years previous, was this like consistent rushing attack. They were then missing because they got rid of Stephon Diggs, a stud wide receiver, to take some of the pressure off of the eccentric rookie Keon Coleman. Watch out for the Bills. That was my Super Bowl pick at the beginning of the year, was Bills and Lions. It looks way better now than it did a couple weeks ago.
I agree with that. I really do. I think the Bills are a team to watch.
Seahawks beat the Falcons 34-14. We got our first look at your guy, Michael Penix Jr., because, well, it was garbage time.
1 for 1 for 15 yards.
All right.
Yeah, his yards per attempt aren't 3.7.
Call up Canton. Michael Penix Jr. is coming down the pike. In the final game of the week, we talked about Broncos and Saints, obviously, on Friday. But the Jaguars beat the Patriots 32-16, and Doug Peterson still has his job. But Drake May, 276 yards and 2 touchdowns.
He looked good. His opening drive, it was in rain. Huh? In rain? Wet balls? Huh? And he was out there spinning it. I have been
with rain.
Wet balls can be tough. It can also be great sometimes.
Yeah, it sure can. But I've been a very big doubter of Drake May. I watched him in its totality. He's going to be a very solid NFL starting quarterback.
Jacksonville can't come back and make something out of this season, right?
You don't know. They still have
in that division.
I don't know.
I don't know, man. Like, are they going to catch Houston? No. But Indy's not world beating. Tennessee's terrible.
A confident Trevor Lawrence is a pretty good Trevor Lawrence.
Who has a better opportunity to crawl out of the basement and scare for the playoffs? Cincinnati in a brutal division with Pittsburgh and Baltimore, granted, like the kick away Cleveland Browns, or Jacksonville with a different type of brutal, like a bunch of bad teams and one excellent team in the Texans. Who's got a better shot?
Cincinnati solely because I believe that Joe Burrow, if fully healthy, if the arm problems, the wrist problem is okay for the remainder of the year, he is a top 2 quarterback in the National Football League.
All right. That'll do it for KJ's NFL note, to give you a quick look around the week that was in the NFL. Again, Broncos 7 seed in the AFC. That is Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. We'll continue running this thing. This is the morning sprint. We're trying to keep you guys upbeat and get you every single possible Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj. KJ Granderson behind the glass. Birdo is going to be hosting PhD.
He's going to be
next.
tonight.
He'll be on the air tonight with the Avs at 6 p.m. He's got a microphone in front of him. He could just do it for us. Like, you don't have to.
Hey, Birdo, hey, real quick, will you say it for me?
Would you get on the microphone and give me a tonight, please? Birdo, where are you? Come on.
Yes! Yes!
Nothing better at 11:45 on a Tuesday morning. You guys can hear that game on 92.5. You can take it wherever you want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Connor McGahee is going to have your puck drop at 6:30 p.m. It's part of a 32-game was that 16-game NHL slate, 32 teams. That's how the remedial math works in my head. God, I didn't go to school for that. Come on. I make my living with words, and even I fumble over those. You put numbers in front of me, I'm toast. Game over.
I mean, you did go to Syracuse. So.
Our special thanks to Mountain High Appliance for their sponsorship of NFL Notes. They're Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Coach, you brought up something in the break, and we haven't talked a lot of CU today. We were pretty heavy on them yesterday, but right now the Heisman Trophy conversation is revolving around two players. Ashton Genty, who is the Michael Myers murderer of running backs.
Standing straight up.
Terrifying. Terrifying.
Running through people's faces.
The best Halloween costume that you could have for your kid this year, because I see a lot of little kids walking around as Michael Myers. It's hilarious, right? Get him the Michael Myers face mask and the knife, but instead of the overcoat, or maybe keep the trench coat, but underneath it, I need a Boise State Broncos uniform.
Which number? Yes, my Boise State Broncos. Same number I wore, number 2, baby.
You know where number 2 is a quarterback.
I might have a legacy Heisman winner wearing my jersey number.
I've seen a lot of schools that do schools and sports clubs that they'll go through the history of the number, and it's on your locker room, or on your locker rather. Like when you sit down, it's Sanford wore this between your. When were you there?
2004.
All right, so 00 to 04, it'll say number 2, Mike Sanford, and then the next guy to wear it. The next guy to wear it. I think you should walk into Boise State and just plaster your name and your years right on Ashton Genty.
Well, I better hurry up and actually donate to get that on there, because if not, I have no shot of getting on that locker.
The conversation around the two is you said it's getting a little testy.
Yeah, and I'm a Boise. I've spent 6 years of my life in the state of Idaho, but I had to draw the line in the sand, because there was a tweet this morning when referencing the ESPN Heisman website's poll. And the ESPN's Heisman website has Travis Hunter number 1 with 50% of the votes, and Ashton Genty number 2 with 21% of the votes. So somebody from Boise essentially called out that you can't compare the on-field production right now of Ashton Genty versus Travis Hunter in terms of stats, which is true. But then they took it to another step and they said Ashton Genty has far better character off the field than Travis Hunter. And I said, what?
Based on what?
Whoa. Have you seen how this young man has carried himself? He is everything that you want from your state of Colorado, from your Buffs program. After getting cheap shotted, he takes Henry Blackburn out for a bowling date and spend time, and they bury the hatchet within the week of that happening. He carries himself so well. The only thing Ashton Genty did was state his case for being the Heisman Trophy on a podcast, and did say that there have been plenty of running backs that have done what Ashton Genty has done. While I do kind of disagree with that, that's just him making an opinion statement. That has nothing to do with his character. So anybody that's listening from Boise, Idaho, if you assassinate the character of Travis Hunter, you will get an ugly version of me.
The dude's a 4.0 student, too. Both sides of the ball. Model citizen off the field. He's just more vocal off the field than Genty is. That's it.
And I just hate all that stuff. We're not running for a political office here.
It's a statue.
It's a statue that is about what you do on a football field. And if there are any type of off the field major concerns that get into a Title IX discussion, That's not even remotely on the table in this discussion. So why are we even having that conversation? He's an incredible young man.
First round draft pick for the Broncos is getting so far down the board because they've been so successful so far that I don't think Travis Hunter is going to be available to them. Ashton Genty, you think he's on the board for them?
Here for it.
Would you do it?
Yes. You would
choose a first round running back in today's day and age.
Yes. We on this program, we talked about the power of Derrick Henry for the Ravens and what that looks like now.
He's an anomaly.
We've talked about what about Saquon Barkley?
And Ashton Genty isn't.
Saquon Barkley. Christian McCaffrey. Now we see the 49ers without Christian McCaffrey.
True, but also running backs are very brittle, and that's been
not Ashton Genty.
Outside of Christian McCaffrey's excellence on the field, what's story 1B of Christian McCaffrey? Right? He's either the best player in the National Football League or he's always hurt. Saquon, you lost the better part of 2 years because of an ACL injury. That's a little bit of a gamble.
Do you think you're overselling the injury history of Christian McCaffrey? Because I think this year, for sure, he's got double Achilles tendonitis. But throughout the course of his career, has he missed extreme amounts of meaningful football games?
2021 and 2020. He only played 10 of a possible 32 games. He missed how many games he missed last year? 6? 5 or 6 last year? He missed 5 or 6 last year. But he did start 16 games in 3 straight years to start his career in Carolina before the injury. But this year, again, he's already, by the time he gets back, he'll miss damn near half the season. So I don't think it's crazy for me to say that over the course of a 7-year career, a player who's missed it'll be 2.5 seasons at that point. I think that's part of the conversation. I think that's a big part of the conversation.
Ashton Genty's worth it. He is a model of health. He's only in his 3rd college season, so you're not getting the tread worn off the tires. He wasn't even the starting running back his freshman year. He didn't go into last season as the starting running back. That was George Halani, who now plays for the Seattle Seahawks. He is going to be a phenomenal pro. He catches the football well out of the backfield. I do believe that currently, based off on-field performance, he's the leader in the clubhouse for the Heisman Trophy.
And he might be right there, right? As of right now, the Broncos are, anywhere between 14 and 18, just off the top of my head, in the draft next year. He might be right there. And it's not like it's an overwhelming wide receiver draft.
If the Cowboys continue to stink, they will go draft Ashton Genty, who is from the state of Texas, from the Dallas metro area, Frisco, Texas. So I think the Cowboys are going to continue to be terrible. I almost slipped up there.
And they'd utilize it on a running back instead of a mark. I don't know. Would you?
Shedeur will be with the Las Vegas Raiders.
I was going to say, would you take
Shedeur's going to be with the Raiders. You heard it here first.
Is Prime going with him?
Maybe.
Has Prime shown you enough this year that you think he can survive without Shedeur and Travis at this level?
Such an interesting question. It's going to depend on who the trigger puller is. That's going to, I think he can survive. I mean, he's done it.
And Julian Lewis is possibly that guy next year. He'd be a freshman, but
I think he's a developmental player from the film study I've done. There's a reason he's not getting the $7 million offerings from Georgia, Alabama, and name it. It's his recruitment's coming down to USC, who he's committed to, CU, and Indiana. It's a little different.
You think it could be Julian Lewis if you can flip him?
I think he's going to end up being a CU buff. I do.
Why? Is that an indictment on Lincoln Riley and USC?
Yeah.
Or is that more I just want to
Lincoln Riley might not be the head coach if this trend continues.
They wouldn't get rid of him that quick.
If the trend continues,
they made such an investment in that guy.
You got to find a different stylistic approach to playing football. That's physical trench warfare football to survive in the Big Ten. Just like Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning did it at Oregon perfectly. Lincoln Riley has done it at USC very, very imperfectly for a Big Ten slate.
You guys can tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets home opener against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Every single show, including ours, has a pair of tickets, and you can only win them by listening. If you don't want to leave it up to chance, there's limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/tickets. You can tune in tomorrow morning starting at 6 a.m. with Brett Kane and listen all day for your chance to win on your home for the Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, that is every single show from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow. We are giving away a pair of tickets each show to get you in the building on Thursday night as the Nuggets open up the NBA season. That starts tonight. We've got a doubleheader this evening. We might see LeBron and Bronny tonight.
Oh, I can't wait.
So excited. I might not watch the Avalanche so I can watch Bronny James play basketball.
It's going to be so fun watching him just shoot every type of brick.
I'm not. Am I being that mean to him, KJ?
Listen,
this is more like pointed towards LeBron, and I got nothing against Bronny.
He should be a rotational player for the Buffs right now.
I wonder, could you go back to NCAA with all the NIL stuff? Like, there's a bunch of things changing in hockey right now too. Like, you can go play major junior, and then go to college hockey, which you used to not be able to because you get paid in major junior. Could you like play a game in the NBA, and then because it's okay to get paid in college now, you could just go back and like, now Bronny's an NBA vet, but he's playing with the Buffs? I would love to see that. Like, why not?
I'd be a Bronny fan if he was like the sixth man for the Buffs. Tad, hey, roll Tad, baby. He's got Bronny coming off the bench. Let's go.
Well, Bron still has his NCAA eligibility, doesn't he? I don't think it's in basketball, but if he wanted to go play tight end for Ohio State, I think he still could. All right, that's going to do it for us. For Coach Sanford, for KJ, I'm Alex Ryanemi. This is the Morning Sprint. Stay tuned for PhD. They're coming up next. D-Max out, Birdo's in. Hang out with us all day. Avs tonight, 6:30 puck drop, 6 p.m. pregame show on Denver's exclusive home for Avalanche hockey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, what's going on, Mile High City? How you feeling? Welcome to PhD without the D. Today, D-Mac is out once again. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. I'm joined today by Scott Hastings and Tyler Columbus.
That was aggressive.
Right out the gate.
Yeah.
Just
great movie, though.
Yeah, right. I haven't seen it forever. Kaj used to watch. He watches it every year on Christmas, I think.
I thought he watched Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah, on every year on Thanksgiving.
That's Thanksgiving one.
Yes.
So it's
Plane, Trains,
Princess Bride on.
Yeah, I think it's Princess Bride on Christmas Day and Plane, Trains, and Automobiles every Thanksgiving. But I don't. That's a Kaz thing. I don't. Do you? Every Christmas, you're like, hey, baby, let's sit down and watch whatever. Just watch the Nuggets play. Watch the Nuggets beat the Suns this year.
I watched the end of a Biltmore Christmas last night.
What? Wait, what?
He's a Hallmark guy.
You're already watching those Hallmark Christmas things?
Come on, dog.
I saw some lady who's in those Christmas rom-com things, like broke some record. She's like, this is my 212th Christmas rom-com for the Hallmark channel.
I mean, if you think about it, once you get in with Hallmark, you would think you could make 150 movies.
That's ridiculous, though. That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Well, but it started off as Christmas movies, and now they do Thanksgiving movies. Now they do like mystery movies, and they do just love movies. And
so exactly how into these movies are you, Scotty?
Well, I watched the end of the Biltmore Christmas, and then I taped it because it's coming back again at 8. And the Biltmore Hotel that was filmed in is the one in Asheville where all the floods were in North Carolina. It's
really?
It's the biggest single family owned house in the United States. It's got like 125 rooms, 46 bathrooms, sits on 8,000 acres.
Did you watch this movie and then think, I need to learn more about the Biltmore or whatever?
I did, because I said that's in North Carolina. So then I went and looked it up, and they're starting to get in there and got some hurricane damage in some places and flooding in some places. And And then I'm thinking, maybe one day, go stay there for Christmas,
Do it.
This was exactly the way I envisioned the show starting today.
That's me too, man.
Hell
me too.
yeah.
Listen, we will go sideways with a quickness. You telling me what? We can and will go sideways with a quickness right out the gate. Hey, so anyway, I want to talk about the first thing I'd like to talk about, somebody getting paid. And that's my man, Aaron Gordon. The Nuggets sign Aaron Gordon to an extension, and you now have the core four locked up until at least 2027. Joker will be signed through there. Jamal is signed through then. Aaron is signed now through then, and Mike is signed through then. So you've locked those four guys up for the foreseeable future. You've got it all done. Were you surprised Scotty? Were you surprised they got Aaron done before the season started?
Well, there was a deadline that was yesterday that you had to have him signed by. There was Mikal Bridges was offered 2 years, $60 million that he turned down with the New York Knicks. So yesterday was a drop-dead deadline. Kuminga, Golden State turned down a pretty good raise.
Yeah, I saw that.
He wants a bigger one. Yes and no. I mean, listen, Joker's your MVP and will go down as the best player that's ever played and put on a Nuggets uniform, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like Aaron Gordon kind of won the heart of this.
Yeah.
He's kind of like the heart and soul of this
I can
team.
still picture him after the Nuggets won the title, him walking the streets of Denver in nothing but his shorts. After just the crowd,
party.
Right? Like he's Jesus partying. You're right. He's just walking,
high-fiving people.
I mean, he's done yard sales. He's like he's a part of the community. What was interesting about it though was Windhorst put something out that the Nuggets did not want to give Aaron Gordon a max deal. Like an hour later, Aaron Gordon gets max deal. A little bit interesting setup on it though, because Aaron Gordon has to opt into it next year, right?
Right.
So it's contingent on him opting into it.
But I think it's an automatic, right? Because it automatically kicks in. His extension for next year kicks in, and then this extension kicks in after next year, and that helped the Nuggets when it comes to second apron or whatever it was. So, yeah, he got paid, but he also helped the Nuggets out a little bit with the way they did the deal. Are you surprised that Aaron Gordon became as important and pivotal to this team as he did when they traded for him in 2021?
Yes and no. There was a perception of Aaron Gordon in Orlando's his years there, and he was the dunk competition guy and blah, blah, blah. And he was like the best player on a team that was absolutely horrid. And he was asked to do, and he had to try to do too much. The biggest surprise to me is a guy that, was going to All-Star games is all of a sudden willing to submit his style of play for the betterment of a team.
He is like the ultimate example of a dude that transformed his game. Maybe not in definitely not in the style that he probably envisioned it. And it made his game better. To fit Nikola Jokic, his game became tremendously better, and it probably was not the route that he envisioned that going.
Right.
I would say this, and not to put titles on anybody, but he's the highest level role player in the NBA right now.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're saying.
He's not a star. He's not going to make All-Star games.
But nobody fits as well with the team the way Aaron fits. And it's interesting that, like, the way that Jamal fits in with Joker and the way that Mike fits in with Joker is different than Aaron, but mostly because Jamal was drafted by this team and was developed by the Nuggets and has played next to Joker his entire career.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike is the same way. And even more so, it felt like Michael Porter Jr., where they were shaping Mike to be the exact player that they needed. And with Aaron, he already had a style and a game, and he had to change the way he played.
He had to mellow it a little bit.
He embraced it. Like, he embraced it so much, and he fit in so well. It feels like no team he would fit in. He could play well with other teams in that dunker position, but not nearly as well as he does.
Well, you heard the comment he had, and I could see that. I spent a little time with Grant Hill during the season, and talking about guys they're looking for in styles, and then Aaron talked about it in media day that he was told he was going to play on that team, and he didn't. Obviously, he's the perfect guy to play on that team. That kind of role guy that's going to go, I'll do your rebound and I'll guard their toughest guy, and I'll run the lane and let's go. He'd have been perfect for playing on the All-Star. And Iguodala, who is, I think, a better offensive player.
Okay.
Iguodala was important to that team when they won a couple of their championships in Golden State.
Yeah. Hey, man, finals MVP. I can never believe. Shocked me with the guys on that team.
Right.
And he's the one who picked up the finals MVP. It was crazy. I can't even remember what season or what championship that was. Their second. I
don't even know what year.
Yeah.
9, 10, 11, somewhere in there.
Yeah. Just absolutely crazy. But I like the way that, do you think from a front office decision, do you think it was easy or hard for the Nuggets basically to buy in completely with this core? It's easy because they just won you a championship, but you also just got bounced in the second round of the playoffs last year. So what was the decision like, saying we have to keep these four guys together?
They are committing a boatload of money to guys that are not all-stars, technically speaking, right? And what Nikola Jokic has been able to do without an all-star on his team has been insane. How many dudes like Nikola Jokic don't have an all-star in their team? So I do think it was probably a catch-22, but it's like when you get mediocre quarterback play, you don't walk away from it. These guys are better than mediocre. I mean, they're damn good basketball players. But I understand what you're saying because there aren't any all-stars that they're committing to.
Right. The only all-star they committed to is Nikola Jokic. The other three players have well, Aaron has, but Jamal's never made an all-star game. Mike has never made an all-star game. And
to be honest with you, they probably won't.
Right. And for you and me, I don't I don't care. Like, if Jamal Murray never makes an all-star game, that's not going to bug me as long as he keeps doing what he does in the playoffs. Do you think it bugs Jamal that he doesn't?
It would bother me.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. Now that you're getting paid this kind of money, yeah, I do expect you to become an all-star. And I expect it to be more than just a playoff Jamal. It's got to be year-round Jamal Murray. That's what it's got to be. You're getting paid that type of money. You're not getting paid that type of money to show up in the playoffs.
Well, but that's the part that counts, though. That's the only part that really matters anymore in the NBA is the playoffs.
I don't think it would bother me not making an all-star game because it's half political. I mean, the starters are picked by people voting.
Right.
And you don't live in New York and you don't live in L.A.
Yes.
You don't have, LeBron gets voted on the All-Star team to start, and he wouldn't have an All-Star year last year, but that's a name. That's how.
But there's
got to
be consistency.
But there has to be consistency through the year, which I think he had through the year, and then didn't in the postseason.
Right.
Which is kind of just the opposite of how he's been in the past. The postseason starts and the game elevates. So he's just got to get back. I do agree with Tyler in that. He's got to be. And I don't judge guys by their money, to be honest with you, because to me, if a guy makes $20 million
right.
and sucks,
right,
or he makes $1 million and he sucks, guess what he does?
Right, because
he sucks.
Isn't one of the things that was like Michael Jordan was never the highest paid player in the NBA during his entire career. He was never the highest paid player, and he was always the best player, though. So it's kind of, you're right. I guess when it comes to salary, I just look at it as like, what is that stopping us from doing in the future, especially with this stupid CBA and the weird rules that the NBA has going right now?
Well, the Players Association bought into him.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Well, but they hired the right, the NBA got the right the NBA Players Association hired their right person.
I don't like it's so complicated. I don't trust lawyers to begin with, but I don't trust it's so murky and twisted, and the cap and the apron and the second apron and the third and all that kind of nonsense.
Let me ask this though, because you do both. Is the confusion of the first apron, the second apron, better or worse than the hockey?
Okay, hockey cheats. LTIR is stupid and weird and goofy, and they're probably going to need to change that too. But the NBA is much worse.
To me, hockey's the only one that makes sense because there's a hard cap every single day.
Yeah, there's a number. You
got to meet that number every single day. It seems pretty simple to me in comparison to the other leagues.
And the NBA, it feels like you can do weird, shady stuff left and right to get stuff done. But I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think hockey, now this is a player's mindset, I think is the dumbest salary cap in the world.
Well, I think NHL players are underpaid when it comes to all from the professional sports aspect of thing. NHL players are underpaid.
How can you say that?
NHL players are massively underpaid.
How can you say that?
Well, just like I feel like NFL players they're absolutely stupid. How does every other professional league have guaranteed contracts and you guys got nothing? Your union should own that sport, brother. And what's happening? Why? And I'll tell you why. Because none of you think further than like 2 years ahead, man.
I could go into it. I'd bore you with the details. There are reasons. You're not wrong. It's the weakest union in professional sports. There are reasons why, and there's a ton of reasons why it's more difficult to mobilize all the players in the NFL than there are in other leagues. I won't bore you with the details, but you're not wrong, man. I mean, yeah, there's the lifetime health insurance. Like that's a simple one,
right?
Forget guaranteed contracts. Can we get health insurance?
Let me hold on. Deshaun Watson, what did he do yesterday? We talked about that.
Oh yeah.
He can get paid if he ever plays.
No, he gets paid no matter what.
I thought you said there's no guaranteed contract.
No, he gets paid no matter what. Well, one guy for one guy.
Yeah, but hold on. The guy gets a $230 million contract, $180 million is guaranteed. Well, we don't give guaranteed contract. $180 million is.
Well, listen, man. Quarterbacks aren't part of the NFL. They're their own special little princess structure up top. Like, you know what I mean? Where no one else can touch. Those 30 guys, I'll put it there's like 15 guys. Those 15 guys up top that are quarterbacks, they have their own little special, pretty princess rules that nobody else in the NFL has to deal with. But guaranteed contracts. Get it done.
I just want to read 2 back-to-back texts here really quick for you, Berto.
Yeah.
First one, I love this guy. Tell me this is a permanent thing. Second one, when will D-Mac be back so I can listen again? This guy, Berto, is terrible. Back-to-back texts.
Mom, stop texting in. What are you doing? Yeah, that's what I get.
Hey,
one of them was from Willie Nelson, though, man.
At least it's 50-50,
Right, instead of overwhelming. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break, and I have right here in my hot little hands something that Dan Tanner just sent us, a brand new NFL rumor. It looks like the Vikings and the Rams might be in trade talks for Matthew Stafford. We will talk about that next, right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey guys, I want you to look and feel your best. You deserve that. So don't settle in life thinking you don't have energy, that your workouts are never going to go as far as they once did. You can do something about it. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here. Revitalize can help you out with testosterone, with peptide therapy, hormone replacement, and medical weight loss options. I know multiple people firsthand that are flat out changing their lives with Revitalize Health's medical weight loss options. They're going to come up with an individualized game plan for your body, your needs, and once you get your numbers to where they're supposed to be, you're going to be amazed at how much better you can feel. And believe me, you probably are deficient somewhere. So go into Revitalize Health, let them get you taken care of. You're going to look and feel so much better. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Tune in all day on Wednesday for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets home opener against the Thunder. Scotty will be there. Stop by, say hi. Every show has a pair of tickets, and you can only win them by listening. If you don't want to leave it up to chance, there are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/tickets. Tune in starting at 6 a.m. and listen all day for your chance to win on your home for the Denver Nuggets Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome back to PhD. Mark Bertinelli, Scott Hastings, Tyler Columbus coming to you live here from the Baxter Shaker Studios. Serious Lawyers for the seriously injured. And gentlemen, I have a couple of NFL rumors for you. And both of them, Dan, right, involve the Rams. So, Dan, where'd you get this from? We have one rumor that says that the Vikings and the Rams are in a discussion for a trade for quarterback Matthew Stafford.
Damn, that's a pretty wild one right there.
Yeah, that's a pretty wild one.
Okay, so Vikings, you would think are relatively happy with Sam Darnold.
Right. Or, I mean, they're 5-1, right? They're 5-1.
But they also are having a damn good year. And if they're looking at it like now's the time, okay, if we could improve at quarterback right now, we feel like we could win a championship. And then actually on the flip side, the Rams need to get younger and cheaper. Yeah. So if they could get Sam Darnold locked up to like a 3-year Baker Mayfield type of deal where it's like $30 million per year rather than whatever the hell they're paying Matthew Stafford, it actually does make a little bit of sense right now. Rams aren't winning anything this year. Vikings feel like they're in a window. It would be an all-in move that feels a bit unnecessary for the Vikings, but I kind of get it.
Yeah. But I mean, Scotty, if you bring in Matthew Stafford, what you do? I mean, you got JJ. You drafted JJ McCarthy to be your starting quarterback, and Matthew Stafford is a great quarterback. He's still got some years in that arm and leg. You know, like he can sit there and play for the next 2-3 seasons in Minnesota. What you going to do with JJ? Unless you just want to sit him behind.
Well, now you've got an Atlanta situation, and this appears to be what the NFL is trying to do nowadays. They want the Jordan Love approach. They want these guys to sit and marinate a little bit. So Atlanta would have that with Michael Penix and Kirk Cousins, and then look, I mean, how many years does Matt Stafford have? 2, maybe.
He is still great though. He is. I mean, I would still put Matthew Stafford in the great quarterback category.
I would too. Well, and that's why they're looking at it. Yeah, I would agree with you.
So they're like, well, man, I don't even know what this deal would look like. You'd send them, you trade quarterbacks, so they get Sam, the Rams get Sam, you get Stafford, and then you'd obviously have to send LA what? I mean, what kind of picks along with it? A first?
Stafford has 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Darnold has 12 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
I know. But he only has 2 or 3 touchdowns in his last 2 or 3 games. He got a lot of those in the early going. Like I think he slowed down a little bit, but that might be due to injury or
Darnold.
Yeah.
Well, he went. What's it go first? Oh, so he went. 2-2-4-3. None against the Jets in a win, and only one in that
the one
last
time they
second
lost.
field goal loss to.
Mm-hmm. So I don't. Yeah. So maybe they look at it as with Sam Darnold, they were never going to buy into Sam Darnold anyway because you already had JJ on the roster. You know
they've got Sam Darnold on a 1-year deal right now. Okay, so one of these 2 teams would have to commit to Sam Darnold long term, in theory. And if you're the Vikings, you're saying, okay, JJ's hurt. This was not a great year for him to actually learn because he's not actually practicing and all the stuff that goes with it, right? So if we want him to marinate for another year or 2, let's go get Matt Stafford. We feel like we're in a window to go win a championship. I think it's kind of a baller move if you're the Vikings.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you're diving all in but that would automatically up their odds of a Super Bowl appearance by I don't know how much because Matthew Stafford is still a great quarterback. He probably still has a Super Bowl left in him.
Yeah, he can deal now.
So I don't know. Yeah, and if you're the Rams, you're 2-4, but the NFC West, I mean, if you're LA, you could probably still win that division, but maybe you're right like Scotty said, like you've got too much money. Because it's not only Matthew Stafford. Who else are they thinking about? Dan, who's the other guy? Cooper Kupp, right?
Cooper Kupp, yeah.
That they're thinking about they might move on from him as well. You might have a whole sale there in LA with the Rams.
Can we get our hands on Cooper Kupp?
Bro,
Is that something the Denver Broncos
They're
get their
looking for a
hands on?
second rounder. You willing to give up a second rounder?
No. Cooper Kupp is great. He's 31 though. Cooper Kupp's 31. Do you want to give a second? Do you want to give LA a second for Cooper? Man, he's good.
I probably don't want to give up a second for a 31-year-old. I mean, if I felt like we were a piece away, I would, but we are far from a piece away. We need long-term solutions right now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It'd be fun, but it'd probably be a dumb decision, right?
Plus, he's been banged up since he was wasn't he up there in the MVP a couple of years ago?
Yeah. And then, he's been
first team
banged up to the start of this season.
Yeah,
too.
and then the last 2 seasons, I think he's been banged up a little bit.
Man, but usually, like I used to make fun of the NFL for never doing anything when it comes to these big kind of trades. But man, if you get a Matthew Stafford trade going, that's a big swing. That's a big, big swing for Minnesota. But I'm of the opinion that Matthew Stafford, top 10 quarterback in the NFL, probably. I mean, I don't want to dive into the people who are above him, but I think that cost for Minnesota to get him. And all you're going to have to give up something huge, man. Do you think LA's asking for a first?
It might not be as big as you think because from the Rams' perspective, it's a salary dump. And they've been trying to trade Matthew Stafford for about 2 seasons now. They have been actively shopping this guy,
all about
and they've not been able to. So if they're looking at it from a salary dump perspective, we want to go get Sam Darnold, a guy that we will invest in, but a guy that we only got to give about $30 million to rather than $50 million to.
Yeah. Oh man, you might be right.
They might just be looking at it like, hey man, we'll do a swap here.
His cap hit is $46 million. Stafford's cap hit is $46 million, according to Spotrac. So
the going rate
might be worth it.
The going rate for an elite quarterback right now is $50 million. That's the going rate.
Maybe this is what LA did. Number 1 on their list right now, cap hit wise, is $46 million for Stafford. You know who number 2 on that list is? Cooper Kupp.
Is that right?
Maybe that's why both those names have popped up in trade rumors. They're like, listen, man,
they're
will
finally
you get those
resetting.
numbers off the books?
Well, and you've got Stafford signed, $23.5 this year with the $12 million cash they gave him, 27 and 12 next year, and the following year 26 and 12.
Ooh.
So he's going to get paid, and that he's a unrestricted free agent at 39.
Stats-wise,
salary.
Stats-wise, Stafford isn't having that great of a year, really. He's currently ranked 19 in QB leaders this season.
Wow.
But it goes back to 2 touchdowns and 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
He's got a higher completion percentage, believe it or not, though, than Darnold.
Yeah, wow, man. I mean, so if this trade goes through, and I hope it does, please let it happen.
Well, does Minnesota want it? Well, then that way Minnesota's saying, okay, we'll have Stafford around to teach our young guys.
Does LA just go to Stetson Bennett, or do you?
No. They would go to Sam Darnold.
Really? Because I'm assuming because the very next week, Stetson's been in the system at least. So you just throw Sam right in there.
They would give Sam Darnold the deal like that day, and that's what I'm saying because the going rate is so high for these quarterbacks that if you can find a mid-tier quarterback that you believe in, a Baker Mayfield, those guys about 30 to 35 versus $50 million. I bet the Rams would give Sam Darnold the long-term deal, right then and there for about 35 per.
Hey, no dumb question. Start that. Look over your shoulder. Look right behind you. And a guy doing how they do these or they go to their house and the guy can do an interview.
Yeah.
Dude sitting in his bathroom with a bulletin board behind him with NFL players on it.
Yeah. That's his shower right next. That's his shower, right? Because that's the shower curtain. That's the. I think he's sitting on the toilet.
Yeah, he's sitting on the toilet, and that's what you get with bloggers. Now, here's your expert. Where we're coming to live, NFL Network, ESPN.
They're having him break down the Steelers' decision to start Russell Wilson from his toilet.
He's using a Blue Yeti microphone, which I happen to know what it is. That thing's about $70.
Yeah, what's great is he's having to hold it. Like you're supposed to set that mic on a table.
Yeah, but his wife's in there. Has got tea. They got tea this afternoon with the ladies' bridge club, and so he can't get out of there. He is sitting in the toilet on the John doing a hit.
Yeah.
And all I did was take a pinup board and put a bunch of NBA or NFL pictures behind it and set it on top of the toilet.
Right. And it's a bunch of weird pictures. Like there's some pictures of the Jets and the Giants. Is that the Dolphins in there?
Yeah,
like
or old Oilers, maybe.
What the heck is going on? But hey, man, listen, we got this dude breaking down Russell Wilson. We got Tua at his press conference, and Tua says, "This is what makes me happy, and I'm going to do it." He's coming back, right? He's going to play this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what the reports are. He's going to be back this weekend and playing. You know, from the Dolphins' perspective, it's like, dang, dude. I mean, the season's over. They ain't going anywhere this year. They would have to win out. You know, like they would more or less have to win 90% of their games moving forward here to even have a fighting puncher's chance at making the playoffs. At what point do you just be like, hey, man, we want you back. Let's do it next year. Why don't we just do that next year?
Yeah. I don't even, is Miami on a bye? No, I don't think Miami's on a bye this week. No, they're hosting the Cardinals. Yeah, good luck with that. Also, the Vikings and Rams play each other on Thursday. How crazy would that be if they get that deal done before they even
Well, they won't get it done by
which...
Thursday. What they'll do is they'll probably sit afterwards in some suite up there. And
yes,
let's bang this out a little bit. Well, I don't know. When's the trade deadline end, though?
November 5th? Like, it's early November, right? Is the NFL trade deadline.
Yeah, we got a couple weeks here.
Yeah, it's early in November.
Yeah, so they'll sit up there in one of the suites up there and go, well, I'll give you this, Chesky.
Man,
I'll give you this cow for that cow.
I wish they would swap it before the game. You know what I mean? Just have them walk across
like
the
baseball
field.
does.
Yeah. Just walk. And
baseball had a dude this year play for both teams in the middle of the game. I forget who that was, but that happened this year.
Oh, well, they were
he
just
played
like,
for
head
two.
on down
He played
to the
for
other
two
locker
teams
room,
in one
brother.
game. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Why do I think Springer was telling me about this? It was a day-night doubleheader, and he got traded in the middle and went to the team.
Yeah, and he went to the other dugout,
and
they put him in the game. Yeah.
I love it. All right, we got to take a break.
Baseball. You literally don't have to know anything about your team. Go out there, hit ball.
I can't believe we still got three days until we get baseball going. Like
That's unbelievable. Friday. Yeah.
Yeah.
It ended this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Is it like the Super Bowl? Are they all is a bunch of people just getting in LA? Or everybody's just hanging out in LA? And do they have like when at the Super Bowl when they make all the players come out and they put them in a booth and you have to answer stupid questions
they'll
from like
just have
Jimmy
batting
Kimmel and
practice
stuff?
or practice probably tomorrow and Thursday. They'll be open to the media.
Like there is no reason that this World Series shouldn't be one of the biggest World Series we've had in the last 20 years or so, right?
Two of the
and it
biggest
just doesn't
stars.
feel like it right now. But maybe that's just because I'm hearing
Early, no dumb question. What's it being broadcasted on?
Fox.
It's on Fox?
Yeah.
Not
Big
FS1?
Fox.
FS1?
No.
Okay.
Actual Fox.
Okay.
Actual big, yeah.
So you get to the
Broadcast
World
Fox.
Series, they'll put it on broadcast Fox.
Right.
Playoffs, we'll stick that on FS1.
Yes.
Well, wait till we get to the postseason. The NFL, with all the new money it's making, is going to start putting playoff games on Amazon.
Listen, my man Tyler couldn't find that second game last night because he didn't realize it was being streamed on ESPN+.
I knew there were two
He was
games
like,
on
what
last
the hell?
night.
He kept
and
changing.
I'm sitting here, I'm going through my Fubo trying to find the second game. I'm like, well, I guess I only got one game.
Right. You only got the Ravens.
And I got the bad game, by the way.
Oh, you got Chargers, Cardinals?
No,
Ravens,
I got
Bucks?
the Ravens. There was an absolute blowout.
Yeah, but you know what? I couldn't find it either, and I kept looking. I go, well, maybe that's just wrong, and so I hit. But then I got the Manning cast. So
Enough
okay.
with the dang streaming devices. All right,
So we
enough.
we've
had Peacock, we got ESPN Plus, we got
Listen,
Amazon
man.
Prime.
Listen.
Enough.
They don't care about us. They don't care about old people. They care about the people streaming this stuff, man. Young people streaming this stuff straight to their phone.
So you think there's 20-some-year-olds sitting at the bar last night streaming?
No.
ESPN+?
I'm assuming this is why the leagues are doing this because
And
they're trying to
look
get
at
that
the demographic
attention.
on ESPN.
Yeah,
it's like 45
right
and up.
Yeah. But last night there was 2 football games going on. One was on 3 different stations. They had on ABC, there was the game. Then there was also the game on ESPN, which is the same game. And then they had the Manningcast on ESPN2,
Which was the
who was
same
doing
game.
the same game. Yeah. So they basically had 3 different broadcasts of one game, and they all got ratings, I'm assuming. So that's why you do it, right?
And so
Money.
ESPN says, but if you want to watch the other one, you have to pay your $19.95
you have to go to
a month
ESPN Plus to watch that bad boy.
Whatever it is, $39 a month.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's weird that they're using their billion-dollar TV contract to basically experiment on the viewing public to see what they like and what they don't like. Like, you know what I mean? This is just Disney and ABC just trying to figure stuff out, right? They're just making stuff up as they go along until they get to a place where like, yep, that's what we like. Look at all those numbers. Look at them big numbers. That's money. Let's go.
There's literally not enough streaming devices in the world. They will continue saying yes to every single one of them that wants to buy a game because it's billions of dollars.
so much
Billions
money.
of dollars.
How much
And
did
you know
Amazon
what?
pay?
It works out. Every time Peacock gets a game, you sign up and you forget to cancel your subscription.
Right. Like your grandfather is, I can't watch the game, but they still, millions of people still find a way to watch it, and it
You
works
got
out.
something about old people?
Yeah,
No.
that was like your fourth
Twice
old
already.
guy
Really?
joke in the
Yeah.
segment.
Man,
you
my
called
bad.
me old just a little bit ago.
Yeah, no, you're the youngest person in the building right now.
What about?
I don't know how old Dan is. Dan, how old are you, brother?
Take a guess.
Well, you're
42.
bored up, so probably about 22.
Wow, shots fired.
Well, I'd say about 32, Dan.
33.
Okay, 33. 33, that's not bad. You're about halfway through your life. How do you feel about it right now? You're about halfway through your time here on planet Earth. You feel like, you're pro or negative
Here's the
on
way
the
you
time?
look at it, Dan. Honestly, you probably got 40 to 45 good summers left.
That sounds about right.
The average age of death of the American male is in the 70s now. I think it's like
72 or 73, isn't it?
Yeah. So, right, and the rest of the world is somewhere in the mid 80s. We live in a little bit harder here.
You know, we put a little bit more preservatives in our food.
Yeah, a little less tread on the tire here in the U.S. But so yeah, you still got plenty of time, Dan. Not a whole lot, but go ahead and seize the day, bro. Carpe diem, my man. All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. We're going to talk a little Denver Broncos, and the NBA season starts tonight. We'll dive back into Aaron Gordon and his extension, and every single team in the NHL plays today. It's Frozen. I keep saying Frozen Fury, but it's Frozen Frenzy, right? Frozen Frenzy. We'll talk about that too next, right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
yourself pretty vocal in the part of the scrimmage we got to see. Has that been an all-day, everyday kind of thing?
Yes.
Has it ever become too much?
I don't think so. I don't think you can have enough communication. You can't have enough agitation. I like that kind of stuff, man. Get guys going after each other. Because if we just come in here every day, buddy, you're only going to get so much better. But when you're talking and getting under people's skin, and that becomes contagious. He was so excited today when other guys started getting into it, and he was like, man, I'm getting there. I'm accomplishing my goal of being an irritant, and I love the fact that he brings that every single day. Like the little snapshot you guys saw, that's him every day, man. It's not phony. It's real. He gets after it. He's hardened himself, and he pushes his teammates, and I love it.
That was head coach Michael Malone talking about what he expects from Russell Westbrook this season. Welcome back to PhD on this Tuesday, October the 22nd. Coming to you live from the Backers and Shanker studios. Scotty, Tyler, do you believe that just his presence will add more dog to the Denver Nuggets, some more bite to their bark?
Well, you lost one of your big dogs, right? I mean, KCP had a little dog in him.
Yeah.
Everything I've heard from Russ, he always takes the heat from fans.
Mm-hmm.
And this may go back to one of those comments Tyler made earlier that, you've always been one of the higher paid dudes. Now instead of averaging 24, you're averaging 18.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, LeBron's missing 25 games and you miss one all season, but you're the problem because you're only averaging 18 instead of that 24, 25. But he didn't take nights off, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard fan bases have get tired of him, and he's also one that, Tyler pointed this out also a month or so ago or whenever they signed him. He's kind of like the universal bad guy in the league.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And I don't think Denver's ever had that guy.
He might be the most universal villain in the NBA. I mean, outside of like LeBron and stuff, but he's up there on that list. But you brought him in for one reason only, to bring that dog off the bench, to be a spark, to be contagious. I suppose in theory Russell could be a bit of like a drive killer, of a bench killer, right? If he wants to be selfish with his play. But he's had a phase of his career that, man, he's accepted what his role is.
I think you're right. You're probably right, because it is so hard. This man is a former MVP of this league, right? He used to take how many shots a night? He used to touch the ball every single day, every single time down the court. He used to, he used to be the focal point of every.
He averaged a triple-double the year he won it, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting how he can go, like he can morph from that player to the player he is now and still find ways to try and help.
But that took
teams
some
win.
time, right? Because there were definitely a few years in there when he was pressing it, trying to hold on to that starting role. But fortunately for the Nuggets, they got him at the perfect point of his career where he has accepted it.
Yeah.
Well, there's nobody better on the team right now getting downhill. I think the two best guys that can kind of get their own stuff to the basket are probably, from the perimeter, probably are Westbrook and Strawther.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, they both have a little quickness, and one thing I noticed in the in the preseason games, I thought Westy didn't finish as well as they need him to finish, especially if he's going to be that bench guy and he's going to be that guy breaking down a D and getting to the rim. He got to finish too now.
Mm-hmm. How many points a game you need from him? 12?
Yeah, but I think you're going to get 14 or 16.
Oh, really? You think he's going to get those kind of minutes?
I think he'll get 12 to 16. I think 12's minimum.
Do you think you can play Russ a little bit more and not spend his, like, I don't know, how many points per game did Joker, not points per game, but minutes. Per game? 37 minutes per game? Reggie, you get that down to 30, 35?
But it's going to be about Jamal, right? And they really don't have another backup point guard. It's funny. Teams that only have two quarterbacks, right, always seem like those two guys get hurt, and you always scramble to find that third guy. But the NBA, they're going with 2 point guards again. They tried in that game 4 preseason to bring Strawther or Christian Brown, and they had 23 turnovers or something like that, 19 turnovers for like 33 points.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they ain't point guards. They both had like 4 turnovers each. But last year, remember, Jamal missed so many games early, and Reggie came in. Reggie played great, but it took it out of him by the end of the year. By the end of the year, Reggie Jackson had nothing.
Just tired. Well, the whole team, man. The whole team was
but he was – Chris Marlowe tells a story. He was coming down the elevator and said, Reggie, are you all ready tonight? And he was going to start again. He goes, no. He goes, why, man? He goes, I'm playing too many minutes. He goes, oh, whatever. He goes, I came here to play 18.
Yeah, see, I don't ever see Russ doing that. I mean, Russ, he's never going to turn down minutes.
Right,
but you're still, mid-30s, and you're, play like we talked about yesterday. Their first 4 games will happen within the first 6 days of the season.
Not great.
That's a lot of games quick.
Yeah. Is there a player on the Nuggets right now that you would like for them to embrace Russell Westbrook's game? Like add that downhill nature to their game. Add a little more. You think it should be Strawther?
Well, I mean, I think Strawther has the capability. I'd like to say Porter, but I don't think he has the capability.
Strawther's already kind of shown it, though, isn't he?
Well, preseason.
Well, he played more minutes than anybody in the preseason, right? Like they gave him minutes.
He scored more points than anybody.
But I love how that dude can not only shoot, but he can drive the hoop now. Like I wish Michael Porter Jr. would do that.
Yeah, but I mean,
I think Michaels is physical.
Yeah. Oh, what do you mean by that? You mean like
I don't think he has the ability to be that quick twitch muscle, boom, to just boom, and he's right by a guy.
Yeah, he's much more. He needs
that's
to be
why even with his jumper, you see him a big sidestep to the one side or the other to pull up to create himself a little space. He can go to the basket if you give him a lane, and he can finish pretty well at the basket when he gets a lane. But I don't think he's going to break an ankle. Yeah. See, I think Strawther's going to be able to break an ankle.
Interesting. That is interesting. Do you think? Are we going to see? I'm assuming we're going to see sometime this season because it's 82 regular season games and people get hurt. That Russell Westbrook will get a couple of starts in there. But do you like it feels like you got Christian in the starting lineup right now because of the defense he brings and that nature to his game. But it also, like, Coach Malone is he's not closing the door on Julian taking that position over. What's that?
It should be.
It should be Julian as the starter or Christian?
The door should be closed.
Oh, so you think
unless Christian Brown just absolutely spits the bit.
Yeah.
Because you go back and look, I mean, how many games we'd come back and talk about the next day? You lose by 3, and the bench got outscored 52-20.
Yeah.
You got to have Christian Brown's not ever. I don't think he's ever going to be a scorer in this league. I think Strawther can be a scorer in this league. So for the next year or two, you're bringing him. Let him be 6. They give awards and trophies for 6th man of the year. Come off the bench and give me 18, 19, whatever it is. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go. And
but for the same reason you just said, you could understand the temptation to try to force him into the starting lineup. You could. I mean, if he is a scorer, hey, you want that off the bench?
One time when I was in Atlanta, I got drafted by the Miami Heat in the expansion draft. They traded Randy Whitman to Sacramento, and I think they traded Tree Rollins to somewhere. Randy was averaging about 8 shots a game. I was in nothing really, 1 maybe. Tree was averaging like 2. Okay, so 10 shots.
Yeah.
You replaced those 2 guys with Moses Malone and Reggie Theus.
Okay, yeah.
Well, hey, that's a big time improvement.
Yeah.
Here's the problem there, and this is where math pays. At the time, let's say you only still got about 85 shots a game. You took 10 away, right, by trades and whatever.
And then you added
Moses wants about 16, 17. Reggie wants about 16, 18. So you brought in 32 shots a game, taking away 10. So you got to come up with 22 more shots a game.
Yeah.
Hey, Dominique, instead of shooting 22 times a game, we only want you to shoot 12, 15. So that's the problem. If Strawther comes off the bench, if say in a game you're going to get, 50 shots from your starters, and Christian Brown's going to get 4 of those, maybe 5. And Strawther needs to be successful, 12, 14. How does that work?
Right.
So but on the bench, guess what you need? You need a volume scorer.
Mm-hmm.
They have not had a volume scorer. Really, and go back to even Bruce Brown. I think Bruce Brown is a bigger loss than KCP.
Really?
Yeah, because I think Christian Brown can replace the hustle, the toughness, the the KCP brought. Let's see if now he can hit the quality three that KCP could, because KCP would hit big threes on you. But Bruce Brown, I mean, he was that dog off the bench, trash talking, downhill playing. Could play 1, 2, 3, defend anybody. And if you go back and look, I think he averaged 9 in the regular season and 14 in the postseason. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. And they ain't had no. And after he left, who scored last year on the bench? Who was your leading scorer off the bench last year?
I don't even know who was their leading scorer in the playoffs off the bench.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know. It was bad. Remember, there was
that
those
was a little problem.
Yeah. You got
but
nothing.
But now all of a sudden your offense is stalled a little bit, and Christian's not doing whatever. Guess what you can do? Hey, we still got boom, boom, boom. We'll put this guy in, let him go in, and plus, guess what? You got a young guy that's fresh coming in, maybe against the number 2 guys on their team.
Mm-hmm. And the weird thing with the Nuggets is it always feels like Nikola Jokic has no problem taking fewer shots if the rest of the team is making shots. Like Joker would rather pass the ball than shoot the ball, it feels like. And so there's something like we're going to talk about Joel Embiid and what's going on with the Sixers and their weird start to the season and all this weird stuff that's going on with Philly coming up here. But you know what I mean? Like Joel Embiid needs those shots that you're talking about, shots that the other players aren't going to get. But Joker doesn't need, like, you know what I mean? Like Joker, if instead of like if he takes 5 shots a game and they win, he's happy. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine with it. And that's hard to find in a lot of superstars in the NBA. He'd be more than happy to do less if it means, his teammates are doing more and they're winning.
Yeah, as long as you're winning.
Yeah, as long as you're winning. Otherwise, he's just going to do that thing where he takes over. But I have no idea what kind of season he's going to have this year, Joker. But it's going to be another stupid, ridiculous, crazy MVP type. Yeah. So it's going to be wild. I'm just Oklahoma City Thunder, Denver Nuggets, Thursday night. Scott Hastings on the call with Jason Cosmis.
Do you ever tell Tyler what your intro for me is during the pregame show?
He's known from coast to coast like butter and toast.
Oh,
He's
I know
the great
that
ghost.
one. Oh, yeah, I know that.
Scott Hastings.
That's great. That's a great intro.
Yeah, well, you can hear it on Thursday night when the Nuggets and Thunder get it on in game number 1. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we got some more NFL, NHL news to get to, and we got no dumb questions coming up as well. We'll be right back on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out Phil Long Ford of Denver. You're going to love your experience over there. You're going to build a long-term relationship, and relationships matter in life. That's why I keep going back to Phil Long Ford, because I know him, I love him, I trust him. They get me in, they get me out, they respect my time, and they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's going to happen to you as well. Guys, Phil Long will have the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, commercial fleet vehicle, the inventory of Phil Long is as strong as it has ever been. Cars, trucks, vans, for as far as you can see. This is one-stop shopping with the best price. Guys, incentive deals are solid. Interest rates are solid. They've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. If you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, you've got to do it. Do it today. You're going to fall in love with them. Guys, let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at phillongdenver.com.
Welcome back to PhD on this October 22nd. Hope your weekend is going well. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful weather here in the Mile High City. Tyler Columbus, looking good as always. Scott Hastings, looking good as always.
You didn't say anything about my shirt.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
You know what that
is
is?
that a gift, or did you pick that one out yourself? Because it's good.
I got we're triplets. So I got one for the warden and
Okay.
junior warden.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. All right. Those are old school. Those like stop motion animation Christmas.
Right.
Like that's like 1950s stuff, right? Or am I wrong?
Gosh,
How
I
old are
don't
those?
know.
I just know that they've been coming on since I was a little kid,
Like
like around
58
Christmas.
or 62. something
Yeah,
there,
is that
maybe?
where some like
Oh,
like
yeah.
the abominable snowman and stuff like that, and and Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Yeah. Hey man, we're almost at how many days until Halloween? Dan Tanner loves Halloween so much he like marks it off. He's got like an advent calendar for Halloween where he marks it off day by day. How close to Halloween are we, Dan?
Well, it's the 31st, and today's the 22nd.
So what's 31
Right.
minus
Do
22?
that math.
I think that's like 8.5 plus a hat 9.
We're 9. I don't think that's right.
I'm actually the anti-costume person.
You don't do costumes on Halloween, man?
Not my thing.
1964.
1964? Oh man, those are old school. And they just keep. I mean, they make.
And they keep showing them every
right,
year, though.
right, and people watch it and they make money off of it.
That's got to be one of the most continuous watch shows ever. Right?
I wonder, like, isn't that like Orson Welles is like voice? Like, I wonder, does the Orson Welles people still get money from a show they did in 1964? Right, Orson? Am I right? Orson
Who's
Welles.
Orson Welles?
Like, I think he's the voice of the snowman. You know what I'm
No,
talking
that's
about?
Burl Ives.
Burl Ives. Orson
Burl
Welles. Yes,
That
Burl
was
Ives. There you go.
The day the world stood still.
Tyler's like, what the hell y'all talking about?
Rosebud.
That's all right. I mean, T-Mac and Scott usually do this for about 15 minutes a day. So this is actually, it's been a breath of fresh air. This has been the first time in 2 days.
Have you watched Rudolph? You've seen Rudolph, though,
Of
right?
course.
Your kids?
I don't know if they've actually seen. No, I bet they have not. Not
Really?
Yeah, I bet they've not.
That's all right, man. Listen, sometimes you just got to move on. Change is fine. Change is fine.
I did watch Nightmare Before Christmas last night.
Oh, really? Really?
Christmas movie or Halloween movie?
That's a Christmas.
What is your deal? Like, can you wait until Halloween to Thanksgiving to Christmas? Can we go in order here?
Do you remember the end of Scrooge?
Yeah.
Remember what they said?
No.
And he kept Christmas every day.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So that's how you try to live your life?
Trying to.
So 4th of July, Scott, you're celebrating Christmas?
I had a little Christmas music on.
Wow. I've never realized this until now. Someone says that they just realized Berto is Theo Vaughn before Theo Vaughn. You do have some Theo Vaughn in you.
Do I really?
Oh, yeah, you do.
Listen.
I mean,
can be
I
goofy
can't.
like
Maybe
Theo.
it's just the voice. Maybe I don't know, but you definitely got a little Theo Vaughn in you.
Yeah, listen, man, I wish I had Theo Vaughn money. I'll tell you that much right now. But, all right. I cannot believe that the Denver Broncos are, well, they're in a playoff position right now. But not only that, they're taking on a team this weekend that they should absolutely blast.
Yeah, man.
The worst team in the NFL, probably, in the Carolina Panthers coming to town. The Carolina Panthers have a brand new head coach, right? Because the owner there keeps firing head coaches left and right.
Dave Canales.
And Dave Canales is he's got some Mike McDaniel in him. He's very much like he's a positive reinforcement guy. He's like, you're great. I love you. You're the best Scott Hastings I've ever seen in my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you keep that up when your team is 1-6? Like, how do you you can't generate positive energy when you're 1-6 and you're just getting housed. Like, you're not just barely losing these games. You're getting smashed. You're getting crushed. How do you keep that kind of attitude as a coach?
Blame it on the owner.
Is that, I mean,
just be like, hey, fellas, sorry, we got hosed. We got a bad owner up here. You know, I got handed a tough deck I got to play with. Bad situation. You know, I'm looking at the Broncos schedule here. Okay, so I see 4 games that are like, yeah, you better damn win these games. Okay,
Right.
So you better beat the Panthers.
Yeah.
You better beat the Browns. You better beat the Raiders. And you better beat the Colts. Okay, so that's 4. That takes you to 8 wins.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to start talking about playoffs, in
I
all
need one
likelihood,
more at least.
probably 2.
Really? You need to get to 10?
9 is kind of like the magic number that you might get in on certain years. You might not get in on other years.
But 9's not going to win you the division, not with the Chiefs in there, right?
But you're not winning the division no matter what. So just cross that one off the list, and you got to make sure, how can I guarantee that I'm a wild card team? 10 is a pretty much guarantee. You get to 10 wins, you're getting into the playoffs, right?
Especially in the league right now. And you got some bad teams.
So you beat the Panthers, you beat the Browns, you beat the Raiders, you beat the Colts, okay? So that takes you to 8 wins. Now you got to find me 2 more wins in there.
Well, I can find you one immediately.
Who?
There's no way that the Kansas City Chiefs need to win that game.
Well,
the
that's
last
true.
game of the season, the Chiefs aren't going to need to win that thing, right?
That is probably a true
They
statement
can sit
there.
everybody. Mahomes, sit the hell down, man.
Okay,
right?
okay, you're talking me into it. So there's 9.
That's 9. Now
Right
find
now
me
you're
one
kind of at
more.
the magic number that you might get lucky. You might sneak in if you take care of business against the teams you're supposed to take care of business against. And then the Bengals, I would say, would be your other opportunity, because the Bengals are who knows what you're getting, man. I mean, they're either the hottest or the coldest team in the NFL given on any given week.
How about the Chargers? Like, did you see what? Last night, a Harbaugh won and a Harbaugh lost.
I do not like the Chargers matchup for us.
Really?
I don't like it. I think that they are just a ball control team. Harbaugh he's got the capability of sticking to his game plan when I think Sean Payton does not. And that's what scares me about Harbaugh.
Yeah.
But here's the interesting thing. Social media, and once again, it's Chargers fans. How passionate or dangerous are they? They are killing Harbaugh right now because he's not letting Herbert loose.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't know
Although
anything
he threw
about the
the
game
ball
last night
night,
because it turns out it had to be on ESPN Plus,
yes.
and I didn't know that, so I thought it was supposed to be on broadcast television.
No, it was not. Yeah.
So what happened in that game last night? It was close, right?
Justin
Came down to
Herbert
like
threw
last
for
second
almost
field goal.
400 yards, and they lost that thing. They let Justin throw the ball.
But no touchdowns.
Right, no touchdowns. He threw the ball like 39. Well, I mean, hell, man, I got it.
Was
right
it a
in front. I
walk-off
just
field
look
goal
at
or
it.
something?
Yeah, it was a field goal.
The Chargers hit a field goal with like a minute to take the lead, and then
Kyler had a crazy touchdown run in the fourth, like a 40-yard touchdown run. Let's see, he ended up with 64 yards rushing and that touchdown. But let's see, Justin Herbert, 27 of 39, 349 yards. They lost that game. They lost
But
that
he
thing.
had
They
no
only
touchdowns.
rushed. Yeah, they only rushed for 59 yards. The exact opposite of what Harbaugh wants to do.
That's true.
The anti-Harbaugh game for the Chargers last night, and they still caught that L.
Now, I will say this. Is there a better quarterback with less talent around him than
Justin Herbert?
Than Justin Herbert?
No.
He used to have some talent, then they traded it all away.
No. But I would love to see Justin Herbert surrounded by like amazing talent, because I don't know what Justin Herbert is. I know he's a good quarterback. But
Justin
I'm not putting him
Herbert
in
is
the-
just the typical Chargers quarterback.
Right.
A great QB
Like,
that's never going to do anything.
We were talking about the Matthew Stafford rumors early about maybe Matthew Stafford going to Minnesota. I'd much rather have a Matthew Stafford as a quarterback than a Justin Herbert. Oh, you rather have a Herbert? Really?
Dude.
Really?
Stafford's
10 years
a
younger.
dog, though. Well,
Yeah,
yes, age, okay. But Stafford's the dog, and I feel like Herbert is just kind of content.
Yeah. It's so crazy. I honestly think that Justin Herbert might be better someplace else. Let Harbaugh do something. Man,
And yet
Harbaugh
he's
should
going for over 4,000 yards every year.
Yeah. They should have just let Harbaugh draft JJ. Just let JJ fall to that dude and let him, and then trade Justin or whatever and move on. I do have one question for you, Scotty, when it comes to the Carolina Panthers. My man Springer has this thing where he doesn't believe, he thinks when we were talking about a team's culture, that's just nonsense. That's not really such a thing.
He played tennis his whole
as,
life, right?
as culture. But
I mean, being serious, he played tennis.
Yes, he did.
Singles
Right.
tennis.
Right. It's a right.
Count on
it's a-
yourself, and
not much of a team environment
Drive
there.
yourself to the courts.
But when I talk about when I say, what do you think about the team culture in Carolina with the Panthers, and how would you go about changing it? Like, you can't look at Carolina and not think that there's something organizationally wrong with it. Like, it's not Bryce Young. It's not Bryce Young. Matter of fact, I saw a rumor today that as soon as they benched Bryce Young, it felt like almost every team in the NFL. The Athletic reported almost every team in the NFL called him and was like, "Hey, you guys going to trade Bryce Young?
Right.
We'll give you something for Bryce Young. Send him over here." So, I mean, when it comes to culture and how to change it in Carolina, is there anything you're going to do when the owner's just going to do whatever he wants to do?
Well, I think it starts with conversation first, but then it's got to be a consistent ethic, whether it's work ethic or whatever you're espousing.
An
Wrong-
ethic. I like that.
Yeah, and the wrong kind of people that are there, you got to get rid of early, and you sacrifice wins early sometimes to change a culture, and then you got to stick with it. And you got to have an owner that's going to stick with it. And then you got to listen. Somebody said it years ago, about the Jimmys and Joes. You can have a great culture, and if you got nothing but, like I was in Miami, an expansion team. I told you we had great culture. We had unbelievable people. We worked our butts off. Guess what we were? We were like all 10th, 11th, and 12th guys.
Yeah.
So guess what we weren't doing?
Yeah.
We weren't punking Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant. Those guys are having their way with us. We had a good culture. All liked each other. Worked our butts off. We
Didn't matter if you don't have the
Joes.
talent.
Yeah, we didn't have any Jimmys or Joes.
Yeah, you think that's what Carolina's problem is? Is they just don't have the
I
talent?
haven't watched them enough. I don't know. You've seen them.
They can't stick to anything. They got to get a stick to itiveness
Right?
out
No,
there.
I agree. That's
Get a
like if I
plan
owned an
and-
NFL team,
and-
we're just like, whoa, what's over here? What's over here? Yeah.
I mean, they hired Frank Reich and they hired him. They fired him halfway into his first season.
Yeah. And it feels like they fired him because he's the one who was like, maybe we should draft C.J. Stroud instead of Bryce. And they were like, shut up, we're drafting Bryce. And then, and he was like, I told you so. And they're like, you're fired.
Yeah.
That's basically it. But it goes back. You got to have an actual honest conversation with yourself. This ain't going right. What's not going right? And you got to have people, and the owners got to listen. And then, okay, let's get the guy that could change this culture. John Fox came in and changed the culture for the Broncos after McDaniels, right? He came in after McDaniels and flipped that around. And I remember John Elway telling me, I said, what was the biggest thing you realized when you became GM then? He goes, how much people hated coming to work. That's how bad it was inside the Broncos office. So now all of a sudden John Fox was great. Now, he might not have been the guy that can get you over the hump like Gary Kubiak did, but guess what? He changed the entire culture in there. So,
He got you damn close.
and he got you to the Super Bowl. But yeah, you got.
Man, I will never forget. I was playing in the league at the time when the Broncos had a mutual parting of the ways with John Fox. That was like earth-shattering news to us. Like the Broncos are moving on from John Fox. The Broncos were on top of the world, man.
Yeah.
Like greatest show on turf since the St. Louis Rams. I mean, the offense was rolling, and the Broncos are moving on. Like, who does that? And it worked.
Yeah, so crazy. Absolutely insane. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, it's the game show Sweeping the Nation. It is No Dumb Questions right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
just hoping for an update on Travis and how he's doing and kind of how this week looks for him.
Travis is better than last week. I think he'll have more productivity because he's feeling much better than last week. You could just tell with his little giddy up and the way he goes about life, a little more pep in his step today. I think he did some conditioning today for sure to make sure he's on point with his conditioning because he never tires, and we want to keep that what it is. But I think he will certainly contribute a lot more than he did a week ago because he's healthier.
That's Coach Prime, the head coach of the CU Buffs, talking about Travis Hunter and his availability this weekend. It looks like Travis will be good to go. And welcome back to PhD. Mark Bertinelli, Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings. Do the two of you have a preference of what Travis ends up playing when he goes pro, offense or defense? Or do you think an NFL team's just going to tell him?
You know, I did a podcast with Scott McCluen the other day, who used to be the GM with the Redskins for a long time and forever in the league. He doesn't think he's going to be able to play both ways. Now, you talk to other guys and they're like, yep, he's going to pull it off. I say you draft the dude and you figure it out.
Yeah,
I mean, from Travis's perspective, we've gone over this a bunch. You'd be insane to not choose wide receiver if you had the choice and you were as good at both of them. To not choose wide receiver would just be a financially irresponsible decision for him. What I personally would foresee with Travis, he would be like an every down wide receiver for me and then be like a dime personnel defensive back. But shoot, man, I mean, the opinions are so mixed on that guy. I don't know what it's going to end up being.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Do you have a preference, Scotty?
Well, I have no idea. I do not even care. I think it'll be a high draft pick. I think he'll go to rookie camp, what they call them, rookie camps or whatever, right after the draft. And I bet you in that rookie camp, they'll have him run routes and they'll probably have him do some of the DB drills and stuff like that. And then they'll figure it out. And I think they'll make him one or the other, but maybe have a package for him on the other once in a while in a game.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to handle it, right? Unless you just get a head coach who's all in, buys all in, and is like, yeah, you did it in college. Let's see what you can do in the NFL. Let's see how many downs you can go both ways.
It seems pretty unlikely just given the investment that the teams have in this guy, right? Because now it's their dollars and cents that they have to protect that investment. It's not some boosters' dollars that's paying them. It's your dollars. And once that happens, generally speaking, you get a little bit more uptight about protecting your investment.
Yeah. So let me ask this. He was on the Broncos right now today. Could he start on defense?
Yeah. Well, you mean take Riley's spot and have?
No, I think Monster. But I mean, they start a lot of nickel. Could he be your starting nickel back right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think he could probably start over Riley Moss. Quite frankly, not that I'm looking for an upgrade because I'm totally satisfied with what you're getting out of Riley, but I think Travis is that good.
Yeah.
Could he start on the offense?
Yes.
Oh, hell
yes. He'd be one of the most.
Defense is an interesting question.
Because which one would he help the Broncos better this year?
Yeah, on offense.
On
for
offense,
sure.
Because they're talent poor on offense, right?
So then you probably got to look at who's going to be at the top of the draft and whether they need help with offense or defense.
Yeah, I've seen, we were having this, was it me and Dan or me and KJ were just having this conversation 30 minutes ago. We were looking at a mock draft that had the Broncos selecting 12th, 13th, 14th, somewhere in there. And they took Ashton Jeanty, the running back from Boise State, who's a monster this year. He's just
I'm not big on first-round running backs, but you could probably talk me into it with that guy.
But, yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, so the Broncos, in the first round of this upcoming draft, there is no other option for them than on the offensive side of the ball. Even, they could go tackle or something like that, but they need an offensive weapon for
name
Boda.
a position on defense that you're not satisfied with. Name one.
Yeah, I don't know if I can come up with safe. No, I'm pretty happy with
even inside linebacker where you've got some injuries.
I'm pretty happy with the ed Benito and Allen and the crew. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna complain about that.
No, you're looking for offensive help.
Yeah. So you need, and you're not gonna be bad enough to pick Travis because he's gone. He's gone number one probably, unless it's Carolina who gets the number one pick, and then it's Shedeur who's going number one.
He probably goes 2 because whoever needs a quarterback probably trades up to number 1, and then he probably goes 2. But yeah, he's the best football player in the draft.
Yeah, and man, I would
It should
love
mean
for him to
Heisman, but it probably won't.
Right.
And I do think the injuries are going to impact that greatly, unfortunately, because you would think, what does it matter if Travis Hunter misses a game or two because he's such a unicorn.
Right.
But it does. It matters.
He's a guy right now that in Mel Kiper's big draft, I got to believe he's going to be a top 5 corner and a top 5 receiver.
Right.
Who's ever done that? I mean, that's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, just like Dion, you're going to have to find a way to get him the ball on offense. Even if you put him almost exclusively defensively, you got to find a way to let him touch the ball a couple times on offense per game, right?
Andy is big on this, and I understand why he's having a great years, but any part of you ever think back, could we have gotten Bo Nix in the second round and still gotten Brock Bowers in the first?
Man, probably. Spencer Rattler went in the 5th. Man, you probably could have done it.
Well, where were the Raiders? The Raiders took Brock Bowers.
And they went Brock.
I think the Raiders probably end up taking Bo Nix because they needed a QB bad.
You might not be wrong. You're right. I bet you they had Brock number 1 on their board, maybe. Well, it's probably Caleb or something, or Jaden number 1 on their board, but they knew they weren't going to get him. But you're right. They probably would have gone Bo, right?
Yeah, they needed a quarterback desperately.
Yeah. And you're right. You probably couldn't have got him. You could have got Spencer. But yeah, that would have been a tough one. All right. It is time right now for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
No dumb questions. Hit us up on Twitch or the Shump Monster text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. I will start with this question. What's your favorite smell?
Skunk.
Skunk is your favorite smell?
It's top 10.
You smell a skunk and you're like, I need some more
I'm
of
going
that.
to pull over the car, lower down all the windows, and make sure that gets in here.
When I'm driving back home, because I only smell it like somewhere on 70, like in Kansas, right? And we drive and you go, oh, there's skunk. And you know what? It makes me think home.
Wow. Okay.
You used to have a lot of skunks.
I was not thinking.
Okay, I understand why it might make you think of home.
So I like the skunk.
Okay.
But, as far as number 1 memory smell I have is probably skunk. One of my favorite smells, I like a good pine tree smell.
Yeah. No, I got it. Yeah, that's a good
smell.
Maybe good old French toast in the morning.
Is that French toast is your favorite smell?
That's a pretty good smell right there.
But is that toast?
Especially if you wake up to it. You didn't make it. You just wake up, go downstairs, you smell it.
But that smell is either cinnamon or vanilla.
I know.
Right. Yeah. Right. I don't know. But you know that smell that you get when you enter a Waffle House or whatever, when you're like, that's sadness
bacon
and
grease
cigarettes.
Once you enter a Waffle House, you will smell like that for a week.
Oh, that's awesome.
You do not get that smell off of you.
You know what else is a good smell? And Utah has it. I don't know if it lets you go this year, but in in the press room where we go and interview everybody, they have a bathroom. They have this almond scented hand soap.
Oh, really? And it's
everybody says you got to go wash your hands. Got to go wash your hands. I mean, it's the best smell in the entire world. So I'm telling their PR staff, I said, man, dude gave me a big bottle of it.
Really?
Yeah, to take home.
Man, see, I'm here for that kind of. I love the smell of cut grass.
Good grass in the spring.
Yeah.
Like
the 720 says, skunk is usually something different here in Colorado. I think he's
we
talking
were,
about sticky icky. Yeah.
We were planning on getting into this at some point today anyways, but for you, Scott, no dumb question. As a teammate, how would you feel about Embiid saying he's not playing in back-to-backs?
Dan, did you clean that one thing
Oh, yeah,
up?
he says he's cleaned it up. Let's hear it. Or do you want to save it?
To me, Kevin Garnett couldn't have said it any better.
All right, let's hear KG. Let's hear it.
What do you think is a good number of games he played? 82 games, man. This is what the job calls for. You're not practicing. You're not even playing a whole. You don't play in the summer. Right. I can see if you playing in the summer, you're on the playground, you went to the Olympics, then it's training camp. Y'all do 30 days of tour days. Okay, that's when you get rest. Man, I don't want to hear this, man. I don't want to hear none of this. Mother, can sit out a back-to-backs, bro. Hey, listen, we done with that comparison of the era. We're gonna respect this era and what it does, and that's it. Don't compare nobody and none of this because you can't. If you ain't played,
trying to bring it back.
Listen. I think that's gonna hurt Philly. That's gonna hurt Philly not even that, but bro,
from a seeding perspective,
it's rhythm. One night I got P. Next night I ain't got it.
You might have to they might put themselves in a position to where they play Boston in the first round.
Bro, the league gotta
that
get
might
this
not
under
be
control,
good.
bro. This is all over the place, real. And ain't nobody saying nothing.
Okay, here really is a dumb question. Was Embiid being serious that he's never going to play in a back-to-back ever again?
No, Philly is like, we're not playing him in back. Not only that, they're going to not do it with Paul George either. Paul George and Joel Embiid are not playing back-to-back games this season in the NBA.
Goodness gracious.
Well, and they're both missing.
How does the NBA let
the first
this
game
happen?
of the year?
They can't. I mean, there's nothing they can do about it, right?
Well, you can't make an All-Star game, right?
Paul George,
right, or he won't be up for the
You gotta
MVP.
play
72? Is it 60, 63, something like that? Yeah. You can only miss up to 12, 13, something like that.
Paul George hyperextended his knee, got a bone bruise, so he's not playing in the opener. And Embiid had surgery, I guess, sometime after the Olympics, so he ain't playing in the opener.
Right, and he's going to be out for, not
Could
for
be
a
out
while.
at least a week.
Yeah.
No, I understand for injury. Maybe you got to bring a guy and ease a guy back. But I remember Murray, right? Come back from ACL. They didn't play him in back-to-backs. And then the one game he did, he hit that last second shot in Portland, and the team was ready to go. I mean, that's where they started rolling.
Okay,
from
but
there
that's
right
a
there.
different story.
Yeah, that's from injury.
Yeah.
That's injury. But sit there and say, no, I'm going to be fatigued.
But do you think that?
Well, what was the stat we just saw? They had up there on Bede.
He has missed 376 games,
And he's played like in 530 or something like that.
Yeah,
He's
and
missed 376.
He's almost missed as many games as he's played in. He's missed just about 100 fewer games than he's actually played in his career.
I mean, think about that.
Almost half.
You played in
45%
900
of
some
the
games.
games.
You missed almost 400.
Nuts.
And you can't, Joel Embiid is great.
Sign a monster time.
Yeah, but you can't, the Philadelphia 76ers are not going to be anywhere near the NBA
If
title this
Kevin
year.
Garnett played in this era, when it's socially acceptable to sit out games, do you think he stays true to what he just said right there?
Nah, probably not. Right?
It wasn't socially acceptable
KG
then.
he was a product of his generation.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So everybody's a product of their generation. So if Garnett played in today's game, I bet he sits out games also.
I don't know. He was a different cat.
Yeah, he's not only is he old school now, he was old school even back
That's
then.
like saying Jordan would sit out a bunch of games or Kobe, and they were just different cats.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, he started doing that 9 to 5 NBA grind when he was 18 years old. He came right out of high school. No, they were just like 18. All right, and Minnesota put him in the lineup and go.
And I don't know if he ever gives credit to it, but his first GM was Kevin McHale. My buddy was
That's right, I
coaching on
forgot
that
about that.
staff, and McHale, they would have practice. He would go down, and he and McHale would play one-on-one on the block for an hour after every practice.
Mm-hmm.
So he's banging with one of the Hall of Famer, right? He's banging with him after practice every day. One quick, no dumb question. Staying right here. I was saying about this today, and I've seen so many social media posts lately that are just crushing LeBron James.
Yeah.
I mean, finally calling him out about flopping and they call who's the GOAT, and they showed Jordan get hit in the mouth, goes down, wipes it off, stands back up. Meanwhile, doesn't even get hit, and he's falling back in the crowd on his face. Is there a more hated guy in sports, any sports, all the sports? Is there a more hated guy right now than maybe LeBron? And he's loved, too.
Right. That's the craziest thing. When you see an NBA poll of the most popular player in the NBA, it's LeBron James. The most hated player in the NBA is LeBron James.
Okay, I'm going to change it just slightly. So when Kobe was on top of the world, he was hated by a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mostly in Colorado.
Yeah. Was MJ hated?
No.
Nah, not MJ was in a different stratosphere.
I saw a thing on this too. Jordan was feared.
Yeah.
And they had players telling me, I said, man, you look at that schedule as soon as it comes down, you say, oh, Chicago. He said, you wouldn't even sleep the night before because you knew you were ready for it. They're ready to go. And that was Vernon Maxwell talking, who was nuts, crazy, tough little guard.
Yeah.
No, Jordan was just feared.
Yeah, he was just a different. Yeah, he was on a different level compared to everybody when he was running the – well, not really. But
I got
you know,
to pop him.
You hit him hard?
Well, I hit him hard a couple times, but I'm sitting on a bench, and we're playing Chicago, and he just went nuts on us, scored, Bubba came back, won the game. We're playing – I think it must have been preseason. And we're playing him like 2 nights later, just us in Chicago. Was in Atlanta. Doing the same thing. Our guys are afraid of him. He's driving the lane. They're like, getting out of the way, and he's Dunk City and blah, blah, doing this. First time, only time I've ever had a coach come by and Woody Hayes me. Grab my jersey. I'm sitting down. Grab my jersey, my warm-ups. Lifts me up off the bench and said, I want him on his ass.
There you go.
You're like, I got you, coach.
That's what I'm here for.
I wanted to play, right?
Who was that? Was that Fratello? Who was
Yeah,
coaching
it's
back
Fratello,
then?
Fratello. He drove baseline, and at the end of the play, he was sliding underneath the first rows.
Nice.
Mission accomplished.
Listen, man, that's good stuff. There's a reason you're a bad boy.
That's you stay with my talent in the league 11 years, right there.
All right, that was No Dumb Questions. We got to take a quick time out. We will continue with the program next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Chili's. Welcome back to PhD. Mark Bertinoli, Scott Hastings, Tyler Palomas. We're all coming to you live from the Backers and Shakers studios on this Tuesday. The NBA season starts tonight. Nuggets start on Thursday. The Avalanche play tonight as part of Frozen Frenzy. Every single team in the NHL plays. And they are starting games here in 2 hours from right now, starting at 4 p.m. our time. They start a game, and then for every 15 minutes, they'll start another game until every single team is playing. And that's why the Avs get an early game in Seattle. It's normally like an 8 o'clock game, and it's going off at 6:30 today.
You're pretty happy about that, though.
Yeah. Look, hate late night games, brother. Love them early games.
So is it pregame 6:30 or pregame?
Pregame's at 6. Pregame's at 6 with Connor McGahey and Mark Rycroft. Since it's a national television game, Riser's coming over and hanging out with us today to do this Avs game.
It's pretty cool that NHL does that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I do. It's only the 4th time in the history of the league that every single team will play on the same day.
Random day of the week, right? Tuesdays, not a lot going on in the sports
Right.
world.
The best part, though, well, it's not the best part for me, but there is a game tonight that starts at 11 o'clock Eastern time.
Dang.
It starts, right, Dan, what time does that?
That's got to be the 2 worst teams in the league, right?
No, it's the LA Kings and the Vegas Golden Knights. It's in Vegas, and it starts at like 9.
Starts at 9 our
9
time.
o'clock our time. Like it's the very last one of the games to go off. But there will be a time about right when the Avs are playing at 7 o'clock where we have basically 10 hockey games going at the exact same time, all in the NHL. And I don't know if, like, I don't think the NFL could ever do, like, you couldn't have all 32 teams in the NFL play on the same. Well, do they all play on the last day of the season?
Don't they do that every Sunday?
Well, I mean, everybody has a bye. There's, 2 teams have a bye almost every weekend.
The first 2 or 3 weeks, everybody played. It wasn't until like week 3 or 4.
Right.
Yeah.
Bye weeks start week 5. So the first 4 weeks,
they do that every week.
Yeah.
Oh, but not on the same day at the same time.
I mean,
you
I
got
know they've
Monday
got
night
Thursday
football,
nights, Monday night,
Sunday
yeah.
night football, and I'm talking about the same time and the same day. Just go. But yeah, it's,
The NBA does that, don't they, on that last game of the year?
Yeah, where the last day of the regular season, everybody plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like in Major League Soccer, they do it where every single Eastern Conference team plays at one time and every single Western Conference team plays at the same time. So you're not at halftime and looking at a team you're trying to chase or is chasing you. And it's like, oh, we don't
And
have
you
to
do
win
some
this.
rapid stuff, right?
Yeah, I do all the rapid
So
stuff.
let me ask you this dumb question. When's Miami come here?
They don't. Not this season. Maybe next season. You want to see some? You want Messi and
I
Suarez up
want
in
to
here?
see Messi live once.
Well,
right?
here's what the Rapids need to do.
They can play that
They-
at Mile High if he played here,
if
right?
the Rapids make it all the way to the MLS Finals and Inter Miami comes out of the East, actually they still won't. They play in Miami because they wouldn't play here for that game either.
Well,
but
let's say they come out of that second half and go undefeated, right? You can maybe catch them.
let's see, the
But
Rapids.
yes, Scott, to your point, you would imagine every city Messi goes into, they play in the biggest stadium they got.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. He's the second or first most recognizable athlete on planet Earth right now.
You know
It's
what's
him
so
and Ronaldo.
amazing about him is like he publicly admitted, I came to the MLS because I wanted a more stress-free life. Like I just want to collect a check.
Yeah, just want to kick it in Miami.
It's
and
really
make
what
money
he said.
and play
I
soccer
came
with
to
my friends.
America to collect a check, and so I could play soccer at the same time.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, it's massive. The ratings that Inter Miami.
Now he's
do,
all over
so.
commercials and everything else.
Yeah.
He's probably making as big a check as he was when he was playing the Premier League.
I don't know because he made some stupid, like he would make $500 million in a season like it was nothing. It was like him and Ronaldo just are buried under mountains of cash. They're like,
didn't Ronaldo play in
He took
Middle
the Saudi
East
money.
somewhere?
Oh,
he
took the
took
Saudi
the
money.
Saudi money. Yeah, he took the. So now
Which
he has,
was like $500 million for like a
he
year.
he could buy an island in Hawaii probably with the kind of money that Ronaldo they gave him. Man, just stupid money. Ugh. Just Messi built a house.
Like they
in the
cannot be
shape of
getting a
soccer ball.
return on that investment. You know, like there's no
yeah.
chance they could pay those players that much money and get a return.
Well,
on that.
I will say this. Well, I think some of the rewards, like in the Premier League, when they pay those guys, when you get, these tournaments and these games, and they are a lot of money. I think they make a lot more money. Obviously, television rights and stuff like that. Premier, Champions.
It's the biggest sport in
Saudi
the world.
TV deal's pretty good.
Well, they don't. I don't know. You think the NBA went over there for $2.50?
Right. No.
You
they
think
got paid.
You think the Nuggets in Boston were over there for?
No,
I think they just pay $1 billion just to see something cool. They do that with
I think you're
WrestleMania.
right.
They literally bring WrestleMania over there just for
Listen, man.
because they're bored.
Right. Listen, if you got to spend it. No use holding on to it, man. Spin that thing. Get it done.
You go do a wrestling match over there, and the Iron Sheik would come back and win it.
Oh my gosh.
The Rapids' first playoff game is this coming Friday. They'll be in LA to take on the Galaxy.
Got a chance?
Best of 3 series. Yeah, it's the 2 seed versus the 7. The LA Galaxy is the 2 seed, and the LA Galaxy
Beckham's
missed
still
on.
playing for the Galaxy?
What's that?
Never mind.
No, bro. No, you wait.
He owns Miami.
You living in the past, man. You living it right. He owns Inter Miami. He's making that money. He's part owner of that team. So yeah, the Rapids best of 3 starting on Friday. With the NBA season starting
By the
tonight.
way, I know you're going to NBA, but forget that. I want to stay with soccer just a second. Because I'm going to go back to the question you asked us about culture.
Yeah.
Did this coach come in here with the Rapids and change culture?
Yeah, completely changed. It's like they have 3 times as many goals, twice as points they did last year.
So can a
And
coach
that's
do that in the NFL, you think? The NBA and stuff like that? Is that big?
Of all the sports, in my opinion, NFL is the easiest sport for a coach to change the culture. I mean, like overnight. Because the coach, there's no other sport that relies on a coach the way that the NFL does. Every single play is stop and start.
Okay,
and
yeah.
it's a play call from the coach that can be designed with X's and O's to succeed.
Right.
Every other sport is fluid.
Yeah, no, especially in the NBA where you just running up and down.
But hockey, they're going after a coach to try to change their culture. Patrick Wall got out of exile with the Islanders to change the culture, right? And stuff like that. And
You know what's amazing about that? When Patrick left, you hired Bednar from the Pee Wee Leagues, right?
Yeah,
and then Patrick Waugh got exiled to the Pee Wee Leagues forever, and now he's back.
Right.
And Jared.
They're funny. Did Jared change the culture, or did Sakic says, let me run this for a while?
Well, no, I mean, a lot of it has to be Jared Bednar. Like, you can feel his personality once, seeping into the locker room and the way some of the players handle things as well. Like, what's crazy is that the Avs obviously lost their first 4 games, and there was Avalanche fans who were like, I've got to fire Bednar, and we're like, that is the greatest coach in the history of your franchise. That guy right there, Jared Bednar, is the best coach you've had in the history of the franchise. Fans are already jumping up and down on him. I mean, they were doing the same thing to Malone last year because fans can't help themselves. They got to fire the coach. That's the problem. Fire the coach. But it is so weird how, it felt like the bottom was falling out when Patrick Waugh bailed on the Avs like a week before preseason was even going to start. You get Jared Bednar from the AHL, and Jared Bednar even said when the Islanders came and played the Avs, when Patrick Waugh came to Ball Arena for the first time since when he left the team all those years ago, Bednar was saying, he's like, you know what, I owe Patrick Waugh a steak dinner and a hug, man, because he's like, I had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I never would have got it if he would have kept that job.
Don't you almost wonder, how did Sakic land on Bednar? How did he land on this
they had just
dude?
won the Calder. He had taken that AHL team to the top of the mountain. They won the Calder Cup, basically the Stanley Cup in the AHL. So he had taken that team all the way. You know what I mean? And he'd been there in the A for so long. But his first season that was a bad season for the Avs. That first season.
Yeah.
And then he turned it around, and now.
And then Sakic stuck with him, and then everything slowly but surely started turning around.
Yeah. So the culture for the Avalanche, you like where it's at right now.
And that was done by a coach.
Culture for the Nuggets. How do you feel about it?
I think Malone probably turned it around also.
Yeah, because they have part of Malone's personality as well, right? The Nuggets do. That
Malone's got a football coach mentality for a basketball coach.
Yeah, he's kind of got a mad dog. Well, I mean, he's not.
Well, welcome to old school. That was all the NBA coaches in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
It was him who his dad was a coach in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. And I mean, and he sat there and saw and learned and right. He probably still looks back at those eras of the NBA as like a special era.
Nobody calls their team soft more than Malone.
Yeah, he did.
That dude calls his team soft about 5 times a year.
I tell you what he's not going to do. He's not going to call Russell.
Oh, Gerard Mayo calls his team soft.
Yeah.
And then Bill Belichick is like, no, those guys ain't soft. My guys ain't soft.
I didn't see that. I didn't see Bill answer back.
Oh, yeah. Belichick is not – he is not buddy-buddy with Mayo anymore. No, because he Mayo was signed to be his replacement, and Belichick knew that, so they're sitting in team meetings, and Belichick is like, oh, well, here's my replacement on the other side of the table, and now he takes over. He's calling his guys soft. And Belichick's, nah, you don't do that. You don't call him soft.
Man, I wonder what the response
Like,
from the locker room is going to be about
you know what, Belichick? Like, it's okay, buddy. Like your legacy is fine. Does he really need to be calling out Mayo?
Yes, he does. You know why? He just fired the salvo that I'm in this broadcasting business.
What's that?
He just fired his first salvo, his first shot across the bow, saying, I'm in this broadcasting business.
Okay.
'Cause once you can get critical, I mean, go back. You probably remember when Mark Schlereth first started doing, I think he was on ESPN.
Oh, we hated Mark when I was playing.
But you know why? Because he took shots at the Broncos, the offensive line, and all of a sudden everybody hated him.
Really? Were you guys in the locker room? You're like, did you hear what Schlereth said? This chucklehead was saying that blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We had a Schlereth fine. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Well, what?
Yeah, but like whenever you talk to the media or whatever, that we just called that a Schlereth fine.
Man.
Yeah. And Mark's a great friend of mine, so I'm not talking trash about him at all. I couldn't respect Mark any more than I do. But yeah, as a player, he was the enemy.
Nice. But he just announced, guess what I am now? I'm a broadcaster.
Yeah.
And it was it took me, I'm in a game doing sidelines at home against Houston. And I got a suit and red tie and white shirt. And it's the old backstander. Remember the old basketball backstanders were about a mile long, looked like a train frame, right? Or something like that. I'm sitting on that thing, and I am just MFing and cussing the referee. They missing plays. And
Wait, you say you don't do that now, my man?
No. Well, I badmouth him, but I'm just silent. So my mic's still on. I don't. The stupid. I'm like going nuts.
Yeah.
Sweating. All of a sudden, he hit me. Dude, you ain't a player no more.
What are you getting this worked up for?
Well, you can go home and everything's gonna be. What are you doing? And that, but that was halfway through the season. And it was that 93-94 team that ended up beating Seattle. But because they're all my guys. So and he hit me. You ain't a player no more.
Right. But you were still feeling that way?
I could have been.
How long did it take for you to be like?
I was better after that game.
Okay.
That game turned it around for me.
in the face.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you still feel that way every once in a while, like in a Nugget game when it's tight, you start feeling like, oh, man, or a big Nugget game, you start buying in again.
I think you got to have a passion. I think when you're doing a hometown broadcast, Tyler did it for a while. When you're a hometown broadcaster, everybody say, well, you're supposed to be neutral. No, you ain't.
Nah,
you broadcast for the
yeah,
hometown.
to hell with that idea.
My paychecks are by the hometown.
Right.
I mean, no, so I'm not. Now, I'll be fair. And if the Nuggets get a bad call that benefits them, I'll say it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like officials, period.
Right. Just zero. Yeah.
Well, Nelson's got a new song, Mama, Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Officials.
Listen, man, keep him away from Irv. That dude used to try to make everybody an official, remember?
Oh, he'd worked me for years.
Yeah, me too.
You could always come back to this thing.
Yeah. I was like, what are you doing? No, Irv. No, not doing it. But either way. All right. That is, I don't know what that was, but I'm sure it was excellent sports radio.
Other big tip that Irv had?
What?
Here, let's see if Tyler agrees with this. When I started, so I'm doing the color for Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, kid, just follow the guards. They'll take you where the ball is.
Okay.
That was his advice to me. Just follow the guard. They'll take you where the ball is.
All right, man. Yeah, he knew what was up. All right, let's take a quick time out. We'll be right back. We got to talk more about Aaron Gordon's extension, the Broncos game against the Panthers, Avs game against the Kraken. All that's coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. What's up, Mile High City? Welcome back to PhD on this Tuesday. I hope you're doing all right. Hope everything's going well for you. Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Mark Bernella, coming to you live from the back of the Shanker studio. We've got an hour left to talk about anything in the world of sports you want to talk about. The Champ Mazda text line, if you'd like to be part of the program, is 303-504-0925. Text in and say hi to Dan.
We were looking at some highlights a while ago, and I asked Tyler this. I haven't do it on air. Travis Henry, is it Derrick Henry?
Derrick
Henry. Who's Travis Henry?
He was a
Travis
Hunter.
Hunter.
Travis Henry was a running back,
He was a
but then he
Bronco.
had 15 children.
Kids. Yeah.
And he also
played
got
for the
busted
Broncos.
for cocaine trafficking.
Yes. Derrick Henry.
Did I make that up? I swear there was some cocaine
Not
trafficking
sure I
as
believe
well.
you, man. Yeah, sure.
That or a bunch of weed. But is Derrick Henry the greatest free agent signing this offseason?
Man,
he's killing it.
Yeah, he's crushing it. I legitimately think that Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson are the most dangerous duo out of a backfield in the history of the NFL. And a lot of people thought that Derrick Henry was over the hill.
Oh, man.
The Cowboys thought he was over the hill.
That's a bold statement. I know somebody out there on the text line can give me a quarterback and a running back duo that'd be as dangerous as Lamar and Derrick Henry in the history of the NFL.
Well, and I mean, shoot, you could just go two running backs if you want to, because that's really what I'm referring to. I'm referring to Lamar Jackson as a runner.
Yeah. Like a thunder and lightning.
You had to go back to, 73
Find two
Dolphins.
running backs that were together that were better than those two.
Yeah, no, you might not. Yeah.
Right? The 73 Dolphins had two guys over 1,000, Zonka.
Larry Zonka.
Mercury Morris.
Yeah.
How about this? I was watching Mannycast. Derrick Henry finished with 169 or something like that rushing yards last night. He had like 6 carries the first half. 6 carries.
Yeah, he finished with 15 carries, 169 yards.
Did you guys hear Jerry explaining why he said, well, we couldn't afford Derrick Henry? It was only $8 million, Jerry. Okay, you probably could have afforded that. And then he went on to say, but he really wouldn't have worked so well in our offense. What offense does Derrick Henry not work well in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Just plug and play.
Like you just said, it adds a whole nother level. And you know what? Even what's his name who went to Philly?
Saquon
with Hurts, because Hurts can run a little bit too. I don't think he's as dynamic as Jackson. That probably helped Saquon a little bit. Then now you got a mobile quarterback too, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although, that's worked out for Philly because they didn't pay him much, right?
Someone says Vic and Dunn. That was pretty dang good. That's not as good as this one.
Oh, Vic and Dunn is a good one.
That's not as good as this one.
Somebody said Nix and Javante. Tony Dorsett and Robert Newhouse. Listen, Tony Dorsett is great. I don't know if I'd go Dorsett and Newhouse.
All right, I got one for you, though.
Yeah.
How about Dunn and Allstott?
Oh, see, you going fullback on that one, baby.
But he ran.
Allstott's one of my favorite NFL players of
You're
all
right.
time.
That might not be bad.
All-time favorite player right there.
I
Just
love
trucking
him.
fools.
Yeah, no, that one might not be bad at all.
That dude might run a 5.6 40.
Maybe. But 5.6 40, you get in front of him, you're buried.
Yep.
Let's see what Saquon has rushed for. He rushed for 176 this weekend. So, yeah, Derrick Henry's rushed for over 800 yards so far this year. Saquon's at 658 on 108 carries.
Don't sleep on that either.
Yeah. And, I mean, Saquon's only 27. Man, I can't believe these running backs, like, they hit 25, and you're like, they're done. It's over. Like, it felt like, you know what I mean? Like, Saquon's only 27.
Hey, Derrick Henry's not as old as you think.
You're right. He's probably not
he was
30
like
yet, right?
Is he? I thought he was 31.
I can tell you right now because I
Derrick
was just
Henry,
looking at
But
him.
he had a breakaway.
30 years old.
30.
Wow,
He had a
that's
breakaway last night that went for like 40 or 50 yards.
But he feels like he's like 40.
Right, because, that's just
His
the
body
way running back.
Well, I tell you what, have you seen some of his workouts and photos of him in the gym?
No.
Oh,
Just-
no.
They say the dude doesn't eat anything till like after 6 o'clock. So he'll go the entire day without eating, and it's 6
And just
o'clock.
working out constantly, and then he just piles up, and then he just
I guess
hammers
so.
some calories, and yeah, I guess, whatever, man. That's like that weird nonsense that Tom Brady does where he gets up at like 2 a.m. so he can do something, and then he goes back to sleep, and then wakes back up and does something else and all that. No, bro.
Mm-mm.
No, man. No, thank you. I'm fine the way it is. But either way, I want to talk the big story from today, or from last night, I guess, is Aaron Gordon signing his new extension with
Here's a running back.
that looks like a superhero, man. That's not a running. I mean, that looks like Batman. He's just a massive, muscle-bound dude. Aaron Gordon signs with the Nuggets. Also, the Denver City Council approved KSE's proposal to develop the 55-acre mixed-use development around Ball Arena. So there's going to be
So they're building a bunch of skyscrapers and stuff?
Yeah. They're building they're doing a lot of stuff. I haven't dove into it, but yes, they're turning that whole area into a massive they're
It's going to have parks. It's going to have living,
apartments,
stores,
and here it is. Look at
workout
that
places.
Look at that, man.
That's
That's
an entire-
see Ball right there. And then all the construction they're going to do, all the stuff they're bringing to downtown. It's like the entire press release has all the numbers, and it's absolutely ridiculous. The kind of stuff that's going up there.
I'm really dumb. Is all that supposed to be new buildings?
Yeah. All that's supposed to be new.
new buildings. That's an entire new downtown.
This is the only thing that they're currently, my brother. This is it.
And they signed a 25-year lease with Ball.
All of this brand new.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's literally like the size of downtown.
Yeah. Basically, they're doubling the size of downtown. But
Where's
this
your
construction
parking for the games?
Well, I think it's all going to be parking garages and underground. You know what I mean? So all this is parking. You just can't
We got
see.
enough businesses for all that?
Listen, man, start
Don't
your
you-
own
do
business,
you
and you
ever-
can throw one up
Do you
there
ever
too.
look at downtown and you're like, how are there enough businesses to fill all those buildings?
Because there's a ton of people down there, man. But no, that's going to look great, right? I don't know how long it's going to take them to do it, but it looks amazing.
I mean,
And I think and 25% of the apartments are going to be rent control.
Yeah.
So you know you can get different people in there.
Does that come with a renovation to Ball Arena?
No.
They'll have to.
No, I don't think. Do you
Oh,
think
yeah.
you'll think they'll do some renovations there too?
It feels
You're gonna
like it's
spend
about
$10 billion,
time.
You might as well spend $10.5 billion.
Ooh, yeah, I guess so. I mean, look at that, man. Look at the size of that bad boy.
Well, I tell you what,
It's going to change the nature of
and
the
I think
city.
one of those facilities is going to be a workout facility for the Avs and Nuggets.
Yeah.
So imagine if you get traded here with the Avs or Nuggets, and they build that. Are you not just going to live right there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure am.
Yeah.
Do we get employee housing?
Right.
Send that email now.
Yeah.
just be like, just pick one of the big ones. Just like, I want that one, man. But yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, they're basically gonna double the size of downtown Denver.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's the city of Denver is gonna look different when you're driving into
Yeah,
town.
I thought I read, I may be wrong, that building will be 40% of the size of the entire city of Denver.
That's crazy, man. That's wild. That kind of, I mean, yeah, that's when I don't even know how long it took to draw all that up. Like, how long can you imagine coming up with all that?
How do you plan all that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, it's somebody a lot smarter than me, also making a lot more than me, I'm assuming, because that's a tough job.
And you see, they're going to develop it all the way right across near the football stadium.
Because here's the stadium, right? That's
Yeah.
the power right there, so it goes all the way up to.
And they're going to put walkways over.
It's almost
so
like
people can
so
come.
you don't even have you don't have to
So
drive
people
across.
come
like,
over
you
here.
can just walk
you
over
can,
to the
you
stadium
can
and
tailgate and have dinner and stuff.
yeah, you know those
drinks
Sundays
here.
where the Broncos play in the afternoon and like the Nuggets or the Avs play at night, and you go see the Bronco game, and then you just walk on over and check out the Nugget game at Ball. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy, man. I'm here for
Hey,
it.
they're getting ahead of the Walton Penner group there, though, because seriously.
Yeah, because I'm assuming the
you know-
Broncos are going to do this exact thing.
Right,
same somewhere.
they're going to want to build their own city.
Yes.
I almost wonder if, man, do they just get in on this? I wonder if they get in on this somehow and they just build the new stadium right there and they get a cut of it.
Right. Yeah, I don't even because it already looks massive. Because that's you're right. The Walton Group.
I mean, how could they build
this is what they're
another?
gonna have
How
to
could
do.
they build another one of those? You build that, and then Broncos build another city out by the airport or whatever.
It better not be out by the airport.
Where else would it be?
I don't know, man, but I'll fight Greg Penner if he puts it out at the airport. I mean, I'll probably lose, but I'll fight him anyway, man. I don't want you want to put it on. You drive out to DIA
I know
constantly.
the Colonel showed you some things.
Yeah.
Hey, it's easier to get to the airport than it is downtown.
I don't know, man. The airport's way the hell out. I hate DIA. I'm saying it right now. I hate DIA. I love Lucifer.
Where do you live?
I love the horse. I live in Littleton.
Littleton.
Shout out to Littleton, Colorado.
Okay.
What's up? What's
Yeah,
up?
I'm in
Yeah,
Parker.
what's up, Dan?
Just get on 470. It's pretty smooth.
No, Parker's way the hell away from everything. No, don't build it by DIA. I don't know where they should build it, Scotty. Do you know where? I mean, if you're like, excuse me, Mr. Penner, let me tell you exactly where to put this brand new Broncos stadium. Where would it be?
Well,
it's up to you completely. Just
the
wherever
the
Scotty wants.
interesting thing is now to look up and see what the Penner Group owns as far as their property.
Well, they were talking about doing that by Mile High Stadium a long time ago. They were going to build concert venues. They were going to build a new city right there. And then they bailed on it because they're like, all right, well, we're just going to build a new stadium eventually. So why build all this right now?
Right. But this is a whole nother city.
All right, no
This
dumb
is
question
another
in 2 seconds. When the Pinners and them do build a new stadium, no way that it doesn't have some ability to at least close the indoors up?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh,
no,
of
no.
course.
They absolutely won a Super Bowl. And the only way you're getting one is if this thing can be a closed roof.
I don't care for a closed roof personally. I kind of like the open air environment that we've got, but you don't build a new one without a roof. You just don't do it.
Yeah. Or just,
Unless you're
just
the Bills and you're a bunch of idiots.
Or just build what like SoFi, where it's almost glass, where it almost feels like it's outdoor because there's so many. It's all
You know they've got lightning delays at SoFi.
Do they? Because
they've had games delayed because of lightning at SoFi.
Because you got one whole end open to the elements at SoFi, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And you couldn't do that because if you're building a new one, I want a new stadium, but I want a Super Bowl too. You know what I mean? And that the only way you're going to get that is if you can close that roof.
The city of Denver can handle a Super Bowl, right? But the city of Buffalo, they couldn't you ain't going to have a Super Bowl there.
Yeah.
Even if they build a roof over the top.
Right, because nobody wants to go to
I don't
Buffalo.
know. They put it in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's true. And that state sucks. I don't know, man. You probably, do you guys want a Super Bowl here in Denver? Because I know some people are like, I know some fans just like you were like, I just want my outdoor stadium. I don't care if we have a Super Bowl.
Why do I care about a Super Bowl?
Because I like to be the center of the NFL universe every once in a while, and that's what happens when the Super Bowl is in town.
Well, let Bo Nix hit.
There you go, Scotty. Wasn't that the plan?
Oh, man. That's incredible in construction. And you're right. I mean, the Broncos are going to do the same thing somewhere else and put up the same thing, right? Build their own little country, basically. It's wild, man. It's wild where we are right now. But we'll see how long it takes to get it done. It's nice either way. All right. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, you're not going to believe what Tyler Polumbus has to say next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Let's football go. Deion Sanders has some opinion. That was from today, Dan. Somebody asked about the World Series.
I don't care nothing about no World Series.
He does not care about the World Series.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Deion doesn't care about the Yankees and the Dodgers. Matter of fact, I don't care.
Has there ever been another head NCAA football coach that's played in a World Series?
Very doubtful.
Right?
You're right. I hadn't thought about that. You're probably right, though. You're probably right. There's not
played
another
in a World Series and Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Right. No, that's not bad at all. Matter of fact, he played in both in one day. Played in a baseball
Bo
game.
Jackson ever do that?
I don't think he ever did it in the same day, the same week. Yeah, but I don't think he did like Deion did because when he was in Atlanta.
Think about how much money he was making, double dipping in both leagues right
Matter
there.
of fact, yeah, because I've told this story before.
It's still it probably isn't even as much as Derrick Henry's making this year at $8 million.
Oh yeah,
but Marshall Falk was was talking with Deion, and they were looking through Deion's house or something. And Marshall Falk's like, let me tell you something, people. This is baseball money, not football money. Because Deion, it was a massive house. I think Deion had a glass floor in his closet so he could look downstairs. He had his suits up top on the second floor.
Sorry, you wanted everybody to see him changing?
And then he had a glass floor in the closet so he could look down and see the pants and the shoes on the bottom floor and match the colors. I think that was the correct. He had a glass floor in his closet so he could make sure everything was matching.
Two level.
Yeah.
Two-level closet?
Yeah, Marshall Falk was like, this is baseball money. This is not football. This is baseball. This is what happens when you play Major League Baseball. You can buy a house like
Now,
that.
I know there's Bo Jackson's the only guy that in the same year was a baseball all-star and a Pro Bowl running back.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Yeah, that's fierce.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's fierce. Let's see, man. All right, Dan, let's football go.
All right, I want to play this cut from Sean Payton, who spoke to the media yesterday. And then I have a question for you guys in regards to Bo Nix and his ability to run. But here is Sean Payton on Bo's skill set as a runner, allowing him to be more creative as a play caller. So my question for you guys is, we heard this a lot about Drew Brees. His inability to run the ball forced him to become a really good pocket passer. Do you guys think Bo's ability to run so well is hurting him developing more in the pocket as a passer? And would you like to see him running a little bit less to work on the pocket passing?
Well, I do think it impacts the happy feet that everybody talks about, right? When you're in the pocket and you're constantly looking for an angle to get out of there, well, your feet get a little bit happy because you're looking to take off, right? It doesn't worry me yet. He's got one thing he does really well, and he runs the football really, really well. So I don't want to take that away from him by any means. Over time, it needs to be dialed back. We don't want our quarterback rushing the ball 10 times a game, okay? Mm-hmm. 5 or 6 times a game, I'm down with. 10 times a game, that's just irresponsible and it's getting dangerous. So you do need to dial it back over time, but right now in the short term, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I think it affects him. And I'm not sure. Like I told you, I talked to one of my info guys. He said, I'm not sure it doesn't affect your running game also when you can rely so much on this guy. Tyler just talked about it. Maybe the fiercest running tandem is Jackson and what's his name, Derrick Henry. There's 2 guys, but they somehow figured out how to coexist. Right now, I'm not sure Bo has another guy, especially not like Derrick Henry. But maybe if you can figure a way how you can get a running back and him to both be capable. Yeah. But yeah, I think he looks to run. He's a little bit sometimes too much, a little bit like Paxton Lynch on a 7-on-7.
He's always right.
Notorious of running.
Don't you put that on him. Don't you do that comparison.
Paxton Lynch was notorious, but was he not notorious for running on 7-on-7?
Yes.
Tebow was the worst with it.
Was he really? Was Tebow worse than Paxton? Wow, man. Wow. Don't you think that in the preseason, I thought that Bo was always looking to throw the ball first. Like he was, you know what I mean? He was always had his eyes downfield even when he was scrambling out of the pocket, like it looked like he was always looking to throw. But recently, over the last couple of games when he runs, it's usually like running for your life kind of running more than like I'm running, but also Like he was just looking for the first
The
down.
dude does have a sixth sense. Like he's pulled out a couple Houdini moves when he's got a blindside rusher, just ducks underneath him. I don't know how he's pulled those off twice this year.
How do you keep that in your tool belt going forward? Like we've talked about Lamar Jackson. Like Lamar still makes moves with his feet, but he's also launching the ball downfield.
I say deal with it in the offseason.
Okay.
You got what you got this year. Live with it. If you get lucky, it might take you to the playoffs, and then you deal with it in the offseason. Now we start going back in the film. We look at what NFL pockets look like, NFL throwing windows look like, and now we start working on trying to get him to stay in that pocket. But right now, hey, man, he's not going to evolve that much in the middle of the season anyways.
In Russell Wilson's younger, more active Dave, didn't he have kind of a sense of when the pressure was coming and pocket was coming and the ability to get out, escape, and get down the field and pick up first downs?
Yeah, I mean, he had good athleticism, but Russ was never as
Not this
athletic as Bo Nix.
Yeah. All right, Dan, what you got?
All right, the Broncos will face the Carolina Panthers coming up on Sunday, one of the worst teams in the NFL. They benched first overall pick of last year's draft, Bryce Young, for Andy Dalton. Here is the Panthers head coach Dave Canales on if he thinks they need to play Bryce Young again this season, given all they've invested in him.
Right now we're focused on the Broncos. Andy's playing this week, and that's really where our focus is at. And all those other conversations are all hypothetical conversations that, definitely Dan, Brant, that we have to have. But right now we're focused on playing the Broncos and, focus on getting Andy to take another step in terms of getting us back to good football.
With where the Panthers are record-wise, team-wise, why wouldn't they go back to Bryce Young at some point this season?
I don't know. Because you can't? Because you've already burned that bridge, maybe? I don't know. Why?
Dave Canales never wants to go back to Bryce Young. He made up his mind. You don't bench him if you want to go back to him. He made up his mind.
And that got Frank Wright fired.
Well, that's right.
He made up his mind too, right?
You know what? I will say that last week reporters asked Canales about trading Bryce Young, and he was like, "We're not trading Bryce Young." This week he was asked about trading Bryce Young, and he was like, he didn't say we're not trading Bryce Young. He just said that's for the front office people. So
okay,
yeah.
but here's two different questions. Would Dave Canales trade Bryce Young like that in a heartbeat? Would the owner trade Bryce Young?
No,
that's a different story.
Because you're admitting you made a mistake and you were wrong.
Yeah,
Well,
and we know that was the owner's selection. Everybody knows that.
The question you ask is why not go back to him? And the only answer to me, you don't want to hurt his trade value. If he continues to look bad, does that go from a second-round pick to a third of? If he goes up and just stinks it up for the next 12 games, I don't know. But if you really think he's got a chance and you can still rehabilitate and develop him, you got to play him.
Yeah, right. And if you've decided not, then just trade him. Because I bet you there's a team right now, today, who will give you a second-round pick for Bryce. You might be able to talk a team into a first-round pick for Bryce.
Ain't nobody giving a first round for Bryce Young.
You don't think
you
so?
You drunk, brother.
You don't think?
I know you were drinking till 3 a.m. last night. But
I was.
Again?
Yeah. I'm all out of Coors Light now. I got to go get some more before the Avs game. It's all done.
Before the game?
2 days now. Well, man, I don't want to go after the game, bro. Everybody's going to be closed, man. See, you got to think ahead.
Right.
Dan, got to think ahead. All right, what's next?
All right, let's hear from Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski. Obviously, Deshaun Watson was placed on injured reserve today by the Browns for his ruptured Achilles, but Stefanski was asked, if and when Deshaun Watson is back and healthy, is he still the Browns starting quarterback?
Yeah, obviously I believe in Deshaun, but I also think it's important just to acknowledge that he just had a bad injury and bad break for him. And we're feeling bad for him and know that he'll bounce back, but not getting into all those things down the road. I'm looking forward to him getting the surgery and obviously getting his body back.
Okay, so Stefanski said he believes in Deshaun Watson. Do you guys believe Stefanski believes?
Hell no. But he knows he's stuck.
I don't believe in Stefanski. I think he's going to get fired, right?
You know what, though? I like Kevin Stefanski. I think he's a good football coach. He is going to get fired. You're right.
Get hired and do better somewhere else.
He probably will get fired, but I'm telling you, the dude can coach ball.
All right, man. They're 1-6. I don't think you're going to keep unless they. Yeah,
and they were projected as a playoff team before the season.
Yeah,
right?
There's no way. Yeah, he's going to get got. he might get got in the middle of the season.
No, the
depending
more I
on-
thought about our conversation about yesterday with Jameis Winston and everybody trying to make us feel bad for Deshaun, like, get off your high horse. Like who are you to tell me if I got to feel bad for Deshaun Watson?
I mean, I get people saying that, man, you are booing him. He's lying on the ground, injured. His season is over. And I mean, I get a little bit, but I'm also like, yeah, whatever, man. Yeah, you can handle it.
I really don't feel bad.
Like, I get it. Words hurt, but
Would I cheer that the dude got hurt? No. Would you be a little relieved as a fan? Like, would you kind of be crossing your fingers like, oh, man, I kind of hope this is actually career ending? I know that's bad. I know that we can't say that out loud because we'll be judged. But are you telling me if you were not a fan of the Browns right now, you wouldn't be crossing your fingers hoping that it was career ending?
So, right, because you get out from under that contract.
Well, you couldn't get out, but
I mean, even if it's a
you
career-ending
couldn't
injury,
get out, but you'd be
if
forced
it's
to move
career
on.
ending, you still owe him the money, but there's going to be insurance to pay for that injury,
which helps a lot.
But it's still going to go against your cap.
Yep, but cash is what matters. So if you get the insurance back and you get the cash, you can buy your way out of cap hell.
All right, but you know what? How about the other side of the question? Are you okay with Stefanski just sticking by Deshaun come hell or high water?
Well, the last time a leader got PO'd about a soldier not doing his job, he got demoted and in trouble.
Help me out here.
Well, I mean, General Patton, when he slapped the guy for having PTSD. So I think any more leaders have to be, we're going to miss him, blah, 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 and you have to go that road.
All right. You can't
Whether
just
you
be
believe it or
like,
no. Said, hey, man, good. I mean, he's been a headache. No, he's been a good guy, good character guy in the locker room, but let's be honest, there's a lot of stuff around him that's been tough to deal with.
right, yeah, you couldn't
He ain't
say
gonna
that
say that.
politically.
No.
Right. You'd get, yeah, you're right. All right, Dan, what you got?
All right, last one here, fellas. We were talking a little bit about this last segment, but after another big game last night, Derrick Henry is on pace to break the NFL single season rushing mark. So he has 873 rushing yards for the Ravens through 7 games this season, putting him on pace for 2,120 rushing yards. The current record is 2,105. So he's on pace to beat the rushing record by 15 yards, which was set by Eric Dickerson back in 1984. Henry can also become the first player in NFL history to have 2 2,000-yard seasons. He ran for over 2,000 yards for the Titans back in 2020. Where does Derrick Henry rank as far as the all-time great running backs for you guys?
Ooh.
Well, isn't he about to define that for us?
Yeah, but
I mean, if he breaks the record, doesn't that just make him the best?
yeah, but he gets an extra game to do it, right? So, like, you know what I
He
mean?
gets a little help, yeah.
So I don't know, man.
But that's still, he's also going to do it in an era that the running backs ain't running big yards anymore.
And he's got the longevity, okay? This is not like a one-hit wonder. This is not a Terrell Davis situation. This dude's been doing this thing for a long time.
Yeah. Obviously, I don't think the running back position is as important as it was in the NFL, or the way they use the running back is different. Because back in the day, there was like running back was one of the star positions in the league, man. Some of the best players to ever do it played at the running back
in your
position.
mind, real fast, at the top of your head, quick question, answer as fast as you can. Greatest running back of all time?
Terrell Davis? No, it's Earl Campbell, right? It's Earl Campbell. No, it's...
Boys,
God, who's the
do you
greatest?
not remember what was going on in Detroit?
Oh, you're saying Barry Sanders is the greatest of all time?
Barry Sanders is the greatest running back of all time.
What about Emmitt Smith?
Emmett was the first one that came to my mind,
Emmett-
and then I thought about it for a second, and I was like, no, Barry's tenure, it was short-lived. He retired in his prime. He was the greatest running back of all
I don't
time.
know. Barry might be the most exciting running back. I don't know if he's the greatest running back. I might put Emmett in front of. I don't know, man. That's a good question. I didn't even think. But you understand, we're not mentioning Derrick Henry in that. We're not mentioning Saquon in that conversation. We're not mentioning in it.
Saquon's not in the conversation. I think Derrick Henry, you can talk in there, but you're also forgetting Walter Payton.
See, I didn't. You're right. Walter Payton deserves. He's in that league. He's not top 3 too, right? Gale Sayers. I don't know. Yeah, like.
Well, then you got to go Jim Brown. I mean, he did it in 9 years too.
You know what? That Jim Brown is the greatest running back in the history of the league, right?
Nope.
People think so.
Emmitt Smith. I mean, not him. Barry Sanders.
Barry Sanders. I'm not
And
going to. Yeah, I'm
I
not
would
going
go
to.
Walter Payton over Barry Sanders. And Barry Sanders was special.
Well, Barry was the most dynamic. I think we would all agree on that.
I might go with Jim Brown just because he dominated that league and then left on his own terms and was like, I'm going to go be a movie star.
And did.
Peace out. Yeah, and did exactly that.
Barry did that also, except for he just disappeared and became a hermit.
Yeah, true.
I'm going to go hang out somewhere.
True.
So crazy. All right. Well, yeah, we didn't answer that question at all, but feel free to answer it on the text line if you want to. We'll continue with PhD after a quick timeout right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, I get it. You start looking for solutions. You start spending your hard-earned money. You buy the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions. Your pocketbook's getting thinner, and your hair has remained thin at the same time. So you're looking for a solution that's really going to work. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is groundbreaking. Whether you've got a receding hairline, thinning hair, or bald spot, Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment is going to have your own natural hair growing back the very next day. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire team at Advanced Hair Restoration is amazing. They're the best of the best. It worked for me. It's going to work for you as well. So stop wasting your money on all the voodoo. Invest in yourself. Do it once. Do it right. Guaranteed to grow for life. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Welcome back as we wrap up PhD on this Tuesday. I hope everybody's doing all right. Welcome back. Scott Hastings, Tyler Columbus, and Mark Bertinoli coming to you live from the back of the Shanker Studios here in Lone Tree, just one single tree. Tune in all day on Wednesday for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets home opener against the Thunder. Every show has a pair of tickets. You can only win them by listening. If you don't want to leave it up to chance, there are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/tickets. Tune in starting at 6 a.m. and listen all day for your chance to win on your home for the Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets play on Thursday. NBA starts their season tonight. Do either one of you care that tonight we're going to have a father and a son on an NBA basketball court at the same time? Do you care about LeBron and Bronny at all? Like,
No,
it's an insane story.
It's a joke.
You think it is, but you think that Bronny shouldn't be in the league?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
What's a bigger joke? Bronny or Giannis's brothers?
I don't know. Is it Thanasis?
Yeah.
I mean, those dudes can't play Dead and Western. Come on.
No. Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know.
Isn't it the same thing?
Do you think Laker fans
How come Giannis doesn't catch any heat
Well,
for
I
it?
would say this. I think Thanos, because they're like 6'6" and 6'5".
Yeah, they look like basketball players.
They look like tight ends, really. But I mean, they can play a little. They can't play NBA standards, but they can play. I just talked to a guy that played in the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And he told me, he said, "This is the biggest joke you ever see." First of all, the kid's like 5'10".
Yeah,
And he said, doesn't shoot well, doesn't dribble well.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing he really does well. He said he's not an NBA player.
How long are they on the court together?
Well, you want to do? I'm surprised they won't stop the game and give him a game ball.
Yeah, I don't. Who knows? The Lakers aren't cocky enough to start him tonight just to be like, all right, there you go. There's your moment. Now we're going to move him to the G League or whatever
What they'll do is they'll get him in quick.
He's not a two-way player.
Oh, so he has to stay with the Lakers all season?
Yeah.
I thought they.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
They'll
he
get him
didn't
in.
sign a two-way contract.
They'll get him in quick before the game really matters.
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably put him in like midway first quarter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But I could care less.
I'm sure the Lakers probably have to bend over backwards because without LeBron, they got AD.
He's really good.
Yeah, he's great, but he ain't gonna win you.
He's
he
not
can't
an
do
alpha.
it by himself. Right.
He's one
He's
of
a
the
Robin.
he is one of the great talents.
That dude
in the league
looks like he should be the best player in the NBA every single year.
Yeah. Well,
he's got every skill set that you would want,
right, except the mental aspect.
except for
of
being
it.
able to stay on the court.
Yeah. I don't know if you could put like, I don't know, who's a killer, man. If like you put
Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, if you put Kevin Garnett in Anthony Davis's body, you might have one of the greatest.
Or just give
basketball
Kevin
player of all
Garnett in
time.
his prime. With the Lakers, would Denver have beaten the Lakers 8-1 in the last 2 years?
No.
So I don't think so either.
No. But I mean, I'm assuming tonight they're going to get housed. I mean, the Timberwolves are a good team. And the Lakers are not. Well, I mean, they're not as good as the Timberwolves, right?
Well, it's national TV first game, so LeBron and Davis will show out. Can Edwards match it and see what they do with everybody else?
Do you think the Celtics
It's going to be fascinating to me to see, does LeBron try to force feed his son just to get him involved, get him some buckets? Like does LeBron turn down stuff to get Bronny shots?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can do that once the actual game. You can't.
You
right?
sure? You ever been on the court with your son?
I don't know. Can you play those kind of reindeer games in the end? I guess LeBron could if he wanted
First
to.
game of the year, first
game one,
quarter,
what does it matter?
Yes, yeah. First game of the year, first quarter, national TV. Yeah, they'll do it.
He's going to be worried more about Bronny looking embarrassing than winning the game.
I'm
He will.
surprised. The biggest thing for me is because he's, as Tyler said, he's not a two-way contract, so he'll be traveling the team.
Mm-hmm.
I
saw
Dad hanging out with son during road trips.
Well, I don't know. LeBron just punked his
son,
own
you
son.
You can't come to this one.
yeah.
LeBron pulled
We're going to the Diddy party. You have to
he
stay
pulled
home.
the J.R. Smith. Remember when J.R. Smith filled Kmart's Range Rover up with
Oh, yeah.
popcorn?
Mercedes.
Was it Mercedes
Yeah.
up with popcorn? And Kmart
White
was
interior.
Yeah, I thought Kmart was going to murder some people that night.
Oh,
he was on the warpath.
JR was hiding and then ran out of that building.
But LeBron just did that to Bronny. He filled up Bronny's car with Fruit Loops. So Bronny can't drive to the game tonight.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I'm being serious.
LeBron filled up Bronny's car with Fruit Loops.
Yes.
Oh, that's so cute.
And he still lives. Here's the best part: he still lives with his dad. Like, so they could have just carpooled together, right?
Who's paying to clean it up, Dad?
No, I'm sure it's Bronny. LeBron is famously cheap. He's rich as hell, but he's famous. Like, LeBron is not going to, spend $200 if you can spend $150. You know what I mean? So yeah, he ain't cleaning it. He ain't paying for that. He's going to make Bronny do it. Wait, yeah, there it is. Go ahead, play it.
Is it?
That's LeBron. That's Fruit Loops. That's Bronny's car.
Oh, that's Fruity Pebbles.
Oh, what did I say? Fruit Loops?
Don't you disrespect
Fruity
my
bad. No, you're right. Those are Fruity Pebbles. I am completely wrong. And there's Bronny. Oh, good
Lord.
Yeah. So there you go.
That's a lot of Fruity Pebbles.
That's
right there.
also a lot of work, man. Who's running the camera on that thing?
And Dad's leaving in his Rolls Royce.
Yes.
and by the way, did you know somebody else is driving him?
Right.
He's in the back seat.
Right. Yeah, but yeah, no, Bronny still lives at home. I guess I would too if my dad. Well, I don't know. But why not just carpool? Why just ride with your dad, Bronny? Yeah, basically just a Nike commercial that they threw online.
Yeah, that is that is 100% manufactured.
Or a Fruity Pebbles commercial.
Nothing about that felt authentic.
Right. No, you're right. The way LeBron was acting, the way Bronny came up to the call, now that I've watched it, I feel like that's all completely staged.
Yeah. Come on now.
Yeah,
so you're gonna have your $150,000 car sitting outside with the windows all up, or all the windows locked but the sunroof up.
Right.
Come on.
I don't know, man.
I had a dad moment, Dad. Have you ever? Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, no.
For sure, we don't. No kids.
Well, not for sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So I had a moment today, and I thought purely of Tyler, because I know Tyler has gone through this. So the warden had to go to work today.
Good.
So got up, had to take the kid to school, 7:30. I do a dance party every time I drop off. I roll the window down and blast Christmas music day, rock around the Christmas tree. Get home, and all of a sudden it hit me. Well, she has, first of all, chess club, so I have to get back out of here, go pick her up at chess club, 3:45, and then she has soccer practice at
Scott
4:30.
I got in the car last night at 4:45. I didn't get out of the car until 9:30.
So you know.
Yes.
So this is why I thought of you then.
Yes.
So took to school, boom, 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 came
Tonight,
home.
4 trips to Regis High School.
Well, there you go.
4.
What the?
Yeah.
But I got something to add on to you. We'll see if you had to do this. So now all of a sudden I realized that I got to pick her up and then take her right to soccer. She got to have her soccer stuff.
Yeah.
Soccer bag's laying right there on the floor. So I pick up the shoes, get the shin pads, beam. No practice gear. In the washer. Washer's done, but then washer. It's 11:09. I usually leave the house between 11:20 and 11:30, right, to get here. I throw that thing in there. Bing, 41 minutes. Ain't no way I can do 41 minutes. Then I stop, quick try. Kick dry, bing. Start doing my stuff, get dressed, take some trash out. All of a sudden, it still ain't done. I got to grab some socks, grab the jersey and the shorts.
Mm-hmm.
Still wet. Now, here's the dad moment. This is where dads think. They're sitting on my dash of my car right now in the sun.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Just drying on the dash. I figured that works, right?
Or on your way home.
Right. I thought you were going to hold them out
the window.
Yeah, you were just holding them out the window.
Pinch it at the top of your window and let it fly like a flag.
That's even next level. I was just thinking you were going to hold it out the window.
No,
and
just roll up the window. It ain't going anywhere, and then it's just going to dry.
What happens if it did?
Right, what happens if it did?
Well, now you got to pull over.
So anyway, the funny thing is, so I left my coffee cup in there, and so I ran back to go get my coffee after the first break. Opened up, smells like Tide. I mean, the inside of my car smells like the inside of a washing machine.
I like that. I like that smell. Not like
That's a good smell.
What's his favorite smell?
Skunk,
bro.
Yeah.
Skunk is a weird favorite smell, man.
Makes me think of home.
Like
skunk
Scott. Cologne, like what? Yeah, nah, man.
No, I don't want to wear it.
You just like to
I
smell
don't want to
it.
get sprayed by it.
You just like.
But let me drive on a dark Kansas summer evening.
Barren Kansas
lightning,
road.
Heat lightning going off in the distance, and all of a sudden.
Reminds you of home.
Home.
All right, that's PhD on this Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in. We got Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl next.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
All right, so the Broncos are 4-3. They beat the Saints. They get the long break, and they're going to play Carolina, who's awful.
All right, broke that down pretty easy.
Yep. They're going to be 5-3. 5-3 before they get the rough part of the schedule.
First time this week. You'll do it again.
Yep.
There's just, again, Bronco life from the last few years. You're really messing with my don't tempt the football gods thing right there. When you're just that matter of fact about it.
The Panthers are awful.
I know, Nate.
They are awful.
But every NFL team, minus the Chiefs, can get a lesson if you're not careful. You gonna get a tattoo or something?
35-26.
You be a tattoo guy?
Run pass ratio. I'm never gonna be that guy.
Haircut guy? Dye your hair guy? What can I talk you into?
Can I get some Joe Burrow frosted tips?
Hey, I'm in. I'll pay for it. I got a gal. Frosted tips, we doing this? Let's lock this down before we move on. Frosted tips?
Frosted tips.
If they lose.
If they lose. I'm not doing that.
Come on, we got to make this fun.
We'll have Kevin in Illinois Photoshop it. There you go.
There you go.
That's as far as
All
I'll
right,
go.
anyway, yes.
Yes, they'll win. Okay? Panthers stink.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
What would it run you to get your tips frosted at a local salon, hair cuttery, whatever you want to call
better
it?
enunciate like never before. I don't know. I don't know. I like I told you, when I did it, it was literally 1994, 96.
Has inflation hit the frosted tips
I don't
market?
know. I haven't had to ask. Mine's pretty basic.
All right.
My haircut keeps going up, but I don't get anything different done to it. So
We just get some white spray paint, just spray paint the
could try
very
it.
tops.
Hey, so have you never done that? Do you know what they do to frost the tips?
I have never had frosted tips. No, I avoided that trend.
So they get the gal that did mine.
The gal,
the lady. This was at the Denver Athletic Club. In the same chair that Cindy Crawford sat in, I then put my ugly rear end and got the tips frosted.
Okay.
Cindy Crawford did a benefit event there one time.
Oh, that's nice.
She wanted to come out and say hello.
Mole,
I was hoping it was because
mole.
of me, but don't mind that mole.
Okay.
No, it's because of the kids I had.
All right.
So anyway. Yeah, they take a swim cap. She'd poked a bunch of holes in it.
All right.
And then they're going to pull your hair through the swim cap, and that's what gets dyed for just the tips of
So
your
again,
hair.
we could do this with a can of spray
Oh,
paint.
we could.
All right, if we needed to.
We need a worthless swim cap.
Yeah. And something that would wash out quickly.
No, you'd have to go a week. You'd have to go from one game to the next. Why, are you thinking about it? Did Abby give her blessing?
No, I'm just interested. That's all it is. I'm
Take your hat off for me real quick,
I'm
though.
a curious person by nature, Andy.
How dark? Because I don't sit here and stare at your hair all
You don't
day.
look at my hair very often?
How dark is the hair? Like, would people even notice?
Sure they would. Yeah.
See, we almost need to wait till you grow it a little bit.
Yeah, it's very short.
But see, you would have Joe Burrow feel to it right now.
It'd be a little spiky.
You want to do it, don't you?
I'm just curious.
Should we just skip the bet and do it?
Just frost my tips for the hell of it?
I wonder, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what. We could match up. I'll get Nate Stevens in here and get a tattoo while you get your tips frosted.
What tattoo would you get?
I don't know. I've got so many in mind.
Andy Dalton's face
Yeah,
right there
right
on
there,
your
the
arm.
Red Devil.
Is there enough
No.
orange tattoo ink in
Yeah.
America
No.
to get an Andy Dalton
on my
tattoo?
perfectly white skin.
Do you think, okay, this is just I'm just throwing this out there, okay? Because we have seen people have tattoos of their favorite pro athletes, right? We've seen John Elway tattoos. We've seen Nikola Jokic tattoos.
Jesse's got the cup being raised.
That's
I think,
right.
Doesn't he, with Gabe?
He's got a Landeskog tattoo. These things happen. People like to commemorate these things, all right? Do you think anywhere in the United States exists an Andy Dalton tattoo?
Someone, all right, remember when, and this is always cool of Bills fans, it may make them kind of the most cool fan base.
Yeah.
But remember when Dalton and the Bengals, I think it wasn't he with the Bengals where they beat whoever Buffalo needed to go to the playoffs and a bunch of the fans donated to his charity?
Yes.
And it ended up being a real nice story because
Yes.
Buffalo people are cool.
I recall this.
I'm sure somebody probably had enough beer after wings to get an Andy Dalton
Dalton tattoo.
Are you searching the web? Someone's got to have one. How about a TCU fan?
Yeah, now Dalton
Was he there with LT, LaDainian Tomlinson?
He was on that team that won the Rose Bowl, right? When they beat Wisconsin?
Probably.
Yeah.
I'll trust you.
13-0 under Gary Patterson. I believe that was an Andy Dalton quarterbacked TCU squad. Maybe there is a hardcore TCU fan somewhere out there with a redheaded Andy Dalton tattoo. I don't know if any Bengals fans would. Bengals fans hated Andy Dalton.
Not for a minute they were okay with him.
One of my best friends is a Bengals fan. He's my barometer for Bengal fandom.
He claimed never ever.
He hated Andy Dalton with every bit of his soul.
Sure, he did. But there were a few that I thought.
I'm sure there's someone out there.
He gave him some hope for. He kind of was the Drew Lock of the Bengals. A hope for a year.
No,
or so.
he actually went to the playoffs.
Well, there you go.
A lot.
But all I'm saying is there was a very short period of time where they wanted to buy in until they figured they couldn't.
Yeah, Vontez perfect, man. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they had that game won.
Yeah.
And then he murdered Antonio Brown.
For no good reason.
For no good reason. Other than it's probably fun to do that to Antonio Brown.
And then it twisted up so many things. Gosh, that's crazy. For people who don't remember what we're talking about there, it's the 2016 playoff game from the 2015 season.
Yeah.
Denver ends up playing Pittsburgh instead of Cincinnati.
Right.
And Antonio Brown cannot play in the game, and he had a very good game the first meeting between Denver and the Steelers. But the Bengal game went into overtime, and Brock Osweiler probably had the best throw of his career to hit Owen Daniel to get him back in field goal range and take the lead. And then the defense finished it off in OT against wasn't Andy Dalton, who was the backup quarterback at that time. The old Alabama guy everybody wanted here for
A.J.
a while.
McCarron?
There it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
According to the internet, there is a Bills fan with an Andy Dalton tattoo.
See, I knew they must have done it.
Yeah.
Because they're like that. They got you.
Yes. It is very orange-haired, too.
Well, you got to. You're not putting the helmet on. What?
It's right above the left butt cheek.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Is this a male fan?
That appears to be a male buttocks. Why don't you go ahead and check that? There's top crack in that picture right there.
Yeah, I'm
call
90% sure you're right, but we are talking. Wow, that is a lot of tattoo.
I'd call that male buttocks. Yeah, it's not small.
No,
that's a substantial Andy Dalton tattoo.
She went all in.
Oh, I
It
found
is
another
Buffalo.
one. Here we go. There's another one. There's a cartoon Andy Dalton. There's a variety of Andy Dalton tattoos.
All right,
that are on
all
the
those
internet.
are a little disturbing. Who like? Are you sure? Here's the thing. So Hastings really wanted me to get a tattoo one time in Ohio when John Elway got inducted.
Of Scotty's face or of John Elway's
we'd all
face?
pick something out. And
Oh,
then we
all right.
went into the place. They all got mad at me. Scotty still likes to make fun of me for it, but I still think when we went to Seattle, I was proven to be right. So we go into this place called the Art Bomb Tattoo.
All right.
And the guys that walked out they just look like, I hate all athletes and anything associated with them. You know, I had like the big earrings that hung down. They look like dishes. And I was like, I don't think I'm going to choose this select spot.
Aren't
now.
those the guys that work? I've
No.
never gotten a tattoo. Don't they work at every tattoo spot, though?
There are some, but I
Yeah.
don't think our whole crew, pretty loud.
Mm-hmm.
I know that shocks you. It was like our little frat house rolled in there. And I don't know. I just was like, nah, I don't think this is the spot. So I decided not to. And then Scotty's
What were you
like,
looking for in a
Here's
tattoo
the funny
parlor?
thing about, so I was flipping through the book of all the tattoos they had. I actually found one I liked.
Okay.
But then the piercing showed up, and I was like, oh God, hey, whoa, hey, what are we doing? And I wasn't ready for it. There were all sorts of things pierced.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. I think that had me. I lost my appetite for where we were at that point.
You're too square, bro.
I was. Because at the bar that night, here was the other thing. At the bar that night, they all decided to see if it was sealed. That's another fun joke you do.
Okay.
To the guy. Because what happens when they get done, then you get wrapped in Reynolds wrap or whatever to keep whatever in.
Yeah.
So Patrick Watkins, it won't surprise you, heard of a game called Making Sure the Tap Was Sealed. and started smacking everybody where the tattoo was, and great pain was felt.
That's probably unpleasant.
We had a kid, Spencer Grenfell, that had his calf done,
Mhm.
and everyone kept trying to go low and smack that. So yeah, that's the kind of chicanery. That's the kind of hardcore journalism we were doing out in Canton, Ohio.
Who was the dude, Spring, you'll remember this, who was the dude that played for the Giants that had the Michelle Pfeiffer Catwoman tattoo on his arm?
What?
Who was that dude? I'm spacing his name right now.
Oh, yeah. Pudge's kid, Derek Rodriguez.
That's who it was. Thank you very much. Yeah.
You know, T.J. Ward had Raphael of the Ninja Turtles.
Of the Ninja Turtles.
That was his dude.
Okay, not former Mets shortstop Rafael Santana?
I mean, not that I know of.
All
He
right.
only told me about Raphael the Ninja Turtle.
Okay.
So
who would be the weirdest quarterback? And I feel like Andy Dalton would be pretty high
it's
on
gonna
the
be
list.
tough to top that.
But the weirdest quarterback to have a tattoo of.
Well, Gardner Minshew, you're probably going to wonder. You're probably going to wonder, who is that? Is that Uncle Rico? Is
Uh-huh.
that Gardner? I mean, you're going to have to be real clear with the uniform.
What about Cam Newton with one of his weird hats on?
The Wicked Witch hat? Yeah. Yes. I don't think.
Like
that's-
whatever turbans he's out
You know
there
what?
wearing.
If you're going to do that, it's going to have to be a back tapestry.
Yeah,
And you're
'cause I
going to
don't-
need a lot of space.
I don't want Cam Newton like in a football helmet. I want him in a silly hat.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
That's more of
Otherwise,
his
just put the
signature
helmet
look.
on.
Who would be the most random Broncos quarterback?
Random Broncos quarterback?
Of recent vintage,
Okay,
obviously.
recent?
Yes.
Because I could go way back. How about the fact Hugh Millen got a few games in with them? You want Hugh Millen, Bronco guy who got concussed after like a game and a half?
Father of Clay Millen,
Yeah.
former CSU
You could
quarterback.
you could do that one.
Uh-huh.
Bubby Brister would be fun.
Somebody got a Drew Lock tattoo, right?
Someone saying D-Mac did. Yeah, there's guys out there with Drew Lock.
People were passionate
You know
about
what-
Drew Lock.
You know what our boy Mike Evans has got?
He's got the Tebow, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Here's what I would
No,
do.
I mean like actually get the face tattooed on your body, though.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody does. Probably a Florida fan. Maybe a Jets fan.
Uh-huh.
Let's be honest, a Bronco fan.
Okay.
I think they're all,
Yeah.
Maybe a Florida Bronco
Like, I'm
fan
sure-
just went full on.
I'm sure there's Peyton Manning tattoos. We know that there's John Elway tattoos.
But aren't all of John's? See, that's the thing. The one you first showed me at the start of this conversation was just the face of Andy Dalton.
Just the face of Andy
It
Dalton.
wasn't any action scene.
Right.
It was Andy Dalton's face that went into like a V for the body.
Right.
The
internet's got a wide variety of John tattoos.
See, I've always.
Here we go. There's a good John Glamour shot tattoo for you right there. That's a sexy one. Uh-huh.
Good for you, bud.
Oh, that's blue steel straight out of Elway. Some of them are like action shots, and other ones it's just the face.
Romy Beans got a fan that got her tattooed.
Was there like approval and consent
No, he
there?
just showed it to her. I was
Just a guy did it?
Yeah.
That's
Matter of fact, it was
cool,
on
Carl.
tour.
Weird. That's
It's on the forearm.
I'm gonna need you to stay 500 feet away at all
Well,
times if you don't mind.
I don't think he was there. She went on
Uh-huh.
like a service tour, one of those service tours, and I think that's where
Okay.
he showed her the tattoo or
Okay.
whatever.
Okay.
Can't say I don't think anyone's got me on there. How about you?
What if I
How
got
about your name?
What if I got a Case Keenum tattoo? I'm told regularly
No.
that Case Keenum looked like
What
me.
about Hogan? What was his first name? The old Stanford.
Kevin.
Who was it?
Kevin Hogan.
Kevin Hogan.
Yes.
That is as random as you can get.
Kevin Hogan?
Because he was out of our life for Brandon Allen out of nowhere. He got like one start in the preseason and he was gone.
A Brandon Allen tattoo would
Is
be
that where you're going?
money. Hell
but
yes.
is he walking away from the burnt truck?
Right.
The avalanche
the
on fire
charred
behind him.
remains of his
Like
Chevy
a
Avalanche.
Superman scene.
That's still one of the weirdest stories that we ever had about a Bronco quarterback. This is one of those takes that I will go down in the ship for. The most fun Bronco game that I have witnessed in the last decade was when Brandon Allen beat the Browns.
One of the reasons it was fun was A, we didn't expect it.
Unexpected.
And B,
terrible team.
You had Baker Mayfield shaving
right
throughout the game Because it was so bad.
Because it was so
He
bad.
had like full weird beard guy coming in, thought he was funny, and then he was like down to just barely a stash after the game.
It was a game where people showed up with no expectation. They were literally there just to fulfill the obligation of sitting in their seats that they paid for. That was why people were at that game, and they ended up having a freaking blast.
Dude, what do you throw for that game? Like 125 yards or something?
There were like a couple of like bad wobbly throws that connected, because that happens sometimes. By the way, speaking of Baker Mayfield, can everybody chill on Todd Bowles? It's a nasty sport, okay? They already recovered one onside kick. They're trying to win the freaking game. It sucks that Chris Godwin suffered a gruesome leg injury at the end of that game. It's football. They're paid to play football. They're paid to play a dangerous, violent game. It's not college football. There aren't 115 guys on the roster. Sorry, you got to go out and play. And tackles that maybe swivel hip drop tackles, and maybe Roquan's going to end up getting fined for that. But stop killing the guy for that. He's playing a football game.
And it's a hands team, right?
Well, it was on a reception.
Oh, okay.
Where when the injury happened to Godwin, it was on a catch. He's trying again. Like, was there a high likelihood they were going to win the game? Was there any likelihood they were going to win the game? No, not really. He's trying to play. He's trying to play.
I checked out on that game after the long Derrick Henry run, and I was trying to figure. You know what?
You hit 22 miles an hour on that run.
Yeah. Imagine trying to tackle that after you're tired through 3 quarters. 4
They caught him
quarters.
too.
But I was trying to figure out the old ESPN password game. Then I got very frustrated with that.
Trying to find the
I
Chargers-Cardinals
just wanted
game?
to watch Chargers and Cardinals, see
Right.
how that was going to turn out. And I got frustrated, and my daughter was like, let's watch the baking show. And I was like, whatever, fine.
Baking
I
show.
gave in.
There we go.
Because I was like, I'm not going through. I can't remember my password. I haven't watched ESPN Plus, and I don't know how long.
Uh-huh.
And I just gave up. Was that technically a doubleheader considering it was online?
Yeah.
That takes some of it away.
I mean, there's 2 games. Most people can get online and
Most
watch
people
games.
are already logged in,
Right.
yes. Most people, I guess, have probably found something on ESPN Plus to watch, but not this guy.
I was vastly more interested in the Ravens last night.
Even at the end?
Brutal game for the Bucs, though.
Yeah, they started out okay.
Brutal. Mike Evans suffers a hamstring injury. Godwin ankle, so you probably lost your 2 best offensive players in that game last night. I mean, that was atrocious. The Ravens are what we thought they were. Lamar had a slightly slow start, and then he's like, hey, I'm going to win another MVP. Go watch this. 5 touchdowns out of Lamar last night. Ravens rule. Derrick Henry is awesome. Apparently, we're going to hear from Jerry Jones today on the show. Jerry Jones, he didn't think they needed Derrick Henry. It's not a fit here. What are you talking about?
No, I hate.
What in God's name are you babbling about, old man? What in the world?
If you're the radio host, do you even want him back on? Aren't you like, bro, we're good? I mean, I don't know. Look, they went viral with them. I guess that's enough, but seriously.
It's people. Hey, we play the audio here, don't we? We get excited
Well,
about
yeah,
it.
only because but we,
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. No,
Would you want to do that every week, though?
Talk to Jerry?
Yeah.
God, no.
You know why he would want to talk to you? If Nate Kreckman was
Why
in the
Jerry
seat,
Jones wouldn't want to talk to me?
Right.
Oh, I could give you a few reasons.
No, I know, but real quick,
Mm-hmm.
you would try to get it to happen again.
Oh, every week.
And I'm sure they did.
I do it every week. You know,
You would try to take it one step further.
Every week I'd be
You'd want to
poking
see
the
if
bear.
you could get his hair to stand out straight like some cartoon electrocution
Exactly.
deal.
Yeah, no, I would enjoy the hell out of that. Are you kidding me? Craigman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here. It is a Tuesday afternoon. We got power rankings today. We got Aaron Gordon getting extended. Travis Hunter is getting healthier. What does it mean for the Heisman race? The NBA gets underway tonight. Avs back in action in Seattle. It's all happening. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio. Oh, it sounds like my guy needs to get on Sport Trade with takes like that. GetSportTrade.com. That's right, GetSportTrade.com. Download the app onto your phone today. Use code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place in your first week. Sport Trade is Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. Minus 106 on the main lines. High limits, no spinny wheels. Sport Trade has stellar prices, best in the industry, very high limits, and they got the best live wagering experience, both in terms of how quickly your bets get through and the prices that you're going to get on those in-play markets. Plus, Sport Trade has a great feature called The Tape. You can see every bet happening in real time on the service. Just boom, it's a tab right there at the bottom of the app. You press that, and you can follow the smart money in real time, see all the action that's happening on Sport Trade. Where is the money going? You can fade the public, follow the sharps, whatever you want. That's what you can do with the tape. Go to GetSportTrade.com. That's GetSportTrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. Oh, it's a Power Ranking Tuesday. We got that coming up today on the show.
Rank it. Should we power rank your tattoos?
They're all over the place, by
There's
the
a
way.
lot of them. Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah. Ooh, man, there's a wide swath of opinions on what this Broncos team is right now.
Well, that's the first time a lot of the national folks got a taste of Bronco football.
Thursday night, yeah, that's right.
Because they've not had a lot of national TV. They've been mainly regional most of the year, right? And for God's sake, they pulled Matt Millen out of retirement to do one of the games.
It's the kind of game where it's like, hey, we'll check in on that on Red Zone twice a half.
Right.
And we'll see what's going on right
I
here.
guess I'm not surprised that the rankings reflect different opinions.
Yeah, they're very much all over the place. Hey, Aaron Gordon,
Oh, so
contract
happy to hear it.
extension is done. Good news. We kind of got hints right before the weekend that the wheels were very much in motion and the progress of an Aaron Gordon contract extension. Indeed, it got done last night, actually, after our show. And AG agrees for a sort of below-market deal that's going to save this team a little bit of money. 4 years, $133 million extension on the eve of the start of the NBA season. That's right, we get it going tonight. Knicks Celtics at 5:30, Minnesota and the Lakers at 8 o'clock tonight. TNT doubleheader to start your NBA season. Full slate of games tomorrow, and then the Nuggets will open up on Thursday. Here's a quote from Calvin Booth. In many ways, Aaron is the heart and soul of the team. He does a lot of things on the floor that make us go. The guys rally around him in the locker room, and now with this agreement, we can move forward as a unit. We are built as a team to go deep into the playoffs. That is according to the team's general manager. It also does help the team out financially. If you guys want, I can kind of break that down a little bit. Next year, 25-26, this puts him at his player option value of $23 million rather than the maximum allowable $32 million, meaning the Nuggets can stay below the second apron of the luxury tax in 25-26. They can use their taxpayer mid-level exception to sign another player. Again, it's a lot of words, guys. What does it all mean? It means the Nuggets can get somebody else next year.
Aaron Gordon did him a solid.
Yes. Nuggets are $11.7 million over next year's projected tax line if all 13 contracts stay on the roster. Dario Saric and Russell Westbrook have player options. They will likely have no picks in the 25 draft, so the 14th roster spot could be a tax mid-level acquisition. Again, what does it mean? It means the Nuggets can sign a player next year. Yeah. So that's
creative math.
Right. And again, it's a lot of words. They can get another dude. AG took a more team-friendly deal to be able to help these guys out a little bit. Andy, Aaron Gordon, you keep his defense, which he can guard 2 through 5. Hell, some nights he can guard 1 through 5. You keep one of the best lob threats in the NBA for the best passer in the NBA. And nobody operates out of the dunker spot better than Aaron Gordon does. You have a guy that, even though he can literally can play the center position and often does in lineups for this team, he can also handle the ball and distribute and bring the ball up the floor if need be, like we saw in the playoffs last year when Jamal was getting hounded by Alexander Walker. And then you keep, to Calvin Booth's point, your heart and soul locker room guy. He's Joker's buddy, but he's beloved in that room. He's a consummate professional. He brings great energy and enthusiasm into the locker room every single day, liked by everyone in the facility. You know, you talk to the PR guys, and they'll tell you AG's the best. You can't beat that guy. He treats people really, really well. And on top of that, he's a fan favorite. He's beloved by Nuggets fans, both because of what he has been as a player on the floor, but also what he has been in the city and with the organization. Aaron Gordon contract extension. This is awesome.
It is awesome. And look, he's also their toughness. Now, I think Joker, anything you ask, Joker is all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Heartbeat of the team, all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
He's also their toughness. But AG, to me, he's the one that does more talking than Joker ever does. We kind of talked about that yesterday. He always has the toughest defensive matchup. You can't underestimate that.
Yep.
I just think it's good that they keep him together. Okay, you got this core together. And now you know what the window is, right?
Yeah.
The window's clearly defined on this thing.
Yeah.
So 4 years.
Everyone's locked up right now. Okay, everyone's paid, so you're good to go there. The young guys are working their way towards it, but the 4 best players on a championship roster are locked up for the foreseeable future. So I ask you this, and I ask this anecdotally, but also this is the sense that I'm getting. Tell me if you're getting a different sense. Right now, the Denver Nuggets, they extended Jamal Murray. They extend Aaron Gordon. So 2 of your 4 best players are signed, locked, and loaded. Nikola Jokic is coming off of an MVP season.
Yep.
You won a championship 2 years ago. You went to the second round last year. Game 7 was a kick in the nads. All right? You bring in a former MVP in Russell Westbrook, who, by all accounts, has taken really well to being with this organization. You bring in a consummate pro and a good floor-stretching big off the bench in charge. Yes, you lose KCP, and there's no doubt that hurts, but NBA math is NBA math, like we talked about a few minutes ago. In reality, this is a team that, 18 months ago, we were having a damn parade in this town. Why does it seem like people are more nervous about all the things that could go wrong with this team right now?
Jamal's health.
It's just that?
Jamal's health. I don't think you can – it's good to have these guys together.
Yeah.
And, again, there would have been a second parade had the extensions of Murray and Gordon happened a year ago because you had the best starting 5 in the biz.
Yeah.
Now you don't. Now KCP is gone. You
Right.
may have 4 of the best starting 5, but, and maybe it will prove out to whoever jumps in that spot, whether it's Brown or Strother. Maybe you still have the best starting 5.
You at the very worst, you have a top 5 starting lineup in the NBA.
I think,
including the best player in the world.
And I'm not saying it's unfair, quite honestly. I think people want to see it with Jamal in the knee and make sure you're back in health. And this thing, whatever it was last year, that's a last year. Whatever the Olympics was, that was the Olympics.
Yeah.
It's all done. And I also think that there's still people that want a little more out of MPJ, if we're just talking about all the extended people. And, the final thing is, look, like you said, by all accounts, it seems like Westbrook is fitting in well. I think he's going to be a fun addition, but time will tell. Time will tell. So I just also think the Nuggets aren't going to be sexy for a while in the national media because they can't sign anybody. Their moves are made. The die is cast.
We're going to talk about the NBA GM survey today a little bit on the show. It's one of those things that comes out right at the start of the season on NBA.com, and I can tell you this, having looked at it, like the Nuggets are no longer the darling. Okay, that's not what they currently are in the NBA. They're not the defending champions. They're a team that had a disappointing postseason with the way that they wore down last year. And Oklahoma City they're the hot team right now, okay? They're at the top of all the power rankings. They're the team that is regularly getting picked right now to win the Western Conference. They're sexy, Dallas is the team that was in the NBA Finals last year. So there's love for some other teams in the West, okay? Minnesota just made a big-time trade, and they shipped off Cat, and they bring in Julius Randle and DiVincenzo. And so, look at that. With Anthony Edwards, that's a fun new thing. And yet I'm over here going, okay, I get the concerns about Jamal Murray's health, and I will also say the playoffs don't start until April 15th. It's October 22nd, all right? The Nuggets will open up their season in 2 days. There's a long time between then, when you have to absolutely be at your very best, and now. As long as Nikola Jokic is on the floor, roll the ball out, that's 50 wins. All right? He will go and he will get you that. There's some things that I need to see different in this upcoming season, but also I'm looking at this team and I'm going, yeah, they can win a title, which is all I can ask. As a basketball fan at the start of a season, my team can win an NBA championship. It's not a slam dunk, and they're not as good as they were 2 years ago. I can acknowledge that. You only get to have the best team in franchise history once. But injuries are going to change the narrative of an NBA season. They always do. And maybe that's what knocks the Nuggets out. Or maybe they're the team like they were 2 years ago where the health luck falls their way. And if it does, I like their chances with the best player in the world.
No, I like their chances too, but I'm not upset that the basketball world is maybe taking a step back because this same group had a 20-point lead at home in a Game 7, and it's tough to erase those memories.
I remember that.
Okay?
Yeah.
And this is the same group you just locked up to make sure this is who you're riding with.
Right.
I'm not saying it's a mistake, but let's be honest with ourselves.
The year before that, they won a title.
The year before that, they won a title, but I'm just telling you, that team should have been, to me, that team should have been in the finals last year. They should have been in the finals.
Yeah.
It's a missed opportunity. That team was the best team since the 97-98 Broncos to have a chance to repeat. And I say that because the Avs had lost Nazem Kadri, and things are weird with Gabe the year after they won the Cup.
Yeah.
In this town, the best chance to hoist 2 in a row disappeared last year, and frankly, I didn't think I'd see it. When they got up by 20, I'm already starting to think about how it was going to go with Dallas.
Do you remember I was taking rally sausage pictures?
Yeah.
Oh, we were having fun.
Then you threw that rotten thing in the trash.
I sure did.
That fun lasted about as well as that rally sausage, and even though it was sealed. But yes, I had forgotten about the rally sausage.
I know. Wasn't that fun?
So again, Nate, I'm with you. I don't think anybody should be counting this team out. Overlook them. That's fine. Maybe they'll get a little of their swagger back without being the hunted.
Sure.
But I also am not going to sit here and say I don't understand why they're not the darlings anymore. I do.
How is everybody not jacked for the start of this year?
Oh, I think we're all excited.
3-time MVP.
We're all excited. Nobody's not, but I don't think the
AG's locked
expectations
up.
are what they were a year ago.
Oh, Julian Strother's he's about to break into the rotation.
Okay.
This guy's going to be fun.
Let's do it.
And yet the West, the depth of the West. You do realize that when everybody else talks about in every other city around the Western Conference, whether it is Dallas or Phoenix or Memphis or whatever version of the LA basketball that you like, Minnesota, when they sit around and they talk about the Western Conference, you know what they do? They go Oklahoma City, and then they go Denver because they know that Jokic is inevitable. That's the team that we have right here. Let's get up for it a little bit. Come on.
I'm not here.
Shuffle, baby.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. The mayor hype train. I like it.
This is
I'm
what I'm
glad
here
you're
to
on
do.
it. That's what I like.
This team kicks ass.
Yes.
Let's enjoy it a little bit.
You
My
remember
God.
Jamal in the Olympics.
See, man.
I'm just trying. You're asking questions. I'm giving you answers. That's all. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this is all going to go. I'm happy basketball's in our life. You know why? I like offense. And quite honestly, some of the teams I root for, I ain't getting enough offense right now.
Guy had a bad shooting performance in a tournament that was right at the end of the season where he was obviously out of shape and didn't care. I'm all right with that. I'm fine. Guess what? You know who else is okay with it? Josh Kroenke, Calvin Booth, and Mike Malone, because they paid the man. Jamal's going to go and rule this year. Blue Arrow, baby.
Hey, they're all so excited. They're building them a whole new city.
That's what they're going to construct it right around the arena. The city that Nikola Jokic built.
It's Jokicville. There's your new nickname.
Yeah.
No, hey, you don't get to do Rhino. You don't get to do the Flatlands or whatever the hell it's called over there.
What are they going to call it?
It's Jokicville, period.
But in Denver parlance, is it Yovi?
Sure. It's I live in Yovi. Are we going to break it up like that? Is all parts of the development, it's going to be Yovi, and maybe a little mall. I'm over in the mall something.
The mall?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
AG gets a spot now.
See, they didn't invite us to any of those planning
all
meetings.
The sections.
Hey, find folks over at
McKinnonville.
KSC. Bring me and Andy to the city planning meetings. We got ideas.
That's all right. You can go for us.
I'll do it.
I'll let you have the notes.
I'll represent the show.
FaceTime.
I want to go to some meetings. Come on, man. Nuggets start on Thursday. Get up for it. It's Crackman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. If you're looking for any truck or 4x4 accessory, they've got it for you there. We've been telling you, Nate went in there last week, got his trailer hitch put on so he could get the old bike rack on and bring home his rad power bike. Had a good experience. You'll have a good experience. My neighbor got a bed cover there. He had a great experience. That's what Colorado Off-Road will do for you, owned by Jerry and Wendy Jones. This is a 25-year, I think next year is when they celebrate the 25 years of being in business here in Colorado, getting things for you that you need over there, whether it's bed covers, floor mats this time of year, the step rails, the mud flaps. I always forget about the mud flaps. Big key for keeping gunk off the step rails or just off the side of your vehicle. And, of course, the bed covers. He's got it all. He can also do heated seats for you if that's something you couldn't afford at the purchase of your vehicle. You can go back if you decided you still want some heated seats. He can put them in for you. That's Jerry Jones in Colorado Off-Road. Also, if you're a contractor, he can upfit you and give you anything that you need. Go talk to him as well. They're located 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. That's where the showroom is. It's right behind Arapahoe Community College. You can also find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call, 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hope you're having a delightful Tuesday afternoon. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Buffs looking for justice coming up on Saturday against Cincinnati. Here is the latest on the status of Travis Hunter. Deion Sanders at the podium today.
Travis is better than last week. I think he'll have more productivity because he's feeling much better than last week. You could just tell with his little giddy up and the way he goes about life, a little more pep in his step today. I think he did some conditioning today for sure to make sure he's on point with his conditioning because he never tires, and we want to keep that what it is. But I think he will certainly contribute a lot more than he did a week ago because he's healthier.
What do you have, 2 catches last week?
Yeah, but
they didn't really need him.
He had that one he dove for in the end zone that I think jostled some things around, and I don't think he felt great after it.
The shoulder.
Yeah.
Not doing great. But Travis Hunter is expected to be back and playing here this week. You still got a shot at the Heisman? Does it feel like this is one of those years where the race is tight enough that, basically missing the better part of 2 games, one of them being a loss?
I would say this: if they get the Big 12 championship, he's back in the conversation. If they don't,
okay,
because they're gonna have to have some surprise wins in which I think he contributes to.
Yeah.
In order for that to happen, and it could be one this weekend. Cincinnati's a good team, so. But it does feel like Cam Ward and Genty are starting to kind of. They're starting to separate a little bit when you say. I mean, Cam Ward keeps scoring touchdowns,
right?
And as we all know, there's a quarterback award. So I felt like when it was Genty and Hunter, it was that way because none of the quarterbacks are blowing anybody away, and now Cam Ward's had a good couple weeks since.
So basically right now, Genty, Cam Ward are 1-2 kind of depending on the book that you look at. Dylan Gabriel, Oregon's ranked number 1 right now. Generally, he's sitting right around 4-1. Hunter probably next up on that list at about 20-1, ranging anywhere from 15-1 to 20-1, depending on where you get it. But Travis Hunter right now is basically number 4. It can happen kind of that quickly, and it did a little bit with Travis. Again, you lose to K-State, and then you barely play in the Arizona game. Boise's coming off of a bye, but Genty's back at it. They got a huge game on Friday against UNLV. That team is ranked 17th right now, is Boise State. Also looks really good for those guys. Their only loss is against the team that's the number 1 ranked team in the country, that being Oregon, and you lost on a field goal at the gun. So that's right now that's good for Boise's resume, and that's good for Ashton Genty. The problem with Genty is like he kind of, to your point, Andy, because Cam Ward's a quarterback, Genty's got to go for like 200 plus or score like 4 touchdowns every single week.
Yeah.
That's hard to sustain.
It's not fair, the standard they place on all the other positions.
Right.
But it is what it is. And Cam Ward's playing for one of those long-time popular programs in Miami, and I do think the college football world loves the comeback of a blue blood. So
yeah, I think there's something to that. Also is, the numbers are pretty damn good.
Yeah, yes.
4 tutties, no picks last week at Louisville. I know Miami is unbeaten. I'm having a hard time kind of buying them in the long term. They can't stop anybody. Every game that they play right now, you look at their schedule. Last week, 52-45. The week before that, 39-38. That barn burner against Cal.
I was about to say, go back to the Cal game.
Yeah.
Did Cal get good and I missed it
No.
by just switching conferences?
One score.
That was the one team CU always was competitive against.
1-score win against Virginia Tech at 38-34. Yeah, since they've gotten into ACC play, they can't stop anybody. So it's hard to kind of buy them over the long term right now.
How about the SMU Mustangs? They just keep sneaking out victories left and right.
Squeaky little team. Have we sort of semi-adopted SMU on this show?
Yeah, why not?
We're friends with an oil baron.
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
Yeah, we'll claim
happiness.
that. Yeah. Can we get an invite to a yacht or something?
I'll work on it.
Okay,
when
see
do you
what
want to go?
Whenever. I'm
You want
available.
to go to wine country?
I'm available.
We're
Yes.
always allowed to go to wine country.
I do want to go to wine country.
The Paso Robles winery.
I would greatly enjoy that. Let's go. Let's do the show live.
Have you ever
in
been to a
winery.
Northern California beach, by the way?
Yes, I have many times.
Not like a Southern California beach.
No, it's a different scene. It's a little bit chillier.
It's not.
You got to wear a coat.
Yeah, I was about to say.
You wear a
First
coat.
off, more than anything, it doesn't feel real beachy.
Yeah, wear a coat.
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful part of the country.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Oh, it is.
SMU is at Duke this week. Yeah, go Mustangs. Hell yeah. Bill Armstrong. That's what we're talking about. But Travis Hunter going to get back and going to play Buffs and Cincinnati coming up here this week. Can I revisit the text line for
Please,
a moment?
by all means. Mark Thurston, where he was blocked. You're not blocked? Nobody's blocked?
I prefer Mark Hungren. So from the 704. About the Nuggets. Nervous because they aren't hustling and hungry anymore.
I don't know where you would have gotten that barometer, but I guess the comments of Malone after a couple games probably lead somewhere.
It's the preseason, and he needs something to be mad about.
Guys, I'll say this for that comment. Fair enough.
They were all paid when they won a title.
Right. But here's the thing. Teams, I just think, and you're seeing it with the Chiefs now, even though they're 6-0. We talked about it. They didn't play great.
Oh, this early
They're
season
6-0.
stuff's a waste of your time.
Yeah, teams that know that they're going to have a playoff run, and as you said, it roll out the basketball, Jokic gets you 50.
Yeah.
50 wins. They just start to kind of save it. They just, now let's hope they're not saving it come opening night. I do think at times it drives Michael Malone nuts, but I think the Avs have been victims of it.
Yeah.
You just see good teams. How many times in baseball do we see a team that
so
screws
far
around a little bit and then they just kind of turn it on when it's time to turn it on?
It's so far away. From the
Yeah,
970.
dude, it's going to be not even Halloween when they open the season.
Is Jamal's work ethic there?
I don't think you can ever question his work ethic.
Guy's got some. He's got some serious MFer in him. Like Jamal wants to go get it. Yes. Okay. Like I will say this: the health thing worries me. Of course it does. He faded down the stretch. In the season where he finished healthy, they won an NBA title. The next year, he was not able to. He had a rough shooting playoffs, still hit one of the key clutch shots of the entire postseason. This shot at 52-80, Andy. We have shirts. They made us shirts for that baseline jumper.
Yeah.
Okay? Jamal Murray, this is the case with a lot of NBA players. It's either the health is there or it isn't, and that's just what happens to you some seasons.
And so it's fair for people to be worried.
Of course.
But we'll see.
But this is like we're down on the team.
But if he's
thing?
healthy, if he's healthy.
From the 913, because of Westbrick, he's going to miss jumpers. He's going to run the floor, though. He's going to bring some spirit.
And you and I talked about
second
this
unit.
when they signed him. They're not relying on him to be a key feature. He's meant to be bench energy.
Exactly. This
It's
is
all
his role on this team. My God, this fan base right now.
It's Nug life. We're already back. We're back, baby.
They won a title. It
doesn't matter.
A
Never
year
goes
and a
away
half
there,
later.
Crickman.
Just a bunch of sad sacks. Come on,
Listen,
man.
you're a Cub fan. You know how quickly we go back to our old ways. I won't have this sort of slander.
My God, spoiled prissies. You got Jokic. You're the 3-time MVP, the best damn player in the world. Plays his basketball in Denver, Colorado, and I don't think we can win anything.
Well, I don't think anyone's going that far.
Come on.
Quit listening to the negative national podcast. That's what you're getting.
Maybe it's it's the negative local podcast that I'm getting. Bunch of negative
Call 'em out.
Nancy's in this
Call 'em
town.
out.
You Debbie Downers. Pick it up, folks. Come on. The Nuggets, Thursday night. I got a Bronco question for you when we come
Can't
back.
wait.
Yeah. Particularly something that this team is doing that I don't think any of us really thought they were going to be doing. We'll do that next. Hey, you need to tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets home opener against the Thunder. Every show's got a pair of tickets, and you can only win them by listening. If you don't want to leave it up to chance, there are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/tickets. Tune in starting at 6 a.m. and listen all day for your chance to win on your home for the Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Unfortunately, based on reading our listener responses today, I don't think anybody wants to go.
Well, but no.
They're all sad about the team.
Who's fired up? Tell Nate you're
Come
fired
on.
up.
That's what I'm talking about.
Did we get that again? Did you just see the top text? Did that happen again?
I don't know if it happened again, but it definitely did happen once. We did the Wadsworth bit already.
Yeah, Sydney, for those that, I don't know if he said it. Is the construction gone?
I wasn't listening to the traffic.
I wasn't. We're not in traffic.
No.
We're talking.
We're here.
Did the traffic guy say it again, or are you just referring yesterday when Nate said it?
Could have been. I don't know.
That we forget.
We say it regularly.
We're all sitting around.
Did Connor work it into the broadcast? I didn't
That's
hear.
a great question.
I didn't. We don't
And
know.
We're going to get in trouble if we ask.
Feel like he would have told us, right?
I think somebody would have tweeted at us, right?
I would have thought so. Spring, go back and listen to that traffic report.
Oh, Sydney said.
Find out if they said it or not. We
did it again.
We will admit we weren't paying attention. All right.
How did? Okay.
Broncos enter Week 8, Andy. Second in the NFL in sacks. They are second in the entire NFL in sacks.
Getting after it.
Damn right they are. First in overall pressures, according to Next Gen Stats. Third in pressure rate right now, bringing the Heat 41% of opposing dropbacks. That's impressive, to say the least. The pass rush is not only good, it's elite.
Yeah.
Right now on this team. Parker Gabriel had this stat today in the Denver Post in his mailbag. Pass rush win rate. You like a little pass rush?
Love it.
Win rate?
Help me out. Who's doing it? Zach Allen, we starting with him?
Broncos last year 30th in team pass rush win rate in the NFL.
Okay.
They're third so far this season.
That's a good improvement.
That's a bit of a turnaround, I would say. Nice job by VJ and company. Zach Allen has been terrific. Nick Bonito, sack in 5 consecutive games. Jonathan Cooper, consistency to say the least.
Really? Bonito, 5 straight?
5 consecutive.
All right.
With a sack.
Good for him.
He's making plays right now. Zach Allen playing at an all-pro level. John Franklin Myers has been a fantastic addition. DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, you notice him on a weekly basis. DJ Jones did line up in the neutral zone, wiped out a scoop and score, but it was neither here nor there. They still won big.
He got it back.
No problem. It was fine. Jonah Ellis has been popping when he's been out on the field. Cody Barton coming off the edge. Jaquan McMillan coming off the edge, making plays. Oh, the pass rush has been fantastic. Andy, we came into this year and we said, you get JFM. Zach Allen's a good player.
John Franklin Myers.
If you got a healthy DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, an old Peyton guy from New Orleans. I like the front three right there. I don't think anything on the edge is elite, but the front three is good enough that the Broncos can have a functional pass rush. It's not functional. It's fully operational and just destroying teams. It's been outstanding. I'm stunned by how good this group has been so far this year.
I am. Now, we do have some breaking news that, oddly enough, plays into this.
All right.
Breaking news there, Spring. Why don't we break it since it was your tweet anyway?
Break it. Uh-huh.
This is from Jonathan Jones. Get this. Looks like the Broncos pass rush will be rushing Bryce Young again. Well, I shouldn't say that. We don't know what's going to happen. Panthers QB Andy Dalton was involved in a car accident in Charlotte today. Team spokesman confirms to the NFL and CBS. Dalton, his wife, 3 kids, and a dog were in the car. Thankfully, no one from Dalton's car was transported by emergency medical personnel. Added tweet, Dalton is being evaluated by Panthers medical personnel, and the team has no further details at this time. So nothing that says he's officially going to be out of this sucker.
Car accident,
But a
though.
car accident, you'd have to worry about at least a concussion.
You would have to, certainly neck pain.
Right. Now, maybe, I don't know. Car accident, as we all know, could be just a little thing.
Yeah.
Could be a big thing. But that's terrible news. Best thoughts to Dalton and his family.
Sure.
That's not the tweet I thought I'd see today. So
No
I guess
one
we'll see what quarterback they're chasing.
From the car, transported by emergency medical personnel.
So that's the good news.
Hopefully
but the
Andy Dalton's okay.
Yeah, you would think, hey, look, what's tomorrow, Wednesday? Today's the traditional day off. We'll probably find out tomorrow if they're worried about anything.
Yeah.
But see if he's on the injury report.
Right.
But
yeah, it's, car accident can mean a lot of things.
This pass rush not only has been good, though, but it's been good through – they faced all kinds of quarterbacks. They faced the pocket passers, like an Aaron Rodgers. They've done a good job. They even – it was a loss, but they held up all right against Justin Fields, right? They've faced some mobile guys.
Mm-hmm.
They fanned out and done okay there.
Yep.
I'm with you. There was nothing – I guess I would say this, Nate. There were signs this was pretty good in preseason, but you and I were stuck with the age-old question, is it just the offensive line stinks? We don't know how good the O-line's going to be. Guys are maybe taking a minute to make decisions. I did not see this pass rush being this robust this deep into the season.
Another part of it is outside of John Franklin Myers, and I suppose Jonah Ellis, but he's at this time of his career still a depth guy. This is largely the same group they had last year. It's mostly the same dudes, and they were bad at this a year ago. This year, Vance Joseph has got this thing absolutely clicking. Now, he's been willing to blitz more, but also Zach Allen is playing better than he did last year.
Yeah, and he played pretty good last year.
John Franklin Myers is an upgrade. Benito is getting better. And there were metrics to suggest that he was improving last year. His pressure totals were good. Even if his sack totals weren't necessarily great. And Cooper was consistent last year. He's been a pretty consistent player the last couple of years, so he's a good compliment off that other edge. But this is mostly, it's not like suddenly Max Crosby appeared and is playing on this defense. You know,
again, you got to credit the scheme of Vance Joseph.
Yes,
you got to credit. He knows when to blitz. He knows where to bring him from.
Mm-hmm.
We were both talking about it after the Jets game. He's done a masterful job of confusing even veteran quarterbacks.
Right.
Remember, he got Aaron Rodgers to tell, was it Breece Hall, about the protection he wanted, picked the wrong guy. The guy he told Breece Hall to block ended up dropping out into zone.
Yeah.
Corner or PJ Locke came free from the outside.
Yeah.
Ended the game effectively.
VJ has been creative with it all. There has been an element of, and you've even seen, you don't get any more experience than Aaron Rodgers. He didn't always know where the pressure was coming from. Vance Joseph is coaching at a level that suggests that he's ready for another head coaching gig. Whether he will get one or not remains to be seen. We know what's working against him, but also Vance Joseph has shown, and he has head coaching experience, that he could be up to that because he's coaching his butt off.
Wouldn't you think if he were to walk in, and what's working against him is he's a defensive guy. This league loves their offensive coaches, okay?
Yeah.
And look, guys like Robert Saleh, unfortunately, the way it went in New York, that doesn't help defensive coaches' causes, right? Vic Fangio, frankly, doesn't help the cause. But I think Vance is ready, from even some of the comments he's made and that you read in the media, I think Vance is ready to go in there and give a better interview, probably than he even did the first time. I think he knows what he wants. I think he knows what he needs to do. I just
he made
think,
mistakes his first time
Yeah.
around. I also think he was not in a position or he didn't navigate it correctly, but he didn't assert himself.
No, he needs to have his staff, and I'm confident he could have his staff this time.
Right.
He's not going to have John Elway's handpicked coaching staff like he did the last time.
No, I don't think so. Crackman and Lindahl, right now, you can call in to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? Andy Dalton. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Again, the breaking news on that. Andy Dalton involved in a car accident. And again, according to a team spokesperson for the Panthers, he was not transported away from the scene, but we don't know exactly what's going on there.
Wake up tomorrow, first day of practice. We'll see how
Yeah.
the body feels.
So,
of course, it's okay.
If Andy Dalton is able to go or not, I hope the family dog is okay as well, and the 3 children. I hope everybody is okay. It's a very wholesome off day for Andy Dalton.
Whole crew packed up and we're
Seems like he's that kind of guy.
going wherever they were going.
So that's absolutely good to see.
You been outside this week? You got your rad power bike.
I do have my rad power bike. It's lovely.
You gonna go?
outside
Are you gonna
today.
go leaf peeping on the rad power bike?
I've done some peeping. Yeah, I've.
I mean,
peeped.
this is probably the peak week, right?
Peak week for peep.
For the leaf peeping, yeah.
The peak week.
It's supposed to get a little crummy next week,
Okay.
and I think the leaves are going to fall.
This is the week.
The colors in my neighborhood are brilliant.
Look at the colors these
Look,
days.
rad power bike guy, what are you doing? Are you looking around? Are you taking in the nature the rad power bike affords you, or are we just head down trying to Mario Andretti this thing? Huh? Are you TJ Lavin all of a sudden?
I have.
You Matt Hoffman on me?
TJ Lavin's my guy.
Dude,
by
could
the
you
way.
do a rad power bike on a half pipe? Now that I want to see.
Just crank it up to class 3, 28 that thing. Hit the throttle
That'll
on
be
it.
the next thing. Rad power bike on a half pipe. Power pipe.
Maybe I could be the first to do it.
No, it's not.
No, Andy, I haven't noticed the leaves. What's going on with them? This is fascinating.
They're very beautiful.
Okay.
Get on your power bike, take a ride, enjoy nature.
Look at leaves.
Why
Or-
not?
Or is it leaves?
You don't like a good leaf? Huh? What's wrong with you?
Look how you're acting like I don't notice it's autumn.
It's beautiful this week. They're more glowy this week than they usually are. Look, you're the hand holder of this group. Can't just take a nice romantic stroll, maybe set some jazz, listen to have some hot cider when you're done.
I do love a hot cider. That sounds.
You put the whole cinnamon stick in there.
You know, you
just
have
shove
to.
that thing in
You
there.
have to.
You can't go powdered cinnamon because you're too hoity-toity.
Oh, no way.
You got to go wasting a whole stick.
I only get the micro brew hot ciders. Don't you worry about that, my friend. Only the finest. We got power rankings.
Can't wait.
Yeah, we're not going to be ranking Leafs. We're going to be ranking power.
I could, though.
When we come back.
Maple.
Keep going.
Finch. I don't know.
You got Birch in there.
I think a finch is a bird.
Remember some
I don't think there's
trees
a finch
today on the
tree.
show.
Little birch.
A finch?
Little aspen seed. Just go to break. This is stupid.
What about a
Leave it for
sparrow?
us.
What about a robin?
I'll take a robin. I like a blue jay.
They got
I
a
like
r-
a cardinal.
They got a red
Hey,
belly.
you know what I need? I need a good color. I need a multicolored bird with a crest.
Uh-huh.
Don't be showing up with your, same gray you're wearing.
Andy Dalton in a teal Panthers jersey with his red hair. That's as lovely as it gets right there. We got NFL power rankings. What do they think of the Broncos? We'll tell you next. Every Tuesday, we survey the assorted NFL power rankings to tell you what the folks think of your Denver Broncos, your power rankings. Brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy. Oh, we're back on a Tuesday, Andy. We love some power rankings. Last week, the Broncos averaged 20 in the power rankings at 3-3, fresh off of a loss against the Chargers. Their average drop last week was 2 slots. Their high was 16 last week. That was from NFL.com. Their low, 28 from our friends at TheRinger.com. This week, fresh off of a Thursday night blowout win over the Saints, 33-10. What did everybody think of the Broncos? We ready to rank some power?
Rank it. I feel I'm curious, were there more drops or ascensions after this? I think it could go either way.
It was, I will give you a spoiler, almost unanimous ascension.
Well, all right then.
I say
except
almost.
for the Ringer. Okay, go ahead.
Almost unanimous ascension. Pretty close. ESPN. We start with ESPN. Also, actually, I'd like to do something a little extra this week because this is based on a topic we were doing yesterday on the show. I want to see who each power ranking put as the best team in the NFL.
Okay.
And who they put as the worst team
Gotcha.
in the NFL.
Let's do it.
This will be fun. All right, let's start with ESPN. Let's start with our Bronco ranking. Last week, ESPN, employer of our friend Jeff Legwold, had the Broncos at 21. 21. They were buying their first beer. All was fun. This week, Broncos knock off the Saints on a nationally streamavized performance. And they move up 4 slots, number 17.
Boom.
ESPN has the Broncos at number 17.
They move up, yet can't buy the beer anymore.
No.
Funny how that works.
No, they can go see an R-rated movie. Right now, ESPN says Kansas City, best team in the NFL, Carolina, the worst.
There you go. They could go see Showgirls, by the way.
NC-17. Go see it, folks. It's a cinematic classic.
Or don't. Don't.
NFL.com. Last week, NFL.com was the highest on the Broncos, had them at number 16. This week, the League's own website, they continue to be high on the Broncos. In fact, it's yet another +4 in the rankings. The Broncos are 12. 12. According to NFL.com.
There it is.
At number 12, above Tampa at 13, should be. You blew that team out. Above Seattle at 14, they did beat you. Above Atlanta at 15, you got them coming up in a few weeks here. NFL.com says the Chiefs are the best team in the NFL. Last of the unbeatens, they say Carolina is the worst team in the NFL.
So far, unanimous in the vote.
12, though.
12's pretty good.
Is that the highest we've ever had?
I feel like they hit a 12 last year in the middle of that.
And the 5-game win
run,
streak, probably like at the very
but
end
I think
of it.
12 is as high as they got.
12 is pretty good. +4 to number 12, says NFL.com. We go to The Athletic. Our friend Nick Kosmider is over there at The Athletic covering the Broncos. I want to get to something that he wrote for today, by the way, coming up a little bit later about the trade deadline. The Athletic last week had the Broncos at 19. This week, +2. They're at 17 right now.
2 17s and a 12.
17 wins
They
over.
agree with Espen.
Tampa, the Jets, the Raiders, and the Saints on the year. But The Athletic says that the Broncos are the 17th best team in the NFL. The Athletic says Detroit is the best team in the NFL at number 1. They agree that Carolina is the worst in the NFL. I know the Panthers are awful. I don't think it should be so unanimous that they're the worst.
They're pretty bad.
Cleveland wants in on this conversation.
Well, so do
right?
the Raiders, but the reality
New
is...
England would like to talk,
yeah,
right?
Your coach is calling them soft.
There's
but the
quite a few
reality is
teams.
this has been 3 years of a lot of bad.
Tennessee is over there saying, hey, we're right here. We're starting Mason Rudolph these days.
That crummy anchor is really holding them down.
CBS Sports
Yes.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
CBS last week had the Broncos at 18 this week after defeating the Saints on Thursday night. They move up one slot, 17.
A third 17.
A third 17. 3 of our
17.
4 rankings. 17. That was good, Spring.
was
You're
good.
ready for that one. Yeah, 17, says CBS. Up 1. CBS Sports says Kansas City at number 1, Carolina at 32. It's more groupthink than I thought there was going to be on that.
Yeah. 17 does feel right.
Mhm. Now we go see the Ringer.com.
They don't like this.
The Ringer do not believe.
Right. They had him 28th, you said last
28 last week. This week plus 3.
Of course.
They're 25.
They're in the AP poll.
20, well played. Top 25. Okay? They have escaped the others receiving votes category, the dreaded RV. No, they indeed are in that top 25. The Ringer says the Broncos are at 25. However, on the tagline, Deontay Lee calls them the NFL's most fraudulent 4-3 team. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
Deontay Lee doesn't like a run game and defense, I guess. Okay.
Not buying the Broncos.
All right. Wow.
Pro Football Talk. This is a website where they talk about pro football. Mike Florio has wonderful hair.
And he's a lawyer.
He is. He's been up on the Broncos all year long.
Yeah, he and Sean, they like each other,
Yeah.
I guess.
Pro Football Talk has the Broncos up one slot from 17. They are 16. 16. There it is. Is that a Bon Jovi song? What am I thinking of?
I don't know.
Okay.
16 candles?
Something. Pro Football Talk.
The exchange student?
Didn't age well.
Oh, no.
Didn't age well.
Really didn't.
Still a funny movie.
Yeah.
Problematic parts.
With 22-year-olds posing as 16-year-olds, so nobody has poor good body image in the 80s.
Good shower scene. Though.
Yeah. Well, hey.
Hey.
They weren't high schoolers, though. Just like to point out.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You can
Nobody
still-
looks like that.
You'd still enjoy that. Pro Football Talk, they're talking about the Lions at number 1, Carolina at 32.
Ooh, there you go. That's odd. You thought there should be more debate about 32, and yet we get our first entry of a new number 1.
Well, it was our second Lions. There we go. We're on to 2 Lions now.
All I've heard is Chiefs.
Yeah. I swear. It was The Athletic at the Lions at 1.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, the Ringers got the Lions at 1, too.
Well, there you go. All
there
right.
you go. So there's more people are
So now it's split.
are now into
I think
the
we
Lions.
got 3 and 3.
They've got Carolina at 32.
But everybody loves Carolina.
Everybody across the board says that Carolina is the worst team in the NFL. I think I'm safe on these frosted tips. USA Today. Now, this is a newspaper that comes out daily.
Sure.
In the United States.
When did it come out? Today.
Today. Is you could pick up a USA Today.
It's in the title.
USA Today last week had the Broncos at 20. This week, the Broncos are 20.
Well, USA Today was part of the
no movement.
Multiple millions that didn't catch the game on Thursday.
Uh-huh.
The USA Today folks are about the old school paper. They're about doing things the old and tried and true way.
Yeah.
They don't have Amazon Prime. They didn't watch the game.
So last week 20, this week 20. Hugh Downs and Barbara Walters are hanging out. All right. And finally.
Can't do that joke. Last time you do that joke, the year jumped on us, and it was all horrible.
2020. Anyway, so it was a fine news magazine. That John Stossel, he was always out there getting somebody.
Yeah.
Real gotcha journalist.
Yeah.
And finally, Yahoo Sports. This is our friend Frank Schwab.
We called his people.
That's right. We talked to his people. We got approval to be able to
They
use
sent
this.
the numbers over.
Yep. Yahoo Sports, after the Chargers lost, they ranked the Broncos at 19. This week, 16, a plus 3. Frank's got them up 3 to 16. So there's your rankings of the 8 that we track. 17, 12, 17, 17, 25, 16, 20, 16. That's an average of 18 for the Broncos. Obviously, the average dragged down a bit by the Ringer, but it's also boosted a bit by NFL.com. 18 is the average on the Broncos ranking this week at 4-3. Average climb was a +2 this week. High water mark, NFL.com has the Broncos as the 12th best team in the NFL. Low water mark, 25, says TheRinger.com. 6 of the 8 power rankings that we track here on the Crackman and Lindahl Show has the Broncos in the teens. So that is great. Or I guess the tens, technically. Is 12 a teen? It's not a teen, is it?
We're gonna vote it a teen.
Okay, we'll
Anything
vote
after 10, I look at as a teen.
Okay,
but you're right.
Yeah, for the tens, whatever you want to call it. But there you are. 18 is the average on the Broncos this week. By the way, USA Today, they say Kansas City at 1.
Carolina at
and
32.
Yeah, they're oh no!
No, who do we got?
Cleveland at 32.
Oh, there it is. You got your wish.
Finally, somebody is paying a little bit of attention.
Here's the deal.
I
do like this text, by the way.
All right.
Shouldn't it be USA yesterday? They can't tell the future. You know, that's a fine point.
It's not a bad point.
Although, did they release an afternoon edition with the news of what was
in the
that
internet
day?
age? You can get away with being USA Today because you can include today's news, but USA Today existed long before the internet. To that texter's point, I would have said in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, your point is absolutely valid.
But did they do an afternoon edition? See, people in
Great
Denver,
question.
and I don't know if the person's from Denver or not, we didn't have an afternoon edition paper that I ever remember. They only did the morning edition.
Mm-hmm.
So then it was right. USA yesterday.
It was
Fair
USA
point,
yesterday.
no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, tell me this Nick Kosmider note you dug up.
Okay, about the trade deadline. So every reporter that covers The Athletic went through and deemed what their team should do at the trade deadline. Buyer, seller, or stand pat. What do you think Kosmider said the Broncos should do?
Well, are we disregarding the cap where you're screwed?
No, this Nick Kosmider, sober analysis in a world of reality. That's all that he brings. That's why we talk to him every week.
I would say they just stand pat. I know it's not the fun answer.
Right.
But you know, and I've been the one trying to get you to step on into this deal that gets you T. Higgins. I've been trying to sell you a receiver all year long.
You want Cooper Kupp now?
No.
No?
No, they need to just stand pat.
Okay.
They just need to need to just stay the course,
All
just
right.
ride it out.
Okay.
Well, because Nate, much like your power
I like
rankings-
glue sniffing Andy. Well, come on, where'd that guy
I know,
go?
that was a lot of fun, but you know.
You got a 4-3 squad here, Andy.
Well, everybody wants David Njoku. I don't know. Look, every time I talk to Leggy, the money's just going to be a pain. Here's the thing.
It's the NFL. You can move it.
Well, I don't think they want to move the one guy.
Right.
Here's the biggest thing for me, though, is this. Just like their power rankings, their pick could be all over the place.
Yeah.
Right? And you're probably not, there's no world you're trading for anybody that you're giving up a first-round pick for anyway. They can't take on the cap room. But even a high second or a high third, you don't want to go parting with those right now.
I agree.
So
No, keep your damn draft picks, okay?
Yeah.
Here's the thing about what this team is right now, all right? They're not good enough to win a Super Bowl. They're nowhere close to being good enough to be able to win a Super Bowl right now. They are good enough, as we have established. They are good enough to sneak into the playoffs. That'd be amazing.
be nice to have that thing done too. The Chiefs losses,
get off
the
that
streaks
schneid.
are gone to the Chiefs and Raiders.
Right.
Let's end the playoffs.
Get off that schneid. They could absolutely sneak in. They're not going to do any damage when they get there. Bo Nix and going into Buffalo or Baltimore and winning a game right now in January. That is not going to happen. So hang tight. Appreciate that your team is improving faster than you had expected, and recognize that the future of what this team is going to be in the coming years is going to be built on your draft picks. This is a team right now where the Broncos are getting to a place where they're starting to see some good return out of their draft classes. I mean, you look at it right now, Andy. Bo Nix, your starting quarterback. Jonah Ellis, good player, got him in the third. Great job. Troy Franklin starting to emerge. 5 catches last week. Great.
He's got a roll.
Yeah, we'll absolutely take it. Audric Estime, when he's not fumbling, fantastic. Hey, good little player. Devon Vele, you got him in the 7th.
That's a heck of a steal.
Like that guy. Chris Abrams-Drain's not really contributing yet, but you got great depth in your secondary. Let this all happen. Riley Moss is a third last year. I know Drew Sanders with the bad injury luck there, but let this thing start to grow a little bit. Get the payroll knocked down and build up the culture with cheap young talent.
This is a crock pot. Just let it simmer.
Well,
don't turn it up to high. Keep the 8-hour cook going.
Look at you.
By
man.
the way, do you know the playoff matchup? I saw this today randomly in my 4:30 a.m. trying to fall back to sleep musings. If the playoffs started today, the Broncos are in it. Do you know who their matchup would be?
Baltimore, right?
They would be the 7th seed and playing Houston.
At 5-2?
That's what this thing today said.
Oh, wow.
What do you think of that?
They have a tiebreak over Baltimore at the moment? Because Baltimore's now 5-2. What's Buffalo's? Buffalo's got 3 losses, though, right?
I believe so.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know what the tiebreaker between those two is. It just and look, it's so dang early. I'm not going to research it because it's about to change 100 times.
Are things going to change in the
Yes,
NFL? You're telling me
who
that?
knows? I guess you know what? Mark this spring. We'll see what happens into the season.
Were you up at 4:30 because you were so excited to go outside and look at leaves?
I was.
Yeah,
Couldn't wait. Just
I know.
needed the crack of dawn. Get that Finch tweeting away. By the way, a couple texters said that the Post used to be an evening edition.
How about that?
I didn't know.
Is that why it was called the Post?
Maybe.
Because they put it out post things happening?
I get. Yeah. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Someone said it was printed at 3 p.m. until 78, and someone else called us youngsters and said that the Post used to be an afternoon paper.
All right.
There you go. I had no idea. Born in 74 and never read any of them.
Was Kiz, was he the Nuggets beat man back there? Woody was, chasing
Probably,
down Broncos news?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stormy Rotman was still doing the weather at 9.
It's a deep pull right there. Power Rankings brought to you by Safeway. Get your flu and COVID immunizations from Safeway. Enjoy 10% off groceries. Schedule your appointment today at Safeway.com/pharmacy.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Prize Picks, the new way to play daily fantasy. You want to get in and make it easy for you? Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts. Because today's Tuesday, it's Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value in your lineups. I'm checking it out. Of course, you can do all the sports if you'd like to. They've already got out some higher and lowers for the World Series. We got some college football tonight. Are you into college football? You could go and do a little game with the college football if you like. Keon Jenkins, if you'd like. He's going to be playing, I think it's, I don't know who the heck he's playing. You know who Keon Jenkins is playing there, Nate? No. He's got passing yardages. Do you think they'll be higher or lower? All you got to do is basically go and pick a fantasy lineup, 3 players, pick higher or lower. If there's a little demon icon by it, that game's going to be a little tougher to play, but the reward will be bigger. And if it's a goblin icon, guess what? That one's a little bit easier to play. Prize Picks is the way to go. It's a lot of fun. If you want to sign up, use my promo code. It's XXX, like the shirt size. You got to put in triple, not 3 X's, triple. XXX, like the shirt size.
Keon Jenkins, Florida International quarterback. Little FIU action you, Andy.
Who are they playing? Sam Houston State?
Sounds good to me.
SHS? We're going to call it Sam Houston State, even though I don't really know. We got a shot in the dark. Take a shot in the dark on Prize Picks. Download the app. Start having fun today.
NBA underway this evening. Game number 1, 5:30, Knicks Celtics. By the way, somebody pointed this out, and it's kind of interesting. The Knicks, the Celtics, and the Sixers, arguably the 3 best teams in the entire Eastern Conference. They've never really been good all at the same time before.
Yeah?
It's pretty much never happened, and it very well could be going down this year. Knicks got cat, Celtics are for sale and trying to repeat, and the Sixers are just, hey, you talk about worrying about Jamal Murray's health. That's their entire existence.
Yeah.
First off, Paul George already has a hyperextended knee, but if there's a world where they got to the playoffs and Maxey, Embiid, and Paul George were all healthy,
you got a problem.
They could win a title.
Yep.
What are the chances of that actually happening? Extremely low.
Well, especially, with the big men. You worry about the big men and the back problems and all that other kind of stuff. By the way, I don't even think we talked about it because we're just never shocked by it anymore. Isn't Kawhi missing some pretty good time here to begin the year, too?
Already.
So the Clippers kind of off this thing right now?
Yep.
I mean, we're not really worried about them anymore, right?
Nope, I wouldn't. They have a good coach and they got good depth, but you're nothing if you don't have Kawhi.
No.
Minnesota and the Lakers in the late game tonight. The Griffies are going to be there, Andy. Ken Jr. and Ken Sr.
Really?
They're going to see the Bronny and LeBron thing happen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the Griffies showed up. They once shared an outfield.
I sent you the LeBron tweet.
in
I did. I
Seattle.
remember covering him. No, they what was the deal in Cincy? Was he the manager of his son in Cincy?
I don't think so.
I just remember when Griffey became a Red, I had to go down to Coors Field and cover him, and his dad was there too. Maybe he's just watching the game. I don't even know.
His dad played for the Reds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they both were talking at his locker for some reason.
Okay.
So, yeah. Yeah, I sent you the LeBron tweet. He apparently filled his son's car with a bunch of stuff and told him don't be late as he took his Bentley out of the driveway and went to the Staples Center.
What did he fill his car with?
Go look. Can't even tell. Popcorn, something.
Oh. Ironically, he also filled it with gas because I'm assuming that Bronny's got the credit card, right? Hey-o!
Yeah.
Who's your favorite father-son duo in the history of sports? Get in the hunt, Irvin Joe style. Give us father-son sports duos.
Oh, here, I'm pulling it up. It's Lucky Charms.
Oh, all right.
No, wait. Fruity Pebbles.
Okay.
Fruity Pebbles.
Okay.
Did he not consult J.R. Smith with how that goes? When you fill a guy's car with...
I'm gonna guess that Bronny's not gonna go psycho on him like Kenyon Martin did to J.R. Smith.
Yeah. I mean, he filled it up. Bronny opens the door.
Bronny doesn't want to. He doesn't want to get grounded. Also, do you think LeBron actually did it, or did he staff that job out?
LeBron shows himself pouring what's probably the last box of the thing in the sunroof.
Okay. Yeah, that's something you give that work to the assistant, right?
No, of course it's a Nike commercial too, but yeah.
If it was Russell Wilson, he would have the head of his charity do that.
He left the marshmallows in as well. By the way, speaking of that, thanks to Spring for this, the Permane brothers.
Yeah,
they're big happy about the win the other night. To see the Danger Russ is back.
The sandwich. So the Danger Russ Permane brothers.
You think they called Subway and Subway's like whatever.
They absconded with the sandwich promotion from Subway.
Yeah. Now I don't. Russ is not a part of this. Did they just decide to do it? I think Spring sent us the tweet. It looks
Russ
like
didn't
something.
approve it.
Well, he's not in the literature.
Okay.
He's not in the tweet anyway.
It's just the Danger Russ sandwich.
Yeah. Let's hear.
What's on this thing?
It didn't look like anything Russ would eat.
Is it spicy?
I'm not sure it's anything that I would eat.
Is it a meat mountain?
Here, I'm just pulling it up and looking at it.
Okay.
$1 of every sandwich goes to Children's Hospital.
Well, that's
you
nice.
still got to probably spend $15.
Okay.
It looks like Texas toast or whatever it is. We ought to get Marky in here. Marky's from Pittsburgh. Marky could fill us in on what the bread is.
Okay.
Looks like a little bit of lettuce, maybe slaw, 2 tomatoes.
I see bacon.
Yeah, there's a lot of bacon in there.
Yeah.
I guess can you tell what the main meat in there is?
The main meat.
It says pepperoni, salami, ham, bacon.
Oh, you could have read the ingredients that were off to the
I
side.
pulled the picture up because
Andy.
I like to look for myself.
So here's the tweet. Don't believe the literature.
I
He
don't.
cooked, we cooked. The Dangerous is now available. Pepperoni, salami, ham, bacon, served Pittsburgh style with Primanti Brothers signature provolone, fries, slaw, and tomato. $1 of every sandwich sold to Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh at Dangerous Wilson. That's the sandwich.
And at Dangerous.
That is dangerous.
Uh-huh.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a lot of.
Yeah, you eat. You have a week's worth of those things, and your arteries are they're finished.
Are you fries on sandwich guy? I don't need them.
Not per.
They can be on the side. That's fine.
Yeah, not per se, but I'm not going to get mad at it.
Really?
Yeah, it's.
So you're too lazy to put your own damn bun on top of the burger.
Uh-huh.
But you're okay with someone deciding your fries will be on your sandwich.
Well, they put the fries on it for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so anything.
I don't want to have to put in
in
the effort.
work. That's the rule here. Okay. All right. Now I know the rules.
They do the work.
It's all right.
I'm fine.
Here we go.
Yes, I'm paying you for my lack of effort. It's a delicious food on delicious food. I'm not mad at that. He cooked, we cooked. The Dangerous is now available to you.
Did you cook? I guess you cooked the bacon.
Sure, you did.
What else we got in there?
You got to toast that Texas toast. Otherwise, it's just Texas bread.
See, I don't think it's Texas toast, but it kind of looks like it, right?
Pennsylvania toast.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I ain't getting a Dangerous. I don't care whose sandwich it is. That doesn't appeal to me.
This promotion's not going to age well.
How do you know the bacon won't? First off, is Subway going to find out and take issue with it?
Are they going to be mad at Primanti?
Yeah.
Or to your point, are they just like, oh, it's Russell Wilson now, we're good?
Yeah, we forgot we did that years ago.
Yeah.
We can have it.
We made 800 commercials with Steph Curry and Ryan Howard back in the day. We're
Does
fine.
Russ know they're doing this?
Well,
Because there's no House of LR&C or whatever.
They
it is.
tweeted at him.
Well, yeah, they let him know. They made him a sandwich. Does his legal people stop by and go, here's the deal with the sandwich?
Yes.
Our guy has to be in a commercial.
I mean, they didn't actually use his name. Did Russ ever trademark the term Danger Russ?
Yeah, it's his name at the end. It's Russ and the Russ part of Dangerous.
Because it's like it's in his Twitter handle, but does he actually have that? Like, do you remember back in the day, Phil Jackson? He trademarked the term three-peat.
Right.
He was in on that
because he was so psyched.
Right. Well, I think he had done it years previously.
Do the Chiefs have to buy that from him now?
I think if you want to, well, they got to do it first. But
what's their record?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Apparently, John says that they've got the Roethlisberger there as well.
At the Primanti brothers?
Yeah. Here's the deal. Did you see the post-game interview with Russ where he refused to give any catchphrase? He just kind of absconded?
Well, no, what I saw was, okay, so what I saw was he does the post-game with Melissa Stark on NBC. And he's like, baseball postseason. I'm like a baseball player. I started 0 for 2, but, I heated up as the game went along. My later at-bats were pretty good. And then...
By that point, you were seething.
And then a half an hour later...
Yes.
I'm watching Sports Center.
Oh, you didn't finish the interview after that?
Oh, I was out. And then I'm watching Sports Center, and I'm watching... And there's Russ at the podium. Different setting. Okay? Different microphone in front of him. Completely different people. I felt like a baseball player out there. I don't know if you guys know it's the baseball postseason, but I started 0 for 2.
Oh, yeah, he gave the same interview. He used to do that crap here all the time.
Oh, yeah, no, he had that material worked out. His writers were already they fed it into whatever the little slot in his robotic back is that they have to put that stuff into. He was ready to spew that out for every single outlet. He was like, I got this baseball analogy, and this thing is gonna crush.
So did he refuse to give the catchphrase? Because Melissa said you had a catchphrase in Denver and a catchphrase in Seattle. What's the catchphrase here? And he basically said, we'll just wait till it's over.
Yeah. Tomlin's catchphrase is keep playing well so I don't have to bench you.
Well, has he turned over enough of a new leaf, which your press conference
a new
answer
lettuce leaf
suggests
on his
maybe
Danger
not,
Russ,
that he realizes it would be bad of me to go after a local legendary sandwich shop and bother with the Dangerous stuff? Or I just let him have it?
It would be
probably should just let him have it.
Yeah, because it's a local establishment. That would be a bad look. And they're raising money for Children's Hospital in Pittsburgh.
Look, this would be like you go after Casa Bonita here. They don't have anything better. I wish I did.
Okay.
But do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like Casa Bonita is a Denver thing.
Sure.
They're trying to make the dangerous enchilada plate, and you're not standing for it.
I think that was under the previous ownership was the dangerous enchilada plate.
Yes. This is nothing about
Spelled
our
differently.
guys from South Park. No. Yeah. The old ownership.
We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We must do that coming up here in just a moment. Tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets home opener against the Thunder. Every show's got a pair of tickets. You can only win them by listening. If you don't want to leave it up to chance, there are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/tickets. Tune in starting at 6 a.m. Listen all day for your chance to win on your home for the Denver Nuggets. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, we've been telling you about Rad Power Bikes. They are great for taking the kids out for a ride. They're great for hauling groceries, deliveries. They're great for leaf peeping, if that's what you like to do this time of year. 16 plus years of innovation sets Rad Power Bikes apart in the e-bike industry. That is why they are the undisputed industry leader. Go take a test ride. Their shop is over at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. Beautiful showroom and service center. You can take any bike in the line out for a test ride. Their staff over there is great. Go talk to John or Keegan or anybody over there at Rad Power Bikes. They are going to set you up with a bike that meets your needs. Rad Power Bikes, the first widely sold fat tire e-bike. They're fully customizable. They're so easy to ride, and they're extremely low maintenance. If you're looking to replace your expensive car, get a Radwagon cargo and utility bike. You can put the kids on the back and just go out and rip it. They're going to have an absolute blast. And guess what? Rad Power Bikes, more affordable than you know. When you purchase a Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it that much more affordable. Check out the entire line at radpowerbikes.com. Let's get right into the football news here at 5 o'clock. It is the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, hour number 3 on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That's Andy Lindahl. I'm Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer producing the program today. Spring, what's going on? Do the live read and then give us the football stuff.
The High Five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. The news this afternoon is that the Carolina Panthers, the Broncos' opponent on Sunday, announced that quarterback Andy Dalton was involved in a car accident in Charlotte today. A team spokesperson said via multiple reporters that Andy Dalton was driving with his wife, 3 children, and the family's dog when the accident happened. No one was transported to the hospital by emergency medical services, but the team medical personnel is evaluating Dalton.
I mean, the guy's an NFL quarterback, right? He's taken some shots, some car accident-like hits in his day.
But if he got whiplash at all and he's got a sore neck, then you've got to pay attention to that.
Sure do.
Especially when you read. We got this breaking news, funny enough, coincidentally enough, as you were reading about how good the Broncos are at sacking the quarterback.
Very much so.
So
we don't know, like, is this a fender bender?
Right.
You know, did he roll his vet 18 times? Hard to fit the entire family in that thing. We don't know.
Is he a Sorrento?
What do you think Andy Dalton drives? Minivan?
Yeah, I would feel
sensible family SUV.
Something that can haul that crew around.
Wagon Queen family truckster.
Something with a third row seating.
Red Corvette.
Like the
Is
Prince
his car
song.
red?
It's
That
gotta
is
be,
a
right?
great question.
It's
there.
got to be.
Spring. No.
You don't think he drives a red car?
He doesn't feel like he's
ostentatious like that.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like he's
That's not
more
his
Kirk
brand.
Cousins than he is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dalton's got
brash
that vibe.
quarterback more than Jim McMahon.
He was one of the first guys to rock the rubberized wedding ring while he plays. Yeah, Andy Dalton's a wholesome fella.
I would say if Jim McMahon had red hair back in the day, everything would have been red.
Would have gone that way.
You would have known Jim McMahon was coming.
I could see that. Andy Dalton involved in the car accident. We hope he's okay. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, theathletic.com reports that the LA Rams have spoken to multiple teams about trading wide receiver Cooper Kupp, who has been out since week 2 with an ankle injury. Per the report, the Rams are looking for a second-round pick in return for the wideout, and they are open to paying some of Kupp's remaining salary for this season as part of the deal.
Tampa Bay making that phone call now. Enter them into the chat of teams that desperately need a wide receiver after the way the last night went. Godwin going down and Mike Evans getting a hamstring in that game. I don't know, Andy, who's going to be in on Cooper Kupp? Could you see a world where Cooper Kupp could move across the hall and go play for the Chargers? They're a 3-3 team right now that don't exactly have an impressive array of pass catchers.
That's a good call. I mean, are the Bills done with, right? They probably wouldn't mind getting Josh Allen a couple receivers.
Yeah, Cooper Kupp he'd be a nice addition over there.
Chiefs. The Steelers, the Chiefs, please not the Chiefs.
Chiefs are always popular
Chiefs,
to bring up in this conversation.
Perfect.
They just don't they just seem thrilled with what they are?
Yeah, because they've got Mahomes.
Yeah.
They're not worried about it. He'll get the ball to whoever he's got to get the ball to. What about a Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh has been rumored to want Mike Williams from the Jets.
Yeah.
Would you do that? Does Aaron Rodgers go and throw another fit to the owner and get Cooper Kupp back with the Jets? Although, if I'm the Jets, I'd be like, look, man, I've spent enough money on you already. I know some people want the Broncos to jump in on this. Look, he's not helping you. He maybe helps you advance out of the wild card round, but he's not getting you to the Super Bowl. You're not to that point yet, and you don't need to take on salary. Plus, he's been hurt quite a bit the last couple of years. You don't need to add that kind of player.
We brought up the Manders quite a bit in the Devontae Adams conversation. That's a team that could still use somebody else.
With the injury there, do they just kind of now? It's supposed to be week to week,
right?
For Jaden Daniels, but
I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, but. See, again, any of these younger teams that have had a surprise splash, I would say you want the young guys.
Yeah,
you don't want the injured history.
Right. Wait. Yeah. Chill out on that.
Because even
for
if
a
he
minute.
gets you through this year.
That is a new ownership group that could be looking to make a splash, trying to get some good publicity after the Daniel Snyder disaster. But the sensible football move, to your point, would be to not do that right now.
The Chiefs, the Chargers, the Cowboys. What about the Cowboys? Jerry doesn't seem like he wants to pay any more for this mess than he already has. He seems All right, after last night, what about the Cardinals? You trade them in division, though. So, stuff like that.
Cardinals are still under 500. A little bit of a ways to go there. I wouldn't see that move happening. Yeah. I would say right now, I'm going to put Chiefs as my favorite, probably Pittsburgh number 2. And I'll put the Chargers as a wild card in there. They do need help in that area of the field. Also, their run game wasn't working last night.
No, it was a weird game.
Yeah.
Again, this is why you got the frosted tip thing going on.
I mean, Justin Herbert had a good game passing the football. Everybody was dropping passes on him last night. Maybe they call. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, it's Tuesday. Aaron Rodgers made his appearance on the Pat McAfee show after the Jets got blown out by Russell Wilson and the Steelers on Sunday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers said today that the Jets are playing with too much anger and not enough enjoyment, and he is making it a goal this week to have a little more fun with the team. Okay. Also, he was asked, there was video in this game of Aaron Rodgers appearing to go full Gardner Minshew. And, I mean, it's convincing video. You see Aaron Rodgers pick his nose, and he does appear to eat that thing, just like Gardner Minshew did. Here's Aaron on it today.
As far as the boogs goes, I've actually never eaten my boogers. That's one thing I'm very proud of.
That was your first time on TV?
Oh, one time? What about as a child? Had to happen. Had to happen.
No, I honestly haven't.
You're missing out. Try it.
It looks.
Go.
It's great.
It's a tough look to try and defend because that video is a little incriminating.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that there needs to be a side view that shows that there wasn't a boog that actually went in the mouth.
Okay.
It seems like I didn't get anything on that one. That's why I was just kind of like seeing what was going on. But yeah, it's a bad look.
All right, okay. So I'll defend Rodgers on this one because I'm watching the video right now. I did not see any actual finger penetration into the nostril. I feel as though he was just scratching the rim. Now, that's not to say that he wouldn't possibly have, a low hanger that he's scraping off of there, but he doesn't go digging in there.
No. It was not a penetrating finger at that time.
No. But to go Jerry Seinfeld on you, that felt like more of a scratch than a pick.
Okay.
But that's not to say
but why does the finger go to the mouth after being in that area anyway?
That's a good question.
How about you just refrain from the finger going in the mouth after all that anyway?
Football is so disgusting.
It is.
The amount of germs that are getting spread. The quarterbacks are constantly licking the hands, then touching the football.
You're getting all up in there under your center. Keep the hands away from your mouth, bro. That's all I would say. It is cold and flu season.
Was it Malik Willis that had to get the ball snapped to him this year that had been vomited upon by his center?
Wasn't worried he could grasp it enough to throw it.
Mm-hmm.
So it blew the play up because he was running around with puke ball.
Johnny Jazz Cabbage should have to get one of those baby snot getters and hit Rodgers' nostrils between drives. That's his job now. He's just the snot jockey.
The old bulb.
The bulb.
The blue bulb.
Did you ever try one of those out when you're bored?
On me?
Cleaning out your kids?
No.
Oh, man.
No.
I did it.
Do you want the grossest story ever?
It's satisfying. Let's have it, though.
Ever.
Let's have it. Give it to me.
Stink told me one time about Jim Burt sucking out being the blue bulb for his kid, sucking it out, hocking it, getting all the nose crud out.
Like a bird? It was like kind of the opposite of being a bird.
Yeah, really gross.
With the mouth.
Just with the mouth on the snotty nose and then hocking it.
You know what that is? That's love. That's what that is.
No. Come on. No.
I'm not a good enough father. I'll go dig it in there for you, I guess, but I ain't doing that. I'm not going Top Gun oxygen mask on you to make sure that thing's clear.
I also want to take a moment.
Do you?
To just acknowledge when you're standing on an NFL sideline.
Yeah.
Those cameras catch you doing anything and everything.
Especially if you're the quarterback.
And then jerks like us chuckle at you after you're just existing.
Do you think, to your point,
and I know they're well compensated.
right, but still, to add a little humanity to the discussion, I bet you he was so zoned out, I don't even think he knew what was doing
No,
what.
he didn't.
Because
No.
you know he was grinding in his head that they lost, they're 2-5.
Yeah. They're
this
getting
is going to suck.
their butts handed to him
Yeah.
by Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
He was hating his life.
So,
yeah, no thought was going into that whatsoever. That was mindless activity for Aaron Rodgers. Go ahead, Spring.
we just turned the stomach of an Army vet, by the way.
Good.
That's what this show does. And
Good.
finally, it's also Tuesday.
Oh, we
which,
got to hear this. I've been waiting all day for
Which
this audio.
means,
Waiting all day for Tuesday night.
yeah, Jerry Jones made his weekly appearance on 105.3 in Dallas following last week's heated exchange between him and one of the hosts.
What's your point?
Jerry didn't want to hear about his roster
How bad he is at his job.
construction
Yeah,
last
yeah.
week. After the Cowboys got blown out by the Lions. They're on a bye week. They will be in San Francisco to play the Niners on Sunday. What did Jerry think about the fallout from his appearance last week?
Jerry, what do you want to say, if anything, about last week?
I don't have anything to say about last week. I'm happy, though, that I must tell you I'm surprised that last week got the attention it got. But, really, when I think about what we try to do on this show, for me, is I think we give you 2 shots a week that I get on, and Steven gets on once or twice, and Mike, I don't know if Mike gets on or not, but those are really a privilege. It's kind of like Pillow Talk. You get some inside stuff. As you know, I don't go before the normal press conferences during the week usually.
Yeah.
And so this is the kind of thing that I would expect and how I would answer it relative to many of your questions. You're going to ask me today because Henry had a big night, Derrick Henry last night. You're going to ask me again how come when Henry was available and right here in Dallas said we didn't get him. And I will tell you, the same kind of question is one that my wife might ask me of 60-something years. Why did you do that?
Yeah.
And I said, well, I really don't know why I did that. The devil made me do it.
All right. That's not what I expected. Cool.
I
what did
have
we get
nothing to
there?
say about last week.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to talk about it for 180 consecutive seconds on your radio show. Also, you should have gotten Derrick Henry. That would have been a good idea right there. And as far as the conversation with his wife of 60-something years, were they talking about a fart? That's what that sounded
Wow.
like. Spring, go and isolate just that portion of the conversation.
He says the devil made me do it. Sounds like he's talking about, like, why did you sleep with this other woman? That's how I took it.
Well, he called it pillow talk. I mean, what the hell are you talking about on the pillow? Go to bed. Hey, real quick, we got some breaking news.
You got breaking news?
That is NFL related. According to Mike Garafolo.
All right.
You have no hair. Sources, the Saints and running back Alvin Kamara agreed on a 2-year, $24.5 million extension that puts him under contract through 2026.
Good for him.
So all the lip reading from last Thursday night's game about the Broncos and Sean Payton and come get me and all that,
yeah,
never mind.
Well,
all over.
If you're going to give a running back $12 million a year, he's going to be happy.
He's
going
gonna
to
be like, nah, I'll stay.
Yeah,
stay near the French Quarter.
After that game, you want to give anybody a contract extension?
Well, yeah.
Guess now's the time to get it done. Ugh. That was horrible.
Doesn't that surprise you though?
Yeah.
I guess they got to have 1 star for the fans to come and watch, but wow.
It's the John Mara argument, apparently. It's keep my star running back around. That was a bad look for those guys.
Ugh. I'm telling you, nobody's going to want to do Hard Knocks this year in the off-season one.
Is, real quickly, one other NFL note. We're approaching the trade deadline and the names are flying. Is Max Crosby going to get moved by the Raiders?
I wouldn't be shocked.
He They should.
They should, because that probably would get you a nice haul. He'd be the biggest trade.
That gets you
Easily.
2 ones.
Easily.
I mean, when that
What did the Bears
what Khalil
pass
Mack
rusher
got.
go last year? Who was our guy from the Bears that got traded from
Montez
football
Sweat.
team? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that was quite 2 ones, but Khalil Mack was a 2 ones. That was what he got moved for. Yeah, that's kind of the going rate on pass rushers that are that.
Any team in the AFC should consider it.
Yes.
Frankly, any team that thinks you're going to be playing the Chiefs and needs to get after Pat Mahomes, go get him.
Yeah. No, they should be moving him right now. Max Crosby should be eyeing a way out of there on that team right now. But he, to me, is one of the most intriguing names coming up here at the deadline. And the Raiders would be stupid if they didn't do it. 33.5 sacks since the start of 22, second only to Myles Garrett in the NFL.
Well, Garrett may be on the market too, depending on who you believe.
Yeah. Rams offered 2 firsts for Brian Burns a couple of years ago.
There you go.
He's now with the Giants, who actually have a good pass rush. It's like the one thing they do well. So yeah, you go and get those 2 ones. We got to dive into a little bit more of this Aaron Gordon stuff coming up here in just a moment. The AG extension is done. What does that do for the locker room? What are the expectations on this team right now? Want to hit on that NBA GM survey before we get out of here. And again, am I insane for being 100% certain that the Broncos are going to beat the Carolina Panthers? I guess I'm 99.9999999 because I won't agree to the Frosted Tips thing. But
you agreed earlier.
But I'm pretty damn certain. Yeah, I agreed to continue doing the bit. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Murray has it at the midcourt circle. Nuggets need a basket. Bounce pass off over to Nikola Jokic, guarded by Porzingis. Last time he threw out of it. Now let's see if he wants to go to work. Spin move, baseline, bank shot, no good. Knocked home on a windmill! Aaron Gordon, the highlight of the year! Wow!
Hey, that's my line.
I almost cussed right there. 109 to 102. That is unbelievable athleticism.
4 years, $133 million. Aaron Gordon locked up. Jamal Murray locked up. Nuggets core is in good shape. Season opener on Thursday against the Western Conference favorites, the Oklahoma City Thunder. NBA starts tonight. Game number 1, Knicks Celtics. Timberwolves and the Lakers in the late slot this evening. First chance to see the new look T-Wolves sans Cat. I suppose it's our first chance to see the new look Knicks with Cat coming up here tonight on TNT. Doubleheader. Full slate of NBA games coming up tomorrow, and then the Nuggets will open up on Thursday night, game number 1 of the 24-25 campaign. All right, Andy. We know what the ceiling is. That's another parade. What's the floor on this Nuggets team?
Well, you lost some shooting. We'll see how much defense you lost to. I like Christian Brown's defense. He can be pesky. Can he be as consistent as KCP was with his defense every night? I guess remains to be seen.
Not nearly as complete a player as Caldwell Pope.
I just believe with Nikola Jokic, you're never going to be in the play-in with him.
Right.
It would shock me if you ended up there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the floor to me is the 6th seed.
I would agree with that. I've told you this before. To me, Nikola Jokic is modern Peyton Manning. Okay? First off, he's always healthy. Yes, I know.
Frosted tips.
But he's remarkably durable. He has been his entire career. He plays, he wins, he's worth 50 right there. I think no matter what, you got home court advantage in the opening round of the postseason as long as you've got that guy. I can't say the same thing about Jamal Murray and his health. Obviously, Porter played 81 games in the regular season last year. He showed a level of durability that we have never seen out of him before. But also, I don't know if anyone remembers his history. He's had a few operations before, okay? So you always have to worry about it a little bit when it comes to Michael Porter. But I would agree with that. I don't think this team finishes any lower than 5th in the Western Conference. I don't see this as a play-in team. What's wild about the rest of the Western Conference, though, Andy, is like, you look at the West. I can make an argument for you on a lot of these teams of like, they could be a top 3 seed. They could be in the damn play-in. It really could happen with a lot of these teams, okay? I probably put Minnesota as the team that I trust after OKC and Denver as like the 3rd most in the West, and I'll even put them over Dallas at the moment. Because remember, a couple of years ago, they had Luka and Kyrie. They didn't even make the playoffs.
Right.
They were a mediocre team a year ago, and then they got scorching hot last couple of months of the season and played their way up the standings. But like the range of outcomes that the Dallas Mavericks are capable of is all over the place. The Clippers enter the year with Kawhi banged up, not totally trusting them. I don't know what the J.J. Redick effect is going to be on the Lakers, but that's mostly the exact same team that you were a year ago outside of now you got our guy Dalton Connect in there. But the range of outcomes for a lot of these teams in the West, to me, is all over the place. Phoenix ever going to stay healthy? You gonna trust that team to ever be able to stay healthy? I don't know.
Well, and they're still kind of play a wild brand of ball. And by that I mean will they all get along at the same time? Will everybody be happy?
Yeah.
Bradley Beal seemed a little surly at points last year.
3
What
shooters
about
that want their
Memphis?
looks.
Are we ever going to put Memphis back in the conversation?
Yeah,
I mean, if Ja comes back,
I mean, you should.
What's the deal with Ja? When is he back? Because he came back from the suspension and got hurt, right?
Yes. What is the injury situation with Ja?
So that's why, remember that, Memphis once upon a time was considered the young challenger to the young Nuggets.
Mhm.
Thought we might be watching these two duel for the conference for a while. San Antonio, how big a jump are they ready to take?
They're going to get good.
So
I think Wemby takes a big step forward this year. I think he's winning Defensive Player of the Year.
Now, they've already been a thorn in the Nuggets side.
Yeah,
So
pretty damn good. All right. So the NBA GM survey is out. I always like to look at this right at the start of the regular season. All right. And this they survey all 30 GMs around the league. These are the guys that are absolutely in the know. Which team will win the 2025 NBA Finals? Andy, who do you think was number one?
Boston.
It was Boston.
Everybody loves Boston.
83% of the vote. No love for the Nuggets. OKC number 2 at 13%. Boston, the favorite to win the East, getting 97% of the vote. OKC, the favorite to win the West, getting 80% of the vote. Nuggets got 7% of the vote. Who will win the MVP award? Who do you think was number one this year, Andy?
Is it SGA?
It is. Getting 40% of the vote. Luka number 2. Embiid, Jokic, and Tatum tied for third. Last year, Jokic was the favorite. You know, Andy, I want to say that there's no way. Lamar Jackson's going to win back-to-back MVPs in the NFL.
Yeah, but I don't feel like in the NFL,
It'll be his third.
But I don't feel like they hold that against guys the way they do with the NBA sometimes. Where they pulled out the list of the true creme de la creme of top 50, top 25, top 10 all-time NBA players that have only had the award, for X amount of years or won it X amount of times. He's going to have to do something super. They'd have to be like number one in the West, and it's maybe put up an all-timer of a record for them to give it back to him. Average a triple-double, and challenge the Golden State wins record for him to get that. I just feel like they are going to stack the deck against him. I feel like more voters than ever they'll ignore any empirical evidence that they can get. I just feel like the fix is in when it comes to that.
Okay. SGA is also pretty good.
Well, he is, but don't you feel the same?
Yeah. I don't see him getting it this year. It would be really stunning for me, and quite frankly, I don't think he cares. Actually, I know
he doesn't care.
If you were starting a franchise today, could sign any NBA player, who would it be?
Well, it's still got to be Jokic, but I don't know who they picked.
He was tied for second.
Was Ant the first?
Wemby getting 77% of the vote.
Well, that's fair.
I can't argue with that.
Not going to get mad.
Yeah. No.
Who was tied with Jokic?
SGA.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Ant?
Not on there. Luka Doncic
really?
is fourth. Yeah, not on there.
Boy, that was all the talk after the Nuggets playoff series. This guy's so good. He's the next Jordan, on and on and on.
Nope, no love on that. Which player forces opposing coaches to make the most adjustments?
Jokic.
Luka Doncic was number one on that
really?
at 33%. Steph number 2, Jokic number 3. Which NBA player most likely to have a breakout season in 24-25? They gave that to Jalen Williams of the Thunder, although there is a wide range of names on that. Here's what I think is funny.
No Strother or Brown, I take it, in the top 10 or whatever the number goes to.
No love right there. Who is the best point guard in the NBA? What's funny about this is this, and I'm going to go through this really quickly. This is a great example of modern basketball. Number 1, Luka Doncic.
Yeah, I don't look at him as a point guard at all.
But he is.
I guess. You're right.
But he has the ball all the time.
You're right. He's like Jamal, but they both feel like they're looking for their shot a little bit more than looking to pass.
And
I come from old man basketball where the point guard was more the creator than the shooter.
But Doncic is also he's an 11 assist a game guy. It's also what he does. Here's what's funny about it. Best small forward in the NBA is Tatum at number 1. Doncic is number 2.
Okay. Positionless basketball.
Right.
Yep.
Second best point guard in the NBA, according to the GM survey, is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Best shooting guard in the NBA, number 1, Anthony Edwards. Number 2, Devin Booker. Number 3, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's hilarious when you look at the league. Hell, Luka Doncic is ranked number 5 on best shooting guard in the NBA.
So there's 3 positions.
Right. Steph is number 3 on point guard, number 4 on shooting guard. It's so funny what the NBA has become. And I actually like these outcomes because it shows what the game is like. By the way, best center in the NBA getting 87% of the vote, Nikola Jokic.
Chris does write in and says, well, shouldn't he also get a vote for point guard? Fair enough.
I'd have no problem with it.
Right?
I would have given him a vote.
We know that's what he's in this offense quite often.
Yep. Best passer in the NBA. Nikola Jokic, 70% of the vote. Doncic, number 2, Tyrese Halliburton at number 3. I don't know how he doesn't get 100%. What player has the best basketball IQ in the NBA? Nikola Jokic getting 53% of the vote. LeBron at number 2. So, yeah, he's all over this thing.
But he's the only Denver player
getting any love at all in this is Nikola Jokic.
You a little surprised by that?
Not really. They don't have any other All-Stars.
Well, I was going to say, if Jamal had not had the Olympics he had,
right,
would he at least have cracked a couple of these top 5 categories or something?
Maybe, but yeah, still a bit of a way off. Best international player in the NBA, Jokic getting 87% of the vote. Yeah. Jokic getting a lot of love in this. He's getting the respect that the best player on the planet absolutely deserves.
Now it's up to his teammates to earn their way back into the conversation.
Yeah, it's really what it is. And when you talk about, guys that are poised to have a breakout season here in 24-25, and not a single Nugget gets mentioned in this entire thing. My guy on that list, Andy, is MPJ.
Okay.
I think there's a next step that's waiting him.
I hope.
And I think he has showed up ready to get it. Now, you always got to worry about the health, and that's always going to be the caveat on Porter. But this is a dude that I think physically looks as good as he's ever looked coming into the start of this season. He looks stronger, yet also there's been a fluidity to his game. His ball handling appears to be better. I really do hope the impact of spending some time watching the tape of the way that he played in the Minnesota series. I think the Timberwolves did a good job of giving him problems. I also think that there were things that he could have done to have mitigated some of those issues against an excellent defensive team that hopefully the tape is showing him. And one of the biggest things is, dude, catch and fire or catch and drive, but be decisive the moment the ball is in your hands and make the defense react to you instead of always reacting to the defense.
Yeah, I would also say, when you talk about decisiveness, once you made the decision, stick with it.
Yeah.
No more of this halfway in the air and then
Right.
throw it down to somebody else. That's got to stop.
Or pump fake and then
Right.
record scratch and then, I got to find somebody.
And you're on your 1 foot because the dribble's gone.
That's the crap that he has to erase from his game, that he's good enough to be able to erase from his game.
He was very aggressive in the preseason. I'm happy to see it. What I'd love to see from MPJ is, we talked about this. If you get 18 and a half, give me 18 again the next half.
Right.
Don't feel satisfied.
Or 12 in the first quarter or whatever, which happens. When they make a defensive switch on you, and you saw it, the preseason game against the Thunder, where he came out firing, started great, and then they put Lou Dort on him, and then Milk Carton Porter shows up again. That's the thing that's got to stop. Okay, you drew a tougher defensive assignment. Now figure out a way to still be able to impact the game.
We've talked about the effect Russell Westbrook is going to have on Jamal, or hope to have on Jamal. Do you think there could be some of that for Porter,
I would
too?
love that.
You know what I mean? 'Cause
Right.
Russ was a scorer in his prime. Talk to him about it.
As aggressive a player
Yeah.
as we've seen in the game, and above the rim player, which Porter can be. He's never going to have Westbrook explosiveness, but he doesn't have to. He's 6'10".
Well, again, my main request, just if you get 18 and a half, follow it up with 10 or 12.
Yeah.
You don't have to double it up.
Yeah.
But let's hit some. Why don't you reset your career high in scoring a couple times this season?
What if you scored 20 points plus in like 3 games in a row? Can
Be
you do
good.
that?
They could use it.
Yeah. Those things, and that's obviously that's the result of the process of improving himself, which hopefully he has. Guys, tune in all day tomorrow for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets home opener against the Thunder. Every show's got a pair of tickets. You can only win them by listening. If you don't want to leave it up to chance, there are limited tickets still available at nuggets.com/tickets. Tune in starting at 6 a.m. Listen all day for your chance to win on your home for the Denver Nuggets. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs coming up. Pre-game coverage at 6 o'clock. What does Colorado have to do to get a win in Seattle? Andy Lindahl will tell you next.
they have things that they can help you with. They have the solution for you. If you'd like to go and maybe learn more about some of the symptoms, go take their low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answer, take 2 minutes, and then schedule a consult. When you go to the consult, it's real easy. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll draw your blood, and in about 30 minutes, they'll have your results. And if you decide that you want to go forward with the testosterone, the $99 visit is free, and you can sign up that day. And matter of fact, I had done this and got my first injection that day. So it was real easy to do. You can do the same. And there's no need to keep living the way that you've been living, especially if you got the brain fog, maybe a little bit of depression or the decreased libido. They've got 5 locations to serve you. You can get back to winning your life's race by calling them today, 720-440-7900, or go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Groove is in the heart. Groove is in the net tonight. The Avalanche and the Kraken, 6:30 puck drop, 6 o'clock pregame with Birdo. The Seattle Kraken will go with Philip Grubauer in goal tonight against your Colorado Avalanche. Saw a Grubauer Avalanche sweater the other night out there at the Hofbrau.
Really?
I did, yes.
Well, there you go.
You don't see that one all that terribly often. But yes, Philip Grubauer will start tonight for the Seattle Kraken as they will take on the suddenly scorching hot Avalanche, Andy. Back-to-back victories going into Seattle tonight. Second of a 3-game road trip. They will take on the Hockey Club of Utah on Thursday.
Yeah, this is an ESPN one tonight, so go and check it out on ESPN tonight. And then when you'll get Mosier and the crew back in your lives coming up here, what did we say? Friday? Thursday. So good.
Yes, good.
Yeah, and join us at Stoney's on Thursday. Maybe we'll have to put that one on one of the side TVs, quite honestly. Yeah, as far as what they got to do tonight, first off, we got to figure out who's going to play in goal. I guess we'll see. Normally the Avs tweet that out, and considering that we're coming up on 6 o'clock, they usually have told us by now.
Yeah.
So waiting with bated breath to see if Capo Kakinen gets a shot with his new team, or will it be Ananen? You know, Eustace had a nice game the other night. Bednar praised him for playing a good game start to finish, said they needed something like that, or does he give Georgie another look? I don't know. Either way, they got to keep scoring. You know what? You know what was cool the other night? You scored first.
That was nice.
Keep scoring first.
Yeah, score first.
How's that for some keys to the game?
Yeah.
Score first.
Score more goals, yes. 4-1 the victory the other night, but early scoring was good. Prior to, I believe that game, they hadn't led at the end of a period all season long. That was bizarre.
Yeah. It's been a rough go, man.
Yeah.
You can find – look, I think putting Colton up on the first line, I just think it adds a little of the grit and hustle that you need. Not suggesting that Drouin wasn't doing that.
They also just got to need dudes.
They do need dudes.
Just got to put somebody
any
there.
kinds of dudes up there. But whatever. There was just something about the way he mixed it up. Look, to me, Drouin's more of a school he's kind of a skill player. He's like McKinnon, right? I think by having Colton on that front line, he's not afraid to be in front of the net. He's not afraid to mix it up with guys. Frankly, his irritation factor takes the attention away from Nate sometimes, which I think is good. I think he's a real good fit up there, and I would think about keeping him up there until Landy gets back, quite honestly, or Nichushkin.
Yeah.
However you're going to go. But you need – I just love his scrappiness, his size. Hopefully it continues to show that off tonight.
Boston and the Knicks are underway right now. They're in the first quarter, so the NBA season is upon us. We got the NHL rolling. Andy, it's the best sports time of year now.
We've dubbed it. We've voted.
What did we go with?
This or the spring. I think we both. I don't know. It's tough to deny the playoffs of the NBA and the NHL, but having football actually played, I will tilt the scale to me towards this time of year.
It's a pretty good time of year. Florida International and Sam Houston right now. No score in the opening quarter of that Conference USA tilt. And then at 6 o'clock tonight on CBS Sports Network, UTEP, Louisiana Tech going to be your matchup. So 2 Conference USA
games. Who do you like
games
there in the old UTEP La Tech battle?
La Tech, a 6.5-point favorite against 1-6 UTEP. That is future Mountain West School, the University of Texas at El Paso. But yeah, right now UTEP coming into this game at 1-6. Not exactly a couple of CUSA barn burners.
No,
going on.
But you
here
got Tuesday
evening.
night football, baby. Is this another thing that makes it the best time of year? Because you got to. What are we on? 60-some days of football?
55, 56. Yeah, whatever it is. 50-something days in a row of football. So that's your FBS action for tonight. We also have 2 Conference USA games coming tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many Conference USA teams could you name
None.
off the top of your head?
None.
Well, I've already given you 4. Sam
Houston.
Houston.
Already forgot.
Florida International.
Sam
UTEP,
Houston's Conference USA.
and La Tech. They sure are. They moved up from
What about Marshall?
FCS a few years ago.
What was Marshall? Marshall and Miami of Ohio. What do they do?
That's the MAC.
The MAC?
That's the
Some
MAC.
Maction?
Yeah. No. CUS. You got your Liberty right now leading CUSA.
You know what? You know who's watching that is Malik Willis.
He would be. Liberty's a 25-point favorite against Kennesaw State tomorrow
Well,
night.
I mean, you throw out the records when Kennesaw State is involved.
No, you don't need to. Liberty's going to be just fine in that one.
Come on, really? You're not even going to play it up a little bit? Give me one. Is there one pro player from Kennesaw State?
Ooh,
where is Kennesaw? Since it's not a state, where is Kennesaw State?
I would guess that it's in Georgia, right?
Hey, you could sell me anything there, Kreckman.
Okay. NFL players from Kennesaw State.
In Georgia?
According to Pro Football Reference, defensive lineman Travis Bell was a 7th-round pick by the Bears in 2023.
Kennesaw, Georgia. All right, there you go. I didn't know Kennesaw, Georgia existed until we had this conversation.
There you are. It's what I'm here for.
Do you know what the mascot is?
Ooh, the Kennesaw State mascot. I'm gonna go.
Are they fighting?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna say they're a poor man's Mountaineers.
They're the Owls.
The Owls.
Temple would like a word, I think, with Kennesaw State.
Owls of Kennesaw State. I did not know that.
Which one is fighting? You know, there's a lot of different kinds of owls, I suppose, right?
They all fight, though, I think.
I think so.
Yeah.
They got them talons.
They're all predators. Did you say talons?
Talons instead of talons.
The Millennium Falcon.
Is one of them like a barn owl versus a snow owl?
I haven't seen the mascots. We should check that.
Have to look at them. One of them's just Tootsie Roll Owls.
Yes.
We're the Kennesaw State Tootsie Roll Owls.
How many licks does it take to get to the center? I don't know. Ask Aaron Rodgers eating his boogers.